Reverend Insanity Chapter 1682 to Chapter 1732. Fairy Myrtle's analysis was not wrong. Because of fate goo, ancient goo immortals could not travel to the future, and future goo immortals could not travel to the present. But along with fate goo's damage, the restrictions on time path became much looser. Spring-autumn cicada was the best example. Even though it could not allow the goo immortal to return to the past completely, it could transmit a portion of their will. Future self, call of the ancient, and support of the future were the same. They borrowed the state of a person from the past or the future and projected it into the present. When fate goo was completely repaired, these killer moves would lose their effectiveness. Fairy Myrtle knew the reason. Bing Sichuan naturally knew about it. But he had no choice. He could not destroy the refinement path formation, because once he did, Celestial Court's efforts in repairing fate goo would be ruined. Fate goo was too damaged. Even if Longevity Heaven obtained it, it would be useless. They would have to copy Celestial Court and continue to repair it. But Bing Sichuan knew that Longevity Heaven did not have a deep foundation like Celestial Court. They did not have human path methods or the infallible inheritance. They could not repair fate goo at all. Without destroying the refinement path formation, Longevity Heaven could only charge through the formation and enter Heaven Overseeing Tower to forcefully seize fate goo. Regarding this, Bing Sichuan had already sent 5 Elements Grandmaster and Bull Demon. But this was already his limit. It was not that he did not want to send more troops. Northern Plains experts were continuously coming out of the River of Time's illusion. But this refinement path formation itself had its limits. This formation's purpose was to repair fate goo. It was not used for battle. The formation space inside could only hold 5 rank 8s at most. Any more and this refinement path grand formation would explode. Thus, Bing Sichuan could not send more reinforcements. Central Continent could only watch from the sidelines. The great battle that revolved around Calamity Luck Altar involved countless historical experts. The battle was extremely bitter. But most importantly, it was the battle inside the refinement path formation. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth as he assessed the situation. Even though my side is strong, we have to focus on defense. But overall, we still have the upper hand. In the worst case, I will destroy this refinement path formation. Even if I cannot take fate goo, I will make the Celestial Court's restoration fail completely. Neither side was willing to destroy the refinement path grand formation, but if left with no other choice, Longevity Heaven's side would still have to destroy the grand formation, and both sides would suffer heavy losses. Of course, Bing Sichuan led Longevity Heaven to attack Celestial Court. His main objective was to seize fate goo. If they destroyed the formation, they would undoubtedly fail. It's all up to us now. The Ox Devil had been aware of the battle outside. In the distance, the 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded slightly with a solemn expression. Suddenly, 5 Elements Grandmaster's body shook, his aura surged as a powerful immortal killer move shot towards his opponent Che Wei with 5-colored aurora light. Che Wei shouted as he patted his chest with both palms, activating a killer move as well. Instantly, countless huge square-shaped shields appeared in front of him. With a series of cracking sounds, these shields formed a wall that blocked the 5-colored light. Damn it! 5 Elements Grandmaster increased his strength. Under the corrosion of the 5-colored light, the shields shattered one after another. But Che Wei's defense was impenetrable. When the old shields shattered, new shields formed, quickly filling up the gap. Che Wei's defensive method was very outstanding. 5 Elements Grandmaster felt helpless against it. Inside the refinement path formation, be it Che Wei or 5 Elements Grandmaster, they had to hold back their strength. They were worried that they might destroy this refinement path formation. On the other side, the battle between the Ox Devil and Song Yan was similar. Undeniably, this was very advantageous to the defending side. What do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster transmitted to the Ox Devil. The Ox Devil only replied, attack, try to attract their attention. Saying so, the Ox Devil pounced at Song Yan again. The two fought fiercely. 5 Elements Grandmaster's heart jumped. The Ox Devil's words had a hidden meaning. He did not think much about it. He trusted Longevity Heaven and continued to fight with Che Wei. On the other side, Yuan Qiongdu was controlling the refinement path formation with full concentration, trying to repair fate goo. When no one noticed, a fresh flower floated down to Heaven Overseeing Tower like it was drifting with the wind. He. The fresh flower landed in heaven overseeing tower and turned into a little girl. It was none other than the female immortal flower lady who had died earlier. Oh no, someone entered the tower. Sensing this, Xianxia turned pale with fright. He quickly shouted a warning. He paid a huge price for this shout. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices, his mind was heavily injured and split into 2, unable to fuse back together. Che Wei and Song Yan quickly retreated. They wanted to rush back to heaven overseeing tower to stop Flower Lady from getting close to Fate Gu. Too late. Ox Devil laughed loudly. He exerted strength together with 5 elements Grandmaster, restraining these 2. Che Wei and Song Yan became more panicked as they fought. They scolded Ox Devil for being shameless and despicable. He actually schemed against them. This was Ox Devil and Flower Lady's greatest secret. The 2 shared lifespan. Even if one died, as long as the other was still alive, they could revive for a period of time. When Flower Lady revived, she had already flown into heaven overseeing tower. There were still only 5 Gu immortals in the refinement path formation, thus it did not explode. It was still operating well. What do I do? Xianxia's vision turned dark. He had a splitting headache. He was in the most difficult decision of his life. He had the refinement path formation. He could completely tamper with Fate Gu and make all of the celestial quartz efforts go to waste. If he did not do this, he would have to watch as Fate Gu was about to be taken away by the enemy. This could preserve the restoration results, and Fate Gu could be taken back in the future. But if he could not take it back, that would be terrible. It would be like all of the celestial quartz efforts had turned into longevity heaven. This was such a difficult decision. Adding on the fact that Xianxia's mind was heavily injured, his thinking speed fell sharply. When Flower Lady rushed to the highest floor of heaven overseeing tower and saw Fate Gu, Xianxia had not made up his mind yet. I got it. Flower Lady's eyes shined. She stretched out her small white hand, wanting to grab Fate Gu. If she obtained it, she would definitely become the greatest contributor to this longevity heaven operation. But right at this time, on the 4 walls of heaven overseeing tower, a picture of a bamboo forest appeared. What is this? Flower Lady's face was first filled with suspicion, before it turned to shock. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable walked down Star Zone Mountain, smiling bitterly in his heart. This is a chess game created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. It has the power of 2 Gu immortals, and it is constantly replenished by the celestial quartz strength. If I forcefully make a move, it would be the same as facing the joint attack of 2 venerables. Of course, this is only the method of 2 venerables. It is not a living person, it is more rigid. After I investigate it clearly, I can target it. But even if I get rid of it, it will still cause harm to the celestial court. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed to Limitless Demon Venerable's suggestion back then, she naturally had her considerations. It is more beneficial to the celestial court. I don't need to be the villain anymore. But even so, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was not completely at ease. He pondered as he moved. When he raised his head, he found that he was already at the top floor of heaven overseeing tower. He suddenly had no more worries. He smiled at the empty wall. I got it, I can leave behind a painting here. Unbeknownst to anyone, he painted a picture here. When he finished creating it, this painting vanished without a trace. It was completely hidden. Even the celestial court did not have any records of it. Other than Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, everyone else was kept in the dark. 300,000 years later, this bamboo forest painting that no one knew about appeared in front of Flower Lady. Flower Lady's hand was less than an inch away from Fate Gu, but this distance was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Flower Lady's body floated in the air, she could not move. Her gaze was also filled with confusion. She only took a glance at this bamboo forest painting before she fell into layers of illusions. The bamboo forest was deep, she was the only one left, she was lost and could not walk out. Flower Lady was extremely anxious, but there was nothing she could do. A gust of wind blew, the bamboo leaves swayed, jade green light shrouded Flower Lady. Flower Lady, who was in the bamboo forest, felt her world spinning, she fell unconscious. But the bamboo forest painting did not stop or disappear. The jade bamboos on the wall continued to sway. It was as if the wind was getting stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At once, the immortals who were fighting could hear the sound of wind. On the wall, leaves that looked like they were made of jade were falling from the bamboo forest. It was a beautiful scene. This non-existent wind not only passed through the refinement path formation, it was transmitted to the immortal's ears. It even entered Duke Long's mind. Instantly, Duke Long fell into an illusion as well. He was sprawled on the soft ground. There were thick jade bamboos around him. Wind was blowing, the bamboo leaves were falling gracefully like jade. Duke Long's treatment was completely different from Flower Lady. He did not feel anything wrong. His thoughts became extremely clear. At this moment, he felt the pure power and profundity of wood path. He felt the shade of the bamboo forest. He felt the pressure of the trees. He felt the grass burrowing out of the soil. He felt the power of youth and growth. Then, like grass and trees growing, his limbs surged with new strength. With this new strength, Duke Long supported himself and slowly stood up in the bamboo forest. In a daze, he seemed to see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He had the appearance of a young man. He was cultured and elegant. He wore a green robe with a white belt on his head. His black hair was let down. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable smiled as he walked past Duke Long leisurely. The wind was like his words. Love is on the left, compassion is on the right, walking on the two sides of life, sowing seeds at any time, blooming at any time, decorating this long path with the fragrance of flowers. Even when walking through the branches and leaves, they will not feel pain. They will shed tears but they will not feel sorrow. Saying this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already walked deep into the bamboo forest. You are Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Duke Long turned around. He could only see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's figure slowly vanishing into the bamboo forest. Only his words were left. Remember, this move is called piercing branches and leaves. At the next moment, Duke Long woke up. He noticed to his astonishment that he'd already stood up, whereas the silver chains that had once tightly bound him had already transformed into numerous bamboo leaves that drifted down to the ground. These bamboo leaves looked like they were made of jade. At once, Duke Long understood, this was a Genesis Lotus true inheritance. He could clearly feel that his wood path attainment level had risen to an extremely high level. At the same time, all sorts of information regarding this wood path killer move piercing branches and leaves were deeply engraved in his mind. Rather than calling that bamboo forest an illusion, it was more like a mental state. And piercing branches and leaves killer move's power was to free the Gu Immortal, removing the harmful restraints on them. This is truly pathetic. Duke Long smiled bitterly in self-mockery. He felt the power of a venerable once again. In fact, he had a deep understanding of the two venerables' chess game in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This chess game had endless power. It was one with Celestial Court, continuously absorbing the strength of Celestial Court. This was the product of the mysterious agreement between Star Constellation's will and Limitless Demon Venerable. Because of the power of two venerables, it was very difficult to resist them with just one venerable's strength. However, the silver chains that bound Duke Long was only a chess piece in this chess game. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's piercing branches and leaves killer move could help Duke Long get rid of this restriction. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable put in a lot of effort. It is truly a pity that this wood path true inheritance was given to me. Duke Long sighed, calming his emotions. His dragon pupils moved. He raised his head and looked at Calamity Luck Altar not far away. Calamity Luck Altar's huge body occupied most of Duke Long's vision. When Duke Long was bound, he was near Calamity Luck Altar. Now that he regained his freedom and stood up, he was naturally not far away from Calamity Luck Altar. Deep breaths. The surrounding sounds of battle, explosions, and shouts became softer and softer in his mind. When he was bound, Duke Long was filled with grief, anger, self-blame, and hatred. Now that he regained his freedom, these surging emotions were like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years, about to erupt. Unknowingly, all the Gu Immortals in the battle felt the calm before the storm. Huff, huff, Duke Long primarily cultivated Chi Path. He also cultivated Transformation Path. Every breath he took in a vast amount of air, creating a huge commotion. Moreover, this kind of momentum even vaguely affected the stability of the air wall in the distance. Behind Duke Long, his dragon tail swayed slightly. His dragon claws and dragon horns rippled with a layer of purplish golden light. He was indescribably noble and inviolable. Wisps of dust were stirred up in the surrounding air, as if they were suffused with a similar layer of purple gold splendor. A peerlessly terrifying aura slowly rose from his body. He was like a giant beast that had once split the heavens and earth apart, and had been in a deep slumber for countless years. At this moment, he was gradually awakening. Countless eyes quickly focused on Duke Long. Damn it. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Hanako was in a coma, and Duke Long was free. Longevity Heaven had suffered the biggest setback in its history. Within the refinement path formation, Bull Demon and Five Elements Grandmaster also had a bad premonition. They charged forward with all their might. However, Che Wei and Song Yen defended with all their might, not giving the enemy any chance to break through. In the depths of the refinement path formation, Yuan Qiong coughed out blood as he struggled to maintain the refinement path formation's operation. He was already prepared to die. Bing Sichuan thought of a plan. The situation was turning for the worse, cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He had already used up all his trump cards, he could not ask Limitless Demon Venerable to turn around again. In fact, earlier, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around, his attitude had already shown everything. Duke Long's aura rose to its peak, becoming grand and overwhelming. Even though he did not make any movements, he had already attracted the attention of everyone in the battlefield. He is Lord Duke Long? Celestial Court Gu immortals looked at him with admiration and reverence. Duke Long's seniority was quite high. But there were people who had higher seniority than Duke Long. An elderly Gu immortal did not recognize Duke Long. He is one of us? Lord Duke Long is finally free. Fairy Myrtle was extremely excited. She observed the situation. She was clear that in the current Celestial Court, Duke Long was undoubtedly the strongest expert. He broke free from his shackles and regained his freedom. He stood up again at the right time. No, more accurately, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements were too precise. Thinking of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel reverence. An unbelievable method. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Heaven Overseeing Tower had been repaired and modified many times. Many Gu worms had been replaced. Especially in the last decade or so, it was heavily damaged and repaired several times. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is still perfectly preserved. It is hidden so perfectly that no one can discover it. His immortal killer move was hidden in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower is the #1 investigative immortal Gu house, but it was not discovered at all. And even more amazing is that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's immortal killer move has never interfered with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Don't tell me that rumor is true? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable really created Painting Path? According to the rumors, the greatest advantage and specialty of Painting Path is that it can perfectly avoid the effects of other immortals, immortal Gu, and killer moves. This is similar to the non-conflicting Dao marks of the sovereign immortal body. Fairy Myrtle could only guess. The 10 Venerables were at the peak of Gu cultivation history. They were the brightest stars in the world. They were extremely dazzling. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Wisdom Path, he had already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. He had comprehended the profundity of transformations. His foreshadowing influenced the future. And most importantly, this foreshadowing appeared at the right time. His grasp of timing was truly impeccable. Bing Sichuan was extremely nervous. He ordered, "Defend against Duke Long." Even without his reminder, all of the Northern Plains Gu immortals could see the threat that Duke Long posed. After Duke Long's aura reached its peak, it actually started to retract. It was like someone putting away their raised fist. Once it erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This gave Northern Plains side an extremely heavy mental pressure. Kill. A Northern Plains man shouted loudly, charging towards Duke Long. The second Northern Plains Gu immortal was silent. He followed behind the strong man, charging forward while protecting him. "No, let me fight you." A third Northern Plains expert suddenly charged out. He was extremely fast. He arrived in front of Duke Long first. Duke Long had a calm expression. He stood on the spot without moving, like a statue. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded. A beautiful purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flashed in the sky. When the Gu immortals wanted to see it clearly, they could only see the afterimages of the purple-gold dragon chi. The Northern Plains expert who arrived in front of Duke Long stopped moving. He lowered his head. He had a look of disbelief as he saw the huge hole in his chest. Through this hole, he could see the sky behind him. Guh. At the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Small dragon-shaped chi emerged from his body again. Bam! With a muffled sound, he self-detonated, turning into a lump of blood. He died on the spot. He was a famous expert in northern plains, but he could not block one attack from Duke Long. How can this be? Seeing this, the two northern plains Gu immortals who wanted to attack Duke Long turned pale with fright. What are you looking at? Duke Long's plain voice came from behind them. Oh no! The two northern plains experts quickly activated their strongest defenses. They did not think much. This acute awareness that was deeply rooted in their bones saved their lives. At the next moment, Duke Long's two ferocious dragon claws slashed down. The defense of the two northern plains experts was instantly shattered. They were like two meteors that crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. With a loud explosion, the floor tiles were sent flying, smoke and dust rose. The two celestial court experts fainted at the bottom of the crater. Duke Long's attack was truly earth-shattering. In an instant, one died and two were injured. Longevity Heaven's side lost 3 rank 8 battle strength experts. Terrifying. At once, Duke Long's battle strength made the celestial court's side stunned. The old man who did not know Duke Long was even more surprised. After I died, there was actually such a talented junior? He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. He is also a Tao Guardian. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal explained. The Celestial Court old man realized, oh, no wonder. In history, as long as a Venerable's Tao Guardian matured, they would be the #1 battle strength below the Venerable. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable or Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But no matter what, these Tao Guardians played an important role in the growth of a Venerable. He's coming. Bing Sichuan breathed in deeply, fully concentrating. After Duke Long defeated the three, he charged towards Calamity Luck Altar with a ferocious aura that made people's hearts tremble. At this moment, Bing Sichuan suddenly felt that even the sturdy Calamity Luck Altar was showing signs of weakness. Protect me! Bing Sichuan shouted. Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals quickly returned. Duke Long's actions were like poking a hornet's nest. A large number of Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals attacked from both sides, forming a huge encirclement. Countless immortal killer moves flew towards Duke Long. They were like dazzling fireworks that contained a fatal threat. Purple gold dragon-shaped chi flashed again. Duke Long vanished far away, causing many killer moves to miss. The remaining killer moves changed directions under the guidance of the Gu Immortals. Duke Long appeared again, showing disdain towards the incoming killer moves. Open! He shouted, using a chi path killer move this time. Surging chi waves surged in all directions, repelling all killer moves and clearing the surroundings. Several Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals had no choice but to attack Duke Long. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my killer move. Duke Long smiled sinisterly. 2 more Longevity Heaven Gu Immortals died. Duke Long continued to charge towards Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Sichuan. It had to retreat rapidly. Duke Long chased after them. No matter which Northern Plains expert he faced, he tore through their defenses with ease. Of course, if the killer moves were too powerful, he would evade them. Shock flashed across Bing Sichuan's eyes. Impossible. How can Duke Long become so strong in such a short time? Is this Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method as well? He had guessed wrong on this point. Duke Long's strength came from himself. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As his lifespan decreased, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand gave him a terrifying amplification. This amplification covered all aspects. Duke Long was unprecedentedly strong. His battle strength was rising at every moment. The killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, made Duke Long stronger with every breath of time. Looking at the illusion of the river of time in the sky, Duke Long's eyes shined with a complex light. He sighed lightly. "Oh Red Lotus, I have seen your call of the ancients and future successors. Now, I will show you my Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand." Duke Long's words made the Northern Plains experts furious. He clearly did not care about the Northern Plains immortals. He only had eyes for Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Northern Plains experts were all famous figures in history. They had their own pride and arrogance. But they could not refute Duke Long's words. Because they were here because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. Old man, you talk too much. Don't look down on us. Have a taste of my power. Several Northern Plains rank 8s pounced at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled coldly. At the next moment, a dragon roared as purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flickered continuously. Boom boom boom, amidst the loud explosions, Duke Long charged left and right under the encirclement of the Northern Plains Goo Immortals. No one could stop him. In contrast, the Northern Plains experts were being slaughtered by him. The number of casualties increased rapidly. Faster, 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 Duke Long was too fast. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals could not stop him in a short time. Any strong killer move needed time to prepare. Moreover, Duke Long's attention was on Calamity Luck Altar. He did not bother with the Northern Plains Goo Immortals who tried to stop him. Stop him. Duke Long, don't even think of leaving. Fight me if you dare. We must stop him. The purple gold dragon chi flashed. The battlefield became silent. Bing Sichuan raised his head. Duke Long had finally reached Calamity Luck Altar. His merciless dragon eyes looked down at this luck path rank 8 immortal goo house below him. Oh no. Cold sweat dripped down Bing Sichuan's forehead. At the next moment, Duke Long roared as he used his chi path killer move again. Myriad chi surged, heaven and earth changed color. Immortal killer move, chi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Goo Immortals shook intensely. They felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Many killer moves crumbled, the Northern Plains experts chasing after Duke Long fell to the ground like dumplings thrown into water. All things were silent, and the universe was silent. Creak, creak, Calamity Luck Altar operated with difficulty. The faint golden light resisted chi engulfing mountains and rivers. This luck path rank 8 immortal goo house could not fly anymore. It was suppressed to the ground by Duke Long. At once, Duke Long became the main character of the battlefield. The Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals looked at him with shock, and joy. He single-handedly suppressed the entire battle situation. Even though the Northern Plains Immortals were strong, their arrogant heads were forcefully pressed down by Duke Long. Damn it. This chi engulfing mountains and rivers killer move, Duke Long had once used it in Eastern Sea. But now, this killer move's power has increased by more than 10 times. Bing Sichuan could not conceal his shock. Duke Long's strength was too abnormal, it was beyond his bottom line. This damn old man is quite strong. It seems that I will have to deal with him. Far away, Mao Liqiu and its clone had been suppressing the 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court, seeing Duke Long's power. Mao Liqiu gritted its teeth and wanted to reinforce them. You want to leave? No way. The immemorial green jade crane screamed. It activated an immortal killer move and attacked Mao Liqiu's clone. Stop right there. Shabby 95 grabbed Mao Liqiu's right hind leg and bit it. These 2 fools. Mao Liqiu was furious. It was helpless to find that it was being held back by these 2 fools. The 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court might not be able to fight head-on battles, but they were able to fight head-on battles. They were getting more and more powerful. Duke Long's strength was too inspiring. It had already ignited the fighting spirit of these 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Open! Calamity Luck Altar suddenly shined with bright light. It slowly rose up with determination. Next, the Northern Plains experts who had fallen to the ground also used their killer moves against Duke Long. Even though Duke Long was strong, he could only suppress them for a while. After all, he was not only facing the rank 8 immortal goo house created by Giant Sun Immortal, there were also the Huangjin tribe's experts in Northern Plains history. Go help Duke Long. Let longevity heaven pay the price in blood. How can the dignity of Celestial Court be offended? The Celestial Court's immortals reacted. They attacked like a tidal wave, reinforcing Duke Long. The Northern Plains experts had no choice but to split up a portion to defend against the Celestial Court's attacks. Meanwhile, the inner circle was to encircle and suppress Duke Long with all their strength. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's heart sank. Duke Long was standing firm in the inner circle. He had the upper hand, while the Northern Plains Goo Immortals at the outer circle were far fewer than Celestial Court's side. They were also losing ground. Bing Sichuan understood, if not for the Venerable's help, Longevity Heaven's attack would have failed already. Their goal was to snatch Fate Goo, but now, they could not even protect themselves. How could they snatch it? In fact, Longevity Heaven's side was just a step away from success at a certain point in time. The problem was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Longevity Heaven's plan failed. Even though Longevity Heaven failed, your celestial court might not succeed either. Bing Sichuan's eyes shined with a cold light. He gave the order, destroy the refinement path formation. Since he could not snatch Fate Goo or destroy Fate Goo, he would make sure that Celestial Court's restoration failed as well. Only then would the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention not be the last. Celestial Court would hold it again to continue repairing Fate Goo. This way, the other 4 regions would have a chance to catch their breath. But if that was the case, in the future Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Celestial Court would be even more vigilant. Longevity Heaven would not have the chance to attack again. But he had no choice. The situation forced Bing Sichuan to make this choice. Okay. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster received the order. They immediately attacked the refinement path formation around them. Guh. Song Yan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His expression turned pale. But he showed a smile on his face. Why do you think Lady Fairy Myrtle arranged for me to guard the formation? It is to prevent you from doing anything out of desperation. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster frowned. They found that their attacks on the refinement path formation were all taken by Tsong Yan alone. This was Tsong Yan's unique rule path method. He could shift the damage to himself. How can we destroy the formation? With us here, don't even think of succeeding. Outside the refinement path formation, Celestial Court's Goo Immortals formed layers of defense, blocking the Northern Plains experts' attacks. Bing Sichuan changed his target and tried to destroy the refinement path formation. He was also attacking the enemy's weakness. Celestial Court had no choice but to defend the refinement path formation to the death. This way, both sides attacked and defended. They were in a stalemate. On Celestial Court's side, most of its members defended the refinement path formation, while Duke Long attacked Calamity Luck Altar alone. On Northern Plains' side, they defended Calamity Luck Altar while attacking the refinement path formation. Even though Duke Long was being attacked by many Northern Plains experts, he still had the strength to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar endured Duke Long's attacks again and again, but it still remained standing. It showed the immense defense of this rank 8 Immortal Goo House. In fact, Calamity Luck Altar's methods were not limited to this. It still had the potential to retaliate against Duke Long. But currently, Calamity Luck Altar's main goal was to maintain Call of the Ancient. If it used its other methods, this Call of the Ancient would be interrupted. In the end, Call of the Ancient was a time path killer move. It was incompatible with Calamity Luck Altar's own methods. If it had the painting path method that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable displayed earlier, the situation would not be so awkward. Bing Sichuan was clear. Once Call of the Ancient was interrupted, the situation would turn for the worse. Only by maintaining this killer move could they resist the awakening members of Celestial Court. As time passed, the battle became more intense. More and more Goo Immortals died. Duke Long's attacks from time to time caused Bing Sichuan's heart to shake. He did not know how long Calamity Luck Altar could last. At the next moment, Call of the Ancient might be interrupted. If that happened, then Longevity Heaven would definitely suffer a huge loss. Even though both sides were attacking and defending, Duke Long's explosive power had already changed the situation. Celestial Court had a slight upper hand while Longevity Heaven's side was at a disadvantage. Boom, a lightning path killer move landed on Duke Long's back. But Duke Long's body did not even tremble. The dust on his back dispersed, revealing his broad back. His back was already covered in purple gold dragon scales. Following the effects of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, Duke Long's body became larger and larger. It had already expanded to twice its original size. His dragon claws became sharper and sharper, his dragon tail became longer and stronger. His dragon horn was originally only a short segment, but now it was growing rapidly. It was already the size of an adult deer's horn. It was like a crown on his head. It was incomparably noble and majestic. At every moment, Duke Long was getting stronger. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan and the Northern Plains Goo Immortals who fought with him could feel it deeply. This is a monster. A Northern Plains expert said hatefully. Monster? Ha ha ha, we 7 Big Dipper Immortals love to deal with monsters. Right at this time, from the illusion of the river of time, 7 Gu immortals walked out. Ah! It's them. Bing Sichuan saw this and was surprised and joyful. These 7 Big Dipper immortals came from the Huangjin tribes. There were 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7s. They were people of the same era in Northern Plains history. During their era, legendary immemorial desolate beasts rampaged, causing the righteous path to suffer huge losses year after year. Thus, the Huangjin tribes gathered together and selected 7 people to train in the ancient battle formation, spending years to quell the rebellions, capturing immemorial desolate beasts and suppressing legendary desolate beasts, restoring peace to the superforces of Northern Plains. Ancient battle formation, 7 extreme desolation. In an instant, the 7 Gu immortals turned into a black gold giant with 3 heads and 4 arms. A huge metal wheel floated behind it. Immortal killer move, winged blade. The black gold giant's right arm was like a blade, creating a huge phantom blade light that slashed towards Duke Long. Winged blade had a great reputation. It was the publicly recognized #1 offensive method in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. It could even split the winds of assimilation. One could imagine its terrifying power. He dodged it? The purple gold dragon-shaped chi flashed. Duke Long suddenly appeared far away with a bewildered expression. At the next moment, he saw the dragon horn on his forehead slowly falling to the ground in front of him. At the crucial moment, Duke Long barely dodged the winged blade, but his right dragon horn was cut in half. Duke Long was moved. At this time, the black gold giant hooked its arm at Duke Long. Immortal killer move, immortal binding rope. This was the publicly recognized #1 capturing method in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. A purple gold rope appeared on Duke Long's body, coiling around his waist 3 times as he was pulled towards the black gold giant. Immortal killer move, winged blade. The black gold giant raised its right arm, targeting Duke Long again as it used its ultimate killer move. Duke Long gritted his teeth as he shouted. His body shook violently as he broke free from the immortal binding rope, retreating rapidly and dodging the winged blade. The black gold giant wanted to restrain Duke Long again, but Duke Long retreated rapidly as he spat out 2 sharp dragon fangs. The dragon fangs flew out of his mouth and expanded. They were like 2 peerless scimitars, flying and protecting him. It was a mortal killer move, spiraling dragon fangs. Spiraling dragon fangs were offensive killer moves, but Duke Long used them for defense. The black gold giant's 7 extreme desolations immortal binding rope was powerful, but once it trapped Duke Long, it would be cut in half by the spiraling dragon fangs. Bing Sichuan saw this, feeling bewildered and regretful. The original spiraling dragon fangs were only the size of an arm. To think that they are 2 doors now. What method did Duke Long use to raise the power of his immortal killer move to such an absurd level? A pity about 7 extreme desolation. Now that Fate Gu is close to completion, Call of the Ancients' power has fallen by a lot. If it was at its original level, Duke Long would have been heavily injured by that attack. 7 Extreme Desolation was an ancient battle formation. It was made up of 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7 Gu immortal experts. Each of them was an outstanding expert of the Huangjin tribes of the past. They were famous in Northern Plains. What was even rarer was that the immortal killer moves they had were the signature methods of their respective tribes. For example, Chanyu tribe's winged blade or Yi Lui tribe's immortal binding rope. With 7 Extreme Desolation's protection, Duke Long's attacks were obstructed. The situation was in a deadlock again. Calamity Luck Altar was temporarily safe, but Longevity Heaven could not destroy Heavenly Quartz Refinement Path formation no matter what. Heavenly Quartz Gu immortals had 3 layers of defense and 3 layers of defense. Northern Plains experts' methods could not even get close to the formation, not to mention charging in. 1 Gu Gu 1 1 Gu, Gu of Gu and 2, 1 1 1 1 Gu. It looks like a stalemate on the surface, but the initiative has already changed hands. If this goes on, Heavenly Court will definitely gain control of the situation. Bing Sichuan had a cold expression, but his eyes were still burning with fighting spirit. Northern Plains Gu immortals loved to fight. They had fought countless battles in their lives. They far surpassed the other 4 regions. Bing Sichuan was a rank 8-time path grade expert. It was even more so. He had experienced countless dangers and battles in his life. Even though the situation was getting more dangerous, it could not shake his fighting spirit. He was trying to find a way out. Invading Celestial Court is my Longevity Heaven's plan. We have thought about it and have countermeasures. Now, we can only contact Fang Yuan and the rest and attack from the outside world. Bing Sichuan immediately contacted Fang Yuan and the rest, giving orders. Luck path method again, they are contacting the outside world. Once Bing Sichuan made a move, several members of Celestial Court sensed it. Fairy Myrtle smiled bitterly, the highest profundity of luck path had always been in the hands of Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court could not stop Bing Sichuan's method. Emperor City. Fang Yuan had already used Yama Emperor's killer move, flying around in the sky. Intense winds blew past his ears. Li Huang and Qingyi in his vision were like a ball of fire, a black light chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pointed as countless Yama seeds flew out, obstructing Li Huang and Qingyi. Next, he charged towards the nearest Immortal Gu house. The Gu immortals inside the Immortal Gu house turned pale with fright, they quickly retreated. Fang Jing, quickly use that move. A Gu immortal shouted. Guyue Fangjing was inside the Immortal Gu house, he immediately took action. The Immortal Gu house shot out a blood-red light that pushed it forward, increasing its speed by several times. Fang Yuan missed. Using this chance, Li Huang and Qingyi attacked again, fighting against Fang Yuan. Western Desert's Gu immortals could not stand it, someone sneered, this is clearly a blood path method, the Great Celestial Court is of the righteous path, they are actually using a blood path killer move in front of everyone. Bullshit. The means of Zhongzhou state are unimaginable and have thousands of changes. How can a layman like you comprehend them? Western Desert scoundrel, you covet our central continent's riches, you even slander our righteous path, this is unforgivable. How could the central continent Gu immortals admit defeat, even though most of them knew about Fangjing's blood path methods? Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, Li Huang and Qingyi's fight made him feel like he was stuck in a swamp. In this situation, his best method was Great Thief Ghost Hand, he could use this move to destroy most of the Immortal Gu houses on Celestial Court's side. But Li Huang and Qingyi were fighting with all their strength, he could not find a chance to use it. And Western Desert's side was also very wary of him, they did not want to cooperate. Even though Fang Clan had colluded with Fang Yuan in the past, in this situation where everyone was watching, how could they dare to cooperate with Fang Yuan? Fang Clan obtained Divine Bean Palace several years ago, Western Desert's righteous path joined forces to create trouble for them, they had been living with their tails between their legs. Using the opportunity of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they finally reached an agreement with Western Desert's righteous path forces. If they cooperated with Fang Yuan now, they would be giving Western Desert's righteous path a new weakness, when they return, they would be pressured by Western Desert's righteous path forces again. This is not good, the final competition is probably coming to an end. Fang Yuan had participated in the Refinement Path Convention, he was familiar with the situation. Most importantly, why are those fools from Longevity Heaven not making a move yet? At this time, Bing Sichuan contacted Fang Yuan. Towards Fang Yuan, he would not use a commanding tone, but Bing Sichuan knew how to convince Fang Yuan. He told Fang Yuan everything about Longevity Heaven's invasion of Celestial Court, this was the truth, it could withstand any kind of scrutiny. Bing Sichuan did not hide or fake it, because he knew about Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment. These damned fools. Fang Yuan learned of everything that happened in Celestial Court, his eyes shined with sharp light, he gritted his teeth. He used Longevity Heaven to treat Bing Sichuan and the rest as chess pieces. Wasn't Bing Sichuan the same as well? Longevity Heaven had its own benefits, it confessed the situation now because it wanted Fang Yuan to stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. Inside Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven could only maintain the situation and delay the experts of Celestial Court, they could no longer advance. But as long as Fang Yuan destroyed Emperor City and ruined the final competition, Celestial Court's human path methods would stop, they would no longer be able to extract success Dao marks from infallible blessed land. Without success Dao marks, how could Yuan Qiongdu dare to repair Fate Gu? This was the only chance of victory now. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bone-chilling cold light. Even though he knew that Longevity Heaven was making use of him, such an overt scheme was for his own benefits, he had to do it. Activating an immortal killer move, Fang Yuan moved like a phantom, moving around the battlefield with shocking speed. Everywhere he went, Celestial Court's Immortal Gu houses evaded him rapidly. Because of Fang Yuan's existence, celestial court's immortal goo houses would often fall into chaos. Unfortunately, at such times, Western Desert's immortal goo houses would be heavily guarded by celestial court. Western Desert's goo immortals did not have the spirit to fight to the death, they could not charge in. Li Huang and Qingyi charged forward again, trying to hold back Fang Yuan. In the past, Fang Yuan would be forced to fight Li Huang and Qingyi at this time. Celestial Court's defensive line would have time to adjust. But now, it was different. Fang Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial year monkey again. Immortal Killer Move, Spring Scissors, Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan, be it Spring Scissors or Summer Fan, Fang Yuan attacked Emperor City below. This scene made Li Huang and Qingyi pale with fright. Be careful, old demon Fang Yuan is going all out. Quickly stop him. Li Huang and Qingyi's killer moves landed on Fang Yuan's body. Winter Coat Killer Move resisted them with difficulty. His rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. The immortal goo houses panicked. They used their bodies to block the attacks and protect Emperor City. Using this chance, Western Desert's immortal goo houses attacked. Fang Yuan ignored everything else. He used killer moves continuously, only attacking Emperor City. Winter Coat Killer Move could not hold on any longer. It broke with a crack. Fang Yuan's bones were fractured and his blood splattered. Fang Yuan endured it forcefully, ignoring the damage to his core immortal goo and his own injuries. He activated Winter Coat Killer Move again. But Winter Coat's core immortal goo was already damaged. Now that it was activated, its defensive power was far weaker than before. It was broken again and again under the continuous attacks. Eventually, immortal goo winter injury was too severe to recover. It was destroyed. Fang Yuan could not use Winter Coat anymore. He lost his main defensive method. Thankfully, the immemorial year monkey's body was extremely strong to begin with. Fang Yuan used all sorts of time path methods. It was better than nothing. Fang Yuan's disregard for his own safety had many effects. Emperor City was on the verge of collapse. The goo masters who were participating in the competition were disrupted and failed. What is going on? The whole city is shaking. The goo masters were shocked and uncertain. The Central Continent goo immortals inside Emperor City made their moves. Protect these goo masters. Don't let them lose their lives. These people are blessed by Central Continent's human path luck. They are people with great fortune. If many of them die, our luck will not be able to resist old demon Fang Yuan. It turned out that the Celestial Court's arrangements were also based on luck. Even though the Celestial Court did not have much confidence in luck path, they could use this stupid method to negate Fang Yuan's advantage in luck path. Battle opportunity. Fang Clan Immortals, the supreme battle achievement is right in front of us. Within the immortal goo house chicken dog coop, Fang Clan's rank 7 goo immortal shouted with bright eyes. Kill. Under the control of Fang Clan's goo immortal, chicken dog coop flew close to the ground as it crashed towards Emperor City. The attention of the Celestial Court's side was almost completely attracted by Fang Yuan. If Chicken Dog Coop used an immortal killer move, it would be detected and delayed. Celestial Court would return to defend. They would lose their chance. But at this moment, Chicken Dog Coop abandoned all methods and crashed towards them directly, using time to its limit. Oh no! Li Huang, Qingyi, and the rest were pale with fright. Undoubtedly, Chicken Dog Coop's timing was too perfect. At this moment, the Celestial Court could only watch as it crashed towards Emperor City. Even though they had a few immortal killer moves, because of the short preparation time, they did not have enough power. They could not stop Chicken Dog Co-op closer, even closer. The goo masters in Emperor City were still in a daze, while Li Huang and the other goo immortals had expressions of despair. The fatal blow was at this moment. Celestial Court battlefield. The front lines were in full swing. Duke Long led the Celestial Court Immortals to fight against Northern Plains forces. But the rear was very quiet because of the Qi Wall. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of the overall situation. She paid attention to all aspects. Seeing that Chicken Dog Coop was about to crash into Emperor City, Fairy Myrtle's heart tightened. Senior Jing Yuan, quickly save Emperor City. She instantly made a decision. She shouted with a trace of nervousness on her face. Old man Jing Yuan nodded. Fairy, don't worry, I have accumulated enough human will. My mission is about to be completed. Open. At once, old man Jingyuan's body shook intensely, immortal essence surged as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He cultivated human path, but he was only rank 7, the human path method left behind as a key to open the immortal aperture was barely enough. To him, every time it happened, it was a pain that surpassed his limits. But old man Jingyuan did not show any trace of bitterness. Right now, he had the blissful radiance of a martyr on his face. After the killer move People's United Hearts, the human path method left behind by an immortal venerable was activated again. Emperor City Battlefield. Crush them all. Fang Clan's Gu immortals laughed loudly with malevolent expressions. In their vision, Emperor City was getting closer and closer. As long as they destroyed it, it would be a shocking battle achievement. Not only would the Gu immortals become famous in the 5 regions, the whole of Fang Clan would benefit from this, their reputation would soar and they would become the role model of Northern Plains' righteous path forces. Good. Fang Yuan saw this and cheered internally. He had a premonition that as long as this collision succeeded, it would be of great benefit to him in the unseen world. Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, he had a keen sense of this. But his luck path attainment level was not high enough, he did not immediately sense the benefits of luck path. But right at this time, a change occurred. A misty white light flashed above Emperor City. This white light appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. For some reason, Chicken Dog Coop's ferocious aura vanished. Completely, even though it was still charging forward, it could no longer intimidate people. For example, the Chicken Dog Coop was like a battleship that rode the winds and waves. Now, it was like a broken boat that had no one steering it, drifting along with the waves. Then, under the astonished gazes of the immortals, the Chicken Dog Coop began to collapse and collapse. Countless fragments scattered with the wind. It continued to disintegrate, like an old house that had experienced countless years of torment and finally died of old age. Under the strong winds, it was being dismantled piece by piece. A large number of goo worms fluttered in the air, and at the same time, even more goo worm corpses fell to the ground. A moment ago, Fang Clan's Gu immortals, who had high morale and were ready to tear heaven and earth apart, did not move at all. Even the other Fang Clan Gu immortals were shouting at this moment. A bad feeling enveloped Fang Clan's Gu immortals. Soon, their feelings were confirmed. From the destroyed Chicken Dog Coop, corpses fell down one after another. They were the Fang Clan Gu immortals who were still alive and well a moment ago. How could this be? Fang Clan's Gu immortals gasped. They called out the names of these Fang Clan Gu immortals, but there was no response. What killer move is this? With just one attack, the entire immortal Gu house was destroyed. None of the Gu immortals inside survived? Even Fang Yuan's expression changed in shock. Even in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never seen such a scene. This was the foundation of Central Continent's celestial court. It was forced out by Fang Yuan and the Western Desert Gu immortals. After all, in Fang Yuan's previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable succeeded in defying heaven and infiltrated the depths of Celestial Court. Such a huge battle did not occur. Of course, it could also be that Fang Yuan's memories had some problems. After all, he had once been manipulated by Providence and became a pawn. He had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive many times. His 500 years of memories were not reliable. This is an immortal killer move, broken family and death. Li Huang's eyes shined, he was extremely excited. He looked towards the direction of heaven, thinking, it seems that over there, human will has already been accumulated. Realizing this, Li Huang's heart was filled with boundless confidence. His roar echoed in the silent battlefield, my fellow comrades, what are you waiting for? Celestial Court has already made a move, it is time for us to counterattack. That's right, let these invaders have a taste of Central Continent's might. Qingyi added. At the next moment, countless white lights started to shine in the vast Central Continent. These white lights were like dots and lumps of candlelight, there were billions and billions of them, they were like large dandelions, drifting with the wind and slowly rising, gradually filling the sky. What killer move is this? The Western Desert Gu immortals were uncertain. Fang Yuan had turned into Yama Emperor and used a soul path killer move to defend himself. Now that the winter armor was broken, Fang Yuan could only rely on another soul path defensive method. He was in the middle of a sky full of white spots of light. This scene also made him lack confidence. He probed carefully. But these white lights could not retaliate, they were like illusory shadows. Fang Yuan's probing had no effect on them. Even though this immortal killer move was grand and vast, encompassing the whole of Central Continent, it did not have any offensive power. Next, these white lights were like fishes or birds returning to their nests. They gathered and attached themselves to the Central Continent Gu Immortals. The white lights on the Central Continent Gu Immortals increased, but they were not bright. The light was warm and gentle, it was not blinding. This scene didn't just occur in the battlefield of Imperial Emperor City, it occurred in the battlefield of the Heavenly Court, the battlefield of Infallible, and various other corners of the world. This was the human path killer move, hope of the people, the unity of the people, the destruction of the family. This was primordial origin immortal venerables human path method. And hope of the people and the following move were the results of star constellation immortal venerables exploration of human path. Within Celestial Court, old man Jing Yuan shouted again. Human path killer move, heroes among people. The white lights on the Central Continent Gu Immortals started to weaken, while the auras of the Gu Immortals rose rapidly. Their auras have changed, what is going on? Seeing this, the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions were shocked and uncertain. So strong, such strength. The Central Continent Gu Immortals had a wondrous feeling, a brand new strength was surging in their bodies. This strength was so vast and surging, it was like a surging tidal wave that charged at their hearts and moved towards their limbs. All of their fatigue was swept away. Their minds were extremely clear, intense battle intent surged. This was especially evident on Li Huang, Fairy Myrtle, and Chen Yi. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Stop attacking. Observe the situation first. Western Desert's immortal Gu houses retreated continuously. The situation had truly frightened these Western Desert people. Fang Yuan squinted, but he attacked at this moment. He wanted to attack and probe. Son of Yama flew out, pouncing at Li Huang and Qing Yi. Li Huang breathed in deeply and laughed sinisterly. Verdant Sun's flame cloak expanded by several times, burning fiercely. Before Son of Yama got close to him, it combusted and turned into nothingness. Demon, take this. Li Huang attacked, while Fang Yuan blocked. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan's heart shook. This human path killer move amplified Li Huang's battle strength by at least 2 times. This was not a Dao Mark amplification. Dao Mark amplification targeted the power of immortal killer moves. Heroes among people targeted the Gu Immortal themselves. At rank 8 level, a double amplification was already very terrifying. For example, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move could create a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. This was equivalent to a double amplification. And this heroes among people amplified it by at least 2 times. What was even more shocking was that it was not just Li Huang, there were hundreds and thousands of Central Continent Gu Immortals, expectations of the people paired with heroes among people. This was the power of 2 rank 9 killer moves unleashed at the same time. Just like Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancients, Support of the Future, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer moves, expectations of the people and heroes among people, were not inferior, they shocked even the Immortals. An even worse situation appeared. Central Continent's immortal Gu houses also started to gather a layer of white light. Heroes among people's effect also extended to immortal Gu houses. This was because immortal Gu houses themselves were immortal killer moves, they were controlled by the Gu Immortal. Since heroes among people could amplify other immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses were also affected. Central Continent's side gained such a strong boost, it was even more terrifying than having twice the amount of reinforcements. When Gu Immortals fought, the more people there were, the better. Because Gu Immortals often lacked cooperation, the Dao marks of different paths repelled each other. 1 + 1 was often less than 2. If Gu Immortals wanted to fight together, they would usually control immortal Gu houses together, or act as the formation cores of immortal formations. But in this aspect, Gu Immortals were mostly used to provide immortal essence to repair immortal Gu houses and immortal formations. Compared to these 2, ancient battle formations had a huge advantage. Even though they had already been eliminated by time, they could fully excavate the Gu Immortals' own potential, they were very useful. Be it immortal formations or immortal Gu houses, they were all constructed and had fixed killer moves, so there were only so many methods. But ancient battle formations were different. The methods that Gu immortals knew could be used by ancient battle formations, and they were even more powerful and mystical. The ancient battle formation could truly combine the strength of many Gu immortals together ingeniously. This was also the reason why 7 Extreme Desolation could resist Duke Long and make Duke Long helpless. The 7 Gu immortals that formed 7 Extreme Desolation could combine their strength. 1 + 1 was greater than 2. From this aspect, the ingenuity of heroes among men was even better than that of perfect couples. Because pairs only created a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. But heroes among people directly amplified the main body by more than 2 times. The main body's strength was far more valuable than a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. The pressure increased. Western Desert's Gu immortals were forced to retreat by Central Continent's side. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Leave your life behind. Li Huang and Qingyi attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice but to retreat. Emperor City Battlefield. After a difficult battle, Fang Yuan started to see some clues. The killer move heroes among people was simply heaven-defying, but it was not without a price. The white light on Li Huang and Qingyi's bodies was decreasing rapidly. They were expended rapidly. But at the same time, the white light was replenished. The white light in the sky was like grains of sand in a river, seemingly endless. It gathered on Li Huang and Qingyi's bodies. Fang Yuan tried many times to break it, but to no avail. The weakness of this human path killer move is very obvious. Countless thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. They rained down like a storm as he thought rapidly. As long as I destroy the white light in the sky, it will be enough. Without the replenishment of these light spots, Li Huang and Qingyi are like water without a source. As long as the battle drags on, their buffs will disappear completely. But I have no methods to deal with these white light spots. Fang Yuan tried many times, but unfortunately, he did not have any methods that could deal with these white light spots. This was the domain of human path. Even though human path had always existed. In fact, because of, it was very likely to be the first path of human cultivation, but there were very few Gu immortals who could truly grasp human path. Throughout history, only those with shocking talent and unparalleled talent could have some understanding of it. These comprehensions were often piecemeal and did not form a system. At most, they would only be a small set of killer moves. For example, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient will follow, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's popular support, heroes among people. Fang Yuan did not have such methods. He contacted the Western Desert Gu immortals present, but they did not have such methods either. Throughout this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan's disadvantage was in the aspect of human path. If it were other paths, with Fang Yuan's deep foundation, he could deal with them. But he was very unfamiliar with human path. Not just him, most Gu immortals were unfamiliar with it. Thus, once human path methods were used, they would often have good results. For example, Longevity Heaven used Call of the Ancient, or Celestial Court used heroes among people. Looks like I have to comprehend more of and comprehend the profundities of the human path within. If we don't use humane methods, we will be at a great disadvantage when dealing with the Celestial Court. In the 5 regions chaotic war in the future, the various forces will have some human path methods. My foundation in this area is indeed very poor. Fang Yuan clearly understood this point. Fang Yuan's battle prowess was already very strong. There were many factors involved, but the main reason was that he had been doing everything possible to strengthen his battle prowess. In terms of battle strength, he was already at the peak of the current Gu immortal world. In terms of resources, Fang Yuan relied on plundering and the convenience of the sovereign immortal aperture to be self-sufficient. It could feed a large number of immortal Gu and was also a profitable business. But currently, he did not have the financial resources to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. He needed time to accumulate. However, Fang Yuan's shortcomings still existed, and there were many of them. He had quasi-supreme attainment level in refinement path and time path. He was a great grandmaster in theft path, blood path, strength path, transformation path, wisdom path, and star path were also not bad. But in poison path, dream path, space path, sword path, and others, he was clearly lacking. These were his shortcomings. It was even more so in terms of human path. Li Huang, Qingyi, and the rest suppressed Feng Yuan with the help of heroes among people. Feng Yuan was not willing to give up, he could only turn from offense to defense. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses turned to offense, surrounding the Western Desert Immortals and the immortal Gu houses controlled by Bai Ningbing and the rest. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses rose in battle strength, they were not afraid of these enemy immortal Gu houses breaking through. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. Soon. Song Qiyuan had a heated gaze, he stared at the rank 8 immortal Gu house Dragon Palace as he continued to refine it. The other rank 8 Gu immortals from Eastern Sea were doing the same, Qingyuan, Hua Kaiyun, Shen Songxing, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, and Yang Zihe. These Gu immortals were working together to refine Dragon Palace, trying to make it their own. Even though Dragon Palace was refined by Duke Long, there was no one controlling it now, and a portion of its power was suppressing Dizongxing. It could not resist the refinement of Eastern Sea's rank 8s. As time passed, Dragon Palace was gradually refined by Eastern Sea's immortals. Seeing that they were about to succeed, Eastern Sea's immortals became even more vigilant. Be careful, the worst thing is to fail at the last step. That's right, I have a bad feeling about this, but I don't know why. That's right, we attacked this place, but Celestial Court did not send any reinforcements. Don't worry, Celestial Court might not even be able to fend for themselves now. They can only sacrifice themselves to save themselves. I'm afraid they have given up on this place. Old Slade Bei Feng, go guard the cave entrance, kill anyone suspicious. If Celestial Court sends reinforcements, fight to the death. Shen Songxing shouted, he had already enslaved Old Man Bei Feng. Old Man Bei Feng lost his freedom, he could only listen to Shen Songxing. He sighed bitterly, he could only listen to orders. He brought Feng Chanzi away from this place. Feng Chanzi was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson, but he only had rank 6 cultivation level, his battle strength was nothing compared to the Eastern Sea immortals. After Shen Songxing enslaved Old Man Bei Feng, he also turned him into a Gu immortal slave. It seems that Brother Shen's gains are the greatest this time. Zhang Yin smiled. According to the alliance agreement, Dragon Palace was shared among the immortals, but Shen Songxing enslaved Old Man Bei Feng and Feng Chanzi. Forget about Feng Chanzi, the key was Old Man Bei Feng, he was a true rank 8. The only flaw was that he was heavily injured now, his battle strength had fallen to rock bottom. Shen Songxing was silent, he knew that he seemed to have gained the most, even though the others were calm and collected, they were still holding grudges. This way, Shen Clan had a new rank 8. When Old Man Bei Feng recovers, he would be someone who could break the balance of Eastern Sea. After thinking for a while, Shen Songxing smiled and said, it's just Old Man Bei Feng, so what? He is old, his injuries are severe, he will need to spend a lot of time and effort to recover. Compared to Dragon Palace, it is nothing. He tried to belittle Old Man Bei Feng as much as he could, at the same time, he wanted the immortals' attention to Dragon Palace. This Dragon Palace can actually suppress Dizongxing, and even enslave him. With it, when the 5 regions merge in the future, we will be able to resist the other 4 regions. This was to make the immortals feel a sense of danger, to remind them that I, Shen Songxing, and Shen Clan are your allies, the true enemies are in Central Continent and the other 4 regions. Let's take a look, according to my deductions, Dragon Palace should still have Dream Path Immortal Gu. Hopefully, Duke Long did not take it away. Shen Songxing said. The immortals were silent. Shen Songxing's words were logical and skillful, he dispelled the indignation in his companions' hearts with just a few words. Dragon Palace has already been subdued, what do we do now? Granny Rong suddenly asked. Once Dragon Palace is subdued, we will act together and help it suppress and enslave Dizongxing. After that. Song Qiyuan pondered. Celestial Court's reinforcements have not appeared, it shows how intense the battle outside is. Perhaps we can lend a hand and help the others. Even if it is Feng Yuan. That's right, Central Continent is the strongest among the 5 regions, we need to weaken it. Hehe, who said Celestial Court's reinforcements did not come? But at this time, a change occurred, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, Yang Zihe, and the rest suddenly attacked, attacking Song Qiyuan, Qingyuan, Hua Kaiyun, and Shen Songxing. How could Song Qiyuan and the rest of the 4 people expect that their companions who fought alongside them would plot against them? At once, they were hit and retreated while coughing out blood. Rank 8 Gu immortals had strong foundations, they had good defenses. Zhang Yin and the rest's sneak attack did not take any of their lives. But this was enough. Song Qiyuan and the rest were heavily injured, they retreated to the outer perimeter. Zhang Yin and the rest occupied the inner perimeter, guarding Dragon Palace. Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked and furious. Qin Yuan shouted, "Zhang Yin, are the 4 of you crazy? You want to take Dragon Palace for yourself?" Zhang Yin chuckled, "The 4 of us attacked together, how can it be considered taking it for ourselves?" Shen Songxing's expression was grim, "Don't forget, we signed an alliance agreement. The 4 of you attacked us, just wait for the alliance agreement's backlash." Yang Zihe's tone was plain, but his expression was resolute, "Even if we die, we will protect Dragon Palace, we will not let you take it." Hua Kaiyan frowned, saying softly, "Something is wrong." Even though Zhang Yin and the rest were lone immortals and rank 8 demonic cultivators, they were still Eastern Sea people. Even if they had conflicts with the leaders of super forces like Song Qiyuan, they were risking their lives to protect Dragon Palace. Their standpoint had clearly changed. "Why are you doing this?" Song Qiyuan shouted. Zhang Yin and the rest's lips curled up, showing a strange smile. Next, their bodies started to grow taller, their limbs turned into claws, their skin was covered in layers of scales, a pair of horns grew out of their foreheads, and their pupils turned vertical. Their appearances underwent a shocking change. Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked. Because of these changes, Zhang Yin and the rest became very similar to Duke Long. Qin Yuan was furious. "You actually abandoned your noble human identities and degenerated into lowly variant human dragon men? What do you know? Dragon men are the noblest, this is the trend of heaven and earth. Humans are destined to be eliminated by heaven and earth." Zhang Yin and the rest spoke one by one. Saying this, they shouted together, "We are the guardians of Dragon Palace, the 4 dragon generals." Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked speechless. Hua Kaiyan could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that all of this seemed like success, but it was a huge trap that Celestial Court had meticulously planned. "Precisely." Zhang Yin and the rest smiled calmly. Qin Yuan and the rest reacted. "To make us feel at ease, you actually allowed me to enslave old man Bei Feng, you truly have ulterior motives." Shen Songxing said coldly. "This was not our plan, nor was it Lord Duke Long's plan." Zhang Yin shook his head, he was clearly the leader of the 4. "Do you know, none of your actions escaped Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Ordering us to hide was also Fairy Myrtle's arrangement." Song Qiyuan's gaze landed on Dragon Palace again. "This means that this rank 8 immortal Gu house is actually an enslavement path immortal Gu house. It can actually enslave 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. Moreover, it can continue to enslave and suppress Dizongxing. Since ancient times, this is probably the #1 enslavement path immortal Gu house." Zhang Yin and the rest's expressions changed. Qin Yuan, Hua Kaiyan, and Shen Songxing looked at Song Qiyuan. They immediately understood that he had not given up yet. Even though they encountered such a shocking change, how could Song Qiyuan and the other rank 8 Gu immortal experts give up so easily? Moreover, even though they were ambushed and injured, they still had a lot of battle strength left. If they continued to fight, there was still hope. Ambushing rank 8 Gu immortals was not so easy. Most immortal killer moves, once activated, would have an overflowing aura. Thus, Zhang Yin and the rest did not use any terrifying killer moves. It was quite difficult for them to conceal the aura of their killer moves. Methods that could conceal the aura of killer moves were very rare. Currently, only southern borders Wuyong had it. Everyone else, even the members of Celestial Court, did not have it. Boom boom boom, thunder rumbled again. Song Qiyuan and the rest were not willing to give up, they fought with Zhang Yin and the rest. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Bai Song Shui brought Chen and retreated as they fought. Wu Yong and the rest attacked, trying to force her away from the formation and kill the 2 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Bai Song Shui was in dire straits and was surrounded by danger. The deities of Southern Frontier gave her a lot of pressure, especially Wu Yong. Any killer move's aura was concealed by him. When he erupted, Bai Song Shui was very wary. Even if Wu Yong didn't make a move, she still had to pay attention to this dangerous person. Put me down and go. Qianyi said. He was struck by the peerless move, farewell friend wind. He could not move and could only wait for death. At this moment, his sleeves, eyebrows, and hair were all disappearing. His limbs were not intact either. The terrifying power of farewell friend wind was about to completely eliminate his limbs and then spread to his torso. Thankfully, farewell friend wind was not contagious, it was only targeted at Qianyi, but Xianxia had the guts to protect Qianyi by her side. You think I want to save you? Bai Xianxia transmitted secretly. Qianyi was slightly dazed. He suddenly realized. As expected, Bai Xianxia continued to transmit, I did this on purpose, I pretended to be unwilling to give up on you and put myself in danger, it was to attract the attention of the deities of southern frontier, to stall for time for the people behind us, allowing them to set up more immortal formations. You are dead for sure, but you can still make use of some of your strength. Maybe I will die too, but as long as I can stall for time, it will be fine. For the celestial court, for central continent, for all of humanity, what a sacrifice. Qianyi was silent, he suddenly wanted to smile, at this moment, death seemed insignificant. Even though he was infatuated with power and authority, he also had the greater good of humanity. He was the same as Bai Xianxia, he was not afraid of sacrifice. If not for that, Fairy Myrtle wouldn't have promoted him to a member of the celestial court. But Qianyi didn't smile, instead his expression became more bitter and painful. He wanted to act, to cooperate with Bai Xianxia to confuse the deities of southern frontier. Let me make use of some of my strength in the last moments of my life. Qianyi was calm, he was not afraid of death. However, at this moment, a song entered his ears. In such an intense battle, who would still have the mood to sing? Qianyi was stunned, he was instantly attracted by the song. Like him, Bai Xianxia, Wu Yong and the others were the same. The song was ethereal and heavy, it seemed to be full of contradictions, it was very unique. At first, the song was like a small stream in the mountains, flowing slowly. Then, the stream seemed to turn into magma, it expanded into a long river, in the mountains, it was like a giant dragon wandering. At the same time, the mountains under the magma river turned into waves, swooshing, one after another, it rose and fell without stopping. The magma and the waves collided, they interacted and created a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds, they flew up as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the lightning pierced through the azure clouds, the immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds, their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times, they were in high spirits, at times, they were homeless. At times, they bent their backs, at times, they spread their wings and soared. In the battlefield, the battle stopped, everyone was immersed in the song, they forgot everything else. But the song suddenly stopped, the immortals quickly woke up. Qiqiu had a solemn expression, what song is this? It is so terrifying, we were all trapped in it, unable to escape. Qiao Zhikai had a pale expression, he had lingering fear, thankfully, the song stopped, otherwise, none of us would have survived. What song is this? Yi Haofang asked. A rank 8 Gu immortal walked out of the formation, he wore a red and white robe, he had an elegant demeanor as he smiled, this is my newly created destiny song. It was Feng Joga. Humph, destiny? Such arrogance. Ba snorted coldly. Unbelievable. This song of destiny actually saved my life. Qianyi cheered. He only had his torso and head left, but the farewell friend wind had already stopped and dissipated. Even though his injuries were terrifying, Qianyi's life was saved. The deities of southern frontier was dazed. Wu Yong's farewell friend wind was at rank 8 level. Feng Joga's destiny song used fate armor mortal Gu as the core, it was also at rank 8. You again. Wu Yong stared at Feng Joga. Last time, when he wanted to kill Feng Yuan, it was Feng Joga who protected Feng Yuan's life. This time, when he wanted to kill Qianyi, it was Feng Joga who stopped Qianyi's sacrifice. Twice in a row, it was Feng Joga who foiled Wu Yong's plans, and both times, they were crucial. Even though Wu Yong was a formidable character with a broad mind and could endure what others could not, he could not help but feel furious now. Feng Joga, you are truly a peerless genius. Wu Yong's eyes narrowed into slits, his voice was calm but bone-chilling like the wind. Come, use all of your abilities, I want to experience them. Saying so, a hurricane swept forward. This was Wu Yong's unlimited wind. It had been wreaking havoc in the battlefield. It was like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. This attack expended over 10,000 wind path down marks in Wu Yong's body. Unlimited wind continued for a long time. It was grand, pressuring towards Feng Jioge and the rest. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. Lord Wu Yong's might is unfathomable. I can only choose to hide for now. Baizang Shui was still dragging Chen Yi. It is about time, let's go. The formation behind the three of them expanded. With such support, they successfully retreated back to the formation. Once they entered the formation, Feng Jioge spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as paper. He was on the verge of collapsing. What happened to you? Baizang Shui quickly supported him. Feng Jioge smiled. His expression was ugly. His breathing was extremely weak. This destiny song of mine is just a rough creation. I did not even complete half of it. I had no choice but to use it this time. I suffered heavy injuries. Brother Feng, you risked your life to save this old man's life. This life-saving grace, this old man will never forget it for life. Chen Yi sighed. Right now, Central Continent is in chaos. The deities of Southern Frontier are coming. I saved you but also for the overall situation of Central Continent. Feng Jioge shook his head. Chen Yi looked at Feng Jioge and then at Baizang Shui. Thinking of their reckless actions, he laughed heartily. No matter how dangerous the situation is, with our fearless sacrifice and fighting spirit, Central Continent will win, Celestial Court will win. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle, who had been observing infallible blessed land from afar, let out a breath of air as she smiled. Feng Jioge, destiny song indeed. Fairy Myrtle knew about Celestial Court's Destiny Gu plan. Longevity Heaven also had ambitions towards Destiny Gu. Celestial Court wanted fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, Longevity Heaven wanted Fate Gu. They were both attempts against Destiny Gu. However, the one who took the first step was not these two super forces, but a Gu Immortal. Feng Jioge. Fairy Myrtle muttered. Even though she had always thought highly of Feng Jioge's talent and ability, she suddenly realized that she had greatly underestimated him. Chen Yi's sacrifice was a foregone conclusion in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. Because once Farewell Friend Wind was hit, there was no way to get rid of it. Unless they had taken strict precautions beforehand. But to think that this historical record would be broken by Feng Jioge. In history, there had never been a situation where Farewell Friend Wind was broken head-on. Undeniably, after Great Assimilation Wind, Feng Jioge had created history once again. Emperor City Battlefield. Waves of cheers resounded in Emperor City. The final competition of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended successfully. This meant that this place was no longer the Celestial Court's weakness. The Western Desert Gu Immortals who sensed this quickly retreated, trying to move elsewhere. They did not destroy Emperor City and the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Everything is over. Sigh, Celestial Court succeeded in the end. The Western Desert Gu Immortals were dejected, but it was not easy for them to leave. Central Continent's side was amplified by heroes among people. They did not want to let them leave so easily. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. He had tried his best, but there was nothing he could do. Celestial Court's methods were endless, he was unable to take them all in. In the end, Celestial Court's foundation was too deep, Fang Yuan could not compare. Fang Yuan's achievements were the result of his own hard work, he also had the help of many predecessors. Celestial Court and Central Continent were the same. It was not strange that they could defend against the attacks of Feng Yuan and the Western Desert Immortals. This was strength and foundation, it was the hard work of countless generations of Central Continent and Celestial Court members. Such hard work, be it now or in the past, was undeniable. Since this is impossible, I can only retreat. Fang Yuan thought. Li Huang and Qing Yi tried to stall Fang Yuan, but with Fang Yuan's methods, he was confident he could break out. Fang Yuan no longer had any thoughts of destroying Emperor City. Firstly, destroying it would not benefit the overall situation. Secondly, with the protection of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, it would be difficult to attack Emperor City again. But at this time, there was a loud rumbling sound. The earth split open, a huge earth trench extended from the south to the north, swallowing mountains and forests along the way. It was extremely fast. Coincidentally, Emperor City was right in front of the earth trench. Oh no! Protect Emperor City. This was out of everyone's expectations. Central Continent's immortals were flustered. They quickly took action to protect Emperor City. But heaven's might was unfathomable. The earth trench's formation was not ordinary. It was caused by the merging of the 5 regions and the unification of the earth veins. What kind of heavenly power was this? How could a group of Gu immortals deal with it in a hurry? Thus, Central Continent's Gu immortals could only watch as the earth trench swallowed Emperor City. Emperor City could not fly. It was huge. Once its foundation was destroyed, it fell into the earth trench and started to break apart. In this magnificent city, there were close to 1 million people. There were countless Gu masters. They were elites from all over the world. Especially in this assembly, Celestial Court had gathered many people with strong luck to resist Feng Yuan's luck. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were among them. There were also many people with similar luck. Quickly save them! Li Huang shouted. Ha ha ha, wishful thinking. Feng Yuan attacked. He was currently in Yama Emperor form. He could use Soul Path Killer moves easily. Feng Yuan had already seen Hong Yi and Yi Fan among the millions of people falling. Both of them were connected to luck. No wonder his luck had always been suppressed. Immortal Killer move, Luo Pasil. Immortal Killer move, Spring Scissors. Immortal Killer move, Summer Fan. Feng Yuan first used Luo Pasil before turning into the Immemorial Year Monkey and using 2-time Path Killer moves. No. In his haste, Li Huang could not block Feng Yuan's vicious attack at all. He roared in anger, but could only watch as countless lives died in Feng Yuan's hands. This included the small group of elites that participated in the final refinement path competition. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were naturally not spared. Feng Yuan, you are a rank 8 Gu immortal, you are actually slaughtering mortals. You deserve death for being so vicious and evil. You deserve death. Xianxia's eyes were completely red and filled with threads of blood, and they carried boundless rage as he charged at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's attack caused Central Continent to suffer huge losses. Xianxia knew that Emperor City was an important place in Central Continent. It used human path methods to attract and nurture countless human path elites. After generations of accumulation, it had extraordinary people. It could be said to be the greatest cradle of Gu immortals. After all, Central Continent had a sect system. It was different from the other 4 regions. Emperor City produced many talents, especially those with strong human path luck. As long as these people obtained enough resources and grew up, they would have a high chance of becoming Gu immortals. In the future 5 regions' chaotic war, Gu immortals would die frequently, and these people were Central Continent's reserves. They were the seeds of Gu immortals. Feng Yuan's attack killed almost everyone in the city. It also killed a small portion of Central Continent's talent reserves. It greatly reduced Central Continent's battle potential. With such huge losses, how could Li Huang, Xianxia, and the rest not be furious? They wanted to cut Feng Yuan into pieces. Once Hong Yi and Yi Fan died, a large number of talents perished. Feng Yuan felt a sense of relief. He knew that his luck path was starting to gain an advantage. After taking a final look at the falling remains of Emperor City, as well as the 100 corpses that he had killed personally, Feng Yuan rapidly retreated. Li Huang, Xianxia, and many immortal Gu houses chased after him. Demon, demon. He actually killed almost everyone in the city. Among them were my family members. Kill him, get rid of a scourge for the people. Central Continent's Gu immortals were filled with righteous indignation. They were filled with killing intent. Feng Yuan laughed wildly. Can you stop me? Indeed, they could not. Even though Feng Yuan could not do anything to Central Continent's people, these immortal Gu houses and rank 8 Gu immortals could surround Western Desert's immortal Gu houses, but they could not trap Feng Yuan's battle strength. Unless there was an immortal Gu formation or an immortal battlefield killer move. But how could they be set up in such a short time? Actually, even if there was an immortal Gu formation or battlefield, unless they killed Feng Yuan quickly, with Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment and powerful methods, he could escape. Zhou Xianxian's death was the best proof. Not only could they not stop him, Feng Yuan even had the strength to retaliate. Boom! With this attack, Feng Yuan almost destroyed an immortal Gu house. Guyue Fengjing was inside this house. He was covered in cold sweat. This immortal goo house quickly retreated and reorganized itself. Other immortal goo houses quickly filled the gap. Fang Yuan looked at this house with regret. Even though he did not know that Fang Jing was inside, his intuition told him that if he destroyed this house, it would be very beneficial to him. To him, Fang Jing's existence was a form of restraint and restraint. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. At this time, Bing Sichuan contacted him again. Bing Sichuan, you still have the cheek to contact me? Today's defeat is all because of you. Fang Yuan showed a furious expression. Actually, even though Central Continent's celestial court had its foundation, compared to the other 4 regions, it was still at a disadvantage. However, Central Continent's people were united, while the other 4 regions were scattered. They had their own selfish motives. Even though they had great strength, they were scattered all over the place. The truth was, the 4 regions were all holding back. For example, even though Eastern Sea sent many rank 8s, there were very few rank 7 goo immortals and immortal goo houses. For example, even though Western Desert sent immortal goo houses and a large number of rank 7 and 6, there were very few rank 8 goo immortals. Many experts like Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not participate in this battle. They had been staying in Western Desert. Bing Sichuan sighed bitterly. My side cannot hold on for long. There are many casualties, but we still have a chance. That is infallible blessed land. As it turned out, Celestial Court used human path methods to organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The goal was to give infallible blessed land countless failures, before extracting success Dao marks from it. Right now, Fate Goo had not been fully repaired, it still lacked the final batch of success Dao marks. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was completed and the final batch of success Dao marks were being prepared to be transported to Celestial Court, it would take much longer than the previous Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. This was because infallible blessed land had already become a battlefield. It was surrounded by layers of immortal formations. Even though these immortal formations resisted the attacks of the deities of Southern Frontier, they posed a certain difficulty in transporting success Dao marks. After hearing Bing Sichuan's explanation, Fang Yuan's mind became clear. It seems that infallible blessed land is our final hope. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he turned around and charged towards infallible blessed land. Behind him, Li Huang and the rest, as well as a portion of the immortal goo houses, chased after him. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Unlimited wind was like a heavenly pillar, it slowly moved horizontally, destroying the immortal formation of Celestial Court with a crushing momentum. The immortal formation shined with golden light, resisting with all its might. Wu Yong and the rest had grim expressions. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Chi Chi said solemnly, unbelievable, the enemy's immortal formation can be amplified. What kind of human path method is this floating white light? The essence of immortal formations were immortal killer moves, they were controlled by Goo Immortals. Goo Immortals received the help of heroes among people, the immortal formation's power would naturally increase. Wu Yong sacrificed his foundation to create this powerful killer move, unlimited wind, even though he still had the upper hand now. The results were much smaller than before. It seems that to break the formation quickly, we need to coordinate from the inside. We will leave the outside to unlimited wind, we will need to look for flaws from the inside. Yi Haofeng said with concentration. Ba Shirba pondered, but this is different from before. Earlier, we launched a surprise attack and caught Celestial Court off guard. Now that so much time has passed, we need to be wary of Celestial Court's reinforcements. Thus, we need to leave some people outside the formation. Everyone agreed with Ba Shirba's words. After all, even though unlimited wind was powerful, it was only a killer move. The move was dead, but the person was alive. Wu Yong's heart was heavy. He could not break the formation quickly, his plan to launch a surprise attack failed, he could only attack now. Even though Celestial Court's formation was broken several times, they might have lost some immortal goo, but they were not severely injured. Chinny had no hope of survival, to think that Feng Jioge would save him. Wu Yong knew that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They had to split their forces, one group would enter the formation while the other would attack from outside. But this way, they would not be able to gather their strength, the efficiency of breaking the formation would fall. If Celestial Court's reinforcements appeared, they would be easily taken down. Wu Yong sighed internally. Even though there were many disadvantages in splitting their forces, he had to do it. It would be great if my forces were stronger, but even though I became the Southern Alliance leader, I cannot mobilize more of Southern Border's forces. Being able to gather the other 3 rank 8s is already the best result. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. He immediately made arrangements. Qiqiu had the highest formation path attainment, he had to enter the formation. Wu Yong had the highest battle strength, he had to enter the formation to protect Qiqiu and attack from inside. As for Yi Haofeng and Ba Shirba, one cultivated transformation path while the other cultivated rule path, they could stay outside. After all, Celestial Court's reinforcements might be huge, it would be safer to leave 2 rank 8s behind. Just as the Southern Border Gu Immortals were discussing how to split their forces, a phenomenon occurred. Wu Yong's expression changed, he looked towards the north and said softly, "Someone is coming." There were quite a number of people, the 3 leaders were all rank 8s. One was an old man with a walking stick, he had a kind and amiable aura, he was the former first supreme elder of Northern Plains Zhao clan, the current South Desolation immortal with longevity heaven, Yao Huang. The other was dressed in a white robe, he had thick hair, he was tall and thin, he was the first supreme elder of Northern Plains Baizu clan, Heavenly Lord Baizu. The third was dressed in a tall crown, he had phoenix eyes and a golden cloak, he had an outstanding demeanor, he was the external elder of Gong clan, Prince's Impatience. The next few were all heroes among men, elites among immortals. There was Domination Immortal Chu Du, Toad Demon Immortal Nu Er Qian, Spear God Yuan Rang Zun, Wealth Devouring Boyan Yen Er Fu, and others. The Northern Plains Gu Immortals quickly gathered towards the deities of Southern Frontier. "Friends of Northern Plains, what is your intention?" Wu Yong raised his voice and asked. Yao Huang chuckled, "The enemy is here, I am willing to cooperate with you to attack Celestial Court's formation." Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. "What formation is this?" Wu Yong asked. Beside him were Yi Haofeng and Qiqiu, the 2 rank 8s, as well as a group of Southern Border rank 7 elites. Not far away were Yao Huang's leader, Heavenly Lord Baizu, Chu Du, and the rest of the Northern Plains immortals. After some discussion, both sides made a temporary agreement to work together and attack Celestial Court. But this was the first time they were working together, the agreement was rather loose, they were still wary of each other. But Wu Yong was already very satisfied. Northern Plains and Southern Border are working together, this is the first time in history. With the help of Northern Plains reinforcements, we are no longer in a pinch. Even if Celestial Court sends reinforcements, Ba Shirba and Prince's Impatience who are guarding outside will be able to hold on for some time, we will have enough time to react. Wu Yong thought to himself. Qiqiu, who was beside him, spoke, "This formation should be new, I have never seen any records of it." Wu Yong nodded, purposely saying loudly, "In that case, we can only probe the formation first." Someone from Northern Plains added, "It was Yao Huang." He held his walking stick as he smiled, "Southern Border allies, please wait for a while and rest. We have just arrived, our battle strength is still intact, we can probe it now." Wu Yong was immediately overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Daoist Bayuan's bravery has spread throughout the 5 regions. I will wait and see. If there are any changes, we will definitely do our best to support you." The Medicine Sovereign nodded his head. He then selected a general to head over to probe the formation. This group of Northern Plains Gu Immortals was specially arranged by Bing Sichuan. After Yao Huang learned of Bing Sichuan's orders, he gathered these people in the name of Longevity Heaven and brought them here. Earlier, Bing Sichuan had already controlled Calamity Luck Altar and led a group of generals to charge into Celestial Court. It was not that Bing Sichuan split his forces for no reason, but he had many concerns. Attacking Celestial Court was a huge matter, it had to be kept secret. He was worried that if they spread out and gathered too many people, it would lead to the failure of the surprise attack plan. Their tactics would be exposed prematurely, causing them to fall into a passive position and even suffer a great loss. Thus, Bing Sichuan only chose the few he trusted the most. It had to be said that his decision was correct. Because Prince's Impatience was a spy of the highest status that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains. Northern Plains' side was naturally led by Yao Huang. After the Celestial Court suffered a defeat, Bing Sichuan's first message was to contact Yao Huang, followed by Fang Yuan. Hence, the medicine sovereign knew how important this attack was. The Celestial Court's hopes of snatching Fate Gu were getting slimmer. It could be said that infallible Blessed Land battlefield had become the most crucial location. Only by destroying it could the Celestial Court's plan to repair Fate Gu come to a halt. This way, the Celestial Court would have to try to repair Fate Gu again. Dragging it out would also give the other 4 regions some hope. Thus, Yao Huang and the deities of southern frontier were very sincere in working together. Wu Yong purposely spoke loudly. Yao Huang understood his intention. He took the lead and expressed his intentions. Celestial Court was united, Central Continent's people were united, while Southern Border and Northern Plains cooperation was unprecedented in history. It could be said to be the first in history. Both sides did not let down their guard. In order to take down the Celestial Court's formation, both sides were willing to work together sincerely. Northern Plains side sent none other than wealth-devouring boy Nian Erfu. This person had the appearance of a child. He had peak rank 7 battle strength, he cultivated space path and was skilled in self-defense. This formation was not ordinary, it was like an underground cave. The cave was huge, the Gu immortals were like ants. There were countless stalagmites in the cave, some were hanging down from the ceiling, some were growing vertically like plants. The stalagmites were of all colors, they shined with a bright light. Nian Erfu carefully entered the formation under the immortals' gazes. He was famous in Northern Plains, he cultivated space path and dominated the battlefield. Not only could he protect himself in dangerous situations, he could also make huge profits and obtain wealth. Thus, he was called Wealth-Devouring Boy. But at this moment, Nian Erfu was extremely vigilant, he did not dare to be careless. This was the Heavenly Court's formation. If he wasn't careful, his white, shining flesh would be left inside. Nian Erfu entered the formation. As the formation activated, the surrounding stalagmites grew rapidly as rainbow light engulfed Nian Erfu. In the eyes of others, the underground karst cave created by the formation was like a terrifying beast opening its mouth. At this moment, it suddenly closed its mouth, and countless stalagmites and sharp teeth bit each other, wanting to trap Nian Erfu in its mouth and chew him into pieces. Nian Erfu was very alert, seeing something amiss, he turned around and ran. The rainbow light was very troublesome, it blocked his movement methods and even penetrated his defenses. This rainbow light is the exquisite 7 orifices formation, let's quickly attack the light and help Nian Erfu escape before it's too late. Chichiyu saw some clues and quickly shouted. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals attacked together, killing moves flying everywhere. With such a powerful help, Nian Erfu finally escaped the light's encirclement, returning to the Northern Plains group. That was close, if not for you guys, I would have died here. Nian Erfu said with lingering fear. Your face. Suddenly, Nu Erchan pointed at Nian Erfu with a horrified expression. What's wrong? Nian Erfu used his hand to touch his face, but he felt a hard piece of jade. You still fell for it. It seems that this formation is not a simple exquisite 7 orifices formation, there is also a jade stalagmite formation. Black Extremity said. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had 4 Desolation Immortal and 8 Extremities. Among them, Black Extremity was skilled in formation path, he had once used the alias Sun Ming Lu to harm old ancestor Shuihu. Chichiyu nodded in agreement at Black Extremity's words. This formation should be the fusion formation of exquisite 7 orifices formation and jade stalagmite formation. Then how do we break it? Wu Yong looked at the approaching rainbow light and the countless stalagmites as he urged. Chichiyu smiled confidently, if it was before, it would be very difficult to break this formation with just us. But now that we have Northern Plains help, it will just be a little troublesome. Right when Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals were working together, Fang Yuan was also fighting against Li Huang and Qingyi. This human path killer move is really troublesome. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Li Huang and Qingyi obtained the support of heroes among people, they chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. As for those immortal Gu houses, only 2 were chasing after Fang Yuan, the rest were either dealing with the Western Desert immortals or going to Earth Trench to save the Central Continent Gu masters who survived. After obtaining Bing Sichuan's information, Fang Yuan continued to move in the opposite direction, he was getting further and further away from infallible blessed land. It is time. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves as countless Yama children flew out. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Fang Yuan, who was in Yama emperor state, quickly transformed into a Yama child. He threw himself into the battle and confused everyone. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Li Huang shouted as he wore a cloak of fire that was burning with intense flames. You were hit by my investigative killer move, you want to escape with just this method? Qingyi was dressed in a white robe as he snickered. The two immortal Gu houses were still confused, but these two celestial court rank gates charged towards Fang Yuan's main body. Evidently, Central Continent's celestial court paid special attention to Fang Yuan's familiar face. They made preparations to restrain him. So troublesome. Without a choice, Fang Yuan flew into the sky, entering white heaven. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Form. Using this move, Fang Yuan quickly found a large group of black and white overturning clouds. Oh no, stop him. Destroy these overturning clouds. Li Huang and Qingyi had rich battle experience. They immediately saw that Fang Yuan wanted to use the overturning clouds to escape. Fang Yuan laughed, why don't you try and see if you can see through my true body? Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This was a killer move that fused ancient sword dragon transformation, myriad self, Yama child, Yama emperor, and familiar face. It was also one of the greatest improvements that Fang Yuan had made in modifying killer moves. As soon as the killer move was unleashed, countless pitch-black dragon-shaped soul beasts flew out with a loud bang. These soul beasts' claws, fangs, horns, and scales were all silvery white in color, and they constantly shot out dense sword chi. Tens of thousands of ghost dragons flew in the sky, some pounced towards the pursuers while others flew around randomly. Such a powerful method. After fighting, Li Huang and Qingyi's expressions changed. This killer move was a threat to them, especially the ghost dragon's self-detonation. It had great power. Not only did it contain the power of the soul beast's self-detonation, there was also sword chi that was extremely sharp. Li Huang wore Verdant Sun Flame Cloak but could not withstand it. After dozens of self-detonations, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak flickered as the fire weakened. Qingyi's situation was even worse. He blocked left and right as he thought in disbelief, how can this killer move be so powerful? This was natural. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer Move and Wu Yang's Unlimited Wind had the same weakness. And price. That was to permanently expend the Gu Immortals' Dao marks. However, Unlimited Wind expended over 10,000 Dao marks each time. Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon used 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. Li Huang and Qingyi were entangled. Fang Yuan's true body used this chance to enter the black and white overturning clouds. After going from white heaven to black heaven, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the overturning clouds and activated an immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core. A few breaths of time later, he vanished on the spot, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land's battlefield. To think that Infallible Blessed Land is here. Fang Yuan sighed. Since Bing Sichuan called him here, he naturally had to tell him the location of Infallible Blessed Land. This was not like the Stone Lotus Island or Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan could use a killer move to teleport here directly. Who is it? Fang Yuan's appearance immediately alerted the Southern Border and Northern Plains Alliance Army. Me. Fang Yuan shouted coldly. The Gu Immortal who shouted was sweating profusely. He felt immense pressure. Before Fang Yuan answered, he had already discovered it. He regretted his impulsive question. After all, Fang Yuan was a great demon whose name had shaken the 5 regions and whose reputation was spread far and wide. Fang Yuan quickly looked around the battlefield. The huge tornado that supported heaven and earth, Unlimited Wind, attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most. Next, his gaze paused on Prince's Impatience for a moment before sweeping past Ba Shirba and the rest of the Gu Immortals who were guarding outside. You are here. Chudu was heavily injured. He flew forward and welcomed Fang Yuan. Prince's Impatience and Ba Shirba looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. Li Huang and the rest had chased after Fang Yuan too closely. Fang Yuan finally found a chance to get away from them and come here. At this moment, Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest had not only broken the Jade Shoot Exquisite Formation, they had also broken 2 more. They were currently trapped in the 4th formation. Chudu had played an important role in the 2nd formation, but he was also injured. Considering that Fang Yuan was coming, he stayed outside to welcome him. With Bing Sichuan's arrangements, Northern Plains side knew that Fang Yuan would come to reinforce them. This way, the deities of Southern Frontier also knew about it. Fang Yuan had brought chaos to Northern Plains and Southern Border. The righteous path forces of these two regions had suffered at his hands. Northern Plains' 88-point Xianxia Tower was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Many of Southern Border's super forces were extorted by Fang Yuan. But now, they had to work together to deal with the Celestial Court. No matter how powerful the formation is, how can it block my path? Time is of the essence, I have no time to waste, move aside, I am going to self-detonate the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan nodded at Chu Du as he charged towards the formation, racing against time. Chu Du and the rest were overjoyed, they were waiting for Fang Yuan, they were willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan because of this. Fang Yuan had dream path methods. As long as he self-detonated the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and let the dream realm spread, he would be able to break the formation. Fang Yuan's arrival was soon known by Yao Huang and the rest. Yao Huang glanced at Wu Yong and the rest, purposely saying, "Oh, Fang Yuan is here?" Because of Yao Huang and the rest's warning, Wu Yong was mentally prepared for Fang Yuan's arrival. He had a ruthless nature, even though he had deep hatred with Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court was the true enemy now. Dealing with the Celestial Court and preventing them from repairing Fate Gu was Wu Yong's greatest benefit. Thus, for this benefit, Wu Yong could temporarily put aside his hatred and ally with Fang Yuan. Immortal friend Wu Yong is truly righteous. The medicine sovereign nodded and praised. Next, Chi Chuyu and the rest added, not just Lord Alliance leader Wu Yong, our Southern Border superforces are also willing to put aside our differences and resist the Celestial Court with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan killed many of the Southern Border Gu immortal captives for his own benefit, but now, the Southern Alliance immortals made the same choice for the sake of the big picture. This was their rationality, but even more so was the dangerous situation and the strength of the Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan not only informed Yao Huang and Fang Yuan of the actual situation of the Celestial Court, it was also passed to Wu Yong and the rest. This allowed the Southern Alliance immortals to have a clear understanding of the situation. There was no hope in the battlefield of Celestial Court and Emperor City, their only chance of victory was here. They had to seize every second to destroy the formation and stop the final wave of successful Dao marks from entering the Celestial Court. If that happened, the Celestial Court would have to hold another Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, go destroy this formation. At the same time, outside the formation, Fang Yuan had already sent several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies to attack. In the current era, Dream Path was not prominent, there were only some signs of it, but it had not truly developed yet. Almost all immortal formations, regardless of their rank, could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. Unless the immortal Gu formation contained Dream Path Gu worms and had corresponding Dream Path methods, they could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. But when the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies got close to the formation, a change occurred. Immortal Killer Move, Shattered Dream, Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. With two killer moves, Fang Yuan's Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body immediately shattered. It did not have a human shape and spread everywhere. Then, these shattered and spreading dream realms gathered again, forming a new Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique that attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted in surprise. He had never expected that the Celestial Court would have such a method. Although he had expected this moment, he didn't expect it to come so soon. But right after that, the sense of loss in his heart vanished without a trace, and he recovered his icy calm once more. His mind was filled with thoughts as he tried to think of a way to deal with it. You can actually counter me now, and you've also grasped the transformation of the Pure Dream Reality Seeker? Is it because Spectral Soul was captured and his memories were extracted? Fang Yuan was forced to retreat by several Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Even though he had many powerful killer moves, they were not effective against the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower, even Duke Long and Zishan Makoto avoided the dream realms. But thankfully, Fang Yuan had his own methods. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Time Path clone was inside the Light of Wisdom, deducing for him. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the killer move Shattered Dream to deal with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, he was very familiar with the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. Even for the Celestial Court, it was very unlikely for them to comprehend Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique transformation in these years. Thus, there was a high chance of extracting Spectral Soul's memories. Precisely so, Fang Yuan could use the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique killer move that he had already grasped to create a killer move that countered it with the help of the Light of Wisdom. The Time Path clone's deductions will take some time. Fang Yuan thought of a countermeasure as he flew into the sky. Several Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies chased after him, but a portion of them attacked Limitless Wind and the other Gu Immortals. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies self-detonated, Limitless Wind was greatly disrupted, its power fell rapidly. Prince's Impatience and the rest could only avoid it. Fang Yuan contacted Wu Yong at this time. His first sentence shook Wu Yong. Northern Plains Prince's Impatience is a spy of the Celestial Court. As Wu Yong bombarded the formation, he asked, "Where's the evidence?" "My words are the evidence. In this situation, I don't want this to happen." Fang Yuan immediately replied, "I don't have enough dream realms. I need to go to southern border to plunder dream realms and create Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies to fight. Quickly inform the Gu Immortals stationed there to receive me." Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies. He accused Prince's Impatience, even though he did not have any evidence. Just like he said, his words were the evidence. After all, everyone in the world knew that Spring-Autumn Cicada was in his hands. This secret was exposed. Fang Yuan had suffered greatly, but now, he gained Wu Yong's trust. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong did not hesitate. Since he was already cooperating with Fang Yuan, there was no harm in delving deeper. The Celestial Court was the true enemy. "Alright, I will send the message, you can go now." At this moment, Wu Yong had complex emotions. He had never thought that he would give the order to let Fang Yuan go. At this time, Qi Chiyu's voice resounded in Wu Yong's ears. "Good, I have comprehended this formation, quickly attack this place, this is the true formation core." Wu Yong was overjoyed. He tossed Fang Yuan to the back of his mind as he gave the order to attack the location that Qi Chiyu pointed out, destroying the formation core and causing the formation to become much more sluggish. Black Extremity Ming Lu looked at him with shock and admiration. Since entering the formation, Qi Chiyu had surpassed him time and time again. He had comprehended the profundities of the formation many times. He could not help but admire him. "Let's follow Lord Qi Chiyu's arrangements, we will help our southern border allies." Black Extremity put down his competitive thoughts and suggested to Lord Yao Huang. Yao Huang frowned and nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan easily got rid of the pursuers. These Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were inferior to Li Huang and Qing Yi. Using fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan returned to southern border and central continent, obtaining a large number of dream realms. With these dream realms, he created Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies again and charged at Celestial Court's formation. Right now, dealing with the enemy's Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies was only secondary. The most important thing was to destroy the formation and stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. Fang Yuan had never forgotten his true goal. But who could have known that any Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies that got close to the formation would shatter for no reason? They would be turned into other Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies that attacked Fang Yuan. Furthermore, in the battles between the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan's side also lost more than they won. All these situations made Fang Yuan realize, it seems that Celestial Court has modified the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Right at this time, Wu Yong sent a message. "Fang Yuan, continue to let the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies attack the formation. We have already found many flaws in the formation." Fang Yuan came to a realization. It seems that Celestial Court has not truly fused their dream path methods with the formation. Thus, every time they use their killer moves to deal with my Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, they would greatly disrupt the formation's operation and create flaws. These flaws were too obvious in the eyes of Qi Chiyu and Black Extremity. Wu Yong and the rest took the chance to attack and gained great results. But this way, Fang Yuan's dream realms would continue to be used by Celestial Court. The enemies would have more and more Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. It seems that I need to truly break the enemy's Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This was a problem that he could not avoid, he had to solve quickly. It was not that he did not want to enter the formation to break it himself, but Qi Chuyu, Wu Yong, and the rest were already inside the formation. Dream path methods were not useful, he was needed outside the formation. Fang Yuan started to deal with these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. At the same time, he sent a message to the others. There is another crucial point now, that is Celestial Court's human path killer move, who can get rid of these scattered white specks of light. No one answered. Eventually, it was Yi Haofeng who replied dejectedly, human path's specialty is in reinforcement, because human path Dao marks will not interfere with the Dao marks of other paths, they will not be interfered with. Unless we use human path methods, we need to be at least rank 8 level to have a chance of dealing with them. Yi Haofeng cultivated transformation path, he was especially skilled in reinforcing others. This was because he had a signature killer move, it was called human transformation. His honest words made Fang Yuan dispel his expectations in this aspect. If heroes among people could not break it, Prince's impatience was also a huge threat. But Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and the rest were not willing to expose this person's identity. It was very difficult to kill a rank 8. Instead, it was better to pretend that they did not know and focus on breaking the formation. Stopping Celestial Court's plan was the most important. As time passed, Fang Yuan finally made some progress in his deductions. He took some risks and successfully captured an enemy pure dream reality seeker physique body to research. This is actually a complete pure dream reality seeker physique body. It has been completely modified, it can truly be called the 11th extreme physique. Fang Yuan felt his gains were huge. He quickly modified pure dream reality seeker physique transformation and grasped Celestial Court's techniques. Their sides pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were immediately modified, as Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest worked hard, formations were broken one after another. Why are there more? Yao Huang frowned deeply. After one formation was another, it was as if Celestial Court had set up an endless number of formations here. Such a scene caused Wu Yong and the others to be unable to help but feel discouraged. Strange, why did Celestial Court set up so many immortal formations here? Don't tell me. Black Extremity hesitated. Qi Qiyu said solemnly, I understand, this is the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, this name sounds familiar. Wu Yong had a bad feeling. Qi Qiyu sighed, according to rumors, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable predicted Celestial Court's future problems, she set up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court and entered this formation, only escaping after breaking 100 formations. This formation actually only has one super compound formation, it can be formed by any combination of 9 subformations. The problem is, after we break one formation, Celestial Court can set up another formation at the center. As long as the speed at which we break the formation can't keep up with the speed at which they set it up, then this formation will be endless. Qi Qiyu's words made the immortals feel like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest were at a loss. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, it was specially made to deal with Limitless Demon Venerable. According to rumors, back then, Limitless Demon Venerable had to break 100 formations before he escaped. With their strength, how could they break through such a heavenly chasm? What made them even more anxious was that they had to make full use of every second they had. Time waited for no one, once Fate Gu was repaired, there would be no hope of victory. What do we do? Heavenly Lord Baizu frowned. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's work, no wonder. No wonder. Black Extremity realized at once. Qi Qiyu said with difficulty, even if we gather all the formation path Gu immortals in the world to break this formation, we will most likely fail. Furthermore, we have less and less time now. This formation path great expert, one of the leaders of the Southern Alliance who had been extremely useful since the start of the battle, was also thinking of retreating. Wu Yong suddenly laughed loudly. Alliance leader, why are you laughing? Do you have a plan to break the formation? Qi Qiyu asked in confusion. Wu Yong shook his head, even though I do not have a plan, I have already seen through Celestial Court's situation. Everyone, don't be nervous, in my opinion, we have overestimated our current predicament. Why? Think about it. Back then, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was personally created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals entered the formation to resist Limitless Demon Venerable. But they could not stop Limitless Demon Venerable from breaking the formation. Since it's a broken formation, then this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation has already been destroyed once. Even if Celestial Court has a deep foundation and repaired all the Immortal Gu. In the worst-case scenario, we are facing a complete and even modified 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the defending Gu Immortals are not all members of Celestial Court. In fact, there are not many true members of Celestial Court. Emperor City had Li Huang and Qing Yi, while Celestial Court had Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, Yuan Qiongdu, Che Wei, and Song Yan were all involved. The central continent was attacked by the 4 regions this time, forcing them to set up the 9-9 formation here. This shows that they have divided their forces and are short on manpower, so they can only defend passively. Wu Yong's eyes shone brightly. For a moment, his entire body exuded a peerless confidence and the elegance of a strategist. He continued, the most important thing is that they have already revealed their weak nature. Because previously, Chen Yi and Baizong Shui came out to fight my Southern Alliance Immortals and Chen Yi was almost killed by me. Everyone, if the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation is really unbreakable, why would Chen Yi and Baizong Shui take the risk? They are definitely stalling for time to set up the new Gu formation. Just our Southern Alliance's attack alone had already forced them to take the risk. Now that our Southern Alliance is working together with Northern Plains, we have a high chance of success. Even though the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation is legendary, it depends on who is attacking and who is defending. That's right, that's right. Haha, that's right, the urgent matter now is to attack. Celestial Court's defense is not that strong. I am ashamed, I was actually intimidated by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's reputation. Wu Yong's words raised the morale of the Immortals, their attacks became stronger and fiercer. Wu Yong smiled but he sighed internally. The Immortals here were all geniuses, they were intimidated by the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation not because they were stupid, but because the pressure was too great. Being Sichuan informed everyone of the situation, they gathered together and attacked the formation, trying to obtain the final chance of victory. But there were pros and cons to this, the Immortals here knew that the situation was dangerous. If they were careless, their side would suffer a huge loss and the Celestial Court would retaliate. This was Central Continent. They did not have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, even if they did, the Celestial Court would have corresponding countermeasures. Thus, it would be very difficult for the Immortals to retreat. For the sake of safety, they had to retreat now. The longer this dragged on, the more difficult it would be to leave Central Continent. Western Desert and Eastern Seas Gu Immortals are probably retreating already. After all, these 2 regions are in a state of disunity, unlike Southern Border and Northern Plains, we can gather most of the Righteous Path forces. Now, let's see if we can break the formation quickly and get the final batch of successful Dao marks. Sigh. Earlier, I was still hoping that Feng Yuan's Dream Path methods could deal with this formation. To think that the Celestial Court also has pure dream reality seeker physique methods. Is it because Spectral Soul was captured? I wonder who stopped Feng Yuan inside this formation. Wu Yong continued to make guesses as he considered the big picture. Inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Feng Jioga's face was pale but he had a smile on his face. Huang Er, good job. He looked at Feng Kim Hong with a smile, he was extremely gratified. The one who stopped Feng Yuan was none other than Feng Jioga's daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong stuck out her tongue. Father, I do not dare to claim credit, I was able to control Immortal Gu and use Immortal Killer moves because of the formation. Even so, you were able to resist Feng Yuan and make him fail, Feng Kim Hong, you have already made a huge contribution. Baizong Shui smiled. Chenny nodded, he looked at Feng Jioga before looking at Feng Kim Hong, like father, like daughter. Feng Jioga saved his life, while Feng Kim Hong was so talented, Chenny was filled with gratitude and admiration towards this pair of father and daughter. Celestial Court. The fierce attack had ended. Duke Long's heavy breathing gradually calmed down. He looked at 7 Extreme Desolation, which was covered in injuries but was still standing, he snorted in dissatisfaction. I did not destroy it in the end. Is it because of my injuries? According to common sense, Duke Long's battle strength rose sharply with the help of Heavenly Dragon's last stand killer move. He could definitely defeat 7 Extreme Desolation. Even though this ancient formation could be said to be the most powerful one in history. But what concerned Duke Long was his injuries. These were mainly old injuries. Not long ago, when Duke Long seized Dragon Palace, he was injured by many Eastern Sea Gu immortals. If not for these injuries, I would have already destroyed 7 Extreme Desolation. My estimation was slightly off. But after some time, it will definitely not be able to stop me. Duke Long snorted coldly in his heart. Earlier, he did not care about his injuries, but now, 7 Extreme Desolation appeared. Battles between experts were always decided by a single line. Even though Duke Long could already suppress 7 Extreme Desolation and change his initial passive state, he did not have enough advantage to destroy it. After a series of explosive attacks, Duke Long's attacks weakened, he started to move around. Bing Sichuan and the rest let out sighs of relief. Duke Long gave them too much pressure. Fairy Myrtle and the rest had complex expressions. More Celestial Court members knew that Duke Long did not have much time left. He was bursting out with the final glory of his life. It was like fireworks, dazzling for an instant. After this, Celestial Court would lose this legendary great expert. Suddenly, Fairy Myrtle received a transmission from Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle, how is the situation now? Fairy Myrtle quickly replied. Emperor City was destroyed, the mortals suffered huge casualties. Li Huang and Qingyi are rushing to infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Over at Hidden Dragon Cave, Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals are fighting intensely. It is very intense, Duke Long muttered before saying to Fairy Myrtle, very good, I was not wrong about you, Ziwei. Thanks to your arrangement of troops, we were able to hold all 3 battlefields. The natural calamity happened in Emperor City, it was not your fault. Duke Long praised Fairy Myrtle generously. He knew that even though he was in the limelight, he had to rely on a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle to hold the fort. Fairy Myrtle felt even more admiration towards Duke Long. She said sincerely, this is all thanks to Lord Duke Long for obtaining Dragon Palace. Who could have thought that Dragon Palace contained a rank 8 Dream Path Immortal Gu, Dream Token, it could enslave rank 8 Gu immortals. With Zhang Yin and the rest, our lack of manpower was greatly alleviated. And because Lord Duke Long suffered heavy injuries, he concealed the identities of Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the rest. This allowed us to plot against the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Otherwise, if these Eastern Sea rank 8s got to the 3 battlefields, we would be in huge trouble. Duke Long, indeed, I am also quite surprised by Dream Token's existence. He could not help but recall the scene of the battle in Eastern Sea. When Zhang Yin and the rest appeared together, Duke Long was slightly surprised. After all, these 4 were either lone cultivators or demonic immortals, they were all rank 8, they were prideful and did not interact much, they were not close to each other, they actually worked together. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was the following battle. Zhang Yin and the other 3 Gu immortals actually trusted each other very much during the battle. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was that after Duke Long defeated the 4 Gu immortals, Dragon Palace suddenly flew away. Zhang Yin and the rest returned, but they did not chase after the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, instead, they stayed behind to attack Duke Long. If they had their own interests and wanted Dragon Palace, why would they stay behind to deal with Duke Long? If they had a normal relationship, with Duke Long's battle strength, these 4 would definitely chase after Dragon Palace relentlessly. After all, Dragon Palace flew away in a shocking manner, there were still other rank 8 Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. And dealing with Duke Long was more like buying time for Dragon Palace. Refer to chapter 672 of this volume for details. Duke Long had vaguely guessed the true relationship between these 4 Gu immortals and Dragon Palace at that time. Only when he snatched Dragon Palace and refined it did he confirm his conjecture. Because he was prepared, he did not expose Zhang Yin and the rest. If they were exposed, they might not be able to keep the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals. The most important thing for the Celestial Court now was to completely repair Fate Gu. Thinking about it, Duke Long instructed Fairy Myrtle, we need to pay attention to Hidden Dragon Cave, we cannot be careless. The regional walls are gone, the 5 regions are about to merge into one. At that time, the earth veins of the 5 regions will merge, and because of this battle, everyone will be excited. Di Zongxing's battle strength will reach a terrifying level, he will not be able to compete with me. Duke Long naturally understood Di Zongxing more than Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle immediately understood the meaning behind Duke Long's words. The current battle situation could be said to be stabilizing. Infallible Blessed Land, Celestial Court, and Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield were all under the control of Celestial Court. Infallible Blessed Land battlefield, Li Huang, Qingyi, and a group of immortal Gu houses were about to arrive. The only change was in Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. Duke Long was not worried about Dragon Palace changing owners, he had placed Dragon Palace there as a trap. When Dragon Palace was first designed, it had to be controlled by a Dragon Man. It was impossible to bypass this point, unless the Dragon Palace was demolished. Ordinary transformation path methods would not be effective. Duke Long was worried that Dragon Palace would destabilize and release Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing hated the Celestial Court and Duke Long to the extreme. Now that his strength had risen, he would definitely take revenge. Duke Long did not have long to live, but Di Zongxing had an undying body. Infallible Blessed Land battlefield. A hurricane that resembled a heavenly pillar swept up endless winds and waves, suppressing Celestial Court's formation. Princes Impatience and Ba Shirba, who were guarding outside, stared at the boundary of heaven and earth. There, 2 rays of light tore through the sky, revealing the figures of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. They were Li Huang and Qingyi. We finally arrived. That's right, it is not too late. Li Huang and Qingyi arrived together. Where is that scoundrel Fang Yuan? Li Huang's eyes flickered with orange-red light as he investigated. He was filled with resentment towards Fang Yuan. Earlier, when Fang Yuan retreated, he purposely chose the opposite direction of Infallible Blessed Land, luring Li Huang and the rest far away. Next, Fang Yuan found an opportunity and used fixed immortal travel, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land, throwing Li Huang and the rest far away from his mind. Central Continent's Celestial Court did not have beacon towers, Li Huang and Qingyi had no choice but to rush to Infallible Blessed Land. He should have already entered the array, Clear Night replied. His gaze swept across the array, and then he stared at Unbounded Wind. This killer move is very strong. It is a huge threat to our formation, we need to eliminate it first. This Wu Yong has such a killer move and farewell friend Wind, if possible, we need to kill him this time. If he returns to southern border, he will be a huge threat to our Celestial Court. Li Huang and Qingyi quickly discussed before changing directions, charging towards Unlimited Wind. Princes Impatience and Ba Shirba had already sensed it, they rushed over. Go! Princes Impatience shouted, waving his sleeves as hundreds of lumps of fire flew out. You want to attack me with fire? Laughable. Li Huang sneered, he did not dodge, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was burning on his body. Princes Impatience's flames landed on Li Huang, they did not cause any damage to him, instead, they increased the power of Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Princes Impatience's expression did not change, he pointed at Li Huang. Whoosh! The flames on Li Huang's body suddenly turned purple. The purple flames seeped into the orange-red Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, breaking down Li Huang's defensive killer moves. Li Huang's expression changed. Princes Impatience didn't seem to want to give him time to react and pounced forward. The 2 of them fought high up in the sky, causing raging flames to blaze and scorch the heavens and the earth. The temperature of the battlefield rose rapidly. Ba Shirba watched Princes Impatience's battle and thought to himself, this Princes Impatience is still putting on an act. He really hit it well. On Fang Yuan's side, Princes Impatience and Ba Shirba remained outside the formation. Ba Shirba had already learned of the identity of the Princes Impatience through Wu Yong, but he had refrained from revealing it for now. Like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan had expected, unless it was necessary, the Princes Impatience did not want to expose his identity. In fact, if possible, the Celestial Court was willing to make some sacrifices to conceal the identity of the Princes Impatience. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, he would be even more useful. Princes Impatience and Li Huang were both Fire Path rank 8s, the 2 fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The sky turned red, rivers dried up, the ground cracked, clouds evaporated, countless living beings fled. Ba Ba and Qingyi cultivated Rule Path and Dark Path respectively. Even though their fight was not as grand as the one between Princes Impatience and Li Huang, it was more dangerous and ruthless. Li Huang naturally knew the true identity of the Prince's Impatience. No matter how big the commotion was, it was just an act. Ba Ba and Qingyi were true enemies. Ba Ba let out a series of strange howls as rays of profound light slashed and stabbed at Qingyi's body like blades. 3 consecutive strikes, 4 consecutive strikes, 5 consecutive strikes. Every ray of profound light was equal in power, but when it hit Qingyi, the damage would increase exponentially. This was the consecutive strike technique that Ba Ba had cultivated for his entire life. This Rule Path supplementary killer move could increase the power of other immortal killer moves rapidly. The prerequisite was that Ba Ba only used this killer move and did not switch to other methods. Qingyi was forced to retreat, his forehead was covered in sweat. I cannot let him continue. Once he hits 18 consecutive strikes, my defensive methods will not be able to resist him. Qingyi activated an immortal killer move, his body suddenly dissipated, turning into a dark veil. In the sky, a large amount of ink seemed to be dripping down, spreading continuously. Ba Ba saw this and hesitated. This is likely Qingyi's signature killer move, Great Night Covering Heaven. Both sides had good information. Ba Ba and Qingyi had some understanding of each other. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield killer move, but it was quite special. Ordinary immortal battlefield killer moves would be activated after some time. But Great Night Covering Heaven was different. It would expand continuously, its range would gradually increase. In theory, this move had no limit. As long as Qingyi had enough time, he could even spread this immortal battlefield killer move to the whole of White Heaven. Ba Ba retreated rapidly. He thought about it and chose to avoid it. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield. If Ba Ba entered, his Rule Path would be weakened by the Dark Path environment. Of course, the main reason was Prince's Impatience. Ba Ba knew that Prince's Impatience was a traitor. If he entered the immortal battlefield, the outside world would not be able to see what happened. Celestial Court's side might include Li Huang and Prince's Impatience in their killer moves to deal with Ba Ba secretly. By then, Ba Ba would have to fight 3 of them alone. It would be dangerous. The battle between the 2 rank 8s fell into a temporary stalemate. A moment later, several immortal goo houses appeared in the sky. Among them were Frost Dragon Manor and Wind Sweeping Building. These immortal goo houses were originally defending Emperor City. Now that the battle was over, the immortal goo houses carried many goo immortals as they came to reinforce them. Frost Dragon Manor was at the front. A blue light flashed around the manor. The light condensed into the shape of a hornless dragon. It was a hornless dragon. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and spat out countless hailstones that attacked Ba Ba. Ba Ba's speed was greatly slowed. He snorted coldly and gave up on Qingyi, using his killer move to attack Frost Dragon Manor. Boom boom boom, Frost Dragon Manor continued to get hit. The walls started to crack and tiles were sent flying. With great difficulty, a second faint blue hornless dragon was formed and entangled with the first one, coiling around the Frost Dragon Manor. Frost Dragon Manor's defense rose sharply. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and spat out pieces of shattered profound light. This immortal goo house has the ability to dissipate the damage of my killer move. Ba Ba's expression was grim, seeing that he could not destroy this immortal goo house in a short period of time. If he continued fighting, he would be trapped by the killer move Great Night Covering Heaven. He wisely retreated and pulled some distance. At this time, Wind Sweeping Building also entered the battlefield. It did not help Qingyi or Li Huang. It went into the boundless wind that was like a heavenly pillar. Good wind, give me some time, I can make use of this wind. The current Wind Sweeping Building Lord laughed heartily. Under Wind Sweeping Building's interference, the power of the boundless wind started to weaken. One after another, immortal goo houses entered the battlefield. Fang Yuan's side was getting more and more dangerous. Hold on, we are coming. At the crucial moment, several holes appeared in Celestial Quartz formation as several immortal goo houses flew out. Southern Borders Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Great Space Temple, Bay Pavilion, Unfixed Manor, as well as Northern Plains Finger Seal Bridge, Ape Demon Hall, and Yang Building. With the help of these 7 immortal goo houses, Ba felt the pressure on him decrease greatly. Both sides fought in a chaotic battle. immortal goo houses rampaged and killer moves collided, fireworks were produced time and time again. At once, the battlefield outside the formation fell into a deadlock. Inside the formation, Wu Yong and the rest had grim expressions. Even though they created a hole in the formation in time and sent out the immortal goo houses, stabilizing the situation outside, Wu Yong and the rest had already used their trump cards. The situation was getting more and more disadvantageous. Prince's impatience was a problem. Celestial Court also could not be relied on. It all depended on whether Feng Yuan and the rest could break the formation quickly. At our current speed, our chances of victory are getting slimmer. Feng Yuan sighed, asking, "Can Tao Zhu's 5 regions' true inheritance target the formation?" Back then, he had purposely set up a trap in the 5 regional mountain range to harm southern border and Celestial Court's Gu immortals. In the end, during the battle, because Wu Yong destroyed the entire 5 regional mountain range, he accidentally drew out Tao Zhu's will and obtained the opportunity to inherit the 5 regions' true inheritance. Feng Yuan had no choice but to retreat at that time. The 5 regions' true inheritance fell into the hands of the deities of southern frontier. According to Feng Yuan's deductions, the 5 regions' true inheritance should be able to simulate the 5 regional walls. And inside the 5 regional walls, Gu immortals would be suppressed. Any immortal killer moves they used would suffer backlash. Be it immortal Gu houses or immortal formations, they were all immortal killer moves in essence. Feng Yuan thought about it. If he could use the methods of the 5 regions' true inheritance to deal with Celestial Court's formation, it might be effective. Wu Yong and Qiqiyu looked at each other. The former said, "I obtained the 5 regions' true inheritance. The true inheritance does have the method to create the 5 regional walls." But Qiqiyu continued, "But this method requires the use of earth veins and a formation to be set up. It is very troublesome and time-consuming." Back then, Tao Zhu was able to create the 5 regional mountain range by using earth veins and the formation. After Feng Yuan left the battlefield, Wu Yong obtained the 5 regions' true inheritance, but found that the essence of it was the 5 regional formation. Wu clan did not specialize in formation path. Wu Yong cooperated with Qiqiyu. Thus, Qiqiyu already knew about the profundity of the 5 regional formation. Do we really need to use earth veins to set up the 5 regional formation? Feng Yuan frowned. Wait, I heard that not long ago, Ho clan's Gu immortals obtained a wild earth vein immortal Gu from Earth Trench. If we have this Gu, can it replace earth veins? The immortals heard this and became energized. Wu Yong and Qiqiyu looked at each other again. They sighed at Feng Yuan's quick-wittedness. Qiqiyu shook his head. "To speak the truth, I have already transacted with Ho clan and obtained Earth Vein Immortal Gu. But to replace the Earth Vein and insert Earth Vein Immortal Gu, I need to modify the 5 regional formation. Even though I have been working hard and made some progress, I am still far from success. Gu immortals often took years to modify an immortal killer move." Even though Qiqiyu had high formation path attainment level, his wisdom path methods were not good. Even though he made progress, it was not much. Infallible blessed land battlefield. What are they doing? Chenyi was the first to notice Feng Yuan and the rest. Feng Jioge's expression was still pale. He observed for a while before frowning. They are actually setting up a formation. Formation within a formation? Bai Tsang Shui snorted coldly. They are underestimating us too much. Setting up a formation within a formation was extremely difficult. Especially when setting up a formation within an enemy's formation, it was even more difficult. Different from immortal Gu houses, immortal formations had requirements for the surrounding environment. The surrounding natural Dao marks would affect the immortal formation greatly. Celestial Court's side naturally would not let Feng Yuan and the rest get what they wanted. They immediately activated the formation as waves of attacks pounced on the newly set up formation base. Don't even think about it. With us here, you can set up the formation without worry. Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest stood around the formation base, blocking Celestial Court's attacks. Inside the formation base, Qiqiyu, Black Extremity, and Feng Yuan worked together to set up the formation urgently. 360 Fire Crow Gu have been set up. Black Extremity wiped the sweat off his forehead. We still need 44 rank 5 single blade Gu. When will they be delivered? Qiqiyu called out, contacting the Gu immortals. Jewel Yellow Skies became the best channel. Feng Yuan's body shook slightly. The immortal Gu in his hands rained down like a storm, crackling noises could be heard. After a few breaths of time, he let out a breath of air, stopping his actions. Rank 6 Flash Chain Immortal Goo has been set up. Chi-Chu-Yu and Black Extremity quickly glanced at him, thinking, unbelievable. This Fang Yuan's wisdom path and formation path attainment is actually so deep. Not only can he deduce and modify a new 5 regional formation in such a short time, his method of setting up the immortal formation is also so smooth. Fang Yuan's formation path was at the Grandmaster level. Although he was not as good as Chi-Chu-Yu and Black Extremity, he was very experienced in setting up formations. Self-cleansing Immortal Goo Formation, Omnidirectional Travel Ancient Battle Formation, Dragon Scale Seafood Path Immortal Formation, Coiling Thread Goo Formation, Blood Red Immortal Essence Formation, Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation, Flood Discharge Formation, Self-Will Heaven Sealing Formation, as well as Your Essence Pool, which was also an immortal formation in essence. He had set them up personally. As such, even though it was his first time setting up the 5 Realms formation, he wasn't nervous at all and was very familiar with it. If I set up the formation alone, the time will be delayed. But with Chi-Chu-Yu and Black Extremity working together, they could quickly set up the 5 World Grand Formation. Quick! 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 Fang Yuan's concentration was on full alert. He was racing against time. Celestial Court Battlefield. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the rest have already rushed to the infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Wu Yang's unlimited wind was suppressed by wind-sweeping building. The identity of the prince's impatience was not exposed. But Fang Yuan and the rest have started to set up a formation within a formation. Their intentions are unknown. Furthermore, our reinforcements are about to arrive at Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. Fairy Myrtle reported to Duke Long. Duke Long fought as he replied, even though the identity of the prince's impatience has not been exposed, we cannot rule out the possibility that Fang Yuan knows about it but did not report it. We need to pay attention to this, tell Chen Yi and the rest to pay attention to the situation and reinforce the prince's impatience at any time. Fairy Myrtle, yes. Knowing that the situation was still within their control, Duke Long focused his mind and looked at 7 Extreme Desolation again. It is about time. Duke Long clenched his dragon claws as he sensed the surging strength in his body. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. After using this killer move, his lifespan could only decrease and not increase. At the same time, Duke Long's battle strength was getting stronger and stronger. In just a short while, Duke Long's battle strength rose by leaps and bounds, reaching an unheard of level. Roar, with a dragon roar, purple-gold dragon-shaped chi burst out. Boom! 7 Extreme Desolation had no time to react. It only saw Duke Long's figure suddenly vanish in the air before his entire body shot out like a meteor. An unparalleled force surged towards it. It was simply unblockable. 7 Extreme Desolation was sent flying before crashing into the chi wall. Countless cracks appeared on the giant's body. Damn it, his speed increased again. Our investigative killer moves were completely nullified by Duke Long. We simply cannot find his traces. If this continues, we will be too passive. How long has it been? But Duke Long's battle strength has already started to suppress us. In that case, let's use offense as defense and continue to use killer moves to bombard the surroundings. We will eventually be able to hit Duke Long. After the 7 Big Dipper Immortals finished their discussion, the 7 Extreme Desolation giant raised its head and was about to step into the battlefield again. Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the giant. Still want to stand up? Duke Long laughed sinisterly, his sturdy body slammed down with his right dragon claw. Boom! Compared to the 7 Extreme Desolation giant, the dragon claw was tiny like an ant, but it caused huge damage to the 7 Extreme Desolation giant. Air waves surged as the 7 Extreme Desolation giant's entire head was smashed. The headless giant was ruthlessly smashed into the ground by the immense force, creating a human-shaped crater. At once, smoke and dust surged, rocks flew everywhere, the sky shook and the earth shook. Duke Long hovered in the air as he slowly retracted his right claw. He let out a satisfied groan. Strength, a brand new strength surged through Duke Long's body again, stimulating his muscles to expand even more. His bones grew rapidly, his dragon scales became even thicker and larger, his dragon horns were like a crown, they became even more ferocious at this moment, sharp spikes extended in all directions. Duke Long's entire body expanded once again. He had already surpassed the height of a normal person. The roof of a thatched hut only reached his waist. His purple long hair was originally soft and elegant, reaching his waist, but now, every strand of hair was hard and sturdy, reaching all the way to his feet. Purple gold lightning flickered incessantly in his hair. Behind him, his dragon tail became even longer. It was less than 10 feet long, but now it was dozens of feet long. Duke Long, die. A Northern Plains rank 8 suddenly appeared behind Duke Long. He was determined to succeed. The killer move that he had prepared for a long time was about to land on Duke Long's back. Slap. At that instant, Duke Long's dragon tail swung, sending this sneak attacking rank 8 Northern Plains Gu Immortal flying. Guh. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal coughed out blood, his spine was broken, his organs were displaced, and the worst part was the backlash of the immortal killer move. He fell into a state of near death. At the next moment, 3 Northern Plains Gu Immortals attacked at the same time. 3 killer moves landed on Duke Long's body. Hit. But at the next moment, these 3 Northern Plains Gu Immortals' joyful expressions froze on their faces. When the dust settled, Duke Long was still standing. Purple gold dragon scales had already covered his entire body, shining with a metallic luster. There was not even a trace of injury. This? The 3 of us had clearly planned this. These 3 moves worked together to increase their power. What kind of defense is this? The 3 Northern Plains Gu Immortals were shocked. They felt something amiss and quickly retreated. Are you scratching an itch for me? Duke Long slowly turned around. His indifferent dragon eyes looked at the 3 retreating Northern Plains Gu Immortals. The 3 Gu Immortals immediately felt a strong sense of danger, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. They felt like they were suffocating. Duke Long, don't leave, we are your opponents. The 7 Extreme Desolation Giant got a chance to catch its breath and stood up again. Its head that was smashed earlier had already recovered by more than half. Humph, Big Dipper 7 Immortals, you can no longer stop me. Duke Long smiled coldly. He glanced at 7 Extreme Desolation before focusing his gaze on Calamity Luck Altar. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient Killer move landed on Calamity Luck Altar. As long as it continued to attack Calamity Luck Altar and caused a certain amount of damage, Call of the Ancient would definitely collapse. Without the interference of these historical Northern Plains experts, the Celestial Court members immediately had the advantage in numbers. Longevity Heaven could no longer retaliate. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's forehead was filled with cold sweat. Damn it, Fate Gu has recovered again. The Northern Plains experts formed by Call of the Ancient have lost a lot of their battle strength. On the other hand, the Celestial Court members are being amplified by this human path killer move. Most importantly, Duke Long is unstoppable. His battle strength has already far surpassed the limits of rank 8, even if human path killer moves do not help him. While he was thinking, Duke Long defeated 7 Extreme Desolation again. After getting rid of the entanglement, Duke Long charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Huff. Bing Sichuan let out a breath of turbid air as his eyes shined with determination. The final gamble is at this moment. Boom! Calamity Luck Altar suddenly shot out an intense light that shone like the sun. Almost all the Gu Immortals in the battlefield had to close their eyes. Even Duke Long had to squint his eyes into slits. He was puzzled. Bing Sichuan is activating Calamity Luck Altar's method so crazily. Isn't he afraid of interfering with Call of the Ancient? Call of the Ancient was placed on Calamity Luck Altar. This time Path Method and Luck Path Killer move mutually restricted each other. In order to maintain Call of the Ancient, Calamity Luck Altar had not truly used all of its abilities. Now that Bing Sichuan activated it, it was surprising. The intense light of Luck Path temporarily obstructed everyone. Calamity Luck Altar was like a ferocious beast that was released from its cage as it charged towards the Refinement Path formation. Quick, stop him! Fairy Myrtle shouted in shock. Duke Long was shocked to find that Call of the Ancient was still being used. That phantom image of the River of Time was already imprinted on the battlefield. Even though it was dissipating, the speed was extremely slow. Evidently, it could be maintained for a long time. Red Lotus. At once, Duke Long was shocked and furious. He realized that he had fallen into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's trap. His understanding of Call of the Ancient came from the corresponding support of the future killer move. Back then, when he fought with Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he attacked Red Lotus several times and destroyed support of the future killer move. Master, good method, you actually saw through this move's weakness. In his memories, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had blood flowing out of his mouth, but he was still smiling, his eyes were shining brightly. This evil disciple is doing it on purpose. And this being Sichuan, he is so cunning, he could have moved freely but he chose not to use it. Duke Long was furious, this happened too suddenly, he could not stop it in time. Calamity Luck Altar had been preparing for a long time, it erupted with terrifying might. Under the amplification of heroes among people, Celestial Court's members suppressed the Northern Plains Immortals. Unknowingly, their tight defensive line had loosened up. Seeing Calamity Luck Altar charging over, several Celestial Court members did not dodge, they activated their immortal killer moves. But under the intense light of Luck Path, most of their killer moves failed miserably, a large number of Celestial Court Gu Immortals suffered intense backlash. Even though the few killer moves were successfully activated and landed on Calamity Luck Altar, they could not shake it at all. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward, several Celestial Court Gu Immortals along the way had their bones broken and flesh torn, before crashing into the Refinement Path formation like a meteor. Boom, the Refinement Path formation was heavily damaged, it was mostly destroyed. Plop. Yuan Xiongdu, who had been in charge of the repair, fainted on the spot. He was injured to begin with, when the Refinement Path formation was destroyed, the shockwaves caused him to faint immediately. Without him, even though success Dao marks were still being sent up in small amounts, Fate Gu's repair had stopped. Song Yan was also implicated. This Celestial Court Rank 8 Gu Immortal had been working together with Che Wei to resist Northern Plains Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster attacked the Refinement Path Gu formation, but Song Yan was prepared for them, he transferred the damage they caused to the Refinement Path formation to himself. Right now, Calamity Luck Altar had destroyed the Refinement Path formation, Song Yan had to bear a large portion of the damage. Song Yan was seeing stars, his eyes were buzzing and his 7 orifices were bleeding, he had almost collapsed to the ground. Thankfully, at the crucial moment, Che Wei came to his aid and protected him. How are you? Che Wei blocked Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster's attacks as he shouted. I won't die yet. Saying this, Song Yan vomited a mouthful of blood. Quickly go and reinforce them. Who will rebuild the Refinement Path formation? Yuan Xiongdu has been in charge of repairing Fate Gu, outsiders cannot do it in such a hurry, we need to wake him up first. The strong Luck Path light dissipated, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals charged towards them like madmen. It was not completely destroyed. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's gaze was cold. His gaze turned as he made a decision, Bull Demon. 5 Elements Grandmaster. Quickly come back. The strong Luck Path light could not last for long, it dissipated quickly, the Celestial Court members were all drawn back, Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster were likely to die if they stayed outside. After all, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals were afraid that the Refinement Path formation could not hold on and could not hold more Gu Immortals, that was why they did not reinforce Song Yan and Che Wei. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster knew the severity of the situation, they retreated and entered Calamity Luck Altar. Che Wei was helpless and could only watch helplessly. Bull Demon entered Calamity Luck Altar with a worried expression, Flower Lady is still trapped in Heaven Overseeing Tower, I do not know the details. Bing Sichuan nodded with a resolute expression, destroy this Refinement Path formation and save. Boom, before Bing Sichuan could finish his words, Calamity Luck Altar shook violently, the 3 people inside the altar could not stand steadily. A tall and sturdy figure fiercely stepped on Calamity Luck Altar. Because of his stomp, more than half of Calamity Luck Altar sank into the ground. It was Duke Long. With me here, this is as far as you can go. Duke Long's expression was like iron, and his eyes were icy cold. The shock and rage from before had completely turned into coldness, and the killing intent in the air was suffocating. Boom boom boom, Duke Long bent his body slightly and randomly punched at Calamity Luck Altar. Waves of fist energy bombarded Calamity Luck Altar like thunder. Calamity Luck Altar continued to tremble intensely as it sank deeper into the ground inch by inch. The fist energy rapidly created cracks on the surface of Calamity Luck Altar, and then the cracks expanded, forming holes. A large number of goo worms died. Bing Sichuan quickly divided the work. He was in charge of preparing a killer move to counterattack. Bull Demon was in charge of repairing Calamity Luck Altar, while Five Elements Grandmaster was in charge of making deductions on the half-destroyed Refinement Path formation. He cultivated Formation Path after all. The damage is too fast, I cannot repair Calamity Luck Altar in time. After a few breaths of time, Bull Demon shouted. Five Elements Grandmaster was covered in sweat as he tried his best to deduce the formation. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth, persevere. Duke Long was extremely powerful, rank 8 Calamity Luck Altar, the immortal goo house created by Giant Sun Immortal, could not hold on after being hit by Duke Long's random punches. Rise! Bing Sichuan shouted. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a piercing light again as it flew up. Duke Long, who was punching, could clearly feel a strong force coming from Calamity Luck Altar. Go down! Duke Long shouted, raising his fists above his head as he swung his arms down like a hammer. Immortal Killer Move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. With a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar, which had just risen up, was suppressed by Duke Long again like a rubber ball. A large number of goo worms were destroyed, their fragments flying everywhere. A huge hole appeared on the surface of Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sichuan's clothes could be seen from the outside. Bing Sichuan could not conceal his shock. Duke Long's battle strength was beyond his imagination. Even the members of Celestial Court were stunned. Northern Plains Immortals, charge! Right at this time, the Northern Plains Goo Immortals created by Call of the Ancient came to help. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were like a flock of birds, they did not dodge, they directly charged forward. A chaotic battle erupted again. And behind the chaotic battle, Duke Long was attacking Calamity Luck Altar. Behind Duke Long, the Refinement Path formation was being repaired urgently. 7 Extreme Desolation was bathed in blood, it finally created a path of blood and arrived in front of Duke Long. Duke Long is so strong, Calamity Luck Altar alone cannot resist him. Bing Sichuan had to admit the truth. After getting reinforcements from 7 Extreme Desolation, Bing Sichuan finally had time to breathe. He could barely activate Calamity Luck Altar to fight against Duke Long with 2 against 1. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Dragon Teeth. Duke Long opened his mouth, his teeth flew out. 100 sharp teeth were like daggers, they expanded rapidly, turning into a group of snow-white dragon tooth scimitars that slashed at Calamity Luck Altar. Clang clang clang, the dragon tooth scimitars landed on Calamity Luck Altar, creating intense sounds. It was like hundreds or thousands of weapons were colliding. Calamity Luck Altar was like a small hut in a storm, it could not even raise its head. Duke Long smiled coldly. After a while, teeth grew out of his mouth again. The teeth flew out again, forming a snow-white scimitar storm that enveloped Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Soon, 7 Extreme Desolation was riddled with holes, Calamity Luck Altar was also riddled with holes. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Fist shadows flew everywhere, claw marks spread everywhere. 7 Extreme Desolation's head was smashed again and again. Calamity Luck Altar was getting more and more damaged, wind was leaking everywhere, Bull Demon could not repair it in time. Immortal Killer Move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 purple gold dragon phantoms coiled around Duke Long's body. It was not that 7 Extreme Desolation and Calamity Luck Altar did not retaliate, but these methods were blocked by 9 Dragons Protection. The situation was clear, Duke Long had a huge advantage. As time went on, Longevity Heaven's side would definitely lose. You dare to invade my celestial court, you will pay with your lives. Duke Long shouted coldly. What are you still resisting for? You have no hope left. Duke Long stomped on the ground as a killer move burst out, causing the entire Calamity Luck Altar to sink into the ground. He then punched with both hands, sending 7 Extreme Desolation flying far away. I said before, this is the limit of your strength. You will lose, while Celestial Court will always be invincible. Duke Long shouted, his voice spread throughout the battlefield, shaking everyone's hearts. What other methods do you have? Use them all, I will personally send you all into the abyss of despair. He spoke slowly, his dragon eyes were indifferent, his tone was cold, it sent chills down everyone's spine. Bing Sichuan was in a terrible state, Calamity Luck Altar could no longer protect him, he had many injuries on his body. These were caused by spiraling Dragon Fang killer move. The situation was getting more dangerous, but there was a light in his eyes that had never been extinguished. He still had hope. In the deepest part of his heart, there was a scene that he would never forget. This is 88-point Jinyang Tower? Amazing. As expected of Lord's work. Bing Sichuan stood beside Giant Sun Immortal with a look of admiration. Giant Sun Immortal smiled with a satisfied expression. With this immortal goo house, my children will be able to grow up. Lord, you really put in a lot of effort. Bing Sichuan praised. However, Giant Sun Immortal's tone changed. I am looking forward to its collapse. What? I built this tower to prevent its collapse. Oh Bing Sichuan, you are a time path goo immortal, go to sleep. In the future, when 88-point Jinyang Tower collapses, it will be the best time for you to attack Celestial Court. Inside Calamity Luck Altar. Even if I am heavily injured, even if I am in a hopeless situation, even if I use up all my trump cards, I will not give up. Because this plan was made by Lord Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor. Oh Celestial Court, victory will be ours. Bing Sichuan shouted. Blind confidence. Duke Long snickered in disdain, forcefully holding on will only increase your pain by 100 times. Bing Sichuan snorted coldly, that is because you will never understand that man's greatness. Not far away. Boom, the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, suddenly turned into smoke, dispersing on the spot. The killer move perfect pair is finally undone. As expected of thieving heaven demon venerable, it is so powerful. Thankfully, this is Celestial Court, we can gather 4 rule path goo immortals, and Celestial Court's treasury also has detailed information on perfect pair. If this were a normal situation it would be troublesome. Originally, the dog-tail life-extending ferret and Celestial Court's 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Wandan and Shabi 95, were fighting intensely. Relying on perfect pair, the dog-tail life-extending ferret and its clones suppressed their opponents to the point where they could not even raise their heads. But as the Celestial Court's members awakened, many of them started to target perfect pair and finally broke it. Continue being arrogant. Little dog, how many times have you pounced on me? My feathers are about to be plucked clean by you. Wandan, Shabi 95, and several Celestial Court goo immortals attacked Mao Li Chiu. Even though Mao Li Chiu had outstanding strength, in this situation, it was like 2 fists could not fight against 4 fists, it was soon covered in injuries, blood flowed out of its wounds like a waterfall. But Wandan and Shabi 95 were not much better off. Mao Li Chiu's counterattack was targeted at these 2. Even though Mao Li Chiu's injuries were increasing and it was getting weaker, Celestial Court's advantage was increasing. Wandan and Shabi 95's minds were shaken, they had bewildered gazes. This lunatic is not afraid of death. Even if he dies, he will probably bite off a piece of my flesh before he dies. The 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court felt wary. One of them shouted, Mao Li Chiu, why are you risking your life for Giant Sun Immortal? He is feeding you because of your innate talent, he wants to kill you to extend his life. Mao Li Chiu was standing in a pool of blood, its injuries were shocking, many of them were deep to the bone. The originally glossy and shiny fur was now stuck together because of the blood. Its eyes were turning black, its body was shaking, as if it was going to collapse at the next moment. It knew that in its current state, it was probably going to die here. But so what? Mao Li Chiu opened its mouth, letting out a silent smile. A scene from its memory surfaced in its mind. The setting sun was like blood, on a mountain, Mao Li Chiu was curled up like a puppy, lying beside Giant Sun Immortal's feet. Giant Sun Immortal was rubbing its head, but it was shivering. It had already heard of Giant Sun Immortal's plan. Now that Giant Sun Immortal was about to die, he called it here to kill it to extend its life. But Mao Li Chiu did not dare to resist. It was clear, even if it had peak rank 8 battle strength, it was not Giant Sun Immortal's match. Giant Sun Immortal did not even need to make a move, it would seek its own death. Don't be afraid, Mao Li Chiu, I won't kill you to extend my life. Giant Sun Immortal chuckled. Mao Li Chiu's body stiffened. Giant Sun Immortal looked at the sunset, it was as dazzling as fire. I still remember the first day I raised you, he, time passed by quickly, you have already grown to this extent. To speak the truth, you are my child, what difference is there between you and my children? As a parent, how can I harm my own children? Mao Liqiu understood Giant Sun Immortal's nature, he would not lie to it, there was no need. Mao Liqiu was stunned, it asked in a daze, but master, if you kill me, I can indeed extend your life. Extend my life? Giant Sun Immortal smiled, I will only be struggling at death's door. People will die eventually, isn't that so? He shook his head, what meaning is there in continuing to live under fate? Death is not so hard to accept, moreover, children are destined to leave their parents to truly grow up. Master, promise me, you will live on properly. Go and do what you like. I won't leave you any last words. Just be yourself and be happy. Master, as its memories faded, Mao Liqiu looked at the surrounding strong enemies. It raised its head and laughed wildly, its aura surging, oh master, even if I die, I will repay the kindness of raising me. It can't hold on anymore. That's right, it is only trying to show off. But be careful of its final retaliation. The celestial quartz goo immortals had cold expressions as they slowly surrounded it. Black Heaven. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sat cross-legged like a statue. He looked toward the south, and his eyes reflected the scenes of the battle in the Heavenly Court. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. 9 consecutive unceasing formation. The other party's formation, our goo immortals are suffering from intense backlash. The first group, retreat and receive treatment, the second group will take over, the third group, get ready. Chen and Baizong Shui controlled the formation while commanding the Central Continent goo immortals, they were very orderly. To think that the other party would use such a strange move. At the side, Feng Jioge frowned as he stared at the 5 regional formation, this is troublesome, the 9 consecutive unceasing formation might, Feng Jioge had a bad feeling. Under Qi Chuyu's control, the 5 regional formation continued to emit 5-colored smoke. This smoke continued to spread, becoming fainter as it seeped into the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Good, let's do this. The rest will deal with the formation, let the Central Continent goo immortals control it, the more the formation activates, the greater the backlash they will suffer. Ha ha ha, the stronger the 9 consecutive unceasing formation, the more damage these goo immortals will suffer. This is amazing. The morale of the Southern Alliance and Northern Plains immortals rose greatly. They changed their tactics. They had already seen through this formation, they could clearly target its weakness and destroy it, but now they were not in a hurry to do so. The 5 regional smoke continued to permeate, they could use this to deal with the Central Continent goo immortals behind the formation. From a certain perspective, the 9 consecutive unceasing formation became a powerful weapon for Feng Yuan's side to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court. What should we do? Do we send goo immortals to destroy the formation? Baizong Shui looked at Chen Yi. The leader here was still Chen Yi. Chen Yi had an ugly expression, he said, this formation should belong to the 5 regional true inheritance, Southern Borders Tao Zhu's method. During the battle of the 5 regional mountain range, the Celestial Court had interfered, Jun Xinguang was captured by Feng Yuan, Celestial Court had a detailed understanding of Tao Zhu's true inheritance and the entire battle of the 5 regional mountain range. Tao Zhu can create the 5 regional mountain range, this 5-colored smoke that permeates the formation is clearly imitating the 5 regional walls, causing our goo immortals to suffer from the formation's backlash. Chen Yi said bitterly, the 9 consecutive unceasing formation is a compound formation, it can dismantle subformations and rearrange subformations at any time, it can be used continuously. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable broke 100 formations and escaped. But Tao Zhu's method bypassed the 9 consecutive unceasing formation and targeted our goo immortals. This is not just avoiding the formation, the stronger the formation, the stronger goo immortals will suffer even more injuries. Abel. If we activate the formation to deal with the enemy's formation, it will be something they want to see, we will fall into their trap, it is not wise. But if we stop the formation and send goo immortals out, we will be neglecting our strengths. Furthermore, the enemy has fierce bandits like Wu Yong and Feng Yuan, it will be very dangerous to send goo immortals to destroy the formation. Chen Yi had been hit by Wu Yong's farewell friend wind killer move, he survived because of Feng Jioge, he still felt some lingering fear. Most importantly, they only had 3 rank 8 Gu immortals on their side, Chen Yi, Baixang Shui, and Feng Jioge, and they were all injured. It was not suitable to send anyone out. At this point, Chen Yi sighed deeply, to think that the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was countered by the enemy today. Tao Zhu was only an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal, he could not compare to people like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan. And the creator of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was the famous star constellation Immortal Venerable. The 5 regional true inheritances countered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. It was Tao Zhu's glory. Speaking of which, Tao Zhu was not outstanding among rank 8 Gu immortals, he was not famous either, he only created the 5 regional mountain range. But to think that his research actually succeeded. After this battle, Tao Zhu's name would resound throughout the world, even though he had died a long time ago. Geniuses appeared in every generation, they would reign supreme for hundreds of years. Just like how in the battlefield of Celestial Court, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move could be broken, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation could also be countered by a junior. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had been dead for too long, but eras continued to develop and change. Even though their methods were powerful, they could not escape the awkwardness of being outdated. Remove that subformation. Chen Yi ordered resolutely. The Gu immortals around him were shocked. Chen Yi actually gave the order to remove the formation, was he out of his mind? But soon, Feng Jioge reacted first, his eyes shined with bright light as he praised, good response. Removing the formation, the other party actually removed the formation, ha ha ha. Inside the 5 regional formation, some Northern Plains Gu immortals saw this and laughed heartily. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan, however, had grim expressions. Oh no, this Chen Yi is so crafty. If we were inside the formation, the 5-colored smoke miasma would seep in faster and deeper. Now that the subformation has been removed, the efficiency is greatly reduced. That's right. In the battlefield of Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven is almost unable to hold on, Celestial Court has the upper hand. I'm afraid Chen Yi has considered this, so he's using a delaying tactic. Whether it was Chen Yi's side activating the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation or sending people to attack the formation, Fang Yuan and the rest were happy to see that happen. But now, Chen Yi removed the subformation and chose to defend passively. The 5-colored smoke miasma's infiltration was greatly reduced, Central Continent's Gu immortals only maintained the formation and did not activate it, the backlash they suffered was also greatly reduced. But Chen Yi and the rest were still behind the formation, continuing to set up the immortal formation. Fang Yuan and the rest needed a lot of time to destroy this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. And most importantly, Fang Yuan and the rest had to make full use of every second they had, they could not waste a single second. Once Celestial Court exterminated Longevity Heaven's forces, they would be free to attack Celestial Court and deal with Fang Yuan and the rest. Chen Yi was extremely steady and astute. He purposely retreated for the sake of the big picture, it was just a small step, but it was more terrifying than attacking. He forced Fang Yuan and the rest to the edge of the cliff. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have added Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu into the 5 regional formation. This way, the 5 regional formation can be moved, it is no longer fixed at the same spot. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This was not his mistake, nor was he unwilling to contribute. It was the combination of Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu into the 5 regional formation, the number of deductions increased sharply, Fang Yuan would have to spend a lot of time to deduce clearly. Actually, even if the 5 regional formation could be moved away by Gu immortals, Fang Yuan and the rest would not be able to resolve this crisis. Chen Yi removed the subformation and retreated to defend. The 5-world formation within the original child formation was exposed. Outside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, the immortals were already engaged in a chaotic battle. For rank 8 Gu immortals, Qing Yi, Li Huang, Prince's Impatience, and Bosher Ba were fighting each other. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Frost Dragon Matter, Wind Sweeping Building, and others were rampaging in the battlefield, clashing at times or unleashing immortal killer moves at others. Bright lights shone as thunderous explosions resounded. Oh no, unlimited wind killer move is escaping my control. Wu Yang's expression changed. Earlier, he had not sensed it clearly when he was in the formation. Now that Qianyi removed the formation, Wu Yong realized something was amiss. Without hesitation, Wu Yong flew out of the 5 regional formation and pounced towards wind-sweeping building. Yao Huang, Heavenly Lord Baizu, and the rest also moved out. With their reinforcement, Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the rest felt immense pressure. They retreated and were suppressed along with Central Continent's immortal Gu houses. Fang Yuan moved out stealthily, using Great Thief Ghost Hand again. Central Continent's immortal Gu houses were immediately attacked. A large number of Gu worms were stolen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued to move and obtained 3 immortal Gu in a short while. Including his gains from the battlefield in Emperor City, he had already seized more than 10 immortal Gu from Central Continent's immortal Gu houses. Fang Yuan recognized some of these immortal Gu, but he did not recognize some. His time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing how to use these Gu worms. Seeing that the situation was amiss, Li Huang gave up on Prince's impatience and came to stall Fang Yuan. The scene from before on the battlefield at Imperial Emperor City repeated once more. Fang Yuan was stalled by Li Huang. He could not attack the immortal Gu houses anymore. This Prince's impatience is so good at acting, he purposely let Li Huang go. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, but did not say anything. Prince's impatience was a problem. What made Fang Yuan even more troubled was the rank 9 human path killer move that Celestial Court used, Heroes Among People. Due to the amplification of Heroes Among People, Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the rest, as well as Central Continent's immortal Gu houses, had their battle strength increased by several times. They resisted the fierce attacks of the Southern Border and Northern Plains Alliance Army. We cannot continue fighting like this, time is limited. We need to retreat into the formation. Fang Yuan shouted. Wu Yong and the rest retreated. They stored their immortal Gu houses and entered the 5 regional formation. The 5 regional formation was activated at full force. Large amounts of 5-colored smoke spread rapidly, covering the entire battlefield. Within the 5-colored smoke, Central Continent's Gu immortals were greatly suppressed. Similar to Qinyi's earlier awkwardness, these people were strengthened by Heroes Among People. The killer move's power rose sharply, the backlash also increased. To think that Tao Zhu's methods are so profound. Inside the formation, Ba Shirba sighed. Wu Yong was silent. This situation was not out of his expectations. Precisely because he discovered it long ago, he did not hesitate to reveal the true inheritance's contents to cooperate with Qi Qiyu. Qi Qiyu also knew that this was a good thing, but he could not use it earlier. Now that the formation was modified and set up, it had great effects. It is a pity that this 5-colored smoke does not differentiate between friend and foe. Central Continent is suppressed, we will also face backlash inside. Only Fang Yuan can move freely. Yao Huang was clearly agitated. Many people looked at Fang Yuan with envious expressions. What a pity. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. If he could obtain Tao Zhu's true inheritance, with the light of wisdom and his formation path and wisdom path attainment levels, his battle strength would soar again. In fact, he could not do anything to Heroes Among People, but if he had the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang and the rest would face greater suppression. Who knew, Fang Yuan might be able to pacify the battlefield in Emperor City. Back then, when he left the 5 regional mountain range and could not obtain the 5 regional true inheritances, he felt a deep sense of regret. Infallible blessed land battlefield. The enemies have entered the formation. It seems they want to display the full power of the 5-colored smoke. Li Huang and the rest are in trouble. Qinyi had been paying close attention to the situation. Should we go and reinforce them? We might be able to work together with these reinforcements to destroy the enemy formation. As long as the formation is broken, 1 or 2 of their core immortal Gu will be destroyed. They might not be able to turn the situation around. Baizong Shui suggested. Qinyi thought about it before shaking his head. No need to take the risk, the situation is very beneficial to us now. Let them return to the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Qinyi not only did not attack, he even called back Li Huang and the rest. He decided to stall for time. Fang Yuan flew out of the formation and started to deal with Li Huang and the rest. Inside the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang and the rest fought against Fang Yuan. They were greatly restricted and their movements were restricted. After suffering some losses, Li Huang gave the order to retreat. The group entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. At once, both sides entered their respective formations. The battlefield that was filled with sounds of fighting was only left with the sound of unlimited wind. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan stayed outside the formation. The former carefully controlled unlimited wind to avoid the five-colored smoke. He charged towards celestial quartz formation from another direction. The latter hid in the five-colored smoke. Following the spreading of the smoke, he got closer to celestial quartz formation. Let's persevere like this. As long as celestial quartz battlefield is pacified, it will be our victory. Within the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Chen Yi raised the morale of his troops. But he had just said that when he heard a loud explosion. The immortals quickly looked over and saw that the five-colored smoke was rumbling endlessly. Fang Yuan's five-regional formation had suddenly exploded. A figure flew out of the five-colored smoke that covered the sky like an arrow. Princess Impatience, what are you doing? Kill him, he is definitely a spy of Celestial Court. Lord Qiqiu, are you alright? Someone come and save Lord Qi. A change occurred. Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu immortals were in chaos. Princess Impatience, don't even think about escaping. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, who were outside the formation, turned around and tried to stop Princess Impatience. Bai Tsang Shui was overjoyed, so it was Princess Impatience who made a move inside the formation and destroyed the enemy's formation. Well done. Some Gu immortals who did not know the inside story saw this and were dumbfounded. Hurry, Princess Impatience is a member of my Spirit Affinity House. Quickly go and help him. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder urged. Needless to say, Chen Yi had already given the order. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and Bai Tsang Shui flew out of the formation to receive Princess Impatience. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were obstructed by the three of them. Princess Impatience was not weak, and with reinforcements, he successfully entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the Celestial Quartz Immortals did not know. This Princess Impatience whom they sent into the formation was a fake. I finally got in. Fang Yuan snickered to himself as killing intent surged in his chest. Immortal killer move, familiar face. This was a killer move that had been modified by Fang Yuan, and with the increase in transformation path Dao marks after annexing Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, its power had increased by several times. Even though Celestial Court was prepared, they did not discover Fang Yuan's true identity. At this moment, the real Princess Impatience was still inside the five-regional formation. The five-regional formation was modified by Fang Yuan. He naturally designed a formation within the formation. This inner formation was the cage that imprisoned Princess Impatience. There were several rank 8 Gu immortals guarding the formation cores. As for the Fang Yuan inside the five-colored smoke, it was Yi Haofeng in disguise. Southern Border's rank 8 Gu immortal Yi Haofeng was also a transformation path Gu immortal. Even though he did not have a method like familiar face, he was inside the five-colored smoke, with the other rank 8 Gu immortals helping him conceal the investigative killer moves. He did not get exposed. As for the five-regional formation, it had truly self-detonated. A vast number of mortal Gu perished. The immortal Gu that used the formation also suffered losses. If he did not do this, he would not be able to deceive Chen Yi and the rest. There was another reason why Chen Yi was kept in the dark. That was because Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle had informed them in advance. Chen Yi and the rest knew Princess Impatience's true identity, thus they had been paying attention to Princess Impatience during the intense battle. Once Princess Impatience made a move and stabbed the enemy in the back, they would cooperate and expand their gains. Right now, Princess Impatience destroyed the enemy's formation the moment he made a move. The results were huge. Chen Yi and the rest were mentally prepared, so they immediately took action against Fang Yuan. The secret of my rebirth has been exposed. Celestial Court will definitely be worried about Princess Impatience's identity being exposed. And this battle concerns the overall situation of Fate Gu. At the crucial moment, Celestial Court will definitely expose Princess Impatience's identity to protect the overall situation. This is something I can make use of. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. He disguised as Princess Impatience and pretended to be heavily injured. Under the expectant gazes of Celestial Court's immortals, he openly stepped into the core of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder was the first to welcome him. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." Fang Yuan was ready to take action after accumulating his strength. Because I am not the real prince's impatience, my identity will be exposed once I interact with them. Moreover, I do not have Wu Yang's concealment methods. When I prepare a killer move, my aura will definitely leak out. Thus, the true time to make a move is the moment I enter the formation. Because I am being chased, my immortal killer move has not dissipated yet. Fang Yuan was about to make a move when a change occurred. On the battlefield, everyone's expression changed. What is that? Rank 9 killer move. It seems to come from Northern Plains. Luck Path Aura. Its direction seems to be aimed at Celestial Court. At this moment, both sides forgot about the battle. They looked up at the sky. A huge pillar of light stretched across the sky, shooting towards Celestial Court at an extremely fast speed. This pillar of light was so huge, it was like a giant river that dominated heaven and earth. Everywhere it went, it pushed away all the air. As the pillar of light moved forward, it emitted a grand and deafening sound. Such a grand and majestic killer move made everyone dazed. Even Chen Yi, Wu Yong, and even Fang Yuan felt their own insignificance. Unstoppable, invincible, the pillar of light started from black heaven above Northern Plains. It pierced through the regional walls and directly crashed into Celestial Court. Celestial Court shook intensely, mountains shook, countless immortal goo houses cracked and broke. This is? Duke Long suddenly raised his head. A moment ago, he was in high spirits and had great divine might. He had beaten up 7 extreme desolation and calamity luck altar. But when the pillar of light shot towards him, he paled in fright. At this moment, he was like a fish on a chopping board. He could not move, he was locked down by the pillar of light. He was like an insect trapped in amber. He could only watch as the pillar of light approached him. Even though his current battle strength was enough to make other rank 8 goo immortals sigh in admiration. Rank 9 killer move. This is the work of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal left behind a backup plan after all. No, he is not targeting me, he is going straight for Fate Goo. Duke Long suddenly realized. He had a ruthless expression as he struggled and tried to activate immortal killer moves again and again. But a terrifying scene occurred. His killer move had never been successfully activated even once. The activation of killer moves failed time and time again. He was suffering from backlash, blood flowed out of his mouth and eyes. The immortals of Celestial Court were thrown into chaos. Some overestimated themselves and tried to block the pillar of light, but they were all destroyed. Not a single rank 8 goo immortal could stop the pillar of light. Lord Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor. Master, at this moment, Bing Sichuan and Mao Liqiu had tears in their eyes. But right when the pillar of light was about to hit the refinement path formation, the immortals heard an eerie sigh. Next, in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the illusion of 2 venerables playing chess appeared again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was playing chess with Limitless Demon Venerable, grabbed a chess piece and threw it out. In an instant, countless starlight specks flickered. They were dazzling and did not lose to the orange pillar of light. The starlight specks formed a huge net that blocked the pillar of light. The pillar of light became slower and thinner. The starlight specks surrounding it were absorbing and transferring the power of the pillar of light. Lord Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. The goo immortals of Celestial Court were overjoyed. They looked at Imperfection Regret Pavilion with deep admiration and excitement. Duke Long breathed heavily. The pillar of light was so close to him that it was almost touching his face. But eventually, the pillar of light stopped completely. It was trapped by the starlight net. Damn it, I was so close. Bing Sichuan was very annoyed. Duke Long was the strongest battle strength of Celestial Court. He was also their leader. If he died, Celestial Court's morale would plummet. While Longevity Heaven still had Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation, they still had hope. Star Constellation, this bitch. Mao Liqiu gritted its teeth. The pillar of light suddenly changed again. It continued to spin faster and faster. Circles of spiraling cyclones formed on the surface. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed a look of surprise on her face. With a loud sound, the pillar of light exploded. Hundreds of huge orange-yellow chi currents flew into the bodies of Bing Sichuan, Mao Liqiu, and the other Northern Plains experts. Mao Liqiu was dumbfounded. It had already wanted to die. but as the orange-yellow chi currents flowed through its limbs and bones, all of its injuries were healed, immortal essence started to condense in its immortal aperture. A white gold halo enveloped the members of Longevity Heaven, giving them a strong amplification. This kind of buff effect was several times stronger than heroes among people. After the pillar of light was obstructed by the starlight net, it changed its target and turned to help Longevity Heaven's members. Duke Long, let's fight again. Bing Sichuan shouted. He had recovered to his peak state. Calamity Luck Altar was also covered in a layer of light. Under Bing Sichuan's control, it flew out. Duke Long did not dodge, he fought Calamity Luck Altar head-on. In the end, Calamity Luck Altar's momentum was obstructed, while Duke Long flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing through 5 to 6 thick walls before he was stopped by the Qi wall. Guh. Duke Long's expression turned pale, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Celestial Court Battlefield. Kill. Deafening battle cries resounded, the morale of the Northern Plains Immortals soared to an unprecedented peak. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's move, it had an extraordinary meaning, his descendants' morale soared, their battle strength rose sharply. How can this be? The Celestial Court Gu Immortal was stunned, he suddenly froze in the air, unable to move. In front of him, a famous expert in Northern Plains history, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Lu Hui let out a breath of turbid air. I was almost killed by you, it was so close, what a pity. Cold sweat dripped down the Celestial Court Gu Immortal's forehead. This killer move of yours clearly cannot restrain me. Humph, the truly powerful one is still Giant Sun Immortal, you can't do it. Lu Hui sneered, then why didn't you say that we were all suppressed by fate earlier? Moreover, what does it matter if I can or cannot? Life and death, victory or defeat is the most important thing, go die. He lightly waved his hand, taking the other party's life. His eyes were narrow and long, his gaze was bone-chilling, he looked around with ill intentions. Who is next? You can't break my defense, don't waste your energy. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal stood unmoving, his body was covered in an extremely thick halo of light. Northern Plains Gu Immortal Yu Yangzi breathed in deeply, he felt a brand new surge of strength in his body, his previous dejection and worry were swept away, his confidence soaring. The current me is different from before. Immortal Killer Move, Disintegrate. Yu Yangzi's original name was Yi Lui Hua, he cultivated Rule Path. After becoming a Gu Immortal, he made many contributions, but Yi Lui tribe's internal unfairness made him receive the treatment he deserved. In a fit of anger, he betrayed the tribe and became a demonic Path Gu Immortal. In his later years, Yi Lui tribe suffered a setback, they were suppressed and ostracized by many Huangjin tribes. Yi Lui Hua, who had rank 8 cultivation level, was invited back with great fanfare, becoming Yi Lui tribe's first supreme elder, returning to the righteous path. He relied on his own hard work to achieve an achievement that ordinary Gu Immortals could not reach, he made the whole tribe lower their heads and admit their mistakes. Ye Lu Hua's life experience was filled with the color of legend, stirring up countless juniors. However, even after he returned to the Ye Lu family and assumed the position of Grand Elder, he did not revert to his original name, still calling himself Jade Sun Zi. How can this be? The Celestial Court's Gu Immortal was pale with fright, the defense that he was so proud of crumbled continuously, before completely dissipating. With the aid of the Giant Sun Immortal, Jade Sun directly reversed the difference in strength. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal who was fighting him soon died in Yu Yangzi's hands. Clang clang clang, 3 members of the Celestial Court joined hands to deal with Ye Lu Qi. Yuan Ben was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he cultivated Bone Path and had shocking battle strength. When he was alive, he was known as the #1 battle strength in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, even the other 4 regions often heard of his bravery. His figure was not burly, but rather a little thin. However, the white bone armor he wore was hard and thick. He held the white bone spear in his right hand and waved it left and right, stirring up the wind and clouds. He held a white bone dagger in his left hand, the sword light was cold and chilling. After obtaining an orange-yellow light, Yuan Ben roared, countless white bone spikes suddenly shot out of his armor. One of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals attacking him could not dodge in time, he was pierced by hundreds of bone spikes and died on the spot. Yuan Ben took the chance to attack, his spear pierced the second Gu Immortal's heart, while his sword cut off the third Gu Immortal's head. But there was no excitement or joy on his face, there was only faint desolation, It is a pity that you do not have enough goo worms, you cannot display your true strength. I have also obtained ancestors' help, this battle is an unfair one. Boom, with a loud explosion, Duke Long was sent flying like a cannonball. The dragon roared, Duke Long quickly stabilized his body. Suddenly, a huge shadow fiercely enveloped them. Duke Long raised his head and saw Calamity Luck Altar pressing down like a mountain. Duke Long snorted coldly, he did not dodge, his dragon claws were clenched into fists. Lord Duke Long, I will lend you a hand. Celestial Court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang targeted Duke Long as he activated a killer move. Immortal killer move, Peerless. At the next moment, Duke Long breathed in deeply as he punched at Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Peerless, Chaotic Dragon Fist. In an instant, fist shadows flew, creating an intense fist wind. Tens of millions of fist shadows were like raging waves, causing Calamity Luck Altar to shake unsteadily. Duke Long is really strong. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Calamity Luck Altar also received Giant Sun Immortal's help, its battle strength rose by several times, but it still could not suppress Duke Long. But right at this time, a giant flew over and entered the battlefield. It was 7 Extreme Desolation. Duke Long, go to hell. The 7 Extreme Desolation giant roared as it spat out countless pitch-black needles that shot towards Duke Long. Oh no. The nearby Celestial Court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang's eyes were bloodshot, he wanted to help but was obstructed by the other Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Northern Plains Gu Immortals had rich battle experience, these Gu Immortals summoned by Call of the Ancient were all experts in history. After fighting for so long, they had already developed a tacit cooperation. Duke Long was using Chaotic Dragon Fist to resist Calamity Luck Altar, but he was attacked by 7 Extreme Desolation at the same time. This pitch-black needle killer move was extremely powerful, its aura surged and surged. Before it reached Duke Long already felt an intense piercing pain. Duke Long's eyes shined with brilliance. Immortal killer move, Clear Dragon Pupil. Once the investigative killer move was used, he immediately saw through many details of the pitch-black needles. He knew that this move contained the essence of Dark Path and was specialized in countering defensive methods. If he relied on his dragon scales or 9 dragon protection seal, he would be riddled with holes, he would be heavily injured on the spot. Then let's fight offense with offense. Duke Long opened his mouth and breathed out. Chi surged as an immortal killer move formed in an instant. Immortal killer move, Chi Current Scissors. Countless white Chi currents shot towards the pitch-black needle rain. The Chi currents tore through the sky, forming arcs that were like sharp blades. Everywhere they went, the black needles would be cut apart. Chi Current Scissors and the pitch-black needle rain collided, most of them dissipated. But a few escaped and attacked Duke Long and 7 Extreme Desolation. At the same time, Duke Long grunted as more than 10 pitch-black needles stabbed into his body. And 7 Extreme Desolation's body also had several pieces of flesh cut off by the Chi Current Scissors. These injuries were borne by the 7 Big Dipper Immortals in 7 Extreme Desolation. They endured the pain and worked together to activate 7 Extreme Desolation, directly attacking Duke Long this time. Duke Long sighed, he could only retreat forcefully. Since the battle started, this was the first time he retreated. The enemy was so strong that Duke Long had no choice but to retreat. His killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, could indeed dominate rank 8s, especially in the final moments of his life. He could even take whatever he wanted from rank 8 Gu Immortals. But in front of a rank 9 killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand paled in comparison. Other than its own power, there was also the aspect of profound changes. Giant Sun Immortal's attack was originally an offensive killer move. It traveled from Northern Plains to Central Continent's Celestial Court, crossing 2 regions. Its power did not diminish, it was grand and majestic. Celestial Court's defense was extremely strong, but it was not Giant Sun's match. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move, blocking Giant Sun's attack. But after blocking it, Giant Sun's attack changed in nature. It turned into an amplification method that was used in the battlefield, overturning the entire situation. Killer moves mainly had several practical techniques: consecutive moves, variation moves, supplementary moves, and disassembly moves. The so-called variation move was to use a killer move as the foundation and modify it to achieve another effect. For example, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self-Killer Move and Strength Path Giant Hand, the former was the foundation of the latter. But when Fang Yuan activated Myriad Self-Killer Move, Myriad Self would not turn into Strength Path Giant Hand. There was a difference between the two. Meanwhile, Giant Sun's attack seemed to change at will. It was an offensive killer move a moment ago, but in the next second, it turned into an amplification method. Giant Sun Immortal's attainment in variation moves had completely surpassed Duke Long's understanding. The strength in my body is dissipating. It seems that Ancestor Giant Sun's strength cannot last for long. Quick, while the strength is still there, we cannot continue fighting. We need to break through the enemy's defensive line and seize fate. Gu. As time passed, the Northern Plains Gu Immortals gradually realized something amiss. After Giant Sun's attack changed in nature, it gave them a huge boost, but this strength was also rapidly dissipating. The explosive power of Giant Sun's attack was much higher than heroes among people. But in terms of duration and spatial range, heroes among people had a larger range and lasted longer. Duke Long's expression changed. He could barely hold back Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation with his own strength. Now that the Northern Plains Gu Immortals were attacking the Remnant Refinement Path formation, he could not defend it. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court gathered and stood in front of the Remnant Gu Refinement formation, forming a defensive line. Under the frenzied attacks of the Northern Plains Gu Immortals, the defensive line was in danger. It was hanging by a thread. All sorts of immortal killer moves clashed. Gu Immortal corpses fell from the sky from time to time. Both sides fought fiercely. The number of Gu Immortals dying around this weak defensive line continued to rise. Northern Plains side staked everything they had, while Celestial Court's members did not retreat. Both sides were increasing their troops. Awakening from Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, Celestial Court members rushed to the battlefield to reinforce the defensive line. And in the illusion of the River of Time, Northern Plains experts appeared one after another, charging forward without saying a word. The defensive line was on the verge of breaking. Fairy Myrtle had already entered the battlefield, using all her strength to resist the fierce attacks of the Northern Plains Immortals. Suddenly, a faint figure appeared beside Fairy Myrtle. It was the Northern Plains Gu Immortal expert Lu. Even though this person was a rank 8 expert, he did not have a good reputation in history. When he was alive, he was the only rank 8 Gu Immortal in Lu tribe. According to convention, he should have been the first Supreme Elder. But Lu had never fought head-on since he was young. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. Whenever he attacked, he would always sneak attack and steal. His reputation was too bad. He could not gain the respect and trust of others. If he became the first Supreme Elder of Lu tribe, he would be a burden to the whole tribe. It would affect their image and reputation. Lu had actually joined the battle long ago, but the Northern Plains experts who were at the same time as him had already been killed. He was the only one left. This battle was too intense. The sacrifices of rank 8 Gu Immortals had become a common occurrence. Lu's achievements were glorious. At least 8 members of Celestial Court had fallen to his hands since the start of the battle. He had been paying attention to Fairy Myrtle for a long time. His rich battle experience allowed him to quickly judge the importance of Fairy Myrtle. At this moment, his sneak attack had actually been prepared for a long time. In an instant, Fairy Myrtle's hair stood on end. A feeling of fatal danger filled her heart, almost suffocating her. Fairy Myrtle was aware that with just her current defensive methods, she could not stop the enemy. But it was too late to activate other defensive methods now. Seeing that Fairy Myrtle was about to die, at the crucial moment, a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court attacked from the side. It was Wu Shuang, who had assisted Duke Long earlier. Poochie, with a muffled sound, Lu's killer move pierced through Wu Shuang like a gray sharp blade, before stabbing into Fairy Myrtle's shoulder. Damn it, Wu Yong blocked most of the power. Lu's expression changed, his figure quickly dissipating. Fairy Myrtle was heavily injured, but Wu Yong was already dead. Lu had vanished, and when he appeared again, he might take another life. Boom, air currents surged. Duke Long flew back hundreds of steps, stabilizing his body with difficulty. He had blocked a powerful killer move from 7 Extreme Desolation in the end, but the price was his arms and the dragon scales on his chest. His arms drooped down powerlessly, the dragon scales were all broken, and the flesh on his chest was badly mutilated. Duke Long immediately activated healing methods, but the dark path down marks on his arms were extremely dense. and their arrangement was ingenious, greatly hindering his healing effects. Ha ha ha, Duke Long, you were hit by our killer moves Snake Lead and Dark Entanglement. You still want to recover from your injuries in a short time, dream on. 7 Extreme Desolation mocked. Next, Calamity Luck Alter changed its fighting style, drilling out of the ground and sneak attacking Duke Long from below. An immortal killer move exploded and hit Duke Long. A giant orange gold light ball trapped Duke Long inside, trapping him firmly. The light ball continued to shrink, squeezing down on Duke Long's living space. His bones were creaking from the pressure, his dragon scales kept falling, and clear cracks were appearing on his dragon horns. Seeing that Duke Long was trapped, Bing Sichuan let out a sigh of relief. Duke Long's speed was astonishing, while Calamity Luck Alter's killer move was slow and difficult to hit. Thankfully, the Northern Plains Gu Immortals' battle tactics were very wise. They attacked the enemy's weak points. Duke Long was worried and could only defend passively. 7 Extreme Desolation Cooperation. Lu was able to create a chance to attack in 7 as Duke Lu as he could attack. Crack. With a soft sound, a huge part of his dragon horn fell from Duke Long's head. Large amounts of purple hair fell to the ground. 9 dragon phantoms appeared around Duke Long's body. It was the killer move 9 marked dragon. He resisted the surrounding pressure with difficulty. Duke Long, you have lost. Fate Gu will be my longevity heaven's item. And you will also die. Bing Sichuan's voice resounded in the battlefield. He could only trap Duke Long for the time being. He could not take his life. But it did not matter. He could use this to affect the morale of Celestial Court's side. As expected, many Celestial Court members saw that Duke Long was trapped and showed shocked expressions. Duke Long suddenly laughed loudly. Even if I die here, so what? You Northern Plains Gu Immortals do not fear death, but does my Celestial Court have people who fear death? With one sentence, Celestial Court's immortals cheered, their morale rose. We sleep because of our responsibility, we are not afraid of death. What a joke, afraid of death? We are members of Celestial Court. We protect the glory of humanity. Since the remote antiquity era until now, we have never feared sacrifice. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals started to counterattack. They used their bodies to block the killer moves of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Once there was a chance, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals disregarded their own lives and attacked fiercely, trying to perish together with the Northern Plains experts. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were brave, but Celestial Court's Gu Immortals went crazy. Oh no. Bing Sichuan felt that the situation was bad. He wanted to affect Celestial Court's morale, but to think that Duke Long's words could defuse it. Bing Sichuan smiled coldly, his voice resounding in the battlefield, laughable. Your sacrifices are meaningless. No matter how many Gu Immortals we sacrifice, they are merely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move. They are already dead. Using dead people in exchange for your sacrifice, this is a business with no loss at all. How much foundation does your Celestial Court have to endure such a loss? Foundation? Duke Long also smiled coldly. Our Celestial Court has plenty. He started to resist. His arms could not move, but the aura around him rose like a tall wall, wrapping around him. Duke Long looked at Calamity Luck Alter with a mocking gaze. Your longevity heaven was only created during the medieval antiquity era, a little over 300,000 years ago. What about our Celestial Court? It has been 3,879,687 years since then. Think about it, it is many times longer than yours. Don't try to estimate our Celestial Court's foundation. You are forever short-sighted. Bing Sichuan, why don't you turn around and look at our immortal graveyard, then look at your laughable phantom river of time? Bing Sichuan's expression sank. He was speechless. He did not need to look, he had always been paying attention to these two places. In the river of time, the number of Northern Plains Gu Immortals that came out had already started to become sparse. But within Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, batches of Gu Immortals were still waking up one after another. Celestial Court's foundation was unfathomable. Duke Long continued, how many people does a clan have? How many geniuses does a clan have? Bing Sichuan, look at our central continent. We choose all sorts of geniuses from all the mortals in central continent. Even if a clan finds a genius, can they nurture them well? The bloodline of the clan and their familial relationships often become an obstacle. But the phenomenon of nepotism in our sex is much rarer than in clans. Moreover, the competition between sects is much fairer and more transparent. Even if a genius appears among the descendants of a clan's higher-ups, how much effort can the clan's Gu immortals spend to nurture this genius? Gu immortals have many things to do, they are very busy. In a sect, a genius of the younger generation would receive pointers from many people. From the moment they start cultivating to the moment they become a Gu immortal, they will receive the corresponding guidance. Many of the guidance missions in sects can allow the people who guide the juniors to obtain corresponding benefits. Let me ask you, how many clans can do this? Saying so, Duke Long's voice became louder and louder. He was filled with pride and arrogance. Immortals of Northern Plains, you dared to invade Celestial Court, your courage is commendable. It is a pity that your knowledge has been restricted by your clans, you have underestimated the foundation of our Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan was silent. He wanted to retort, but he could not find any reason to do so. Because the truth was right in front of him, inside Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, members were waking up one after another. 3 million years ago, during the remote antiquity era. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the surrounding human Gu immortals and nodded. Now, Central Continent's human Gu immortals are all here, there are also some friends from other regions. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, we heard your summons and rushed over. If you have any instructions or teachings, we will listen to them wholeheartedly. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, giving his suggestion. From today onwards, Central Continent's Gu immortals will establish sects and recruit disciples, we will impart our true abilities to them. What? Abolish the clan system? Even though I have heard of this long ago, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, are you really going to do this? This might not be too. The human Gu immortals discussed, they had difficult expressions on their faces. Someone cautiously persuaded, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are the only rank 9 Gu immortal in the current world, if you establish your own clan, it will definitely be the #1 super force in the world. Your descendants will inherit your glory and abilities, our clans will definitely be led by your clan. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable shook his head, he looked at the Gu immortal persuading him with a calm gaze, clan? Let me ask you, since ancient times, have there been any clans that have not declined? Once a clan grows, the bond of bloodline will become thinner. Before I became an immortal venerable, when we fought against the other variant human clans, other than relying on our unity, we also relied on their internal conflicts. The sect I want to create will be an organization that does not rely on bloodline. The human Gu immortals were silent for a while, someone forced a smile, Lord Immortal Venerable, you are right. Once a clan grows, it will become easy for it to become lax. But you are different, you are the first Gu immortal in history to cultivate to rank 9. There might not even be another rank 9 immortal venerable in the future. As long as you are in a clan, which clan member will dare to leave? With you around, there will be the most united clan in the world. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded, you are right. But what about when I am gone? How many years can I live for? The human Gu immortals were stunned by this question. Someone said, Lord Immortal Venerable, you are in the prime of your life now. Someone else said, we will continue to collect lifespan Gu, you will definitely be the Gu immortal who has lived the longest in history. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, saying in a calm tone, but I will still die. Who can avoid death in this world? He shook his head and sighed, answering his own question, no one. The Gu immortals were silent. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, other lifespan extension methods have their flaws, other than lifespan Gu. But even if we collect lifespan Gu, we all know that lifespan Gu are becoming fewer and fewer, isn't that so? The human Gu immortals were silent. This is providence. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable raised his head, his gaze seemed to penetrate the cave walls, looking at the sky and the clouds. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses and replenishes deficits. There has never been a supreme existence of eternal life. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, the tallest tree on the shore will be destroyed by the current. Variant human experts are constantly replacing the old with the new, we humans are the same. The atmosphere in the cave became increasingly stifling, a young human Gu immortal forced a smile, Lord Immortal Venerable, you are only a few hundred years old now, you still have thousands or even tens of thousands of years to live. Isn't it too early to consider this? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's expression turned solemn. He looked at the young Gu Immortal with a calm gaze. The latter could not hold on for more than a few breaths of time. He lowered his head. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said in a deep voice, "If one does not consider the future, they will have immediate worries. If we don't think ahead and take precautions, all of our sacrifices will become meaningless after I die. The fruits of our hard work will also fall apart. Let alone others. Once I die and the variant humans counterattack, which one of you will be able to shoulder the burden?" Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable asked. The human Gu Immortals looked at each other. No one answered, no one spoke. Even though humanity rose up, it was because of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable alone. The rest of humanity, be it Gu Immortal ranks or numbers, were far inferior to variant humans. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Central continent is too big. How many human Gu Immortals and how many variant human Gu Immortals are there? Let's not talk about Gu Immortals, let's talk about mortals. How many people are there in the entire human race? What is their population? There should be a million times difference, right? Even if we dominate and rule Central Continent in our lifetime, what about the other 4 regions? Right now, my strength has been exposed. The variant humans know they are not my match. They have already taken measures to hide. We don't have any effective means to pinpoint their exact location. Especially those variant human Gu Immortals' grotto heavens and blessed lands. Once they are placed in the outside world, even if we appear in front of them, we will not be able to find them. The Immortals understood Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's meaning. Even if humanity rose up, they only relied on Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable alone. And Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had a limited lifespan. He would die one day. And while he was still alive, it would be very difficult for humanity to unify Central Continent. Variant humans were hard to find. They could live and reproduce even if they hid. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was invincible in the world, but he did not have effective methods to find their locations. An old man among the human Gu Immortals said with a heavy tone, "So, according to Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, the long-term solution for humanity is to abandon our clans and establish a sect?" Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded solemnly, "Yes. How can we defeat the mutants and bring a bright future to the entire human race? I can't do it alone. If the mutants can't win, they can just hide. Therefore, even if I am invincible in the world, I can only lead the human race of the Central Continent to independence, to stand firm under the heavy encirclement of the mutants. If we truly want the human race to rise, we must rely on ourselves. We need to expand our population and multiply while nurturing as many Gu Immortals as possible. As long as our human race has more and stronger Gu Immortals than the variant humans, our race's future will be bright. If we adopt the family system, how are we different from the Inhumans? We are already very backward now. If we adopt the family system, we will never be able to surpass them. Only by establishing a sect and actively unearthing all talents, relying on talent to nurture them regardless of the cost, abandoning prejudices. Only then will we have the hope of surpassing the mutant families. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's words made the human Gu Immortals fall into silence again. Many people's expressions calmed down. They knew that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's words made sense. But there were still some Gu Immortals who frowned slightly, finding it hard to accept. A Gu Immortal asked, "Is the sect system enough for us to cooperate sincerely? Is it certain that they will be promoted based on merit, without internal factions, and without suppression and exclusion?" Of course not. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable shook his head. As long as it is an organization created by people, they will have their own selfish motives and benefits. Clans use bloodline as the standard, while sects use ability and talent to judge. Of course, the latter is more open and transparent. The limited cultivation resources will be allocated to more suitable people. It will be more beneficial to the overall situation. That person opened his mouth but found that he could not criticize the superiority of sects. He could only change his perspective. Can't clans unearth talents? Clans also have a system to take in external talents, for example, through marriage or foster children. That is true. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded, but how many can there be through marriage? No matter how many foster children there are, in the clan, compared to those true descendants who are related by blood, they will be ostracized and suppressed, right? The human Gu Immortals were speechless. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued in a sincere tone, I know that creating a sect out of nowhere is somewhat difficult for you to accept emotionally. The path of Gu Immortals is something we have painstakingly pursued and paid an unknown price to obtain. It is fine if we pass it to our descendants, but we have to pass it on to outsiders. But the truth is, creating a sect does not mean we have to casually pass on the profundities of the immortal path to others. Instead, we have to choose talents. These talents not only have good talent, they also have to have moral character, and most importantly, they have to be loyal to their own sect. Furthermore, even if we do not create clans, don't tell me you can't take care of your descendants? Of course not. When these people join the sect, they will naturally be taken care of by you, but I hope you can control them from behind the scenes. Do not violate the sect rules on the surface. Only by starting from ourselves and protecting the sect rules can our descendants, disciples, and descendants actively abide by the sect rules. As long as we create sects and actively unite, I believe our human race will definitely rise up. I don't care about the other 4 regions, but in Central Continent, I hope everyone can create sects and give up on clans. For the sake of humanity, I need to emphasize this, any Central Continent Gu Immortal needs to create a sect, they cannot create a clan. Any Gu Immortal who advances in the future will have to follow this rule. If anyone violates this rule, they will be punished by me and the other immortals. The human immortals did not say anything. When Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable showed his dominance, none of them could go against him. But what made them feel gratified was that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable did not blindly forbid the clan system. The sect system only stipulated Gu Immortals, that was to say, mortals and Gu Masters could continue to live according to the clan system. Moreover, even if Gu Immortals created sects, they could still take care of their descendants and friends. This was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's compromise towards reality, but from this, one could see his brilliance. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, as your leader, I will lead by example. I swear that I will create a sect and not create a clan. I will take in disciples and impart my knowledge to them without holding back. Furthermore, when I die in the future, my immortal aperture will be contributed to be the foundation of the sect, it will not be left for my descendants. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. At once, the human Gu Immortals present were shaken. At this moment, they looked at Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. From his calm expression, they could feel the other party's willingness to sacrifice himself and his determination to protect the overall situation. Since Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was willing to do this, what reason did they have to not do the same? Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are right, I am willing to respond to your call. From now on, I will create a sect and not a clan. Having Lord Immortal Venerable is truly the blessing of humanity. Following you is truly the best choice of my life. Lord Immortal Venerable, I still have some things I don't understand about creating a sect. Please speak. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said. May I ask what kind of sect you want to create, and where will you choose the location of the sect? What are the rules of the sect, and what are the essentials of creating a sect? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable breathed in deeply. I have already thought about creating a sect for a long time. Once I say this, it will involve many aspects. Let's take me as an example. Firstly, my sect is called Celestial Court. A long while later, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable answered the questions of the human immortals. The immortals were no longer confused. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the immortals, the rest will depend on you. I believe that as long as we create a sect and develop it properly, even after I die, humanity will become even more prosperous. If the variant humans do not change, they will definitely decline. Everyone, please have confidence in us. Don't look at our sect, it is only a simple idea now, it has never been realized. I believe that as long as we develop according to our plan, our sect will gradually shine with dazzling brilliance in the long river of history. My celestial court, our sect, will become famous in the world, we will dominate a region, our enemies will fear us. 3,879,687 years later. Celestial Court Battlefield. The intense battle continued. Longevity Heaven's side obtained the support of Giant Sun's attack and gained the upper hand. However, inside the immortal graveyard, members of the Celestial Court were waking up one after another. Who is it? Who dares to offend our celestial court? This is the achievement of our predecessors, I will not allow you to destroy it. How many people have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood? A mere clan system like Longevity Heaven wants to defeat our celestial court. Wishful thinking. Longevity Heaven, you are despicable. Are you going to start a human civil war just for your own benefit? Our celestial court has always been the sacred land of humanity, the heaven of humanity, the orthodox lineage of humanity. We represent the spirit of humanity, it has never changed for millions of years. I will follow Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, I will defend our celestial court with my life. Shouts resounded, old and young, male and female, all sorts of members of the celestial court came out of the immortal graveyard and joined the battlefield. Just like what Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said 3 million years ago, his celestial court had grown into a colossus that dominated the world. His spirit had always been passed down, it had never changed, countless geniuses were excavated and nurtured by the sect, they followed him, who had died long ago, and defended his spirit and ideals. Northern Plains Gu immortals were incomparably brave, but the immortals of the celestial court showed a crazed aura, even if they did not have enough immortal Gu, even if they had to perish together, there was no confusion or fear on their faces. On the contrary, their faces seemed to be shining with light. The light of a martyr, it was so bright and dazzling. Celestial Court's battlefield. The battle between rank 8 Gu immortals was extremely intense. Longevity Heaven. Your performances have truly disappointed us. Celestial Court's people are always so arrogant, they have been leaders for too long, watch how I defeat all of you. We are both humans, but we are actually fighting to this extent. Northern Plains immortals are brave but have no conviction. You won't understand our beliefs. Northern Plains Gu immortals continued to die, but the death of each Northern Plains expert was accompanied by the lives of several Celestial Court Gu immortals. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Duke Long was furious, his gaze was ruthless, even though we are evenly matched, the great Celestial Court is actually forced into such a pathetic state, unforgivable. Boom, Duke Long raised his arms fiercely, finally breaking the cage that trapped him. But Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation quickly pounced, the 3 continued to fight, they were in a deadlock. Quick. Alright, the refinement path formation is finally repaired. Yuan Xiongdu, it is up to you now, we will defend you. Unless we die, no one can break this refinement path formation. Several Celestial Court Gu immortals called out, they occupied the surroundings and formed a firm defensive line. Because of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals, the refinement path formation was repaired, the defensive line was also rebuilt. Bing Sichuan saw this and quickly gave up on Duke Long, he wanted to destroy Celestial Court. Don't even think about it. Duke Long shouted, disregarding his injuries, he used all his strength to stall Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Bing Sichuan could not break through himself, he quickly mobilized his troops. The Northern Plains immortals attacked again, Celestial Court's Gu immortals suffered heavy casualties, but because members of the immortal graveyard were constantly waking up and replenishing their numbers, the defensive line was even firmer than before. Good, now is the time. Huh? Lulu wanted to sneak in, but immediately, his expression changed, and he revealed his true form. A Celestial Court Gu immortal had a large number of jade pearls floating around him, he flew towards him with a face full of killing intent. Is it you? Murderers who are stained with the blood of fellow immortals of the Celestial Court. Your performance ends here. Is it Senior Jade Pearl? King Yuan Xiongdu, who was about to enter the array, happened to see this scene and was immediately overjoyed. In history, rank 8 Gu immortal expert Yu Zhuzi was most proficient in detection. From the number of jade pearls floating around him, he had a complete set of immortal Gu. In this way, Lulu was restrained by him. We can win. With so many ancestors of the Celestial Court, we will definitely win. No, more accurately speaking, victory belongs to our Celestial Court. Yuan Xiongdu's eyes flashed with the light of understanding. He entered the Gu formation again and tried to control it. He was surprised to find that this refinement path formation was even more outstanding than the previous one. I see. In order to repair Fate Gu, the seniors added so many immortal Gu, Yuan Xiongdu's eyes shone with tears. The more immortal Gu used in the refinement path formation, the fewer Gu immortals there would be, it would be easier for them to die in battle. This was a sacrifice, a willing sacrifice. Continue to repair Fate Gu. Yuan Xiongdu sat down cross-legged with a calm expression, but his heart was burning with fire. Blazing flames, in the flames, a scene from deep within his memory surfaced. His master stood in front of him. "Oh little Du, you are indeed sleeping behind the mountain again? You can't slack off like this." The young Yuan Xiongdu woke up, he showed resentment on his face. "Master." He mumbled and said unhappily, "Why didn't Master transfer me back? I like Fire Path is the choice of a man. But little Du, your talent in Refinement Path is extremely shocking. That is why I let you cultivate Refinement Path. In comparison, your talent in Fire Path is too ordinary. But I like Fire Path, when I fight, it is so elegant and majestic. As for Refinement Path, I always stay in the secret room, refining Gu after Gu. Not mentioning the high cost, I often fail in the Gu refinement, all my efforts go to waste. Most importantly, Gu refinement is very risky, it is the same as fighting. Rather than dying sullenly because of Gu refinement, I would rather use Fire Path and die honorably on the battlefield." His master sighed helplessly, saying in a low voice, "Oh little Du, you chose Refinement Path not because of your preference, but because of your responsibility. Our sex Refinement Path lineage needs geniuses to regroup. Don't let your temper get the better of you, little Du, you are already a man, it is time for you to shoulder your responsibilities, understand?" The young Yuan Xiongdu turned his head away unwillingly. "Tisk, I understand. If this is master's order, I will obey." His master sighed again, "It is not an order, it is a responsibility. Moreover, Refinement Path cultivation is also very fun, one day, you will experience this joy. So, go and refine Gu happily with your sense of responsibility." "How can this be? The lazy me has never felt such a heavy responsibility on my shoulders." "Right. There is also this feeling, happiness. He, ha ha ha." Yuan Xiongdu's lips curled up as he laughed in his heart. His face was covered in tears. "Master, I finally understand your words. Disciple, I did not disappoint you. I do not need to split my attention to protect my own life, with them around, there will be no worries. I will do it in one go. I will repair Fate Gu completely and fulfill my responsibility, I will not let down everyone's expectations. After that, I will happily embrace the arrival of death." Yuan Xiongdu smiled as he activated a forbidden move. Once he used this move, regardless of whether the Gu refinement succeeded or not, he would die for sure. But what did it matter? Some things were far more important than an individual's death. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The 4 Eastern Sea Gu immortals surrounded Dragon Palace in the center, continuously attacking it. The 4 dragon generals were suppressed, they could only rely on Dragon Palace to defend. "It seems that you did not become dragon men without a price. Come out, didn't you want to plot against us? Are you hiding in your immortal Gu houses now? A bunch of cowards. You are looking down on us too much." Song Qi Yuan, Qing Yuan, and the rest were furious, they activated powerful killer moves one after another, suppressing the enemies. Even a clay figurine had some temper, not to mention these 4 Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu immortals. Duke Long's scheme, Zhang Yin and the rest's betrayal made the 4 of them erupt together, they displayed extraordinary battle strength. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea was number 1 in terms of temperament. However, just like the calm sea, there was also a side of it that surged up to the heavens and surged with raging waves. When Eastern Sea's people were truly angered, they would learn what true terror was. Suddenly, Song Qi Yuan and the rest stopped attacking. "Someone is coming. Who is it?" "Obviously, they are reinforcements from the Celestial Court." Song Qi Yuan and the other 3 quickly changed their formation. 2 of them continued to attack Duke Long, while the other 2 flew out to defend against enemy reinforcements. "I can only send you here." An elderly Celestial Court Gu immortal smiled as he turned into light and vanished. His lifespan was already exhausted. "Qin Song, go in peace." Several Celestial Court Gu immortals who were handpicked by Fairy Myrtle had solemn expressions. What a joke. Did you run over here just to let us see you die of old age? Hua Kaiyun and Shen Songxing charged over. Thieves from the East Sea, don't even think about getting your hands on the Dragon Palace. An old thing with one foot in the coffin? Why don't you accept your death? Boom boom boom, the two sides could not agree, and a great battle broke out. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Roar. The roars of countless dragons resounded throughout the battlefield. Immortal killer move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, a super powerful killer move that fused ancient sword dragon transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Sun, Yama Emperor, and Familiar Face, appeared once again. He is Fang Yuan. Quick, protect the formation, we cannot let him succeed. Fang Yuan, you have guts. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, you want to stop me now? Too late. It was thanks to Giant Sun Immortal, his attack attracted the attention of the Central Continent Gu Immortals at the crucial moment, allowing Fang Yuan to use his killer move successfully. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was extraordinary, not only was it powerful, it was also hard to kill. After all, this move expended all of Fang Yuan's soul path Dao marks, it was similar to Wu Yang's unlimited wind. Even though the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was strong, its core was still weak. After being ravaged by Fang Yuan's countless ghost dragons, it immediately showed signs of breaking apart. Fang Yuan had turned into Yama Emperor, myriad dragons roared around him as he coldly watched the Central Continent Gu Immortals collapse. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation started to collapse from the core, from the inside to the outside. The formation's collapse brought intense backlash to the Central Continent Gu Immortals, without even needing Fang Yuan to make a move. Countless of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Fang Yuan really succeeded. Wu Yong muttered with a complex expression. Quick, attack. Yao Huang shouted, he swept away his old and dejected attitude as he led the charge with a grand aura. I will deal with Prince's impatience, you guys go. Hairyfoot Mountain, which contained infallible blessed land, appeared. You want to repair Fate Gu, wishful thinking. Even though it is a pity to destroy infallible blessed land, let's stop here. Fang Yuan snickered as he pointed with his finger, like an emperor, countless sword dragons charged down like a huge army. With me here, Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. At the crucial moment, a figure appeared, blocking the countless ghost dragons. Rank 8 Fire Path Expert, Li Huang, Immortal Killer Move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Before the countless ghost dragons could even get close, they were filled with drunkenness and started to spontaneously combust. With me, Li Huang, here, I will not let any of you off. Charge! Li Huang shouted. Is that so? Then have a taste of the myriad ghost sword dragon's consecutive moves. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. In a few breaths of time, the myriad ghost dragons condensed into one, forming a huge pitch-black dragon-patterned soul sword. The soul sword floated in the air, it only pointed at Li Huang but did not stab down. Immortal Killer Move, Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan used Luo Pasil and hit the soul sword. At the next moment, the soul sword stabbed down rapidly. Li Huang hesitated for a moment, even though the soul sword's speed was shocking, he could still dodge it with his speed. But now, he could not dodge. He could only face it head-on, the soul sword pierced through Li Huang without a sound. As the flames dissipated, Li Huang's face turned as pale as a dead man's. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. You dare to block 2 of my moves? Your courage is praiseworthy, but your stupidity is also unparalleled. Fang Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Lord Li Huang. Oh heavens, how can this be? Good job. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Li Huang's corpse fell to the ground, shocking countless people. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently, he continued to charge towards Hairyfoot Mountain as his cold voice spread throughout the battlefield, whoever dares to stop me will end up like this. At once, his demonic might shook the world, Central Continent's morale fell greatly. Wu Yang's eyes flashed with a dark light, while Yao Huang and the rest were shocked. Chu Du had a complex expression. In the past, when Fang Yuan underwent his rank 6 tribulation, he had fought with Fang Yuan. To think that in just a few years, Fang Yuan had already become such a person, he could only look up to him. Including the first 10,000 Ghost Sword Dragon, this 10,000 Ghost Sword Dragon and the 10,000 Ghost Sword consumed over 10,000 Soul Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was powerful, but it permanently consumed the Soul Path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. One Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon consumed 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. After killing Li Huang, Fang Yuan's Soul Path Dao marks were reduced by over 10,000. Of course, Fang Yuan did not have that many Soul Path Dao marks yet, they were all replaced by transformation Path Dao marks. All in all, even though Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was powerful and could kill Li Huang who had Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, the price was extremely high. Dao marks were extremely important to a Gu immortal. Permanently consuming Dao marks would directly reduce one's foundation, it could not be used unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, this move had a flaw, the Soul Sword speed was not outstanding, it could be easily dodged. Fang Yuan saw this opportunity, Li Huang could not dodge easily because he had to protect Hairy Foot Mountain, thus he used this move. Hairy Foot Mountain, seeing Hairy Foot Mountain getting closer, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Who could have thought that the famous infallible blessed land was placed on Hairy Foot Mountain? On the surface, the mountain looked very ordinary. It was like a mound of earth, completely unremarkable. But in fact, it was one of the crucial locations for the Celestial Court to repair Fate Gu, and now, it was the most important location for the outcome of this great battle. Fang Yuan. In the next moment, another figure suddenly appeared, blocking Fang Yuan's path. It was Chen Yi. Wu Yong did not kill you, so let me end your life. Fang Yuan shouted coldly as he once again prepared the killing move of the 1,000 Ghost Dragon Sword. Chen Yi had a solemn expression on his face. Even Li Huang had perished. Facing the Wani Ghost Serpent Sword, he did not have the confidence to resist. At this critical moment, Chen Yi suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest, as if a soldering iron had been branded into his flesh. A powerful and mystical force flowed out from it. As this power gushed out, Chen Yi's clothes were torn apart, exposing his chest. There was a painting on his chest. It was a painting of a large tree swaying in the wind. Ah! Chen Yi exclaimed in his mind, wasn't this painting inexplicably imprinted on my body when I first inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance many years ago? At the same time, information was transmitted to the depths of his mind. This is Lord Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Chen Yi was surprised and joyful. According to this information, he quickly activated his strongest method. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Immediately, green smoke rose from Chen Yi's body. Next, it stopped 6 feet above his head and rotated, forming the shape of a large tree. The large tree had a thick trunk, dense branches, and lush green leaves. Among the leaves, there were also dozens of fruits. There were all kinds of strange fruits. Some were like pitch-black walnuts, some were like pink peaches, but they were as big as basins. Some had thorns on their shells, while some were hollow with their flesh and cores visible from the outside. Karma Divine Tree quickly formed, and the power in the painting was instilled into Karma Divine Tree. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice seemed to resonate in Chen Yi's ears. Watch closely, this is the consecutive move based on Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move was activated, and like the wind, the green smoke swayed with the wind, and Karma Divine Tree seemed to be dancing in the wind. If the Ghost Dragon Sword rushed over, it would be like a meteor. But just as it got close to Karma Divine Tree, with a whoosh, Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword vanished. Fang Yuan was shocked. At that instant, he felt his connection with the killer move Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword had become minuscule, as if the distance between him and Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword had suddenly increased by tens of thousands of li. What method is this? It seems to have the power of teleportation? Fang Yuan squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The connection between immortal killer moves and Gu immortals had a certain distance limit. Once this limit was exceeded, immortal killer moves would often break apart. Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was based on Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer Move. It had the characteristics of Enslavement Path, thus it could still maintain this connection even after being teleported over 100,000 li away. But this connection was already very weak. If it went any further, it would exceed the limit and cause the killer move to collapse. In that case, Fang Yuan would suffer from the backlash of the killer move. If Myriad Ghost Dragon's sword was so powerful, the backlash would not be weak, he would definitely vomit blood on the spot. A killer move that can forcefully teleport? Wu Yong obtained information from Feng Yuan, then I want to see how you deal with my farewell friend Wind. Wu Yong sneered. His figure appeared behind Qianyi again. Immortal killer move, farewell friend Wind, but just as Wu Yong patted Qianyi's shoulder, the scene in his vision changed. In an instant, he was teleported away from infallible blessed land battlefield, returning to southern border. This? Wu Yong was stunned, he stood at the peak of the mountain in a daze. Soon after, he reacted, his expression was ashen and extremely unsightly as he quickly transmitted the information. Even a rank 8 Gu immortal can be forcefully teleported away? What killer move is this? Karma Divine Tree has such a mystical ability? Southern border and northern plains immortals were shocked, while central continent's morale rose. Let's continue defending like this. Qianyi was overjoyed, but Feng Yuan's shout made his expression turn solemn again. Feng Yuan shouted, regaining his morale, I found out. Every teleportation of his move seems to be unstoppable, but the number of times it can be used is clearly limited. Because 2 teleportations consume 2 fruits on the tree. I was discovered so quickly? Qianyi smiled bitterly. Let me. Heavenly Lord Baizu flew over, his body shook lightly as countless clones surged from all directions like a tidal wave. This was a classic enslavement path tactic, a battle of attrition. Karma Divine Tree swayed with the wind, a fruit on the tree suddenly vanished. Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body vanished, Feng Yuan and the rest received news of him, he was teleported to Eastern Sea, the immortals gasped. Feng Yuan pondered, this time, Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body was directly teleported, the enslavement path tactic failed completely. According to logic, shouldn't only his clone be teleported? It actually directly affected the main body? At this time, Yao Huang and the rest charged over. Wait, Brother Chu, you guys attack first. Feng Yuan instructed. Chu Du attacked, his attack from afar was blocked by Qianyi, while Chu Du vanished on the spot. He was sent back to northern plains, to the northern icy plain. And because of the long distance, he lost contact with the killer move he had just used, causing the killer move to break apart and he suffered a backlash. Next, several people attacked, but they were all teleported away. Feng Yuan came to a realization, it seems that because I am a complete otherworldly demon, my main body is not affected by the killer move. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan attacked fiercely. But even though Karma Divine Tree could not affect him, it could affect his killer move. Feng Yuan's methods were all teleported away, some were sent to Central Continent, some were sent to the other 4 regions, some were even sent to Black and White Heaven. Of course, Qianyi did not have a good time either. Not long after, he started to bleed from his 7 orifices, his expression was turning increasingly pale. The burden of maintaining such a wondrous killer move was clearly huge. Damn it, Hairyfoot Mountain is right in front of us, but because of Qianyi alone. Yao Huang gritted his teeth helplessly. Qianyi and the rest rushed over to reinforce him, fighting with northern plains and deities of southern frontier. Feng Yuan dodged wind-sweeping buildings attack and commanded the myriad ghost sword dragons to attack Qianyi. The Karma Divine Tree above Qianyi's head continued to shake, countless ghost sword dragons disappeared on the spot and were sent to different parts of the world. Those that were close were fine, but those that were far away directly collapsed. Feng Yuan had to suffer the backlash of the killer move's collapse. Feng Yuan felt that it was quite troublesome. Killer moves with weaker power, even if they are sent away, they cannot consume the fruits of Karma Divine Tree. And killer moves with stronger power, even though they can consume 1 fruit, if they exceed the distance limit, I will have to suffer the pain of the backlash, I might even be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Feng Yuan did not dare to use Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. He did not rely on the Winter Coat or Reverse Flow Protection Seal now, his defensive methods were weaker than Li Huang's. If Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword collapsed, he would be in deep trouble. Feng Yuan's luck was quite good, that Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword did not cause any damage to him. What do I do? Feng Yuan was anxious. Being Sichuan had been transmitting the situation of the battle in Celestial Court, Feng Yuan naturally knew that Fate Gu's restoration had started again. This is a wood path method, my attainment level in this aspect is insufficient, I cannot break this move in a short period of time. It seems that I can only use the stupid method of attrition. Bai Ning Bing, go. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he gave the order resolutely. Bai Ning Bing and the other rank 7 Gu immortals charged towards Hairy Foot Mountain. Karma Divine Tree activated, every time a rank 7 Gu immortal was sent away, one fruit would be consumed. That damned Fang Yuan, he actually found the most profitable method of exchanging points so quickly. Chinny was also anxious, his eyes were bloodshot, he was extremely weak. A large number of rank 7 Gu immortals disappeared, the fruits on the tree were finally used up. The fruitless Karma Divine Tree dissipated with the wind. Chinny lowered his head, his aura was extremely weak. Fang Yuan's attack was extremely ferocious, it was accompanied by myriad ghost dragon sword, its demonic might was extremely vast. Chinny looked at the sky, seeing the mighty Fang Yuan, he felt like the sky was pressing down on him, his muscles were trembling uncontrollably. There was no way to block or evade. Then there is no need to block or evade. Chinny, who was already at the end of his tether, smiled lightly as he puffed out his chest, facing death calmly. Lord Chinny. Bai Tsang Shui and the other Gu immortals shouted, wanting to save him. But Qi Chuyu, Yi Hao Fang, and the rest followed behind Fang Yuan, blocking these reinforcements. The huge ghost sword whistled past, penetrating Chinyi's body, its might did not diminish as it struck Hairy Foot Mountain. At the next moment, Hairy Foot Mountain crumbled, Chinyi also lost his life, his corpse fell down powerlessly. Chinyi is also dead. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals were greatly shaken. Fang Yuan had killed 2 celestial court experts, his fearsome might was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. However, Hairy Foot Mountain is gone, but infallible blessed land is not destroyed. Fang Yuan frowned as he looked at the pile of rubble below him. Celestial Court had detected infallible blessed land's location, but it had not been able to barge in for countless years, it could only use human path methods to borrow infallible blessed land's strength to extract the success Dao mark. Right now, Fang Yuan could not harm infallible blessed land in a hurry, not to mention destroying it. Not long after Chinyi died, a Gu immortal died in Celestial Court's battlefield. Yuan Xiongdu, he sat cross-legged on the ground, dying with a smile. Following his death, the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower started to emit a healthy aura. This is the aura of a rank 9 immortal Gu. Fate Gu. Yuan Xiongdu has already sacrificed himself, that means? The appearance of this aura caused the entire battlefield of the Celestial Court to freeze. Longevity Heaven's expression changed drastically, while the eyes of the immortals of the Celestial Court lit up with joy. Damn it! Did we fail? Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth, retreat. 7 Extreme Desolation stayed behind, while Calamity Luck Altar began to retreat. What's going on? Why do I have a feeling of emptiness? Fang Yuan, who was in Infallible Paradise's battlefield, suddenly felt the same. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly and did not stop Calamity Luck Altar. He came to Heaven Overseeing Tower and went to the top. Fate Gu, Fate Gu. Duke Long muttered as tears flowed out of his eyes. He was too happy, too excited. He saw it with his own eyes, the complete Fate Gu was right in front of him, how many years of longing, how many years of yearning, finally came true at this moment. For Duke Long, the significance of repairing Fate Gu was far more important and complex than the other members of the Celestial Court. Because back then, it was his disciple who had personally taught him that harmed Fate Gu. Hong Ting, I've finally made up for the huge mistake you've made. I have not let down the Celestial Court, I have not let down humanity. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Duke Long's loud voice spread from Heaven Overseeing Tower to the whole of the Celestial Court, over 1,000,000 years. My Celestial Court has finally obtained the complete rank 9 Fate Gu again. Swoosh, at the next moment, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals cheered in excitement, some were flushed with excitement, some were crying, some had a satisfied smile on their faces as they died of old age. The morale of the Celestial Court soared to the peak, while Bing Sichuan and the rest of Longevity Heaven's side had pale expressions as they retreated quickly. The situation was set, they could not succeed. When Longevity Heaven invaded the Celestial Court, it was fierce and decisive, while retreating, it was also decisive and decisive. Over 3 million years ago. Central Continent, Chi Breath Peak. This peak was not a mountain, or more accurately speaking, it was only a mountain. The peak contained dense chi path Dao marks, it was very mystical. The peak could breathe out mist on its own, breathing like a human. Every few decades or centuries, it would fly away and move to another place, continuing to breathe in and out, this cycle repeated. There were not many chi breath peaks, most of them had owners, this chi breath peak was the same. Its owner was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, but he was only a rank 7 Gu Immortal now. Gu Immortal Primordial Origin cultivated in Chi Breath Peak, using the breathing ability of Chi Breath Peak to comprehend the profundities of Chi Path. On this day, he suddenly opened his eyes in a secret cave. It turned out that Immortal Gu Master had barged into his Chi Breath Peak. He was slightly surprised. After all, he cultivated wholeheartedly, he had a carefree and unrestrained nature, he only wanted to comprehend the great Tao, he did not want to be disturbed by external matters. Thus, not only in Chi Breath Peak, he even made many arrangements in the mountain range below Chi Breath Peak. Not to mention mortal Gu Masters, even if most Gu Immortals came here, they might not be able to discover Primordial Origin's existence. They would even turn a blind eye to the mysticism of Chi Breath Peak. But now, a mortal Gu Master has barged in, interesting. Primordial Origin Gu Immortal was interested, he appeared in front of this Gu Master, but before he spoke, that mortal Gu Master kowtowed. Gu Master Yu pays respects to Primordial Origin High Immortal. Oh? You actually know my name? Tell me, which immortal friend gave you pointers? Can you rely on your Gu Master's ability to pass my round? Primordial Origin's expression turned solemn. How could a mortal Gu Master have such ability? He was sure that there was a Gu Immortal helping him from the shadows. But Gu Master Yu shook his head. Primordial Origin High Immortal, I did not receive any Gu Immortal's guidance, I came here based on Fate Gu's instructions. Fate Gu? Humph, don't spout nonsense. This Gu is rank 9, it is kept by the Rockman Imperial Court and is guarded by several rank 8 Rockman Gu Immortals all year round, you. Primordial Origin had not finished speaking when his eyes suddenly opened wide. Mortal Gu Master Yu was kneeling on the ground, his hands holding a Gu worm. Rank 9 aura was overflowing, what else could it be but Fate Gu? In an instant, Primordial Origin lost his composure, his calm heart surged with raging waves. He forced himself to calm down. Yu, get up, how did you steal this Fate Gu and bring it to me from so far away? Also, you said you received Fate Gu's instructions? But according to what I know, no Gu Immortal can use Fate Gu, only the Heavenly Tao can control this Gu. What ability do you have to be able to use Fate Gu? Yu spoke in full detail. I am the slave of the first Supreme Elder's grandson of the Rockman tribe. I have been secretly replacing my master to clean the Rockman sacred hall and maintain the cleanliness of Fate Gu's surroundings. But one day, I discovered that as long as I get close to Fate Gu, I can sense Fate's arrangements and the trajectory of all lives. I obtained Fate Gu's guidance because of this, I learned many things about the future and also understood my mission. Next, I took advantage of the commotion caused by the discovery of the Featherman Gu Immortals who sneaked into the Rockman Sacred Hall and took Fate Gu away. I used the secret passages in the Rockman Sacred Hall to escape. Fate Gu actually concealed its aura in my hands. Although there were many dangers along the way, no matter what Gu Immortals or methods they used, I could learn of them in advance through Fate Gu and was able to evade them with sufficient preparation. Therefore, the journey was more daunting than dangerous, and I finally found you, exalted immortal. Primordial Origin heard this and could not help but size up Gu Master Yu. Yu spoke casually, but seeing that he was full of injuries, it could be seen how difficult his journey had been. You don't need to be humble, in my opinion, although you used Fate Gu, to be able to reach this stage as a mortal Gu Master, it is because you are brave and resourceful. Primordial Origin praised as his expression turned warm. He asked again, then why did you steal this Fate Gu from so far away and bring it to me? Yu said, reporting to Lord Immortal, it was not me who stole Fate Gu, but Fate Gu itself wanted to come to you and put it in your hands. Lord Immortal, you are the owner of Fate Gu, I have already seen this from Fate Gu. Not only that, Lord Immortal, please experience it yourself. Saying so, Yu lowered his head and raised his hands, offering Fate Gu to Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin was skeptical, but the moment he received Fate Gu, countless images flashed past his eyes like lightning as a vast amount of information poured into his mind. He immediately came to a realization: he understood everything. So it was not that Yuji could use Fate Gu, but Fate Gu allowed him to see the changes in heaven and earth, as well as the life trajectory of all living beings. In Fate, the variant human races that are contending for hegemony over the 5 regions will all decline. Humans will replace them and become the main characters of heaven and earth, trampling all the variant human races and becoming the new overlord. Humanity will reign supreme. As for me and this Gu Master Yuji, we will lead humanity to rise. We will take on all the challenges and suppression of the variant human grade experts. After understanding everything, Primordial Origin was shocked, but also joyful. He could not help but be happy, because he was also a member of the human race. Although he became a Gu immortal, the status of humans was very low. Most humans were slaves, sold, humiliated, and squeezed by the variant human races. Not only human mortals and Gu masters, even human Gu immortals had low status in the Gu immortal circle. Many human Gu immortals were even slaves of variant human races. Wild human Gu immortals like Primordial Origin had freedom, but one day, they might be encircled and attacked by many variant human Gu immortals. If they were unlucky enough to be captured, they might even become slaves of variant human Gu immortals. I want to resist so much, but even as a rank 7 Gu immortal, I am not the match of many variant human Gu immortal experts. Thus, I have been cultivating bitterly. I want to create my own path for humanity. And now, Fate Gu has shown that the future belongs to us humans. In the future, I will be the leader of human Gu immortals. I will create Chi path and lead humanity to rise. Humanity will reign supreme. This is providence. This is the general trend. This is the human heart. Thinking of this, Gu immortal Primordial Origin was excited. He held Fate Gu in his hand and laughed heartily. He was crying tears of joy. Yuji also smiled happily. He was also a member of the human race. Humanity had been oppressed by the variant human races for a long time. Bitter, after a long sigh, Primordial Origin collected his emotions. He looked deeply at Fate Gu in his hand and sighed. "Oh Yuji, you are a hero of humanity. A great hero. You brought out Fate Gu. Even if we can't use it, this is the biggest flag. To tell you the truth, I have long had the intention to resist the variant humans. But our human Gu immortals are few in number, and even more difficult is that most of these human Gu immortals are slaves. They are slaves and are like ants. They have no dignity, but they also do not dare to offend their masters. Because they know how insignificant they are compared to the variant human races, and how weak humans are. But now, with this Fate Gu, we can announce to the world, we can let all human Gu immortals understand, the future is ours, humanity will reign supreme. Fate Gu will rouse their lost courage, it will rouse the hope in their hearts, it will rouse their spirit of resistance. Moreover, it will unite everyone by our side. This is a banner. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long lightly caressed Fate Gu. He was silent and had tears streaming down his face. Fate Gu was shaped like a spider. It was black and white and had a weak aura. There was a scarlet scar on it that almost cut it in half. This was the injury caused by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But now, the scarlet scar had already disappeared. The unharmed Fate Gu was quietly lying on the ground. Its aura was brimming with health. Life and death were up to fate. Success or failure was up to heaven. All living beings in the world had their own life trajectories. They could not be changed. This was fate. For Celestial Court, Fate Gu represented many things. Relying on Fate Gu, people's hearts changed. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable led humanity to rise. Celestial Court was established. Relying on Fate Gu, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable schemed. Celestial Court resisted 3 Demon Venerables. Relying on Fate Gu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable carried on his legacy. Celestial Court always occupied the throne of the number 1 Gu immortal force in the world, unshakable and unbreakable. Fate Gu was not just a rank 9 Gu worm too. Celestial Court, it was there. Spirit, it was the banner that flew in the hearts of every generation of Celestial Court Gu immortals. How many years, how many years? Duke Long muttered. The surging emotions in his heart gradually calmed down. Duke Long was no longer trembling from excitement. He felt relieved of a heavy burden. Yes, relieved of a heavy burden. Different from most of the celestial court Gu immortals, repairing Fate Gu had more significance to Duke Long. Because the one who damaged Fate Gu was none other than the disciple he had taught with all his heart. In other words, he was also the culprit who harmed Fate Gu. For many years, Duke Long had been blaming himself. To repair Fate Gu, to atone for his sins, to repent, he did not hesitate to use Heavenly Dragon's last stand. Even in his deep sleep, he was still extremely anxious and fearful. Completely repairing Fate Gu, can I do it? I must repair it, I must. Otherwise, how can I face the other two dukes? How can I face the general public? How can I face the generations of descendants of the celestial court? How can I face this grand humanity? This was the voice that lingered in Duke Long's heart all year round. And now, Duke Long had finally done it. It's not just me, it's all thanks to everyone. All of the sacrifices were worth it. Duke Long smiled, feeling extremely gratified. At this moment, his dragon horn was broken, his hair was disheveled, and his body was bathed in blood. His injuries were severe, and what was more frightening was that his lifespan was almost up. He was about to die completely, and not even a trace of his soul would remain. Although the last moments of his life weren't the happiest, they were definitely the most relaxed and liberated. Therefore, of course, he felt tired. Tired. He was too tired. He was physically and mentally exhausted. After so many years of torment, the burden in his heart was finally lifted. The battle that had erupted and the injuries on his body had left him incredibly exhausted. I really want to have a good rest. Duke Long's breathing also calmed down, his dragon eyes were like the sea, filled with incomparably complex and deep emotions. He slowly retracted his hand, taking one last look at Fate Gu with reluctance. He then slowly turned around. His gaze passed through Heaven Overseeing Tower and swept through the battlefield. Although there were still intense battles, Calamity Luck Altar had already retreated far away. It is time to end this battle. Duke Long breathed in deeply, his voice suddenly became louder and spread throughout the entire celestial court. Longevity Heaven, you want to retreat so easily? Hee, isn't this thinking too naive? Duke Long controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower and slowly flew into the sky. This famous immortal Gu house in the 5 regions was now a true rank 9 immortal Gu house. Under the gazes of the celestial court's immortals, Heaven Overseeing Tower started to shine with bright light that pierced into the sky. Like a monarch descending upon the world, it entered the battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower, it wanted to supervise the world, follow providence, and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. This is the true Heaven Overseeing Tower. How many years has it been? It has finally reappeared. I am truly fortunate to be able to see such a scene in my lifetime. Countless celestial court's Gu immortals had tears in their eyes. At this moment, many of them were at the end of their lifespans, but they were smiling in satisfaction. Retreat. Bing Sichuan's voice was hoarse. Even the valiant Longevity Heaven showed an anxious expression as it retreated. It is useless. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long spoke softly, his narrowed dragon eyes revealed a trace of arrogance. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with light, immortal killer move, fate vanquish. Light. Light everywhere. White light. It filled the world, the earth, and all directions. This was a genuine rank 9 killer move, an attack determined by fate could not be dodged, no matter what method was used to evade it. If fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be resisted. As the white light faded, the celestial court's immortals stood proudly on the battlefield, while the experts of Northern Plains history had expressions of disbelief, shock, or bitterness as they collapsed. The phantom river of time that was engraved on the battlefield also vanished. Calamity Luck Altar was mostly destroyed. It was a tragic sight, like an ordinary thatched hut that was hit by a hurricane. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan, Bull Demon, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were heavily injured and coughing out blood. Leave quickly. Bing Sichuan breathed heavily as he controlled the half-destroyed Calamity Luck Altar. Orange-yellow light shone in the sky again. This was Giant Sun Immortal's backup. It was a path of retreat. Calamity Luck Altar entered the orange-yellow light. You want to leave? Where do you think you are going? The celestial court's immortals charged forward. Leave quickly. Mao Li Chiu gritted its teeth, forcefully supporting its swaying body as it stood in front of the Celestial Court's immortals with determination. "Celestial Court's immortals, please retreat," Duke Long ordered. The Celestial Court's immortals were surprised. "Fairy Myrtle, Lord Duke Long?" Duke Long sighed, "Leave some foundation for the Celestial Court." The immortals were silent. In this battle, the Celestial Court suffered huge losses. It was a huge loss. Because they lacked immortal goo, the rank 8 goo immortals had to use their bodies to block Longevity Heaven's attacks. They had sacrificed too many people. As for the Celestial Court, because of the immortal graveyard, they had many rank 8 goo immortals but lacked immortal goo. Duke Long had always remembered that when star constellations will appeared earlier, she had specially instructed him to hibernate a few rank 8 goo immortals. This definitely had a deeper meaning, but in this battle, the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard had awakened too many rank 8 goo immortals. They had also sacrificed countless more. This resulted in not only no new rank 8 goo immortals to hibernate, many more were sacrificed instead. Although Fate Goo was repaired, this made Duke Long feel uneasy. "Right now, my Celestial Court has already repaired rank 9 Fate Goo, together with myself, who in this world can go against me? Even if it is a rank 9 Goo Venerable's method, I can rely on Heaven Overseeing Tower to resist it. Everyone, why don't you return to the immortal graveyard? If things go south, we can just wake you up." Duke Long continued to urge. "In that case, that's right, with Fate Goo and Lord Duke Long, who can stop us? Then let's continue to hibernate." Most of the Goo immortals returned to the immortal graveyard, but a small portion stayed behind. These people were about to reach the end of their lifespans. They were about the same as Duke Long. There was no meaning in hibernating. Duke Long left behind Fairy Myrtle and a few others to clean up the battlefield and guard Celestial Court, while he led another group to move Heaven Overseeing Tower out of Celestial Court. Calamity Luck Altar brought the remnants of Longevity Heaven and escaped from Celestial Court, but so what? Their speed could not compare to Heaven Overseeing Tower, and they were in Central Continent's territory. Duke Long wanted to make these people stay, be it by killing or taking them as captives. It would undoubtedly display the might of Celestial Court. It would also let the Goo immortals of the other 4 regions know what the price of offending Celestial Court was. What? Longevity Heaven escaped in defeat, Celestial Court completely repaired Fate Goo? Sigh, we lost this battle, let's retreat. Escape. Heaven Overseeing Tower with Fate Goo is definitely the #1 immortal Goo house. In the current world, be it Duke Long or Heaven Overseeing Tower, we are not their match. After receiving this news, the situation in Infallible Blessed Land changed drastically in an instant. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals had thoughts of retreating. Feng Yuan was the same. He felt great regret, but there was nothing he could do. But what he did not expect was, almost at the next moment, he saw the tattered Calamity Luck Altar, as well as the pursuing Celestial Court. It was unknown what Giant Sun Immortal was thinking back then. He actually set up a path of retreat in the sky above Hairy Foot Mountain. No one had discovered it. It is too late to leave now. Everyone, please work together and attack Celestial Court. They have already used Fate Vanquish once, they will not use it again in a short period of time. This is our final chance. Bing Sichuan shouted. The Goo immortals reacted quickly, they gritted their teeth and charged forward. Bing Sichuan was right, Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast, they could not escape. Of course, it was not that no one thought of using the Goo immortals around them to stall for time and escape. But Central Continent was too big, they were deep in Central Continent now. Even if they scattered and escaped, Heaven Overseeing Tower would have enough time to eliminate them one by one. Thus, Southern Border and Northern Plains people were all in a desperate situation, they could only fight back. This round of slaughter caused the heavens and the earth to dim. Northern Plains and deities of Southern Frontier knew that their situation was extremely dangerous. They did not hold back anymore, they used everything they had learned and used all their methods. When Celestial Court chased after them, they were very aggressive, but after facing the counterattack of the Northern and Southern Regions Alliance, they fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Myrtle, has the news of Fate Goo's restoration been announced to the world? Duke Long stayed in Heaven Overseeing Tower and contacted Fairy Myrtle. Shortly after, Fairy Myrtle replied, the news has already been spread to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not only that, Lord Duke Long, your current battle situation is also being spread everywhere through human methods. Since rank 9 Fate Gu had been restored, Celestial Court naturally had to spread this news to raise their morale and scare their enemies. This way, Celestial Court would be able to take care of the people's hearts. They could even persuade those Gu immortals who were still causing trouble and looting resources in Central Continent. Duke Long's earlier order was to spread the news of Fate Gu. But Fairy Myrtle went one step further. She directly spread the battle situation in infallible blessed land everywhere. At once, countless mortals, Gu masters, and Gu immortals learned of the battle situation. The Celestial Court's actions showed their confidence in winning. It was also clear that the Celestial Court with rank 9 Fate Gu had a huge advantage in the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle wanted to use this chance to display the strength of the Celestial Court and capture all of these southern border and northern plains Gu immortal elites. Central Continent and the Celestial Court's reputation would soar to the peak. Duke Long understood what Fairy Myrtle meant, but he could not help but frown slightly. Presently, the immortals of the north and south have fallen into a hopeless situation. They're like cornered beasts that are still fighting, and they have the will to fight. Thus, our side has fallen into a disadvantageous position instead. Although this is only a temporary situation, Duke Long understood Fairy Myrtle's intentions. Although it was a little rash, since she had already done so, he had no choice but to cooperate. To display the Celestial Court's strength to the greatest extent, not only did they have to announce the successful restoration of Fate Gu, they also had to display extremely strong battle strength, to make people tremble in fear and not dare to go against the Celestial Court. In this refinement path convention, the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions took action. They wreaked havoc in Central Continent and plundered cultivation resources, greatly damaging the reputation of the Celestial Court. Now that they wanted to restore their reputation, the Celestial Court had to display outstanding battle strength and capture all of the northern and southern immortals in one fell swoop. Only then could they regain their reputation and raise morale, making the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions deeply wary and not dare to offend them again. Fate Vanquish was undoubtedly the best choice. It was a rank 9 killer move, because Fate Gu was completely restored, its power was even more terrifying. But it still needed some time to use it now. Fate Vanquish could not be used frequently. It seems that I have to do it myself. Otherwise, news of the battle will spread everywhere, my Celestial Court's immortals will be suppressed instead, it will not look good for us. Duke Long arranged for several Celestial Court Gu immortals to take his place in defending Heaven Overseeing Tower, while he himself slowly floated out. Duke Long has come out, be careful of him. Bing Sichuan knew how terrifying Duke Long was, he quickly reminded. Let's attack together. Yao Huang shouted, Fang Yuan and the rest quickly responded. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and the other immortal Gu houses protected these rank 8 Gu immortals. The moment Duke Long came out, he fell into the encirclement of Fang Yuan and the rest. Several rank 8 killer moves were unleashed, their power was shocking. Be careful. Despicable. Dodge. All over Central Continent, especially in the 10 great ancient sects territories, a large number of Gu immortals shouted in shock. Through the changing images, they saw that Duke Long was being attacked, they were anxious, worried, and filled with grief and indignation. Bam bam bam, after a series of explosions, dust and smoke filled the air. Within the dust and smoke, Duke Long's huge figure stood tall. The 9 coiling dragon phantoms on his body expanded, creating intense winds that dispersed the dust and smoke. Duke Long had a calm expression, he was still hovering at the same spot. His indifferent dragon eyes looked around as Duke Long spoke, Are you trying to tickle me with these tricks? Strong. So strong. Yao Huang and the rest, who had fought against Duke Long for the first time, were greatly shaken, even though they had already obtained first-hand information about the battle in Celestial Court from Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth as a dazed expression appeared in his eyes, he is several times stronger than before. Without 7 extreme desolation now, just the half-destroyed Calamity Luck altar is not his match. What do we do? Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, Immortal Killer Move, Wounded Centipede Mark, Fang Yuan and Heavenly Lord Baizu activated their killer moves at the same time, Sword Chi rampaged and ghost dragons flew in the sky, while gray-white centipedes flew in the sky, seemingly illusory at the same time. The two killer moves were like a tidal wave, one on the left and one on the right, one above and one below, drowning Duke Long. In Central Continent, countless spectators gasped in shock, they were worried for Duke Long. From within the sea of dragons and centipedes, Duke Long's calm voice could be heard, "Good move, but it is not enough." Immortal killer move, Chi Current Scissors. Boom, with a loud explosion, the sea of dragons and centipedes surged with huge waves. Chi Current Scissors flew everywhere, everywhere they went, the dragons were as fragile as paper, they were easily cut apart. The centipedes were even worse off, their corpses were torn into pieces and scattered everywhere. Seeing that Duke Long was safe and sound, the whole of Central Continent cheered. "Mom, is the one with a horn on his head an immortal from our middle continent?" Duke Long, the master of the legendary Red Lotus demon Venerable. "Just how powerful is that?" "The Celestial Court has made a move, it is better for me to retreat first. I have plundered a lot of resources, let's leave this place first." Just like Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle expected, the invading Goo Immortals started to retreat in large numbers. Central Continent's morale continued to rise, they were united and united. Attrition tactics are completely ineffective. Heavenly Lord Baizu's expression was ashen. "It is my turn now." Duke Long snorted lightly, the dragon-shaped chi flickered as he vanished. So fast. Where did he go? Yi Haofeng's heart suddenly rang with alarm, he raised his head and saw that Duke Long was right above him. The dragon claw attacked, Yi Haofeng only had time to raise his arms to block it. Boom, with a loud sound, Yi Haofeng was struck by the dragon claw, he was sent flying for 500 to 600 feet, crashing on the ground and creating a huge crater. Guh. Yi Haofeng coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face was filled with shock. The attack just now had not only broken his defense, it had even caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The dragon-shaped chi flickered again, Duke Long appeared in front of Yi Haofeng again. But immediately, 5 Elements Grandmaster and Chi Chiyu appeared on Duke Long's left and right. Even though they could not see Duke Long's figure and could not keep up with his speed, they had rich battle experience, they had already predicted that Duke Long would continue to attack Yi Haofeng. After all, it was better to break one than to injure 10 fingers. "Duke Long, you fell for it. You are trapped inside, right?" One south and one north, the two formation path Goo Immortals attacked at the same time, instantly setting up a formation. "A mere formation dares to trap me?" Duke Long snickered, his body shook as his chi burst out. The formation shattered like glass, Chi Chiyu and 5 Elements Grandmaster grunted as they suffered a backlash. But Duke Long was also obstructed, he lost the chance to kill Yi Haofeng. Yi Haofeng took the chance to get out of the pit and heal himself, but his heart was still cold. Duke Long's strength was simply unimaginable. After all, Yi Haofeng was a famous rank 8 expert in southern border, but he was almost killed by Duke Long in just 2 or 3 rounds. I'm afraid only a venerable can suppress such strength. Be it defense, offense, or movement, Duke Long is far ahead. Even if we attack him together, he can deal with it easily. Who can block this Duke Long? The southern and northern immortals were all terrified, many of them were at a loss. Duke Long could not be stopped, not to mention there was a rank 9 immortal Goo house with a complete fate Goo, heaven overseeing tower. What to do? As if responding to the immortals' questions, there was a loud rumble as the ground split open. A huge crack rapidly spread, cutting across the battlefield. Boom, at the next moment, the ground burst open, countless soil and rocks surged out like a black tsunami that defied the heavens. A huge dragon head flew over like a hill. The dragon opened its mouth, its teeth were jagged like a forest of spears, flickering with a cold light that made people's hearts palpitate. "Duke Long, I will tear you to pieces." The giant dragon roared. Legendary immemorial desolate beast, Dizongxing. A strange expression flashed past Duke Long's face, he snorted coldly and charged forward without dodging. One immortal and one beast fought, falling into a deadlock. Since when did Dizongxing become so strong? Celestial Court's Goo immortals were shocked. It seems that because the 5 regions are about to fuse into one, the earth veins are united, and because of this battle, many sacrifices were made, Central Continent is enraged, it also caused Dizongxing's strength to rise sharply. But, wasn't Dizongxing trapped in Hidden Dragon Cave, why did he suddenly appear here? The immortals were uncertain, they had many questions. But they all knew that back then, Duke Long had personally suppressed Di Zongxing, thus, it was natural that Di Zongxing was looking for trouble with Duke Long now. Just like what Duke Long had said in Celestial Court, Di Zongxing's battle strength had risen sharply, he could rival Duke Long himself. Who knows, this legendary immemorial desolate beast might even be the strongest existence among the current legendary immemorial beasts. Great, there is always a way out. Let's retreat now. We cannot retreat. Fang Yuan shouted, this is a good chance to attack. Duke Long is too arrogant, he is being held back by Di Zongxing. We will go to Heaven Overseeing Tower now and destroy Fate Gu. Saying so, Fang Yuan took the lead and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Sichuan was the first to react, he shouted and gathered the Northern Plains immortals, following closely behind. The deities of Southern Frontier also launched a frenzied attack. Central Continent, Thunder Peak Mountain Range. Boom, a huge explosion resounded in the surroundings of tens of li. 3 Gu immortals were fighting. Leave behind the electrolytic iron starflower, otherwise, even if I die, I will not let you two off. Central Continent Gu immortal Mi Languang shouted angrily. And he had 2 opponents. One was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar with fluttering sleeves, the other was a short and wretched-looking young man. The former was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, Great Treasury immortal, he had rank 7 cultivation and cultivated information path. The latter was a local Gu immortal of Central Continent, a rank 6 Jianyi Xing. Great Treasury immortal frowned, his tone was impatient as anger flashed in his eyes. Mi Languang, did you chase me for so long just for an electrolytic iron starflower? Yes, I admit, this information path and lightning path immortal material was personally nurtured by you. It is something that has never been seen before in this world. I was excited to see it, I also cultivate information path like you, so I secretly took one and wanted to research it. I'll tell you the truth, if you continue to force me for a rank 7 immortal material, I'll start a war with you and fight to the death. I will also teach you that Eastern Sea Gu immortals are not so easy to bully. Once he said this, Jianyi Xing immediately flattered him, Senior Great Treasury immortal, your words are very reasonable. We should have done this long ago and gotten rid of this Mi Languang. Otherwise, if we let him chase us like this, we would not be able to do any business. The current situation is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Great Treasury immortal looked at Jianyi Xing and nodded reluctantly, we can only do that. Even though Great Treasury immortal had rank 7 cultivation level while Jianyi Xing was only rank 6, the latter was a famous lone immortal in Central Continent. He specialized in sword escape killer moves and was extremely slippery. He was also a local tyrant of Central Continent. Precisely because he appeared and told Great Treasury immortal about Mi Languang's treasure location, Great Treasury immortal learned of this special rank 7 immortal material, electrolytic iron starflower. Great Treasury immortal cultivated information path and was very interested in it. Together with Jianyi Xing, they stole a portion of electrolytic iron starflower while Middle Continent was in chaos. During this process, they were discovered by Mi Languang. The Great Treasury immortal's actions were exposed and he couldn't help but feel weak. He didn't want to act and was chased by Mi Languang. Mi Languang looked at Great Treasury immortal, then looked at Jianyi Xing and sneered, so that's how it is. Next, he said something that made Great Treasury immortal feel very surprised. Great Treasury immortal, even though you are an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, you are also a famous information path expert. I have long heard of your name, but you were deceived by that scoundrel Jianyi Xing. There are 13 electrolytic iron starflowers in my valley. You stole one, Jianyi Xing plucked 3, and the rest were destroyed by his sword arts. What? Jianyi Xing laughed heartily, Mi Languang, you are obviously trying to sow discord. Aren't you a little too clumsy? But the next moment, Great Treasury immortal turned around and stared at him angrily, Jianyi Xing, what have you done? Jianyi Xing's heart jumped, oh no, they are both information path Gu immortals, I cannot discover their secret communication. I'm afraid Great Treasury immortal has already believed the evidence. Jianyi Xing was decisive, since he could not deceive Great Treasury immortal anymore, he laughed sinisterly and flew away like a sword. Great Treasury immortal and Mi Languang were shocked. This Jianyi Xing has already advanced to rank 7. Is this his true speed? So fast. Great Treasury Immortal was furious. He was actually tricked by Jian Yixing. He was used as a tool. Now, Jian Yixing took away more benefits than him and even made him stay behind to block Mi Lan Guang. Brother Mi, I will return that electrolytic iron starflower to you immediately. Don't worry, I will uproot it and return it to you. It will be very convenient for you to plant it again. Moreover, I will compensate you with valuable resources. Great Treasury Immortal breathed in deeply and said with a solemn expression. Mi Lan Guang pondered for a while before raising his eyebrows. Conditions? Great Treasury Immortal snorted coldly. You and I will work together to deal with Jian Yixing. He hated Jian Yixing to the core. Mi Lan Guang was the same. He smiled knowingly and stretched out his hand. It is my honor to work together with fellow Eastern Sea cultivators. Thereupon, the two made an agreement to work together to kill Jian Yixing. What made the two of them furious was that although Jian Yixing escaped, he did not actually escape far. Evidently, he wanted to let Mi Lan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal fight for a while before he returned to reap the benefits. Now that he saw Mi Lan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal working together, although Jian Yixing was furious, he did not panic. He even mocked. My sword escape method made countless rank 7 Gu immortals helpless against it at rank 6. Now that this move has advanced to rank 7, if you want to catch up to me, maybe in your next life. Saying so, Jian Yixing activated the killer move sword escape and left. Mi Lan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal cursed loudly, but could only watch as Jian Yixing escaped. But a moment later, it was Jian Yixing's turn to cry bitterly. Oh no! Although my sword escape method is fast, it cannot last for long. And these two are information path Gu immortals. They are most skilled at gathering information and clues, thus they could track me. Mi Lan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal hated Jian Yixing to the core. They chased after him relentlessly. Every time there was a crisis, Jian Yixing would activate sword escape and escape temporarily. But not long after, Mi Lan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal would chase after him. Jian Yixing shouted, "Is there any meaning in chasing like this? Our accumulated immortal essence will be expended. At that time, you will suffer heavy losses." Mi Lan Guang sneered, "Among us 3 rank 7s, you are the latest to advance. How much immortal essence do you have? This time, even if we have to expend it, we will exhaust you to death." Great Treasury Immortal nodded, agreeing loudly, "That's right. You should know that Eastern Sea Gu immortals are not so easily deceived." Jian Yixing scolded anxiously, "Mi Lan Guang, you and I are Central Continent Gu immortals. We are from the same region. You are actually siding with an outsider and ally with an outer region?" Mi Lan Guang chuckled coldly, "Don't be so arrogant. You offended me today. You are dead meat." Jian Yixing only needed to use sword escape to escape. Both sides chased for a while. Great Treasury Immortal suddenly said, "Oh no, he has stopped strangely. He seems to have discovered the method I used on him." He had lost his sense of Jian Yixing. Soon, he and Mi Lan Guang found Jian Yixing's right arm in a mountain pass. Jian Yixing was ruthless. After realizing something was wrong, he directly cut off his right arm. Great Treasury Immortal's expression was ashen as he looked at Mi Lan Guang. "We can only rely on you now. Don't worry." Mi Lan Guang smiled, "This way." The two continued to chase. After a few exchanges, Jian Yixing's expression was pale. He could not even curse as he felt the pressure of death. Gradually, his immortal essence reserves were depleted. "I am going to die, but I am not resigned to it. I broke Great Treasury Immortal's method, but what method did you, Mi Lan Guang, use to chase after me? I dared to provoke you because I have some understanding of your methods. I can deal with them. But now, I can't even find out what method you're using. Can you tell me the truth before I die?" Mi Lan Guang sneered, "Don't even think about it. You can die as a muddled ghost." But at the next moment, Jian Yixing gave a strange cry as he used sword escape killer move again, escaping rapidly. "This guy is too crafty." Great Treasury Immortal gritted his teeth in hatred. "Don't worry, I have my methods. Unless he escapes from Central Continent, he will not be able to escape my detection." Mi Lan Guang smiled confidently. Great Treasury Immortal's gaze was filled with shock as he sighed, "I admire Brother Mi's methods. Not to mention Jian Yixing, even I did not discover Brother's methods, they are truly amazing." Mi Lan Guang laughed heartily, waving his hand, "Great Treasury Immortal, you misunderstood, this is not my method, it is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's doing. What do you mean? The mystery of Celestial Court is a secret that cannot be divulged. But I do know a little about this move. Let's talk about it as we chase. Great Treasury Immortal nodded, he pricked up his ears and listened attentively. He knew that Milan Guang was originally a lightning path Gu Immortal of Wind Cloud Matter, a member of Celestial Court's lower sect. But later, he violated the sect's rules and his cultivation was crippled, he was expelled from the sect. After that, he cultivated Information Path again and became a rank 7 Gu Immortal again. With Milan Guang's background, it was not strange for him to know some secrets of Celestial Court. Milan Guang continued, this move is called Everybody's Vision, it is a human path killer move created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. This move is based on the human path killer move People's United Hearts, it can allow Central Continent's mortals, Gu Masters, and Gu Immortals to share their vision. As long as someone sees Xianxia's movement light or finds a trace of him, I can use Everybody's Vision to obtain information and find him. Great Treasury Immortal realized, so that's it. Everybody's Vision is truly profound, of course, People's United Hearts is even more so. It allows people to understand each other's intentions and determine who is on the enemy's side, this prevents traitors from hiding. Wait. Suddenly, Great Treasury Immortal stopped and stared at Milan Guang with a horrified gaze. Since Milan Guang could use Everybody's Vision, he was definitely under the cover of People's United Hearts. He belonged to Central Continent's righteous path, he would not cooperate with a Central Continent invader like him, then the only possibility was, ha ha ha, Great Treasury Immortal, you fell for it. Xianxia revealed himself and laughed loudly. Many Central Continent lone immortals also appeared with him. The formation suddenly activated and trapped Great Treasury Immortal. It turned out that everything was a trap, and Milan Guang's electrolytic iron starflower was the bait to lure the big fish, Great Treasury Immortal, at the same time. Celestial Court Battlefield. This unparalleled war had finally reached its most critical moment. Fang Yuan and the rest charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower, while Duke Long was temporarily stalled by Dizongxing. If Fang Yuan and the rest charged into Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, Celestial Court's Gu refinement plan would fail completely. But if Fang Yuan could not destroy Fate Gu, the northern and southern immortals would be surrounded by Celestial Court's Gu immortals due to their poor positioning, the situation would be very disadvantageous. This is the final chance, I must. Fang Yuan had just made up his mind when white light shot out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Fate Vanquish. The time between two uses of Fate Vanquish has already been shortened to this extent. Fang Yuan was greatly shocked. Almost in an instant, the white light faded completely. A huge change occurred in the situation of the battlefield. Several immortal Gu houses on Fang Yuan's side were completely destroyed, the Gu immortals inside died. Of the two rank 8 Gu immortals behind Fang Yuan, one was heavily injured and the other fainted on the spot. The rest of the immortals were in a complete mess, their injuries were not light. The power of Fate Vanquish is actually so terrifying. In Southern Border's battlefield earlier, it clearly did not have such power. Terrifying. A complete rank 9 Fate Gu is too terrifying. This is Heaven Overseeing Tower's true power? There is no way to defend against it. Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu immortals were disheartened, they lost their morale. On the contrary, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals and Central Continent's countless spectators cheered loudly at this scene. Celestial Court is mighty. Kill these invaders, let them repay this debt of blood with blood. With such a method, our Central Continent will win for sure. Using Everybody's Vision killer move, seeing this scene, countless Central Continent's people cheered and their morale soared. Celestial Court's divine might was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Mother, why hasn't that person fallen? Among all the demons, he is the only one that has not fallen. A little girl shook her mother's hand, asking in confusion. Even mortals could clearly observe the situation of the battle. Unfortunately, the little girl's mother was only a mortal, she shook her head in confusion, I don't know either. But don't worry, our Central Continent is protected by Gu immortals, we will not fail. Fang Yuan, that's right, he is an otherworldly demon. He is not an ordinary otherworldly demon, he is a complete otherworldly demon. Thus, fate vanquish is like a gentle breeze to him. After being dazed for a while, the southern immortals gradually reacted. Right now, Fang Yuan was already entangled by the celestial quartz goo immortals that flew out of heaven overseeing tower. He could not get close to it. But, Fang Yuan's existence was like a spark, igniting the southern immortals' hearts. In an instant, the flame of fighting spirit that was about to be extinguished was ignited once again. He is the only one left. That's right, we have Fang Yuan. Although we have deep enmity with him, but the southern immortals' eyes shined with brilliance again. Their morale actually rose? The celestial quartz goo immortals were surprised. Quick, kill Fang Yuan. Duke Long had just ordered when he was bitten by Xianxia. But no matter how Xianxia gritted his teeth, Duke Long's body was tough, only a few scratches and sparks appeared. At the same time, Wu Yang's orders came from Jewel Yellow Skies, Southern Alliance Immortals, listen to my orders, assist Fang Yuan with all your strength, break into Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy Fate Gu. Bing Sichuan also reacted, help Fang Yuan, this is our final charge. If we fail, we will die. Charge. This is? Fang Yuan, who was fighting, sensed the power behind him, his eyes shined brightly. His killing intent surged. Infallible blessed land battlefield. At this moment, Fang Yuan and the rest of the southern immortals charged forward without any regard for their lives. Fang Yuan was at the front, he was the sharpest spear. He became the only hope of the southern immortals, he carried their expectations. How ironic, how pathetic. Now that the battle has come to this, we have to place our bets on our enemies. The immortals of the north and south all had complicated feelings. Colluding with Fang Yuan, you are truly a bunch of demons. Celestial quartz goo immortals were disdainful as they attacked. What else was there to say? Everything was for benefits, everything was for survival, everything was for victory. Fang Yuan. Stop. A celestial quartz goo immortal charged at Fang Yuan. I will block him, Fang Yuan, you continue forward. Heavenly Lord Baizu shouted as he charged forward. Two immortal goo houses charged forward, the southern immortals' immortal goo houses blocked Fang Yuan from the left and right, protecting him. In the battle of rank 8 goo immortals, the immortal goo houses were like raging bulls, they only had time to collide. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This was an unprecedented experience, he had never expected such a miraculous scene. He had actually obtained the selfless help of the southern immortals. Retreat, quick, pull some distance. Heaven Overseeing Tower began to retreat. Fang Yuan and the rest's final charge was too fierce, they were like frenzied tigers. At the crucial moment, even though the celestial quartz members surrounded them, not many of them could come over to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long raised his arms with difficulty, he lifted Xianxia's teeth inch by inch. Even though his back was facing Fang Yuan and Heaven Overseeing Tower, by using everybody's vision killer move, he was able to grasp the current situation. Fang Yuan is their only hope, as long as we kill him, the southern immortals' morale will fall to its lowest point, they might even surrender because their hope is gone. Not only that scoundrel Fang Yuan possesses the spring-autumn cicada. He is the final hope of the Red Lotus. At this moment, a scene appeared in the depths of Duke Long's memory. Hong Lian was bathed in blood and on the verge of death. She used all her remaining strength to stand before Duke Long with great difficulty. Duke Long looked at him quietly, his voice a little hoarse. Hong Ting, you have no hope left. Give up. Surrender. I'll give you a chance to repent. Even at this stage, Master, you're still unwilling to give up on me. He. Red Lotus Demon Sovereign laughed. But unfortunately, Master, my hope hasn't been shattered. Humph, what hope do you have? What other trump cards do you have? My hope is not here, Master. I left it for the big time. You will see him just as the great age is about to begin. He will fight his way into the celestial court, just like me. Duke Long sighed and said with an unwavering tone, then I will stop him, just like how I stopped you today. You are my disciple. I will make up for the mistakes you made. I, your master, will personally kill all of your hopes. Roar, Duke Long suddenly roared. He shook his arms and forced Xianxia's teeth open. His figure disappeared. Clang! In the next moment, Xianxia's sharp dragon teeth fiercely clenched together, creating dazzling stars. But Duke Long had already arrived behind Fang Yuan. His big hand grabbed towards Fang Yuan. In an instant, Fang Yuan felt an unparalleled power pulling on him. A powerful and majestic aura of danger filled the sky like a tsunami, wanting to drown him from behind. Duke Long. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and turned around. He activated his killer move to fight against Duke Long. I will kill you. Duke Long's amber-like dragon pupils reflected Fang Yuan's clear face. His tone was bone-chilling and filled with killing intent. But at the next moment, an immortal goo house interfered, blocking the two. Fang Yuan, leave. The southern and northern immortals shouted together. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and turned around, continuing to chase after Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long was obstructed. He roared and activated his killer move, tearing with his claws. The sturdy immortal goo house was torn apart like paper in his hands. Duke Long continued to chase, but he had just taken a few steps when Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared in front of him. Duke Long grabbed with his hand and crushed Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the next moment, Heavenly Lord Baizu pounced again. Not killed? Duke Long was surprised. He had clearly activated his investigative killer move and sensed that it was Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body. But the Heavenly Lord Baizu in front of him gave him the same feeling as the main body. Duke Long's thoughts moved as he understood, a killer move that can instantly swap places with the main body and clone. Indeed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a famous lone cultivator rank 8 in Northern Plains. He took over He tribe's territory and created Baizu tribe, joining Northern Plains' righteous path. Longevity Heaven actively roped in all of Northern Plains goo immortals for the sake of the big picture. Heavenly Lord Baizu was one of them. One of the conditions for Heavenly Lord Baizu to accept the recruitment was an immortal killer move from Longevity Heaven's treasury. With this technique, he could switch between his doppelganger and his main body. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt that he had been obstructed in his attacks on He Fan Grotto Heaven in the past. He had asked for it. Precisely because of this, after Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body was transported to Eastern Sea by karma relocation, he could switch places quickly and return to infallible blessed land. Annoying fly. Duke Long frowned slightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu tried to obstruct him again and again. Even though he could not block a single attack, he managed to switch places with his main body at the critical moment. His performance was amazing. He actually managed to stall Duke Long's pursuit. But soon, other Celestial Court goo immortals attacked Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu soon fell into a dangerous situation. He could not even take care of himself. Duke Long chased after Fang Yuan again, but Five Elements Grandmaster was already guarding behind Fang Yuan. Come. Five Elements Grandmaster activated his strongest defensive method, Five Elements Ring. This was an immortal formation that was condensed into a 5-colored ring. No matter what, I can at least last a few breaths of time. Five Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. But at the next moment, Duke Long did not stop. He broke through the Five Elements ring and continued to chase after Fang Yuan. Five Elements Grandmaster's defensive killer move was broken. He immediately suffered a huge backlash. His injuries were severe. But he quickly swallowed the blood in his mouth and chased after Duke Long without any regard for his own safety. Duke Long did not even look at him. He casually sent out a dragon-shaped purple gold chi. This was a chi path killer move. Five Elements Grandmaster stared with furious eyes. He was struck by the purple gold dragon chi. With a loud sound, he exploded into minced meat and broken bones, dying on the spot. Five Elements Grandmaster's death did not intimidate the southern and northern immortals. Soon, Yi Haofeng sacrificed himself to attack, attempting to stop Duke Long. Duke Long was stalled by him for a few breaths of time, but he soon killed Yi Haofeng. I don't have much time left. Duke Long's expression did not change, but he was getting anxious internally. Heavenly Dragon's last stand made him powerful to a terrifying extent. He could slaughter rank 8 goo immortals like they were chickens, but his lifespan was reaching its limit. Under the southern and northern immortals sacrificing themselves to obstruct him, Fang Yuan finally caught up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. In contrast, Heaven Overseeing Tower was being restrained by Bing Sichuan's Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan obtained a lot. His luck was quite good. He obtained a rank 7 immortal Gu and a large number of mortal Gu. But this was not a huge loss to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Especially when Fang Yuan knew that even though Great Thief Ghost Hand relied on ghostly concealment, it was not a true rank 9 killer move, it had no effect on Fate Gu. The true threat is still Dream Path killer moves. Fang Yuan did not have any Dream Path offensive killer moves, he could only use the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies to self-detonate. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was already prepared against such a crude offensive method. Fang Yuan had to have a perfect opportunity, otherwise, he would only be asking for losses if he used it carelessly. Fang Yuan's tactic was to use Great Thief Ghost Hand to force Heaven Overseeing Tower to create an opportunity to detonate the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. He did not know how long the Southern and Southern Immortals could last, but this was the best tactic now. But when Fang Yuan used the second Great Thief Ghost Hand, a rank 8 Gu Immortal suddenly appeared and easily blocked his Great Thief Ghost Hand. Lu Weiyin, what are you doing? The southern border Gu Immortals saw this person and immediately called out his identity. They were shocked and furious. Lu Weiyin pointed at Fang Yuan. My disciple Yi Fan died in your hands. Fang Yuan, hand over your life. Lu Weiyin, you are Paradise Earth's inheritor, a southern border Gu Immortal. Even if you want to take revenge for your disciple, why are you in such a hurry? Get out of the way. Cooperate with us, we will defeat the Celestial Court together. Otherwise. The southern border Gu Immortals were agitated, they shouted. Even though Lu Weiyin did not have any offensive killer moves, he was very strong in other aspects. He easily blocked the furious attacks of the southern and southern immortals, even Fang Yuan could not do anything to him. As expected of Paradise Earth's inheritor. Many Celestial Court Gu Immortals looked at him with deep respect. In a short period of time, Lu Weiyin actually defended against the fierce attacks of the southern and southern immortals alone. Almost none of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals in the battlefield could do this. At this moment, the southern and southern immortals finally understood Lu Weiyin's power. Even though Lu Weiyin did not have any offensive methods, his overall strength was above Li Huang and Chen Yi. The southern and southern immortals hated Lu Weiyin to the core. This hatred was several times stronger than Fang Yuan. Because of Lu Weiyin's appearance, he destroyed the final hope of the Southern and Southern Alliance. Fang Yuan and the others' attacks were like raging waves, but they were all blocked by him alone. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly. He was still fighting with Xianxia, but Lu Weiyin saved the situation for him. Duke Long felt that Lu Weiyin's help was far more gratifying than him doing it himself. Because this represented the submission of Paradise Earth's lineage. This is the will of the people. Back then, when Fate Gu appeared, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable used it to change the wills of many human Gu Immortals. He roused the fighting spirit of countless people. Now, it is the same. A damaged Fate Gu was not worthy of reverence. But the complete Fate Gu was like the records in history, it was a banner, its significance to the human race far surpassed its actual nature. This was the will of the people, it was the trend of the times. The will of the people was hard to change, but the Celestial Court controlled Fate Gu. It could make the opposing Gu Immortals lose their will to fight, they would eventually betray them and join them. This would save the Celestial Court and Central Continent a lot of effort and trouble. Duke Long could not help but rejoice at Fairy Myrtle's choice. With everyone watching, this battle scene would be broadcast to the entire Central Continent, and even to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Lu Weiyin's defection was a symbol, a role model. It meant that in the future, a large number of Gu Immortals would join Central Continent and submit to the Celestial Court. The power of an example is infinite. Especially Lu Weiyin, he was Paradise Earth's inheritor. In the future, when many Gu Immortals hesitate on whether to surrender or rebel, they would think, even Lu Weiyin, the inheritor of Paradise Earth, changed his ways, what can I do? In this way, the hurdle in his heart had been crossed. Lu Weiyin's actions were like a formless storm that quickly spread to all parts of Central Continent. The Gu Immortals of the various regions who had already prepared to escape retreated even faster. At the same time, in Spirit Affinity House's headquarters, Zhao Lianyun was getting restless. Fairy Lianyun, where are you going? It is very dangerous outside. Bu Zhenzi urged. Zhao Lianyun smiled, I have Love Gu to protect me, the enemies are fleeing in fear right now. It is time for us to make a name for ourselves. If we do not attack now, when will we? Zhao Lianyun's wish was quickly acknowledged by the supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House. Earlier, Central Continent was in chaos, all sorts of people attacked and caused chaos everywhere. The Celestial Court mobilized a large number of Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects for the sake of recovery. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were weak and had huge territories. They could only give up on their territories and resources, wisely choosing to defend themselves. Right now, through the killer move everyone's vision, the Gu immortals who were left behind in the various bases understood the change in the situation. Many knowledgeable people knew that it was time to counterattack. Let's kill all these people who dared to offend our Central Continent. Fight, beat the shit out of these despicable people. Howl, all the grievances and anger in my heart, I will return them all to you. Soon, with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects at the lead, they launched a wave of counterattack. The remaining Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Immortals of Central Continent quickly reclaimed their lost territories and attacked the remaining 4 regions Gu immortals. The 4 regions Gu immortals were forced to retreat, some even lost their lives on the spot. Because of the killer move everyone's vision, the Gu immortals in infallible blessed land knew about this. Their morale soared. Fang Yuan and the rest were in an even more precarious situation. Duke Long was overjoyed. This was the scene he wanted to see. Under the banner of Fate Gu, almost all of Central Continent's Gu immortals were united as one. This united strength was terrifying. The rise of humanity in Celestial Court's historical records had already proven this. At this moment, Duke Long had a deeper understanding. The Celestial Court had been displaying Fate Gu for generations. They had purposely erected this banner. This was a hint from the depths of the soul, a call that was so strong that it was hard to resist. Fate Gu was only a rank 9 immortal Gu, it could not even be used directly. But when Celestial Court used it, they gave it a spirit and meaning that surpassed its own, and then used the history of humanity to amplify this influence. Thinking about it, wasn't it mystical? Fate Gu's practicality was far inferior to other rank 9 immortal Gu like Wisdom Gu. But Celestial Court used it to change people's hearts. They united a large number of scattered battle strength, they united countless people and formed an impregnable fortress. Lu Wei Yin's betrayal, a lone immortal like Jian Yixing and a Righteous Path Gu immortal like Mi Lan Guang, who was abandoned by the 10 great sects, teamed up and ambushed Great Treasury Immortal. With Zhao Lianyun as the representative, the Central Continent Gu immortals launched a wave of counterattacks. The other 4 regions Gu immortals retreated, their morale fell. These changes were very difficult to achieve with immortal killer moves, even a rank 9 killer move like People's United Hearts. But now, Duke Long used just Fate Gu to achieve this. Gu Masters and Gu immortals nurture Gu, use Gu, and refine Gu. Not mentioning the other 2 aspects, just the use of Gu, Celestial Court's use of Fate Gu had already surpassed the limits of Gu worms. It had reached an unprecedented supreme level. This was a type of art. Thinking about it, it was shocking. Celestial Court's immortals encircled and attacked from all directions. Northern and southern immortals were trapped in the encirclement. Some were screaming, some were bleeding, some were panicking, and some were unafraid of death. Fang Yuan's heart was also shrouded in a heavy shadow. He could not break Lu Wei Yin's defense, while Heaven Overseeing Tower had already stabilized itself. Duke Long purposely lured Dizongxing far away to create a second battlefield. The enemy's situation is hopeless. This was the thought of almost all the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Ha ha ha, I still have to turn the tide in the end. Right at this time, a familiar voice resounded in the battlefield to Fang Yuan. At the same time, Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace appeared behind Heaven Overseeing Tower. By Ningbing? How can she control Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan was shocked. The other Gu immortals were even more shocked. By Ningbing's sneak attack had been planned for a long time. While the immortals were shocked, thick smoke burst out of Dragon Palace and drifted towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower felt like it had fallen into a swamp. At the crucial moment, the Gu immortals inside the tower activated their methods. Immortal Killer Move, Invincible Phantom Tower. In an instant, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned into Phantom. It was invincible. Phantom Transformation Method, hee. Bai Ningbing sneered, you are looking down on me. Dragon Spirit. A boy stood beside her. At this moment, he was giggling. Master, watch me. Thick smoke shrouded Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom, it was still corroded by the smoke. This is a dream path offensive killer move? Fang Yuan's side was shocked and joyful, while the Celestial Court's immortals were shocked and furious. What is going on? Both sides had doubts in their hearts. Let's turn back time for a while. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. The battle was at the crucial moment of victory and defeat. The Celestial Court's immortals reinforced Dragon Palace's 4 Dragon Generals situation. But these reinforcements were within the expectations of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. They attacked one after another, causing the battle situation to become more intense. The 4 Dragon Generals could only defend Dragon Palace, while the reinforcements from Celestial Court could not break through the defensive line of Eastern Sea's Gu immortals in a short period of time. But right at this time, a figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. It was Bai Ningbing. Earlier, Chani had used Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method to use Immortal Killer move Karma Relocation to block the Immortals' attacks. Fang Yuan quickly found the best way to exchange points. Under Fang Yuan's command, Bai Ningbing charged towards the defensive line and was teleported away by Karma Relocation. Bai Ningbing looked around and found that she was in a dangerous situation. This was a battle between rank 8s. The intensity of the battle was not something she could participate in. Bai Ningbing wanted to retreat, but be it Eastern Sea or Celestial Court's Gu immortals, they attacked her at the next moment. Celestial Court's Gu immortals saw that Bai Ningbing was an enemy. They naturally wanted to eliminate her. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals did not want Bai Ningbing to leave and expose the secret of this place. They wanted to silence her. Instantly, Bai Ningbing fell into a life and death situation. Bitter. She knew deeply that against a rank 8 Gu immortal's killer move, even if she turned into Bai Xiang, it would be of no use. Death was approaching, but she was not afraid. She was only unresigned and felt deep regret. She muttered, "Is this all I can do?" "No, Master." At the crucial moment, a clear and tender voice of a child could be heard. Next, Dragon Palace shook. It captured Bai Ningbing and directly teleported her to a deep part of Dragon Palace. This scene stunned all the rank 8 Gu immortals present. The battle slowed down. "Who are you?" Bai Ningbing entered Dragon Palace and found a strange living being standing in front of her. It had the appearance of a child, but it had horns on its head and a dragon tail on its back. Its large eyes were sparkling and translucent. It was pure and cute. It looked at Bai Ningbing and said, "Blessed lands have land spirits, grotto heavens have heavenly spirits, and in Dragon Court, there is me, Dragon Spirit." Dragon Court? Isn't this the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace? Also, why are you calling me Master? Bai Ningbing naturally knew about Dragon Palace. She was getting more and more confused. Dragon Spirit smiled. Back then, the Dragon Man Gu immortals created Dragon Court, but Duke Long did not allow it, thus it changed its name to Dragon Palace. As for acknowledging you as my master, that is the only way. Because you are a dragon man who escaped fate, you are the enemy of Celestial Court, you are also the only suitable master. Oh Master, I have finally found you. Duke Long does not know of my existence. I hid and created the illusion that he succeeded in refining Dragon Court. Celestial Court is too powerful, Master, please take action and resolve this crisis. In the future, you will lead the Dragon Man race to rise up. We will follow the will of Providence and defeat the humans. We will make the Dragon Men the rulers of this world. What do you mean? Bai Ningbing frowned, feeling that it was unimaginable. I am only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even if I have future self, I am not rank 8. Furthermore, with the current situation, even rank 8 cultivation level cannot resolve this predicament. Dragon Spirit said, "Master, you need to have confidence. Fate Gu has already told us that humans will fall, Dragon Men will rise. Our Dragon Man race will be the next main character of this world. It is time for us Dragon Men to suppress humans and rule the world." But Duke Long is the ancestor of the Dragon Man race. He is the greatest traitor of our race. Dragon Court's power has not been fully displayed because it lacks a true master. Of course, Dragon Court is only a rank 8 Immortal Gu house now. Even if it uses its full power, it will not be able to break out. Thus, Master, please take action and subdue Dizongxing. Bai Ningbing was surprised. How can I subdue Dizongxing? Dragon Spirit smiled confidently. Master, don't look down on yourself. Dragon Man will rise, divine beasts will pave the way. Xianxia was born from the heavenly Tao, he hates humans from birth, he is actually a divine beast of our Dragon Man race. Right now, Dragon Court cannot subdue him because it is only an immortal goo house, it lacks a true master. But with you, we have all the conditions. Bai Ningbing blinked repeatedly, reacting after a long while. She still had many questions in her mind, for example, wasn't Dragon Man reigning supreme referring to humans? If Fate Gu said so, why did the Celestial Court still try to repair Fate Gu? Bai Ningbing suppressed all the questions in her mind, she could not help but feel excited. This is really interesting. To think that at the moment of death, the situation would take a turn for the better. The Celestial Court seems to have many secrets, even though I am a human, I used a secret method to turn into a Dragon Man. But to lead the Dragon Man race to rise and overthrow the rule of humans, just thinking about this makes my blood boil. Resisting the Celestial Court is interesting, but leading the Dragon Man race to rise is even more interesting. Interesting. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with bright light, she laughed heartily and said to Dragon Spirit, no matter who you are, what schemes you have, I don't care. Anyway, if you did not save me, I would have died at that moment. Your goal is truly interesting, I will accept it. What should I do? Bai Ningbing was different, she was a true demon, she acted according to her own preferences. She would do whatever she felt was interesting. Thus, her human identity could not restrict her. Lu Weiyin betrayed southern border, but she betrayed humanity. Dragon Spirit was overjoyed, Master, with your help, Xianxia will easily submit. Dragon Spirit shed tears of excitement, this is great. I was almost in despair, to think that Master would finally come, my wait was not in vain. Right now, Providence is being influenced by star constellations will, Fate Gu's revelation has also changed. But it does not matter, a large number of hibernating Gu immortals in the Celestial Court have died, star constellations will has lost her support, the heavenly Daos will has suppressed her. Your appearance proves this point. Right now, we need to subdue Xianxia first before going back to participate in the battle. Be it the Celestial Court or the Northern and Southern Alliance, it is a dog-eat-dog situation. Even though we want them to die, this is a rare opportunity, we can seize Fate Gu. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower, which had rank 9 Fate Gu, could not resist the corrosion of the Dream Path Killer move. Dragon Palace was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house, it had rank 8 Immortal Gu Dream token. The rank 8 Dream Path Killer move that came from it was probably the number 1 in the current world. As the saying went, one move could dominate the world. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not have any Dream Path defensive methods, once Dragon Spirit made its move, the effect was immediate. At this rate, Heaven Overseeing Tower will cease to exist. This move is not just the extension of Dream Realms, it is a Dream Path Killer move, even if Celestial Court has pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, it will not be able to stop it. In an instant, Yao Huang and the rest saw hope of victory. To think that at the final juncture, Bai Ningbing would be the one to turn the tide. Hold on. Attack together, defend Dragon Palace. The Southern and Southern Immortals cooperated, Celestial Court's Gu immortals were pale with fright, their previous confidence was completely gone as they attacked anxiously. Something is not right. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan placed his attention on Duke Long and found something amiss. Duke Long, who was fighting with Xianxia, did not show any signs of panic, his expression was calm and there was even a trace of reminiscence in his gaze. Over 1,000,000 years ago, in the depths of Celestial Court. Hong Ting, you actually dared to enter Celestial Court and walk right into a trap. The secret of your rebirth has already been exposed, you actually dared to go against fate and defy Providence, reviving the dead, you have truly disappointed me. Duke Long looked at Red Lotus with a steely expression, his gaze was burning with anger. Red Lotus Demon Venerable smiled, Master, since I came here, I have no intention of returning alive, nor do I want to destroy Fate Gu, please wait. Oh? Then what are you trying to do? Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at Duke Long deeply, I want to persuade Master to help me destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long was stunned, and then he roared with laughter for a while before abruptly restraining his laughter. His amber dragon eyes were unfathomable as he said, then tell me about it. Master wants to listen carefully. Red Lotus smiled. I've reincarnated tens of thousands of times, and I only managed to find some clues by chance. Then, I used more than 10 reincarnations to figure it out. Fate Goo has already stopped protecting us humans, its current revelation is 4 words. Before he could finish, Duke Long continued, the dragon people rule. Red Lotus was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud, Master, you really do know. You are protecting Fate Goo like this, are you really going to lead the Dragon Man race to rise? After all, the largest group of dragon men is your bloodline descendants. Of course not. Duke Long shook his head and said in a low voice, Hong Ting, you only know one thing but not the other. I was actually the first to discover the secret of the dragon people reign, and I was also the first to report it. Although I have transformed into a dragon man and become the ancestor of the dragon men, my true heart has always been that of the human race. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. I believe it. Red Lotus had no hesitation, I believe in Master's sincerity. Oh Master, you understand me so well, and similarly, I also understand you. You will never betray the human race for your own benefit. I was afraid you would deny it earlier, so I purposely provoked you. Humph, rascal. Duke Long snorted coldly, feeling gratified in his heart as he continued, I created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method to teach you, to help you control the celestial court and lead the human race. I had never thought that Fate Goo would give me the revelation of the dragon people reign. However, after the initial shock and fear, I gradually understood, Fate Goo is a heaven path goo worm, the Tao of heaven takes away surpluses and replenishes deficiencies. Humanity's prosperity, ruling over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, they are even more prosperous than the variant humans of the past, the heavenly Tao will naturally take away surpluses and replenish deficiencies. It is like how primordial origin immortal venerable had Fate Goo and obtained the dragon people reign. However, I still want to protect Fate Goo, do you know why? Red Lotus's eyes shined with brilliance as he asked, why? Duke Long heaved a deep sigh. Actually, the hidden danger of Fate Goo had already been raised by primordial origin immortal venerable's era. Humanity was united because of Fate Goo. After comprehending the returning of heaven's will, most humans had the courage to resist the variant human races. However, once the destiny of the human clan disappears, where will the human clan go? Undeniably, this is a huge hidden danger. Even after primordial origin immortal venerable passed away, he could not resolve this problem. On his deathbed, he entrusted this heavy responsibility to his disciple. This disciple was the future star constellation immortal venerable. When her lifespan was near its end, she finally found a way to resolve this hidden danger. That is, merging with the Tao. Red Lotus frowned, merging with the Tao? That's right. Duke Long continued to explain, Fate Goo can only be directly manipulated by the heavenly Tao, human and variant human Goo immortals can at most observe it and obtain some revelations. Maybe in the future, as the sects compete, there will be a way to use Fate Goo, but it is impossible now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought, since she could not deal with Fate Goo, she might as well deal with the source. Thus, she sacrificed herself and merged with the Tao, using her will to participate in the operation of the heavenly Tao, interfering with and influencing Providence. If Providence is affected, Fate Goo will always be under the control of the celestial court. So that's what happened. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's heart shook as he realized, the net weaved by Fate Goo is called Myriad Net. Everything in the world is in this net, they are manipulated by fate. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable manipulates Providence, she can influence Fate Goo and allow humanity to reign supreme. No wonder Fate Goo is so important to the celestial court. No wonder Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's design was able to obstruct 3 demon venerables including me. No wonder celestial court has always been the sacred land of humanity, the #1 super force in the world. Duke Long nodded, Hong Ting, your comprehension has never disappointed me. The power of the world, after being separated for a long time, they must unite for a long time. Have you ever seen a super force that can last for a long time? From an internal perspective, the human heart is fickle and full of desires, but these desires are hard to satisfy. No matter how strong a force is, no matter how close they are, they cannot resist the inadequacy of the human heart. From an external perspective, offending a powerful Goo immortal will often cause a super force to be in a terrible situation. If this Gu immortal cultivates to rank 8, he can easily make a super force fall or even perish. In this world, the strength of an individual can easily surpass the strength of an organization. Very few super forces can last for 10,000 years. But our celestial court is an exception. Why? It is because of Fate Gu. Under Fate's arrangement, we will always be the sacred land of humanity. Our internal structure will always be harmonious, even if there are conflicts, all kinds of fortuitous encounters and coincidences will smoothly resolve them. Our enemies often cannot grow, even if there are rank 8 level enemies, they will gradually decline. In fact, our celestial court does not even need to make a move, the enemies will die or even surrender due to all kinds of fortuitous encounters. Being able to achieve such a miracle was obtained by the sacrifice of a rank 9 wisdom path immortal venerable. Without rank 9 wisdom path cultivation, there is no way to resist or disturb Providence's normal operations. However, even when star constellation immortal venerables will resisted Providence, she often fell into a disadvantageous position. Red Lotus understood and interrupted, like Dragonman reigns supreme? That's right. At first, I was also shocked. But after I learned of this ancient secret, I chose to wait. Sure enough, not long after, Fate Gu's revelation changed again, Dragonman reigns supreme disappeared, it changed back to humans reign supreme. Duke Long smiled in relief. Later, when I checked the secret history of Celestial Court, I found that this had happened many times. Dragonman reign supreme is only the most recent one. The revelation of Dragonman reign supreme is not valid. Red Lotus's heart continued to sink. Since his master Duke Long already knew of this, why did he listen to his questions? He suddenly realized, he did not enter Celestial Court himself, Duke Long was waiting for him here, waiting for him to ask and tell him about this ancient secret of Celestial Court. Red Lotus stopped thinking and looked up at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled, "Oh Hong Ting, I waited for you to say these words to make you repent. You were able to create spring autumn cicada and reincarnate, it is truly the actions of a demon. It seems like there is hope of changing the past, but do you have it?" "No." Duke Long shook his head, his tone was firm. "Because you have heaven above you, the heavenly Tao, star constellations will, and Fate Gu's revelation. How can you overturn heaven? How can you change the past? Even if you have rank 9 demon venerable battle strength, so what? Limitless and Reckless Savage are the best examples. How long can a venerable live? The longest living Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was only 25,000 years old. As for Celestial Court, it has millions of years of history and accumulation. It has the sacrifices and protection of generations of immortal venerables. It has Fate Gu. This is the general trend, can you even shake such a deep accumulation? Especially after your rebirth, you only have rank 9 battle strength by relying on future self. In essence, you are not a true rank 9 venerable." Red Lotus was silent. Even someone as strong as him often felt helpless against Celestial Court. He could destroy Celestial Court, but what use would that be? As long as Fate Gu existed, Celestial Court could be easily rebuilt. Because star constellations had always been influencing Providence, Fate Gu would always rule humanity, there would always be a revelation that Celestial Court was the #1 sacred land of humanity, the #1 force. Under the manipulation of fate, all sorts of fortuitous encounters would be arranged, countless geniuses would join Celestial Court and form Celestial Court. Celestial Court was not crucial, star constellations and Fate Gu were crucial. As for star constellations firstly, Red Lotus was not a wisdom path rank 9, he did not have enough methods to deal with star constellations who had merged with the Tao. Secondly, he did not want to deal with star constellations After all, star constellations interfered with Providence and protected humanity's status, allowing humanity to flourish. Red Lotus only wanted to revive his loved ones, he had never thought of betraying or harming his own race. Even though destroying Fate Gu was harmful to humanity, with star constellations it would not change the overall situation of the 5 regions. Because when Fate Gu did not exist, the Celestial Court could not use it, neither could the Heavenly Tao. When both sides were equal, and humanity had such a huge advantage, how could they watch as other races rose up? But Red Lotus was not an otherworldly demon, how could he completely destroy Fate Gu, after countless rebirths, Red Lotus still could not find a way to destroy Fate Gu. This time, he was reborn to persuade Duke Long to let his master stand beside him and work together. To think that the Celestial Court had such a secret, Red Lotus plan failed. The older, the wiser. Red Lotus wanted to persuade Duke Long, but Duke Long was also waiting for this chance to persuade his proud disciple. Hong Ting, stop. Duke Long said sincerely, Master said so much to make you turn back. The righteous path is not only about glory and fame, it is often accompanied by sacrifices. For humanity, for the Celestial Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself. But you? Your parents, your beloved woman, died for you, paving the way for you to become an Immortal Venerable. Their sacrifice was necessary and valuable. Do you still not understand? Hong Ting. Stop. No, I will not stop. Red Lotus's gaze was unwavering. I am sorry, Master, I have disappointed you again and again. But this is the path I want to walk. Duke Long shook his head, revealing a bitter expression as he breathed in deeply. I am not disappointed. If you had agreed directly, I would have been suspicious. I know that your will won't be easily shaken. This is something that I have already expected. So, next, let me use my own example to teach you. What do you mean? Just as Red Lotus was confused, Duke Long activated his prepared method. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Man Extermination. Red Lotus's confused expression disappeared, replaced by shock. He sensed the essence and effect of this killer move. Red Lotus exclaimed, Master, you killed all the dragon men in the world? Your children and grandchildren are among them. If I remember correctly, all of your descendants have turned into draconians. That's right. Duke Long's body was trembling, and so was his voice. I am the ancestor of dragon men, the first dragon man in the world. When I created the Dragon Man transformation method, I had already set up a backup plan, allowing me to use my identity as the primordial ancestor to easily eliminate other dragon men. When the revelation of Draconian's reigning supreme appeared, I wanted to use this method. However, at that time, the will of the constellation manifested and advised me to leave the dragon men behind for the time being. They will be useful in the future. I hesitated and hesitated. You have seen my descendants, Hong Ting. Enjoying the happiness of my family is my greatest consolation in my old age. Sigh, I'm already old. Master. Red Lotus wanted to say something but stopped. He did not know what to say to console Duke Long. Duke Long's eyes were red, he almost cried. This was something Red Lotus had never seen before. He sobbed, I know very well, even without Draconian's reigning supreme, the Dragon Man race will always be a threat to our celestial court, a threat to humanity. Because the Dragon Man race is different from other variant human races, I was the one who created it, it was transformed from humans. It's like a blood-sucking vine growing on the human tree, constantly absorbing the blood of the human race to strengthen itself. Dragon men have long lifespan, it is second only to lifespan Gu in extending lifespan. Lifespan Gu are rare, but how many billions of people want to extend their lifespan? The number of dragon men will continue to increase, while the number of humans will decrease. Even more terrifyingly, dragon men are born among humans, they are naturally able to lower the vigilance of humans. With the protection of a highly respected venerable one's teacher like me, who can suppress and disturb them? At this rate, one day, dragon men will suppress humans. If an accident happens again, and Fate Gu reveals Draconian's reigning supreme again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Saying so, Duke Long looked at Red Lotus deeply. When you entered the celestial court and came to persuade me, I suddenly realized that this might be the time for star constellations will to guide me. The Dragon Man race should not exist, but its destruction needs to have some value. This value is to persuade you, my disciple Hong Ting. I want to instill the spirit of sacrifice in you, I want to show you the spirit of the orthodox path of humanity. Red Lotus, Master, Duke Long's body shook, his tears finally flowed down. He had personally killed his own descendant, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, he was filled with grief, but he did not feel a trace of regret. His voice became louder as he shouted at Red Lotus, Hong Ting, my disciple. Your path cannot be taken, you cannot win. Against the celestial court. Because the strength of the celestial court is not just on the surface, it is not just fate goo. It is the sacrifices of generations of goo immortals. They shed their blood and sacrificed themselves without any regard for their own safety. They defended humanity, they protected the orthodox path, generations after generations of goo immortals. Without such sacrifices, humans would still be ravaged and enslaved by variant humans. They would not have such a beautiful life today. Hong Ting, I will teach you. The heavenly courts will nurture you. What you are enjoying is the contribution and sacrifice of our ancestors since ancient times. So, come back, Hong Ting. I will follow fate's arrangements. Red Lotus, infallible blessed land battlefield. Duke Long's recollection only lasted for an instant, his gaze became sharp again. He looked at Dragon Palace from afar, smiling coldly. What a pity. Dragon Spirit, your existence has already been deduced by Fairy Myrtle. All of this is just to beat you at your own game. At the next moment, he activated an immortal killer move. He had once used this immortal killer move to persuade Red Lotus, but it did not succeed. But now, it was more than enough to kill Bai Ningbing. Immortal killer move, Dragonman extermination. In an instant, Bai Ningbing's body shook, her heart felt like it was being clenched, she fell to the ground and coughed out blood. Dragon Spirit shouted in shock, what happened? It did not know the secrets of the past. In fact, it was created long after the Dragonman race was exterminated by Duke Long. Under Dragon Spirit's fearful gaze, Bai Ningbing died rapidly, her corpse gradually lost its body temperature in the huge Dragon Palace. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was walking out of the formation that imprisoned Spectral Soul. Celestial Court's battlefield had not been cleaned up yet, but Fairy Myrtle came to Spectral Soul's prison and inspected it urgently. I was overthinking. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was powerful and ruthless back then, the current Spectral Soul is only a remnant soul. He has no goo worms or immortal essence. How can he do anything? Not to mention getting out of here. Oh? Dragon Spirit was exposed, everything is going according to plan. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. She was the one who deduced Dragon Spirit's existence, she had her suspicions earlier. Because the ownerless Dragon Palace could actually capture the 4 Dragon Generals, it had extraordinary intelligence. After she deduced Dragon Spirit's existence, Dragon Spirit deceived Duke Long and created the illusion that Duke Long had refined Dragon Palace. Celestial Court knew about it. Duke Long asked Fairy Myrtle for help, Fairy Myrtle played along and set up the trap of Hidden Dragon Cave. This trap not only targeted the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals, it also targeted Dragon Spirit and Dizongxing. If not for this plan, how would Fairy Myrtle dare to use the killer move Everybody's Vision to spread the news of the final battle in infallible blessed land? Fairy Myrtle walked into an immortal goo house, the benevolence goo that she borrowed was inside. She thought to herself, next, it is time to deal with Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Boom, Dragon Palace was sent flying, Dragon Spirit was screaming in panic, it was out of its wits. The Dream Path offensive killer move was interrupted, Heaven Overseeing Tower returned to normal, leaving its phantom state. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals laughed loudly, their plan to lure the enemy was a huge success. Damn it, so this was all part of Celestial Court's plan, the battle situation was never out of their control. Fang Yuan's expression was grim, he had to admit, we lost this battle. Bing Sichuan also realized this, but he still shouted loudly, mobilizing the Goo Immortals to charge towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower retreated extremely quickly, the southern and northern Immortals felt even more despair. It is time to retreat. Fang Yuan's eyes moved, he had a rank 8 killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core, if he used it properly, there was hope of breaking out. However, at this time, with Lu Wei-yin as the leader and Celestial Court's Goo Immortals as support, they surrounded Fang Yuan's group tightly. Fang Yuan's group was like a cornered beast that counterattacked at the last moment, it was extremely frenzied. Lu Wei-yin saw the chance and used an immortal killer move, it was called 8 Directions Blessed Land. This move was a defensive killer move, not only could it defend oneself, it could also strengthen others. Under the effect of the killer move 8 Directions Blessed Land, it instantly formed many spheres of sand that enveloped the Goo Immortals, easily blocking all the immortal killer moves. Even Calamity Luck Alter's killer move was the same. At once, both sides showed expressions of shock. Lu Weiyin's strength surpassed everyone's expectations once again. Lu Weiyin's display dragged the southern and northern immortals deeper into the abyss of despair. On the other side, Duke Long got rid of Di Zongxing and charged into Dragon Palace. Di Zongxing wanted to chase him but was stalled by Heaven Overseeing Tower and the other immortal Gu houses. Duke Long, you are the greatest traitor! Dragon Spirit screamed as it hid in the depths of Dragon Palace. Duke Long could not find it immediately. He poured in his immortal essence as he forcefully refined Dragon Palace again. He smiled, I need to thank you for getting rid of the huge problem that is Di Zongxing. Now, as long as I gain full control of Dragon Palace, Di Zongxing will have no choice but to submit to me. Celestial Court will obtain the strongest legendary immemorial desolate beast in history. Dragon Spirit screamed in anger. It scolded Duke Long for being despicable and sinister while blocking Duke Long's forceful refinement while summoning Di Zongxing urgently. Di Zongxing roared in anger as he tried to break through the obstruction. Celestial Court's defensive line was on the verge of collapse. At the crucial moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower showed its might again, activating Fate Vanquish. Di Zongxing was the first to bear the brunt of it. He was fiercely suppressed. More than half of Fang Yuan's Gu immortals were instantly killed by Fate Vanquish. The power of a rank 9 immortal killer move was too terrifying. Only Fang Yuan was completely immune to the power of Fate Vanquish. He stood alone proudly. Fang Yuan, don't think you will have an easy time. You can't escape. These immortal killer moves were specially prepared for you. Have a taste of them. Close to 10 rank 8 Gu immortals surrounded Fang Yuan. A large number of killer moves enveloped him. He could not use the Gu worms in his immortal aperture. You want to target my spring-autumn cicada? Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to activate killer moves to counterattack. He did not hesitate to expend his Dao marks. Countless sword ghost dragons flew around, but he was still suppressed by Celestial Court's Gu immortals. He could not break free. Suddenly, there was a resounding dragon roar. Di Zongxing's huge dragon head rampaged and crashed into Fang Yuan's encirclement. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was also anxious. It ignored everything else. It endured countless killer moves and rushed towards Dragon Palace to reinforce it. Ha ha ha, too late. Duke Long laughed loudly. He had already refined most of Dragon Palace. He was about to capture the Dragon Spirit. The Dragon Spirit screamed, even if I die, I will not let you have your way. Boom, with a loud sound, Dragon Palace self-detonated. Countless fragments flew everywhere. The Grand Dragon Palace only had a small foundation and a few pillars left. Now is the time. Using this chaos, Fang Yuan finally broke free from some restraints. His clone activated an immortal killer move, Spring-Autumn Success. The demon is counterattacking. I will protect you. Lu Weiyin shouted, activating 8 directions blessed land again to protect countless Gu immortals. Now is the time. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle also made a move, activating an immortal killer move, Equal Justice. Duke Long tore apart the 8 directions blessed land that was protecting him. He charged towards Fang Yuan with the remaining Dragon Palace. Along the way, he encountered Di Zongxing, but Di Zongxing lowered his head, expressing his submission. Fang Yuan, you can die too. Duke Long teleported, appearing in front of Fang Yuan. At the moment of life and death, Fang Yuan quickly activated a killer move, but he was held back by the other Celestial Court Gu immortals' methods. Bam! With a muffled sound, he was killed by Duke Long. His flesh and bones flew everywhere, his soul even dissipated on the spot. He was dead. With Fang Yuan's death, their final hope was gone. Bing Sichuan and the rest were dejected. They stood on the spot in a daze. Someone surrendered, but Bing Sichuan and the rest shouted as they charged towards Duke Long. Duke Long smiled coldly. He grabbed again and again. Bing Sichuan and the rest died without exception. A moment later, the southern and southern immortals were either dead or surrendered. This huge battle had finally come to an end. We won. Celestial Court is mighty, Duke Long is mighty. The immortals cheered. Central Continent was in an uproar. Duke Long had a plain expression as he looked around, his gaze landing on Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin lowered his head. Lord Duke Long, what instructions do you have? Duke Long smiled lightly, saying with deep meaning, it is all thanks to you lending benevolence Gu. In this battle, Celestial Court will reward you generously. Lu Weiying quickly expressed his gratitude. Duke Long transmitted secretly, asking Fairy Myrtle, did that killer move take effect? Fairy Myrtle, yes. Are we going to attack Lu Weiying? Duke Long replied secretly, no worries, let's keep him alive. If we harm him, who will dare to join us in the future? That killer move is just a layer of insurance, regardless of whether Feng Yuan revives or not, as long as the situation is on our side, so what if we do it again? Saying so, Duke Long breathed in deeply, our plan succeeded. Fairy Myrtle's voice was choking with emotions, yes, using Fate Gu's restoration, we attracted the invasion of the four regions Gu immortals, we incited Central Continent to unite against a common enemy, we got rid of our internal enemies. The Great Era is coming, our Central Continent will unite as one, the orders of Celestial Court will be heartily obeyed and implemented. She knew that Duke Long was going to die soon. Duke Long laughed heartily, he did not care about his own death, he even encouraged Fairy Myrtle, with you around, I am assured. Wisdom Path Gu immortals did not need to fight at the front lines, they needed to plan for the big picture. Master. At this time under Feng Jioge's lead, Feng Qinghong cried as she came to Duke Long. She also knew that this was Duke Long's final moments. Duke Long patted Feng Qinghong's head, saying, humans will grow old and die, moreover, if the old is not gone, how can the new come? Disciple, you don't need to be too sad. At the same time, Duke Long transmitted secretly, instructing, Huang Er, become an immortal venerable and lead Celestial Court to the peak. Our central continent is sandwiched by the other four regions, it is a battleground with no geographical advantage. But we also have our advantages, we have a sect system, we have a lot of momentum. Originally, even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent could only barely suppress and maintain the situation in Central Continent. Countless sects, lone cultivators, and demonic path cultivators have long been dissatisfied with our Celestial Court occupying a lot of cultivation resources. But now, after this battle, people's hearts have changed, they are united and have thoughts of revenge, there are almost no more internal problems. Celestial Court will be the goal of all of Central Continent's people. Celestial Court has existed for millions of years, it is Fate Gu, it already has the right time. After this battle, we will have the greatest unity of people in the 5 regions. Go and conquer, go and unify the human race. Go and establish a hegemony that has never existed for thousands of generations. As your master, I can only do this much for you. After saying this, Duke Long retracted his gaze, looking at the horizon with reluctance. In the distant sky, the setting sun was like blood. The light of the setting sun shone on Duke Long's body. His dragon horns were broken, but he looked even more domineering and fierce. His dragon eyes were lustrous, battle intent still lingered in them. His dragon scales were covered in scars and blood stains, who knew how many rank 8s had died under his dragon claws. The immortals of Celestial Court surrounded him, floating in the air as they looked at him quietly. No one spoke. Dizongxing lowered his head, he was like a huge statue, not moving at all. The earth shook, emitting waves of deep rumbling sounds. At this moment, the regional walls that surrounded the 5 regions vanished, the earth veins connected, the 5 regions that were originally isolated were now one, without the obstruction of the regional walls, the 5 regions could move freely. At the same time, the difference in heaven and earth chi would gradually disappear, there would be no more obstacles to the unification of the 5 regions. Duke Long smiled lightly, speaking with a tone filled with anticipation towards the future, the great era has arrived. These were the last words he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Dragon Imperial guessed, he died at the end of his lifespan. Like the setting sun, the legend of a generation had come to an end, but his invincible figure was deeply engraved in the eyes of countless Central Continent people. His spirit of sacrifice and dedication was like a torch, burning in the hearts of countless people. In this pitch-black space, there was a vast and boundless river. It surged and flowed endlessly, its origin and destination could not be seen. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, river of time, the river of time was pale and colorless, but every drop of water that collided with each other would shine with dazzling colors. Every drop of water had a story, a scene that had happened in the past. Trillions of water splashes bloomed and collided with each other, the entire river of time was like fireworks, colorful and dazzling, extremely beautiful. A small goo worm covered in a layer of jade-green light suddenly appeared and plunged into the river of time. This goo worm's head and abdomen were brownish-yellow in color. There were tree ring-like markings on its surface, showing the vicissitudes of time. The wings on its back were very wide and translucent, like two green leaves overlapping each other. The tiny goo worm was inconspicuous in the vast river of time. It was smaller than an ant. After the goo worm plunged into the river, it showed a sense of determination as it swam against the current, tracing the past. Jewel yellow skies. A wave of excitement arose as goo immortals conversed and discussed with each other. What caused this uproar were only the 3 rib bones and the scene of a battle. It is hard to imagine that this demon Fang Yuan already has such battle strength. Sigh, his growth is too fast. He is already a demonic path overlord of the current generation. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He also has spring autumn cicada and has been reborn. He naturally has a huge advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Celestial Quartz Goo Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Who could have thought she would be suppressed by Fang Yuan? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan, this is an old senior. She is actually still alive? Central Continent's Celestial Court is only SOSO. They are the #1 human force in vain. They have been searching for Fang Yuan all along. In the end, they sent a rank 8 Goo Immortal, but they were still beaten to such a sorry state by Fang Yuan. In Celestial Court, Qingyi's expression was unsightly, while Fairy Myrtle's body was trembling from anger. This thief, Fang Yuan, is really sinister and cunning. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth because in the video of the battle in Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan had only cut out the part where he had successfully counterattacked and beaten Jinglan. Chenny frowned. Lady Ziwei, should we inform Thunder Ghost True Monarch about this? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was a Goo Immortal expert who had recently awakened in Celestial Court. Jinglan chased after Fang Yuan, but in a moment of carelessness, Fang Yuan counterattacked. Fang Yuan relied on the 10,000 Flood Dragon and Chaotic Directional Fog to delay her while he entered the 5 regional walls. By the time Jinglan set out once more to pursue him, the distance between her and Fang Yuan was already very large. After Fairy Myrtle was unable to calculate Fang Yuan's specific location, Jinglan lost her way in the boundary wall. Ziwei. Where is that demon, Fang Yuan? Jinglan transmitted her voice. She was flustered and exasperated, her tone was very aggressive. She had thought it would be easy to capture him, but in the end, she ended up heavily injured and in such a miserable state. How could the prideful Jinglan accept this reality? She gritted her teeth, anxiously hoping to capture and kill Fang Yuan to avenge her humiliation. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jinglan. What? Even you can lose him? Jinglan was furious and extremely dissatisfied. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment is no longer the same as before. But he still has to go to Langya Blessed Land. We have already made arrangements there. Although we did not capture this thief, we still made huge gains. Not only did we expend a lot of his immortal essence, we also forced him to expose countless trump cards. How can a Goo Immortal like him be killed in one battle? Fairy Myrtle advised Jinglan in a gentle tone. Jinglan was silent, standing on the spot without moving. After a long while, she heaved a long sigh. The anger on her face had already completely faded. I underestimated him. This person is shockingly talented, worthy of being the successor chosen by Providence and the one that Shadow Sect had no choice but to choose. In the next battle, I will not make the mistake of underestimating the enemy. Compared to Fang Yuan, there is an even more troublesome matter. Fairy Myrtle tactfully told Jinglan about Fang Yuan selling his sternum in Jewel Yellow Skies. Jinglan's mind that had just calmed down immediately surged with waves of anger. What? This guy actually took my sternum out to sell? Preposterous. Simply preposterous. Jinglan immediately communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, and sure enough, when she saw her sternum, she flew into a rage and her eyes were bloodshot. Soon after, Jinglan saw the video of Fang Yuan beating her up and almost crushed her teeth. Damned guy, if you fall into my hands in the future, I will definitely pull out your tendons, flay your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. Fang Yuan flew while paying attention to Jewel Yellow Skies. He sneered in his heart. Although he had lost the battle with Jinglan, it was still an honorable defeat to obtain such a result against a rank 8 as a rank 7. The 3 sternum and that video of the battle were in fact Fang Yuan showing off, they were his outstanding battle merits. Victory or defeat in a battle is secondary, what is more important is the comparison between gains and losses. Although I lost this battle, the gains are exactly what I need. Fang Yuan attempted to retrieve the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, but was obstructed by Lu Wei-yin and failed. Feng Jiuge invaded Langya Blessed Land and discovered Wisdom Gu, as well as taking away Guyue Fangjing and Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan detonated Danghun Mountain, causing Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan to awaken. At the same time, Qingyi's Karma Divine Tree Killer move had a use. Fairy Myrtle used this clue to deduce his location. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan thus accurately attacked Fang Yuan, but due to various reasons, Fang Yuan escaped. The Celestial Court discovered and invaded Langya Blessed Land, they will definitely attack again. Langya Blessed Land is extremely important to me, I cannot lose it. To resist the Celestial Court's next attack, I need to gather all the forces I can use. The 4 Races Alliance can make use of this. After this battle, my reputation will soar, I will have more say in the 4 Races Alliance, these variant human Gu immortals will even think of me as their hope to resist rank 8s. Along the way, many Gu immortals in Jewel Yellow Skies inquired about the price, they wanted to buy these 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But how could Fang Yuan sell them? This was the best chance to attack the Celestial Court's reputation, it was also a good chance for him to raise his own reputation, he would not sell these 3 rib bones. I need to make use of every opportunity to attack and weaken the Celestial Court's reputation, I need to accumulate courage in the hearts of other Gu immortals. At some crucial point in the future, even more Gu immortals will make a move, they will dare to provoke the Celestial Court. Speaking of which, are there any members of the Celestial Court among these people asking for the price? There should be some. Even Thunder Ghost True Monarch might be among them, it is very likely. He. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. He was trying to find joy in this difficult situation, his heart was still heavy. The Celestial Court had discovered Langya Blessed Land, it was unknown when they would attack again, Langya Blessed Land was in danger. Once Langya Blessed Land fell, it would be a huge blow to Fang Yuan. Because for a long time, Fang Yuan had been cooperating with Langya sect, he had obtained huge help at many crucial moments. Langya Blessed Land was like a huge support to him. But to resist the Celestial Court, it was not so easy. With just him, Langya Blessed Land, and the 4 Races Alliance, did they really have any hope? Now is not the time to give up. After returning to Langya Blessed Land, I have already absorbed that long hair true meaning. Even if Langya Blessed Land falls in the future, I will try my best to squeeze out all the benefits from Langya sect. Just as he thought of this, Fang Yuan's body shook, he showed a shocked expression. His expression did not change, he was an extremely shrewd and ruthless demonic path character, how could he lose his composure like this? Just earlier, Fang Yuan's time path clone had told him an extremely precious piece of information. The clone revived? Spring-Autumn Cicada returned to the time path clone with the will of several years in the future. So my first attempt ended in failure, the Celestial Court managed to repair Fate Gu completely. Shortly after, Fang Yuan's expression calmed down, the raging waves in his heart also subsided. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie, his eyes were like the dark night. Ever since he gave Spring-Autumn Cicada to the time path clone, he had expected such a situation to occur. Thus, he quickly accepted this fact. The strength displayed by the Celestial Court made him feel as if an entire mountain was pressing down on his heart. But this is more interesting, isn't it? Fang Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of laughter, it was cold and fanatical. Fear? What was that? Langya Blessed Land. A large group of variant human Gu immortals were guarding the teleportation immortal formation, raising their heads in anticipation. Suddenly, the immortal formation activated, emitting a dazzling light. Among the variant human Gu immortals, Langya Black-Haired Land Spirit, who was standing at the front, was overjoyed, shouting, "They are back, they are back." Behind him were Snowman, Rockman, and Inkman Gu immortals, all of them had complex expressions. Langya Blessed Land had just been invaded by the Celestial Court, due to the alliance agreement of the 4 Races Alliance, these three variant human tribes had the responsibility to help the hairy men and defend Xianxia blessed land against the celestial court. When the land spirit of Xianxia asked for help, these three variant human tribes were extremely unwilling. They were full of bitterness and regretted signing this alliance agreement. But what was the use of regretting? The alliance agreement was with them, they could not violate it. Even if they succeeded in violating the alliance agreement, so what? Right now, humans were the rulers of the 5 regions, they were the undisputed overlords. The living space of variant human tribes was very small, only by working together could they coexist. This strategy was absolutely correct. But the 3 variant human tribes had never thought that Xianxia's sect would actually provoke the celestial court. What kind of existence was the celestial court? This was the number 1 force of humanity, a colossus that had existed for millions of years. Compared to the celestial court, the 4 races alliance was too small, it could not withstand any torment. Thus, when the land spirit of Xianxia asked for help from these 3 tribes, they were very unwilling and tried all sorts of excuses. But who could have thought that at this time, Fang Yuan would sell Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones in jewel yellow skies? This battle achievement was like a hurricane, it became the hearts and minds of the variant human Gu immortals. They saw a trace of hope against the celestial court. But more importantly, Xianxia blessed land also had rank 8 battle strength. If they rejected land spirit of Xianxia's request for help, other than facing the severe punishment of the alliance agreement, the 3 tribes would also have to face Fang Yuan, who could fight rank 8 Gu immortals. The balance in their hearts had completely tilted. First, the snowmen changed their stance and expressed their full support for Xianxia's sect. Then, the ink men and stone men also changed their stance and were willing to help. Taking Fang Yuan in as the guest Grand Supreme Elder is really the right decision. The land spirit of Xianxia achieved his goal, and he was very pleased in his heart. After getting news of Fang Yuan, he knew that he was returning. He had an idea and brought these variant human Gu immortals to welcome Fang Yuan. When the light dissipated, Fang Yuan's figure appeared in front of everyone. The variant human Gu immortals had different expressions. Land spirit of Xianxia was the first to greet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced around and laughed in his heart, it's just like the scene in my previous life. Speaking of which, the land spirit of Xianxia also has some political skills. He knows how to use me to suppress other allies. But Fang Yuan did not want to exchange pleasantries and waste time. Like in the previous life, he only nodded at Shui Er and left. This small action made the snowman variant human Gu immortals very excited. It also made the stone men and ink men feel very jealous. Because of the battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Fang Yuan's status in the immortals' hearts had risen greatly. But right now, Fang Yuan's heart was as calm as still water. After rebirth, his battle strength had returned to the peak of rank 7, it was nothing compared to the celestial court. In fact, even if he had peak rank 8 battle strength in his previous life, so what? Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Xianxia conversed privately. The land spirit of Xianxia returned Fang Yuan's perceivable Dao immortal Gu, and told Fang Yuan that the celestial court had indeed left behind many harmful Dao marks in Xianxia blessed land. The land spirit of Xianxia was very worried. Because he had already used all his strength but could not do anything to these Dao marks. Fang Yuan knew that these Dao marks were a portion of the famous star cast killer move of the celestial court. Feng Zhouge had purposely left them behind. In the previous life, when the celestial court launched a second attack, these Dao marks turned into a spiral passage and directly transported 4 rank 8 Gu immortals here. In this battle, Fang Yuan obtained fixed immortal travel rank 7 immortal Gu, but he exposed Yama Emperor's killer move and Swan Bujin's identity. He lost Xianxia's sect as an ally forever. Eventually, Fang Yuan retreated. The celestial court had no choice but to retreat as well. Longevity Heaven became the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Fang Yuan pretended not to know, replying to the land spirit of Xianxia, First Supreme Elder, don't be too anxious, let me deduce first and make a plan to deal with the current situation. The land spirit of Xianxia sighed, alright. He found it strange that Fang Yuan did not mention anything about the long hair true meaning. This did not match Fang Yuan's personality in the past. But the land spirit of Xianxia did not want to remind Fang Yuan. After all, even though he agreed to compensate Fang Yuan for the long hair true meaning, he was very reluctant to part with it. Right now, Wisdom Gu was still in Xianxia blessed land. Fang Yuan arrived in front of Wisdom Gu and stayed here for 3 days and 3 nights, using the time path clone to deduce. This rebirth was slightly special compared to the previous ones. It would take a long time for him to be reborn. It would take a few years. But this was reasonable. Because back then, Fang Yuan's time path clone had rank 7 cultivation level, Spring Autumn Cicada was also rank 7, and he even used the killer move Spring Autumn Success. Fang Yuan's main body was killed, his time path clone self-detonated, Spring Autumn Cicada's power was far greater than before, naturally he could rebirth to an earlier time. As for the initial rebirth, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level, but he returned to 500 years ago. That was due to Providence's influence, it was a special case. Actually, in Red Lotus True Inheritance, there is also a killer move like Spring Autumn Success that can rebirth to a specific time in the past. But this killer move cannot guarantee the success of rebirth, thus I chose Spring Autumn Success to eliminate the possibility of failure. Fang Yuan took a look at Spring Autumn Cicada. The current Spring Autumn Cicada was no longer rank 7 like in his previous life, it had returned to rank 6. And because it had just been reborn, its condition was not good, it was dispirited and listless, its body was yellow like dead wood, it needed time to recuperate. In Red Lotus True Inheritance, there are many killer moves that can speed up Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery. Spring Autumn Cicada is indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon. Venerable's Vital Immortal Gu, its effect is too powerful. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The current him was no longer Immortal Gu Master. Thus he did not have to worry about Spring Autumn Cicada bursting his aperture. At this rate, there was no need for Fang Yuan to speed up Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery. By the time of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Spring Autumn Cicada would automatically recover. This way, Fang Yuan would be able to use Spring Autumn Success again. But the Celestial Court is so powerful, even if I can rebirth again, if I cannot find a way to defeat the Celestial Court, it would be pointless no matter how many times I rebirth. Thinking back to his previous life, Fang Yuan felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. The foundation that the Celestial Court displayed was absolutely unfathomable, it shook the world. As for how many Gu immortals there were in the immortal graveyard, even now, Fang Yuan did not know the limit. Duke Long's strength was definitely at pseudo-venerable battle strength. In history, perhaps only Bo Qing had the strength to resist him. Fang Yuan himself was killed by Duke Long. Duke Long was simply too powerful. Of course, venerables were invincible existences, even Duke Long was not enough against their killer moves. But this way, the venerables fought across space and had their own plans, it made the already chaotic situation even more complicated. The foreshadowing of the venerables was endless, they influenced the whole situation time and time again. Fang Yuan felt a headache just thinking about it. Other than Duke Long, there was also Fairy Myrtle, Chen Yi, Li Huang, Qing Yi, Yuan Xiongdu, and others. These Gu immortals were elites, they could not be underestimated. What was even more terrifying was their spirit. For the Celestial Court, they could sacrifice themselves without caring about the consequences. That kind of fanatical belief towards the Celestial Court and humanity made even Fang Yuan feel a trace of wariness. If I can't find a way to defeat the Celestial Court, even if I have countless chances to revive, it will be pointless. To defeat the Celestial Court, I will use all my strength in this life, I will not let go of any chance to improve myself. I need to make a good plan. Fang Yuan concentrated and started to make deductions. There was no doubt that revival required a technique. Even though Fang Yuan had the advantage of clairvoyance, this was only a layer of memories. He was no longer the same as before, he was the number 1 rank 7 in the world, his every action had a huge influence. If he changed many things for a small profit, the influence would be magnified and cause a huge change in reality. Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage would plummet. But if he was restrained and afraid of change, he would not be able to improve himself enough, he would not be the Celestial Court's match in the end. He needed to maintain a good balance. And most importantly, he had to prevent other Gu immortals from knowing that Fang Yuan had revived. The longer this secret was kept by Fang Yuan, the more advantageous it would be for him. Fang Yuan's plan took 14 to 16 hours, and he finally had a clear idea of what to do, coming up with a huge and exquisite plan. Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit of Xianxia. How many immortal Gu do you have? Give me a list. After thinking about it, I feel that refinement path true meaning is not very useful to me. If there are suitable immortal goo, I might give up on refinement path true meaning and choose these immortal goo. Ah. The land spirit of Xianxia cried out in joy, that's good, I will give you the list immediately. To the land spirit of Xianxia, refinement path true meaning had a huge significance. Just like fate goo to the celestial court, other than its strength, it also had a spiritual value. But earlier, the land spirit of Xianxia lost Feng Yuan's Danghun Mountain. Due to the alliance agreement, he had no choice but to compensate Feng Yuan with the refinement path true meaning. He was actually very unwilling to do so. Feng Yuan looked at the list and found Steel Life Immortal Goo was actually among them. He nodded inwardly, feeling satisfied. From this, it could be seen that the land spirit of Xianxia did not conceal much. Earlier, when Feng Yuan used Spectral Soul's True Inheritance to exchange for the Long Hair True Inheritance with the land spirit of Xianxia, both sides held back and did not exchange their trump cards. In Xianxia's sect, the Long Hair Refinement Path True Meaning, Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, Omnidirectional 4Cs, Refinement Water, Steel Life Immortal Goo, Heavenly Giant Solar, Longevity Heaven's Request for Help, and so on were all kept in their hands. They would not be easily taken out to exchange with Feng Yuan. In the previous life, Feng Yuan obtained the Refinement Path True Meaning from the land spirit of Xianxia and raised his Refinement Path attainment level to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, reaching heaven in one step. This choice was not wrong. Refinement Path attainment level was a huge help to Feng Yuan. But now that Feng Yuan had reborn, his attainment level was the same as in the previous life. He was still a Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. The same Refinement Path True Meaning was useless to Feng Yuan. This was because Feng Yuan's main body's attainment level had always been shared with the Time Path clone. Unlike Spectral Soul's clone, the biggest reason Feng Yuan created the Time Path clone was to bathe in the light of wisdom and help his main body make deductions. How could this work be done without attainment level? Even though only the Time Path clone had reborn, the Time Path clone's attainment level was the same as before. Feng Yuan's main body's attainment level naturally rose as well. Thus, in this life, Feng Yuan made a different choice. I choose Steel Life Immortal Goo, and these, the Time Path Immortal Goo, give them to me. Feng Yuan assessed Steel Life Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was shaped like a bee. It was the size of an adult's fist. Its body was covered in black and gold markings. It was covered in a thin layer of scarlet light. Once it started flying, the scarlet halo would flourish even more intensely. The most eye-catching part was the bee's stinger. It was sharp and thin, its length far surpassed the bee itself. It was as long as an adult's forearm. According to rumors, Steel Life Immortal Goo was the first immortal goo that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable obtained when he was young. It had an extraordinary origin. Feng Yuan looked at Steel Life Immortal Goo as his thoughts ran wild. Speaking of which, even though Thieving Heaven is a demon venerable, he has a peaceful nature. He is not bloodthirsty. He is completely unlike Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. However, it was precisely because of this temperament that he created the Theft Dao. Feng Yuan had some understanding of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He wanted to return to his original world, but he had a peaceful nature. He did not like killing. He also needed to accumulate resources and cultivate to find a way to return home. What to do? Facing this problem, Theft Path was the perfect answer he gave. The 10 Venerables were the most outstanding people in the history of humanity. After Feng Yuan was reborn, he was even more interested in these Venerables. He placed more importance on them. It could be said that in Feng Yuan's previous life, the Venerables played a crucial role in the grand battle that revolved around the restoration of Fate Goo. Every time a Venerable made a move, the entire battle situation would be overturned. The invincible strength of Venerables, their far-sighted schemes, they left a deep impression on Feng Yuan. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. Limitless, Star. Constellation, Primordial Origin, Genesis Lotus, Giant Sun, Red Lotus, and Paradise Earth. They used all sorts of methods to participate in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Only Thieving Heaven, Reckless Savage, and Spectral Soul have not made a move. No, Spectral Soul has already been captured. He is only left with a lump of soul. How can he have the strength to fight? I inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. I led Shadow Sect to participate in the war. It can be said that he made a move. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is extremely powerful, his killing nature is number one. After his death, he accumulated his strength and reached the terrifying level of Great Grandmaster in every path. Just based on attainment level, he is the number one in history, surpassing all venerables. But he had to abide by the most basic rules. He had no immortal essence, no goo worms, and only a remnant soul. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. He was imprisoned by the celestial court. Then, thieving heaven and reckless savage, did the two demon venerables expect an unprecedented chaotic war in the 5 regions? I should be able to calculate it. After all, even Primordial Origin and Limitless managed to deduce it. How could these two rank 9 venerables fail to deduce it? Since they predicted this battle, did they leave behind any means to intervene? Thieving heaven might want to return, but what about reckless savage? In history, he was also the devil lord who attacked the celestial court. It's very likely that he left behind some tricks. It wasn't revealed in my previous life, but in this life, can I find the methods left behind by reckless savage and make use of them? Fang Yuan's eyes shined when he thought of this. This was a great idea. Facing a colossal force like the celestial court, unless he became a rank 9 venerable, he would have to borrow their strength. At this time, Land Spirit of Xianxia interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. Fang Yuan, now that you have rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Goo, you already have 5 rank 8 Immortal Goo. This is truly inconceivable. You only have rank 7 Cultivation level, but you actually have 5 rank 8 Immortal Goo. There are only a handful of people like you in history. Land Spirit of Xianxia sighed in amazement. Fang Yuan had obtained Steel Life Goo, he also had Attitude Goo, Wisdom Sword Goo, Years Flow Like Water, and Soul Beast Token. He indeed had 5 Immortal Goo. Of course, this did not include Wisdom Goo, because Wisdom Goo was rank 9. Land Spirit of Xianxia had been paying close attention to Fang Yuan, so he was quite familiar with his situation. Fang Yuan smiled, not minding it. Did he have to tell Land Spirit of Xianxia that in the future, he would obtain rank 8 Immortal Goo like Spring, Summer, Great Chi, and Regret? If he said it, wouldn't it scare Xianxia Land Spirit? But this Steel Life Immortal Goo has a flaw. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left it behind, but he was afraid that this goo would bring too much trouble to all living beings, so he only left 3 chances to use it. In the previous life, during the battle to defend Xianxia, all 3 chances were used to kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch, but Steel Life Goo was destroyed by Qinyi's Karma Divine Tree Killer move. This is not all of Steel Life's flaws. Purely using Steel Life Immortal Goo would not differentiate between friend and foe. While dealing with enemies, it would also harm oneself. That would be very awkward. So after obtaining Steel Life Immortal Goo, I need to deduce some killer moves to at least get rid of this flaw. If possible, it would be best if I can get rid of Steel Life Immortal Goo's limit of 3 uses. Many thoughts flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. However, he was clear that the 3 uses of Steel Life Immortal Goo was a limit set by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It would be very difficult for him to get rid of it. There was little hope. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled at Land Spirit of Xianxia. First Supreme Elder, this Steel Life Immortal Goo seems to only have 3 uses? First Supreme Elder, do you know what is going on? Land Spirit of Xianxia was shocked. Fang Yuan actually saw through it. How was this possible? This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's doing, even he could not detect it. From the outside, there were no clues, everything was normal. Even the previous Land Spirit of Xianxia used all sorts of refinement path methods, he could not detect Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's restriction. Fang Yuan only took a few glances and he saw through it? Land Spirit of Xianxia had an expression of shock. He asked, how did you find out? Once he said this, Land Spirit of Xianxia's expression changed again. Because this question undoubtedly confirmed Fang Yuan's words. He coughed and said with an awkward expression, I did not hide it from you on purpose, I planned to tell you. Even though land spirits could not lie, they could still scheme and scheme. Like the black-haired land spirit in front of him, he was ambitious and had good leadership skills. And his previous owner, white-haired land spirit, was even more adept at enduring silently. He managed Xianxia blessed land very well. Black and white land spirits had their own specialties. The black-haired land spirit planned to tell me the truth. More specifically, when Fang Yuan found out about it, he would tell the truth, it was not a lie. Fang Yuan looked at the black-haired land spirit with a faint smile. First Supreme Elder, I wanted to exchange for refinement path true meaning. these immortal goo alone are not enough. Now that steel life goo is in such a state, I need to add some things to make up for the difference. The black-haired land spirit rolled his eyes and mumbled, "Of course I know that. Tell me, what else do you need?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. "I have a suggestion." His suggestion was to deepen the cooperation with the other three races and use Xianxia's foundation to exchange for the time path immortal goo in the hands of the variant humans. Land spirit of Xianxia was surprised. "You want to exchange for time path immortal goo? This means, Fang Yuan, you want to develop in time path?" Fang Yuan nodded. This was a must. Right now, he had not gotten rid of Xianxia yet. He lacked the 4-time path immortal goo of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. He also did not obtain rank 7 edge goo from Tai Chu Zhong. He could not use time cutting edge either. Fang Yuan's time path immortal goo mainly came from two sources. The main one was He Fan's true inheritance, the other was some goo worms left behind in graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was quasi-supreme grandmaster. His time path attainment level was the same. Moreover, Red Lotus true inheritance was still in the river of time. Fang Yuan still had to roam the river of time. Of course, he needed strength in the aspect of time path. Land spirit of Xianxia nodded. Then I will put down my pride and talk to the other three races. Fang Yuan, the crucial thing now is Celestial Court. We need to get rid of the harmful Dao marks in the Blessed Land as soon as possible before secretly relocating. Fang Yuan quickly consoled the anxious black-haired land spirit. "I know, don't worry. I collected these time path immortal goo to deal with the harmful Dao marks in Xianxia Blessed Land. I also have some plans to deal with the harmful Dao marks in Xianxia Blessed Land. I will modify our super immortal formation after some time. As long as you know." The black-haired land spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and left. His efficiency was very high. Not long after, he finished the discussion and handed the time path immortal goo to Fang Yuan. At this point, including Xianxia's own treasury and the ones exchanged from variant humans, there were a total of 5 time path immortal goo, 3 rank 6 and 2 rank 7. Rank 7 time concealment immortal goo and hour needle immortal goo, rank 6 immortal goo yesterday, 10 days, and successive years. The most helpful to Fang Yuan was time concealment immortal goo. This goo could conceal the goo immortal. Fang Yuan was overjoyed to obtain it. Time needle immortal goo was an offensive goo. Once activated, it would shoot out needles to kill strong enemies. The other 3 rank 6 immortal goo were barely satisfactory. They could only be used as supplementary immortal goo at most. A day later, a large number of rank 8 immortal materials were thrown down, creating a rainbow spiral. Wisdom goo entered the spiral of its own accord like a cat that smelled fish. Fang Yuan opened his sovereign immortal aperture and drew the rainbow spiral into his blessed land. Back then, land spirit of Xianxia had used this method to trick wisdom goo from Hu immortal blessed land into Xianxia blessed land. Fang Yuan had also used this method in his previous life. This time, although he was familiar with it, he pretended to be unfamiliar with it, praising land spirit of Xianxia's method endlessly. To conceal the secret of his rebirth, he had to start from these details. Although the black-haired land spirit was praised by Fang Yuan, the disappointment in his heart was already showing. "Sigh, I feel empty in my heart." The black-haired land spirit sighed deeply. He had coveted wisdom goo for a long time. To think that Fang Yuan would get it in the end. During the process, the black-haired land spirit had used up a large number of lifespan goo. But he had no choice, under the threat of the Celestial Court's second invasion, to prevent wisdom goo from falling into the hands of the Celestial Court. The black-haired land spirit had no choice but to lower his head no matter how unwilling he was. "Take a good look at this immortal goo recipe. We will refine this immortal goo next." Fang Yuan took back wisdom goo and handed an immortal goo recipe to land spirit of Xianxia. Land spirit of Xianxia took a close look. "Myriad self-immortal goo? That's right. This goo is very useful to me. It can raise my battle strength greatly. It will be very helpful in dealing with the Celestial Court." Fang Yuan said as he walked out of this valley. "Prepare yourselves, I will go out and search for the 4 main immortal materials." "Oh, wait, aren't you going to modify the Blessed Lands formation?" Fang Yuan did not turn around, he only waved his hand. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Northern Plains. Autumn Blade Plain. A goo immortal walked barefoot on the grassland. He was tall and sturdy, his skin had a copper luster, he wore a vest that exposed his shoulders and his trousers were rolled up, revealing his calves. Every time he took a step, he would leave behind footprints made of blood on the grassland. He was Meng Tuesday Quasi-Great Grandmaster of Blade Path, Rank 7 Gu Immortal with peak battle strength, one of the top 3 Rank 7 experts of Meng tribe. In order to break through his Blade Path attainment level, Meng Tu volunteered to guard Autumn Blade Plain, imitating Renzu and cultivating all year round, ignoring worldly affairs. He was silent as iron, walking on Autumn Blade Plain step by step, his eyes were closed and his brows were slightly furrowed, thinking about the supreme principles of Blade Path. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, the ghosts let out ghostly wails and howls as they pounced towards him. These ghostly monsters were terrifying, they were mostly in human form, but they were ugly and sinister. They had green faces and sharp fangs, their claws were like blades, and their eyes were filled with blood. Their dense killing intent caused Meng Tu's hair to stand on end. What the hell is this? Meng Tu was shocked and furious. He fought with these ghostly monsters and was shocked to find that each of these ghostly monsters had rank 7 battle strength, even with his peak rank 7 battle strength. Facing these endless waves of ghostly monsters, he had to retreat. However, just as he was about to retreat, the ghostly monsters attacking him suddenly self-detonated. This change was far beyond Meng Tu's expectations, he was caught unprepared. Boom boom boom, the ghostly monsters self-detonated with great power, Meng Tu spat out blood and retreated rapidly. These ghostly monsters are attacking in a strict and coordinated manner, there must be a Gu Immortal controlling them from behind. But I wonder if it is a Soul Path Gu Immortal or an Enslavement Path Gu Immortal. Meng Tu's heart was shrouded in a heavy shadow, just as he was about to send a message to his tribe asking for help, the world suddenly changed. By the time Meng Tu reacted, he was already in an immortal battlefield. What immortal battlefield is this? It was set up so quickly. Shock flashed across Meng Tu's eyes. From the start of the battle until now, he had not even seen his opponent's true appearance. Sir, who are you? Why are you making things difficult for my Meng tribe? Meng Tu shouted. The mastermind behind the scenes, Fang Yuan, chuckled and ignored him. Instead, he began to prepare the Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan didn't have Wu Yang's concealment methods. The moment the Luo Pasil started to brew, a storm surged and a monstrous aura swept across the entire Yama battlefield. His position was thus exposed. Meng Tu's sharp gaze swept over, he saw that Fang Yuan was an ordinary-looking Gu Immortal, he wore a grey robe and looked ordinary, the type that could not be seen in a crowd. However, Fang Yuan's current aura shocked Meng Tu greatly. Meng Tu was even slightly dazed, he only has rank 7 peak stage cultivation level, how can he use a rank 8 killer move? Actually, Luo Pasil was only at quasi-rank 8, its aura was terrifying. Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 immortal essence yet, the Luo Pasil killer move that he used now was weakened. Meng Tu gritted his teeth and charged at Fang Yuan. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were so brave, Fang Yuan chuckled, he was calm and unruffled, as if Meng Tu did not exist. A large number of human-shaped Yama children appeared and blocked Meng Tu without any regard for their own safety. The number of Yama children made Meng Tu despair. Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil finished its preparation and attacked from afar. Under the pressure of Yama children, Meng Tu blocked left and right, he could not dodge in time and was hit by Luo Pasil. In an instant, his face turned ashen. He was dead. His soul was completely destroyed, not even a trace of it was left behind. Fang Yuan cleaned up the battlefield. Meng Tu's corpse was intact, his immortal aperture was also left behind, along with a large number of cultivation resources and 3 immortal Gu. In his previous life, Meng Tu self-detonated, Fang Yuan only obtained Blade Wing immortal Gu, his gains in this life were plentiful. After dispersing the Yama battlefield, Fang Yuan looted the whole of Autumn Blade Plain. The drinking blade wine buried underground was his main objective, Fang Yuan collected it all. Besides that, there was also a vast number of mortal edge Gu. There was no need to think about immortal level edge Gu, because it was in the hands of southern border Gu immortal Tai Chu Zhong. In my previous life, Meng Tu's self-detonation was beyond my expectations, his blade path Dao marks were engraved in Autumn Blade Plain, causing this resource point to have extraordinary potential. But in this life, Meng Tu did not even think of self-detonation before I killed him. Now that I have looted everything, this autumn blade plane will no longer have its former glory. Fang Yuan looted almost everything here, he gave a faint glance before turning around and leaving. He did not return to Xianxia blessed land, because there were still immortal materials that he had not gathered. There were. For main immortal materials needed to refine myriad self-immortal goo, they were drinking blade wine, edge goo, front-back divine obstruction needle, and floating life fire. Now that he had the first two, only the last two were left. Fang Yuan arrived at Divine Needle Valley. This was a man-made valley, specially created by rank 7 Gu immortal Sleeping Lady for the Divine Hedgehog. Sleeping Lady was a lone cultivator of Northern Plains, she had rank 7 cultivation level and did not have outstanding battle strength. But the Divine Hedgehog that she controlled was an immemorial desolate beast that also cultivated sword path. The Divine Hedgehog had an innate ability, it could shoot out all the spikes on its body, giving people no time to dodge, it could easily kill gods and immortals. If Sleeping Lady and the Divine Hedgehog cooperated well, there was a possibility of killing Mang Tuesday precisely because of this. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Mang tribes Mang Zizai and Mang Zhao had suspected Sleeping Lady when they investigated Mang Tu's death. Fang Yuan sneaked to the vicinity of Divine Needle Valley, but did not enter. He used the same trick again, activating Yama Child to charge in. Soon, Sleeping Lady's scream could be heard from inside Divine Needle Valley. Such guts! You dare to invade my Divine Needle Valley? Yama Child self-detonated one after another. Sleeping Lady was in a sorry state, she turned around and ran. You want to meet up with the Divine Hedgehog? Fang Yuan sneered, using the remaining power of Yama Child's self-detonation. Yama Battlefield quickly formed and trapped Sleeping Lady inside. Sleeping Lady let out a scream similar to Mang Tu's. What a mortal battlefield is this? It's actually so fast. Fang Yuan slowly appeared, of course not. Compared to Rumor Cage, there is still a huge difference in speed. Sleeping Lady looked at Fang Yuan with a fearful gaze. Who are you? I, Sleeping Lady, have no grievances with you, right? Please be magnanimous, what do you want, we can discuss it. Fang Yuan smiled, I want your life. Sleeping Lady's face instantly turned pale. Yama Child swarmed forward. Sleeping Lady was surrounded by danger, she resisted with difficulty while shouting in panic, spare my life, I will do anything you want me to. Wait, I will teach you the method to control the Divine Hedgehog, how about it? I will use this bargaining chip to exchange for my life. Fang Yuan looked at her indifferently, stop acting, how can a person who can deal with Mang tribe and Murong tribe be afraid of death? Seeing that Fang Yuan had seen through her, Sleeping Lady roared angrily, finally displaying her true strength. She was actually not weak, she was very different from the outside world's evaluation, she managed to kill her way out of the encirclement of the Yama Child. But what was the use of this? She could not break through the Yama battlefield, she was still trapped. Fang Yuan started to gather Luo Pasil. Sleeping Lady charged at him, trying to stop Fang Yuan from accumulating his killer move. But she was much weaker than Mang Tu, even Mang Tu could not stop Fang Yuan, let alone her. Sleeping Lady smiled bitterly, I am a mere lone immortal, I have always been kind to people, I never leave my house, I only want to manage my own land. I did not expect that while I was sitting at home, disaster would come from the sky. You demon, one day, you will receive retribution. What you do to others will be returned to you millions of times. My outcome will be your outcome in the future. She cursed Fang Yuan loudly, venting the anger and fear in her heart. Fang Yuan's voice was bone-piercingly cold, it seems you still do not know your sins. Sleeping Lady stared with wide eyes, what sins have I committed? She was furious, not only did Fang Yuan want to kill her, he also wanted to slander her. Sleeping Lady sneered, you are a demonic path-gu immortal, you actually want to learn from the righteous path and slander your opponent to claim righteousness? Humph, you are simply ridiculous. If you were a little more pure, I might have a higher opinion of you. How are you not guilty? Your weakness is a sin. The moment she said that, Fang Yuan shot out Luo Pasil. As expected, Sleeping Lady was hit by this move, her defensive killer move was torn apart like paper, she died on the spot. Fang Yuan collected her corpse and took away her immortal aperture. The only flaw was that almost all of Sleeping Lady's immortal goo were destroyed by herself. Fang Yuan stored the Yama battlefield, he first pretended to be Sleeping Lady and collected the front-back divine obstruction needles on the Divine Hedgehog. The Divine Hedgehog's battle strength fell to rock bottom. Fang Yuan directly suppressed the Divine Hedgehog and stored it in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. And Fang Yuan did not let go of this Divine Needle Valley. Northern Plains. An ordinary and barren grassland, desolate and uninhabited. Suddenly, a mystical light flashed in the sky, 4 Gu immortals appeared. They were Fang Yuan, Yingwu Xia, Fairy Miaoyin, and Lady White Rabbit. After rebirth, Fairy Miaoyin, Lady White Rabbit, and the spy in Xianxia sect, 6th heir, had not died, they were still alive. Alright, go back and cultivate. Fang Yuan opened the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's entrance, letting the 3 Gu immortals enter. Right now, the remaining Gu immortals of Shadow Sect were all hiding in Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture to cultivate. Fang Yuan wanted to use them to form the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. Because of this method, Fang Yuan could move quickly and travel long distances. Omnidirectional travel was very important to Fang Yuan, it made up for his weakness in movement speed. In the previous life, after Fang Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, this move replaced it perfectly and helped Fang Yuan get through many difficulties. But in comparison, fixed immortal travel is still more convenient. Fang Yuan sighed internally. This time, he left Divine Needle Valley's original location. He had to cross almost half of Northern Plains before arriving here. Omnidirectional travel could not conceal his aura, it was very eye-catching. To conceal himself, Fang Yuan had to make several detours to avoid several super forces. If he had fixed immortal travel, he would not need to go through so much trouble. Fang Yuan added in his mind, of course, fixed immortal travel needs to be at least rank 7 to be suitable for me. At this time, the rank 7 fixed immortal travel should be with Feng Zhouge, right? In the previous life, Fang Yuan had used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal Feng Zhouge's rank 7 fixed immortal travel Gu during the Battle of Xianxia sect. This Gu worm was of great help to Fang Yuan. Even after Fang Yuan advanced to rank 8, rank 7 fixed immortal travel was used as the core to create a space path immortal killer move. The killer move's power had increased tremendously, it still helped Fang Yuan move around the world. Fixed immortal travel was very convenient, it was a top-tier space path immortal Gu, with it, one could travel anywhere in the world. Omnidirectional travel was not bad, but it was inferior to fixed immortal travel Gu. Whether it was crossing the 5 regional walls or the Heavenly Dipper Chi wall, or the number of people, they were all at a disadvantage. In the previous life, I was lucky and used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. However, this method was not stable and reliable. It depended on luck. In this life, how should I plot to obtain fixed immortal travel? Fang Yuan had relied on the spring-autumn cicada to be reborn, bringing him valuable information, realms, and killer moves, but at the same time, his own luck had fallen by a large margin. These days, Fang Yuan had been relying on some small luck path methods to survive. But in terms of luck path, honestly speaking, even though he had barged into Imperial Court blessed land and destroyed 88-point Xianxia Tower, his gains in luck path were far below the outside world's estimation. As Fang Yuan's cultivation level continued to rise, these luck path methods could not keep up. But thankfully, in the previous battles, be it Meng-Tu or Sleeping Lady, they were far weaker than me. Even if my luck was not good, it was not a big deal. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the previous 2 battles. The entire situation was under his control. This feeling of having everything under his control was truly wonderful. In the previous life, he lacked a powerful offensive method like Luo Pasil, he could only rely on Great Thief Ghost Hand to win by surprise, or use Myriad Dragon and Yama to fight a battle of attrition. He was in an awkward situation. This awkwardness led to Meng-Tu's self-detonation, and Fang Yuan's defeat and escape in the Battle of Xianxia Mountain. In the previous life, for the killer move Luo Pasil, Fang Yuan did not care about the dangers and difficulties, he spent a vast amount of time, effort, and energy, as well as several years. Only during the Battle of the 5 Regional Mountain Range did he succeed, he used it to capture the rank 8 Gu Immortal Jun Shenguang, even Wu Yong was stunned. In this life, Fang Yuan directly used Luo Pasil, the effect was immediate. After killing Meng-Tu and Sleeping Lady, Fang Yuan had gathered 3 sets of main immortal materials for Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, only the floating life fire was left. According to his previous life's experience, floating life fire did not need Fang Yuan to search for it personally. After a certain period of time, Central Continent's Gu immortal Xianxia would sell this immortal material in jewel yellow skies. By then, Fang Yuan could just buy some for himself. Fang Yuan came to this seemingly ordinary plane, but he had another motive. He landed on the ground and hesitated for a moment before activating an immortal killer move. Burning Soul Bursting Luck. I do not have much soul foundation now. Burning Soul Bursting Luck needs to be used cautiously. But this time I will enter the river of time. To be safe, I need to use it once. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the previous life, many Gu immortals tried to deduce him. These deductions continued until Fang Yuan's rebirth. Each deduction did not succeed, because Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor. But Yama Emperor's defense against deductions also expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Right now, even though Fang Yuan had a batch of guts Gu, his soul cultivation had already stopped. Danghun Mountain had just self-detonated in Fairy Myrtle's hands. Fang Yuan needed a long time to repair Danghun Mountain with the fragments he had. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fang Yuan's luck rose sharply, but it could not compare to his previous life's luck at the same time. Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness was huge. As his cultivation level rose, his luck fell even more. Who knew how Red Lotus Demon Venerable managed to overcome it back then? Fang Yuan moved as he activated Gu Worms. After circling around the grassland, he stomped his feet and activated the natural immortal formation. Next, he stepped into the immortal formation and vanished on the spot. Similar to Southern Border, this place also had a natural tributary of the River of Time. After Shadow Sect found it, they used formation path methods and combined with the natural Dao marks here to set up an immortal formation, concealing this place and making it undetectable. Fang Yuan looked at the flowing tributary of the River of Time. From time to time, Time Path mortal Gu flew out of the river or hovered in the air above it. Fang Yuan calmed his mind and carefully activated a Time Path immortal killer move. He had deduced this move a few days ago. He had not named it yet. Its main use was to conceal his existence and prevent detection. After using this move, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and jumped into the tributary of the River of Time. Following the tributary, he quickly entered the mainstream of the River of Time. Far away, an immortal Gu house was quietly floating on the surface of the River of Time, allowing the river water to surge and create huge waves. This immortal Gu house was shaped like a pavilion. It was ventilated on all sides and had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be made of yellow grass. The pavilion pillars were gray-white rocks that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion. It was the most beautiful decoration. Right now, there were 4 Gu immortals in the pavilion, 3 males and 1 female. They were the 4 Xianxia of Central Continent Spirit Butterfly Valley. They cultivated Time Path and had rank 7 cultivation level. They were also twin siblings. They were very close to each other and had a deep relationship. After Fang Yuan used the Red Lotus True Inheritance that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found to get rid of Celestial Court's Gu immortal Lord Huangshi, Celestial Court lacked Time Path talents. Even though the 4 Xianxia were not members of Celestial Court, they had great strength and were loyal. They were promoted by Fairy Myrtle to guard present and past pavilion and the River of Time. Once Fang Yuan entered the River of Time, they would immediately sense it. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly gasped. What is it? The youngest sister, Sun Wuzi, asked. As the elder brother, Xianxia pointed at the screen in present and past pavilion. He said hesitantly, I think I saw a light flicker on the screen earlier. Really? Zhong Xuanzi and Xia Xuanzi looked at each other. Then let's investigate. Even though Sun Wuzi was a lively person, she had a heavy responsibility now. She did not dare to be careless. The 4 Xianxia activated present and past pavilion and inspected dozens of times, but did not find anything. Everything was normal. It seems I was wrong, haha. Xianxia was a little shocked. Big brother, don't be too nervous. That Fang Yuan is only at the peak of rank 7, we 4 Xianxia can defeat him without relying on present and past pavilion. Zhong Xuanzi consoled. Even though Lord Huangshi died, Celestial Court had already investigated that it was the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance. They also analyzed Fang Yuan's current Time Path strength. Sun Wuzi's eyes turned as she giggled. Don't worry, even if you three die in battle, as long as I, Sun Wuzi, am here, you will definitely revive. You are actually cursing your brothers to die in battle? You are really asking for a beating. Brothers, spare me. There was laughter in present and past pavilion. They were laughing and fooling around, but they did not expect that Fang Yuan had really entered the river of time. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was discovered by present and past pavilion, even though he had an incomplete immortal goo house. But it was different this time. Firstly, Fang Yuan was only facing one present and past pavilion. It was too early. Celestial Court had not had time to create the other 3-time path immortal goo houses. Secondly, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of present and past pavilion. In the previous life, present and past pavilion was destroyed by him twice, and the 4 Xianxia all died at his hands. 3 of their souls were captured by Fang Yuan after the battle. He soul-searched them and learned more about present and past pavilion's secrets. Finally, Fang Yuan was reborn and exchanged for several time path immortal goo. One of them was rank 7 time path immortal goo, time concealment. It could conceal a goo immortal's body. An immortal killer move formed with it as the core was specially used to deal with present and past pavilion's investigation. It was also greatly amplified in an environment like the River of Time. Because of all these reasons, the rank 7 present and past pavilion could not find any traces of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan swam in the River of Time, moving forward. There were naturally some difficulties and obstacles. For example, sudden springs. Dangerous sudden springs could trap and kill rank 8 goo immortals. For example, multicolored time. This pale white light could reduce lifespan. Any goo immortal would be deeply wary of it. There were also the commonly seen year beasts. There were many desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts in the River of Time. Along the way, Fang Yuan encountered at least 3 immemorial year beasts. Thankfully, he had used burning soul-bursting luck before coming here. His luck was good. Many of the problems were passed without any danger. Against these year beasts, Fang Yuan mainly avoided them and tried not to attack. On one hand, it was because of present and past pavilion. If Fang Yuan attacked, the chances of his identity being exposed would increase sharply. On the other hand, Fang Yuan did not have a year essence pool yet. Without a year essence pool, he could not gather troops on a large scale. Capturing too many year beasts would be a burden to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stepped onto the Stone Lotus Island again. More accurately speaking, it was the first time in this life, but he had already done it in the previous life. Once he stepped onto the Stone Lotus Island, Fang Yuan immersed himself in Red Lotus Demon Venerable's memories. He had already seen this in the previous life. It was just a repetition in this life, but Fang Yuan was still somewhat moved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable is a very special venerable. He originally had rank 9 cultivation level, but he used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive. He gave up his rank 9 venerable status. But if he did not give up, he would not be able to return to the past and change the truth. He would not be able to make up for his regret. Thus, later on, he created Future Self, as well as Call of the Ancient, Help of the Future. The Stone Lotus Island that carried Red Lotus True Inheritance had the ability to conceal itself. It was not easy for the Celestial Court to find it. All along, there had been no gains. In the previous life, just as they were about to gain something, Fang Yuan ruined it. Eventually, Feng Jioge had to use the killer move Wind of Assimilation to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. From the perspective of the Celestial Court, it was quite tragic. The Stone Lotus Island that Fang Yuan stepped onto had been here for millions of years. For some reason, when Fang Yuan stood on the Stone Lotus Island and looked at the surging river water, he suddenly had some enlightenment. The origin of the River of Time should be the beginning of the world. The end of the River of Time is naturally the destruction of the world. The length of the River of Time is the experience of the entire world. And the width of the River of Time corresponds to everything in the world: flowers, birds, fish, insects, humans, beasts, plants, and so on. Clearly, the more prosperous the world, the more things there are, and the wider the River of Time is. The more barren the world is, the fewer things there are, and the narrower the River of Time is. Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme time path attainment level. At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration. He understood all sorts of things and gained a deeper understanding of rebirth. The essence of my rebirth is actually just the will of the future downstream. Through the spring and autumn cicada, it escaped to the upper reaches and fused with me at a certain time upstream. The truth of time in this world determines that there is only one world, and there are no parallel spaces. When I was reborn, the downstream was still flowing. After my death, it is clear that the celestial court will rule the world, and the four regions will be helpless. But now that I've been reborn, I'm like a drop of ink in a clear river. As I change more and more things, allowing some things to exist and some things to disappear, this blob of ink will gradually soak more of the river and dye the longer river surface into a different color. When the ink seeped into the celestial court to repair fate goo and hold the refinement path convention, many things changed, the future changed. Feng Yuan had transmigrated from Earth. There was a term on Earth called the butterfly effect. Now, Feng Yuan suddenly understood that in this goo world, the ink effect could more accurately describe the effects of rebirth. Of course, I can easily change other things because fate goo is not complete, and most importantly, I am an otherworldly demon to begin with, I am not bound by fate. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable were reborn in the past, it would be hard for him to change the state of other things, he would always use all sorts of reasons to make things return to their original state. In other words, the otherworldly demon is a large lump of ink, while the local goo immortal's revival is nothing more than a splash of water. Even if there are some ripples for a short period of time, under the restriction of fate goo, everything will return to its original state without any ripples. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but admire Red Lotus Demon Venerable even more. This special existence, even if he was not an otherworldly demon, he forcefully opened up the situation. It was hard to imagine how much he had paid and sacrificed in this process. Red Lotus Island had a large number of time path immortal materials, among them, the majority were rank 8 immortal materials. Red Lotus True Meaning could allow a goo immortal's time path attainment level to rise to quasi-supreme grandmaster. There were also immortal killer moves that used Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core, Spring-Autumn Success was one of them. Finally, there was a method left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, it was called Future Self, it could allow a goo immortal to reach the peak of rank 7 in the future. What was missing was Regret Goo. This rank 8 immortal goo was still in the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, it was taken away by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the previous life, Feng Yuan had obtained Regret Goo through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, he was directly transported to the Stone Lotus Island. In this life, he knew the location of the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time, he went there in advance and inherited most of Red Lotus' true inheritances. In terms of time, he had no doubt arrived much earlier. In the previous life, Feng Yuan entered the River of Time 3 times. The first time, he was chased by the 4 time path immortal goo houses of Celestial Court, he was ambushed by Li Huang and lost the incomplete immortal goo house that he had invested heavily in. After exposing all of his trump cards, he managed to escape. The second time, Feng Yuan used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method to obtain Regret Goo, he was directly transported to the Stone Lotus Island and obtained Red Lotus true inheritances. The third time, he found another Stone Lotus Island, Celestial Court was likely to succeed. Feng Yuan worked together with Bing Sichuan and the rest to resist Celestial Court and fight for Red Lotus true inheritances. Eventually, Feng Jioge used Assimilation Wind Song to destroy the Stone Lotus Island, neither side gained any benefits. All in all, Feng Yuan's experiences in the River of Time were full of ups and downs, he had gone through many ups and downs. In this life, with the help of the memories in his mind, Feng Yuan first tasted the sweetness. It is fine even without Regret Goo, after all, the problem now is Celestial Court's invasion of Langya Blessed Land, I still have some time to refine Immortal Goo in bulk. I should make good use of Future Self first. Feng Yuan led out Ing Wu Xia and the rest, letting them cultivate on the Stone Lotus Island and familiarize themselves with Future Self just like in his previous life. Different from the previous life, in this life, Feng Yuan's subordinates, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, were still alive, he could use Future Self more efficiently. Moreover, he got to enjoy Future Self as well, in the previous life, he had rank 8 cultivation level, Future Self had no effect on him. But in this life, Feng Yuan came earlier, he only had rank 7 cultivation level, Future Self was useful to him. Wait. Maybe this is the correct time for me to come to the Stone Lotus Island. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable deduced that I would come here when I had rank 7 cultivation level, he left behind Future Self to help me. In the previous life, I thought that Red Lotus deduction was wrong, but now, it seems that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had already considered my situation after rebirth. If that is the case, this Red Lotus true inheritance was not left for me in the previous life, it was specially waiting for me in this life? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light for a long while. He left Xianxia and the rest behind as he left the Stone Lotus Island alone. Using a time path killer move, he concealed himself and continued to swim. He still remembered the scene when he entered the river for the third time. He already had a plan for the location of the other Stone Lotus Island. This time, his plan was to find 2 Stone Lotus Islands. After spending a long time and going through some setbacks, Fang Yuan searched all the possible locations of the Stone Lotus Islands. But regretfully, he did not find that Stone Lotus Island. The Stone Lotus Islands can move. It seems that this island is unstable. It is different from the Stone Lotus Island that I entered. Even though he did not have Red Lotus true inheritance, Fang Yuan was not dejected. This kind of situation was also within his expectations. Present and Past Pavilion. The 4 Xianxia encountered a small problem. An ancient year beast was attacking Present and Past Pavilion, but Present and Past Pavilion shined with profound light. It did not budge. Soon, under the combined attacks of the 4 Xianxia, this ancient year beast died. Sun Guozi cheered, "This is great, we have a large number of time path immortal materials again." Indeed. Zhong Xuanzi sighed, "The river of time is truly a sacred cultivation ground for us time path Gu immortals. It is like Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to soul path Gu immortals." Zhong Xuanzi added, "Indeed, the celestial court sent us to guard Present and Past Pavilion. Even though it is to guard against the demon Fang Yuan, it is also a great opportunity for us to cultivate. Obtaining time path immortal materials will be very beneficial to our cultivation." Zhong Xuanzi smiled, "Not just that, in Present and Past Pavilion, we can observe upstream and downstream, we can see many scenes of the past and future. We can see the changes of countless things under the influence of time. It is a great help to our comprehension of time path and raise our time path attainment levels." Sun Guozi gritted her teeth, "It is a pity that Fate Gu is damaged, it is not complete." According to historical records, a long time ago, when Fate Gu was still intact, we time path great experts could observe the upstream and downstream of the river of time, we could observe the past and the future, we could accurately predict many things. Zhong Xuanzi nodded, "Indeed. Back then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have done this. Even though she is not a time path Gu immortal, her wisdom path methods are extraordinary. She could imitate the power of time path and deduce all sorts of future situations through the tributary of the river of time. She predicted that Green Tortoise's group of 7 would create the first Gu house in history, Tortoise House, and thus created Star Constellation chessboard." The 4 Xianxia reminisced about the glory of time path for a while before they calmed down. They rested and collected the ancient year beast corpses while continuing to monitor the river of time. They did not know that Fang Yuan had already secretly come to the river of time and obtained Red Lotus true inheritance, before sneaking away. Fang Yuan returned the way he came. He walked out of the river of time and entered the tributary of the river of time, returning to northern plains. After he walked out of the formation, he activated fixed immortal travel and went to southern border. How could Fang Yuan have fixed immortal travel in this period of time? Immortal Gu were unique, fixed immortal travel was naturally with Feng Zhouge. In fact, Fang Yuan was using the killer move Future Self. This time path killer move was very mystical. It condensed into a human silhouette in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The silhouette sat in the air. It was like the water of the river of time had condensed. It was shining with all sorts of colors. The silhouette looked like Fang Yuan. It was very lifelike. The silhouette also had a sovereign immortal aperture, but this immortal aperture was the scene of Fang Yuan's future immortal aperture, and most importantly, there were many silhouettes of Gu worms. Like fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan's rebirth had little influence. The downstream of the river of time had not been dyed by the ink. Thus, the downstream scene was still Fang Yuan's previous life. Future Self could allow the Gu immortal to obtain the strongest form of rank 7 in the future. Fang Yuan's previous life's strongest form of rank 7 was before the battle of the 5 regional mountain range. At that time, Fang Yuan had already captured Xianxia and the rest of the southern border pursuers. He was extorting southern border super forces. To resist the enemies, to scheme against Celestial Court, and to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance in the River of Time, Fang Yuan annexed Xiaxia's time path immortal aperture and advanced to rank 8. He created the illusion of undergoing tribulation in the 5 regional mountain range. He set up an ambush. During the Battle of Langya mountain range, Fang Yuan stole Feng Zhouge's fixed immortal travel. After that, Fang Yuan attacked Plunder Shadow Blessed Land and fought against Qi clan. He finally made a secret transaction with Qi Qiyu. After that, Fang Yuan set up Year's Flow execution formation and captured the southern border pursuers. He extorted the southern border clans. After that, during the Battle of the 5 regional mountain range. After that, Fang Yuan entered the River of Time. He did not even see the Stone Lotus Island. He was chased by Celestial Court and had to escape. Thus, Fang Yuan's future self was before he annexed Xiaxia's immortal aperture and advanced to rank 8. At that time, he had fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. Using the killer move future self, Fang Yuan went from northern plains to southern border. But he did not go to the 5 regional mountain range. The 5 regional true inheritance was very useful to him. Fang Yuan knew this. But it was not wise to activate the 5 regional true inheritance now. Because when the 5 regional true inheritance was activated, there would be a huge commotion. He had to destroy the 5 regional mountain range to obtain the acknowledgement of Tao Zhu's will and draw him out. Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level now. Even though his battle strength had risen, it was hard to fight against rank 8s. If he activated the 5 regional true inheritance and attracted some rank 8 Gu immortals or immortal Gu houses, it would be awkward. To be safe, Fang Yuan pushed back the 5 regional true inheritance. Fang Yuan landed in the valley. He found a cave and built a simple mortal Gu house, cultivating silently. Ying Wuxia and the rest stayed on the Stone Lotus Island, familiarizing themselves with future self. Fang Yuan had reborn. He skipped this step. Future self's greatest help to Fang Yuan was not cultivation level or battle strength, but fixed immortal travel. With future self, Fang Yuan could use it to move around in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Of course, it was impossible to directly enter a place like the Dragon Whale Paradise. Immortal Gu were unique. At this moment, the true fixed immortal travel immortal Gu should be in Feng Zhouge's hands. However, as long as a Gu immortal researched the corresponding killer move, they could display similar power and replace the immortal Gu that they wanted but could not obtain. This was the profundity of using Gu. Fang Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom as he deduced. One of the main contents was to modify Yama battlefield, adding in time path immortal Gu so that it would have the advantage of a time path immortal battlefield. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had too little time. Not only did he have to raise his cultivation level, he also had to deal with the Celestial Court and obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. Celestial Court exerted huge pressure on him. Fang Yuan resisted it while managing his immortal aperture. In this situation, Fang Yuan was able to deduce killer moves like Yama Battlefield, Luo Pasil, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and others. He was already doing his best. Gu immortals needed at least 3 to 4 years to deduce a killer move with ordinary power. Fang Yuan had the light of wisdom. He had superior wisdom path methods and extraordinary attainment level. He was able to create miracles in the previous life in terms of killer moves. But in this life, he brought these killer moves with him. Fang Yuan had the results of his previous life's killer moves. He could continue to improve these killer moves in this life. With this, he had a huge advantage. Yama Battlefield is a battlefield of soul path and enslavement path. The advantage of the enslavement path is in a war of attrition. Yama has many sons. He can charge in death, and before dying, he can even self-destruct. He can drag and exhaust a large amount of the enemy's strength. The advantage of the Soul Dao is to use killing to aid killing. In a pure Soul Dao battlefield, killing an enemy will increase the power of the battlefield. Fang Yuan's Yama battlefield had these 2 strengths. It was just that the latter was slightly weaker, and the speed at which he converted the seed of Yama wasn't fast. Moreover, because Fang Yuan often fought against opponents that were too strong, the advantage of Soul Dao wasn't obvious. When I add in Time Path Immortal Gu, Yama Battlefield will possess the specialty of a Time Path Battlefield. The specialty of the Time Path Battlefield was to change time. The most classic way was to double the time in the battlefield. A day in the outside world was equivalent to a month in the battlefield. This bought enough time for the master of the battlefield to kill the powerful enemy. For example, if an enemy was trapped in a time path battlefield and the enemy's comrades felt that something was amiss, they would come to help. The comrades would use an incense stick of time to rush to the battlefield, but 3 days and 3 nights had already passed in the time path battlefield. The battlefield master had already eliminated the enemy and left. In the previous life, even though Feng Yuan used Yama battlefield to trap Feng Jioge and even stole his fixed immortal travel immortal Gu, he could not kill him in the end. The reason was, Feng Jioge used Fate Armor Immortal Gu to stall for time, while Fairy Myrtle unraveled Yama battlefield. If Feng Yuan's Yama battlefield had the profundity of time path, he could extend the time in the battlefield by 3 days and 3 nights. Even if Fairy Myrtle broke it in the end, she would only be able to collect Feng Jioge's corpse. Feng Yuan modified Yama battlefield, he was looking forward to the results. Especially when his time path attainment was at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, it was not difficult to add more time path immortal Gu. He cultivated many paths, and the further he progressed, the more powerful he became. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer move was the best example. Facing this compound killer move that fused many paths, Gu immortals who cultivated only one path would find it hard to break or defend against it. Feng Yuan stayed in this nameless valley for 4 days and 5 nights. Finally, he found an opportunity. Rumble, early in the morning, the earth shook and cracks appeared. The valley collapsed, smoke and dust rose. Feng Yuan had no choice but to fly into the air. The cracks on the ground became larger, the valley was directly devoured, a huge earth trench formed in front of Feng Yuan. The regional walls of the 5 regions were shrinking, the earth veins of the 5 regions were also fusing. The earth veins shook, a large number of earth trenches formed. Southern border had the densest earth path down marks, this earth trench formed the most intensely. Feng Yuan waited patiently. When the earth trench stabilized, he immediately landed and started searching. The newly formed earth trench produced a large number of Gu materials, as well as life forms that lived underground. Of course, most of them were corpses. The more Feng Yuan searched, the more valuable his discoveries became. Not long after, he saw the corpse of the first desolate beast. A desolate beast corpse was a pile of rank 6 immortal materials. Even though it was damaged, it was a free harvest. Feng Yuan effortlessly stored the desolate beast's corpse into his pouch. What made him feel a trace of joy was that this desolate beast corpse still had a soul. This desolate beast's soul was a Yama. Feng Yuan activated his investigative killer move as he searched. His gains kept increasing, but they were all done casually. Sometimes, when he met some ancient desolate beasts that were not heavily injured, Feng Yuan would avoid them. Why haven't I found them yet? Are the rumors wrong? If Luo clan purposely spread false information, then the purpose of my trip will be in vain. After another 15 minutes, Feng Yuan started to get anxious. This earth trench was within southern borders Luo clan's territory. As time passed, Luo clan's Gu immortals were more likely to arrive. This time, Luo clan might bring an immortal Gu house. After all, every time an earth trench formed, it represented huge benefits. Luo clan had to be careful. Even though Feng Yuan was not afraid, he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. He only wanted to secretly move away after achieving his goal. As noon approached, Feng Yuan had not seen his target, but his other gains were piling up. Is there really nothing? Or did I miss something? Or is my luck so bad that it affected me? Just as Feng Yuan was feeling suspicious, a piercing light shined in his eyes. I found something. He carefully got closer and found an ancient desolate beast drillhead turtle. This turtle was as large as a ship, it was yellow in color and had a flat shell. The most eye-catching part was its head. Its head was huge, like a huge awl, its sharp mouth extended forward and had a natural spiral pattern. Its entire head was translucent, it looked like a low-quality diamond. The drillhead turtle lived in underground rivers, it was very fast in the water. It could also move in the soil. Every time it moved in the soil, its head would poke out and spin crazily, drilling and twisting the soil in front of it. But because of its huge shell, its speed in the soil was far slower than in the water. Feng Yuan floated above the diamond head turtle, using several investigative killer moves to scan it. Feng Yuan's investigative killer moves were not outstanding, but they were more than enough to deal with a wild beast like the drillhead turtle. Soon, Feng Yuan showed joy on his face. he found a wild immortal goo on the drill head turtle. That's it. This wild immortal goo was Fang Yuan's target. Fang Yuan immediately activated Yama. Once he made a move, his aura leaked and Fang Yuan was exposed. Even though the drill head turtle was wild and did not have much intelligence, it had sharp instincts. It hissed at Fang Yuan and wanted to leave. But Fang Yuan had already arranged for several Yama children to surround it. Yama children fought with the drill head turtle, but because they were afraid of damaging the wild immortal goo, they were restrained. Not long later, 2 of Yama children's heads were pierced by the drill head turtle, one was bitten off. Yama children would not self-detonate even if they died. Even though they suffered heavy losses, they managed to stall the drill head turtle. With Yama children's help, Fang Yuan successfully activated Yama, trapping the drill head turtle inside. After accomplishing this, Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He relaxed slightly. Yama battlefield was activated. It was hard to discover in the outside world. Even if Luo clan's Gu immortals were nearby, there was little chance of them noticing it. Meanwhile, the drill head turtle was trapped inside Yama battlefield. It was like a turtle in a jar. Most rank 7 Gu immortals would find it hard to escape from this battlefield, not to mention an ancient desolate beast. Fang Yuan was not arrogant or rash, he fought steadily and steadily. To conserve immortal essence, he did not use Great Thief Ghost Hand. His luck was not good now. If he used this move, he would only be able to steal a large number of wild mortal goo. Eventually, with the help of Yama children, Fang Yuan weakened this drill head turtle to its limit. He captured it alive. As for the wild rank 7 immortal goo on it, Fang Yuan obtained it. Good. With this, I can counter fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was happy. He stored the drill head turtle and the wild immortal goo in his immortal aperture, as well as Yama battlefield. Outside Earth Trench, Luo clan's Gu immortals were already there. They were cursing angrily. Evidently, they found out that Fang Yuan got here first. According to the traces, Luo clan's Gu immortals were bleeding internally. A large number of immortal materials were plundered. Luo clan's losses were huge. Fang Yuan took a look at Luo clan's immortal Gu house. He thought about it before concealing himself and leaving quietly. After getting far away from this Earth Trench, Fang Yuan used future self to leave southern border, returning to Xianxia blessed land. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance gave land spirit of Xianxia a fright. He appeared in front of Fang Yuan. He was surprised and joyful. Fang Yuan, you took fixed immortal travel? If not for fixed immortal travel, it would be much more troublesome for Celestial Court to invade Xianxia blessed land. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This is only my killer move. Are you guys ready for the refinement of Myriad Self? Land spirit of Xianxia was very disappointed with Fang Yuan's answer, but he still replied, we are almost ready. The children have been practicing our methods day and night. The other Gu materials are prepared, only the 8 main materials are left. Have you gathered all of them? Fang Yuan shook his head, only 3, but don't be anxious, there is still time. Land spirit of Xianxia was anxious. Elder Fang Yuan, your attitude is not right. Celestial Court's invasion might happen at any moment. We are already at a disadvantage. If we continue to be careless, we will be doomed. Fang Yuan calculated the time. He had plenty of time, even though he had already killed Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady. He went to the River of Time and obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, and even went to southern border to get that wild immortal Gu in his plan. After doing so many things, there were still a few days left before Zhang Ji sold the floating life fire. It is mainly because in the previous life, I spent several months to deduce killer moves like Yama Emperor and Son of Yama. But in this life, I set off immediately. I saved a lot of time and effort. For the next few days, Fang Yuan was not idle. Using future self, he continuously teleported out of Xianxia blessed land. He traveled all over the 5 regions. He went to southern border the most. The places that Fang Yuan went to were all places where earth trenches were forming. In his previous life, the 5 regions were in turmoil. The earth veins merged, earth trenches started to appear everywhere. This phenomenon was getting more and more intense. Until the final battle, when Fang Yuan died at Duke Long's hands, the 5 regional walls vanished, the earth veins became one, the earth trenches stopped forming. After a few days, Fang Yuan had great gains. Not only did he get a mountain of immortal materials, he even obtained 3 wild rank 6 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's luck was much worse than in his previous life, but it was not hard to obtain these resources. Because he had information on them, the formation of earth trenches was a sign of providence. No Gu immortal could fully estimate it. Each earth trench formed was tens of thousands of li long, some were even hundreds of thousands of li long. They were also extremely deep. It was not easy to explore them. Even super forces would find it hard to explore earth trenches in a short period of time and search for the most valuable resources. Fang Yuan, however, had a clear goal. He knew where the gains were. He went there directly. This was all thanks to the information he had gathered in his previous life. There was no pattern to the formation of earth trenches. To most Gu immortals, this information was worthless. But to Fang Yuan, who had spring-autumn cicada, it was different. In my previous life, I did not set foot in earth trenches, because it was too difficult to compete with super forces with my own strength. Most importantly, the heavenly quartz has given me immense pressure, forcing me to have no choice but to face it. I have to rack my brains to plot the true legacy of the Red Lotus. I did not have the time or energy to care about earth trenches. But looking at it now, the earth trenches are truly abundant and tempting. And this resource surge will cause the Gu immortal's strength to soar, and with strength, the Gu immortal's ambition will be stimulated as well. In my previous life, the 4 regions Gu immortals attacked the celestial court. The earth trench resources were very important. In the previous life, when Gu immortals of the 4 regions attacked Central Continent's heavenly court, these earth trench resources played an important role behind the scenes. In my previous life, the 5 regions' chaotic war broke out and the 5 regions became unstable. The resources from the earth trench and the dream realm were the main reasons for this. During his time, Fang Yuan of Wood, and he would to analyze his situation and Ling Ling court. He, Ling Yu, dragon would be of a Fang of king. In his free time, Fang Yuan would analyze the situation and his own situation. He would refine his rebirth plan. The most important thing was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. The main point was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. Fang Yuan was executing his plan strictly, but at the same time, he was also on guard against any possible problems that might arise. As Fang Yuan expected, a problem really appeared, and it was aimed at Fang Yuan's weakness. A few days later, Fang Yuan observed jewel yellow skies but did not see Xianxia. According to the previous life, Xianxia had already started selling floating live fire. Fang Yuan quickly investigated. Fortunately, it was not hard to obtain information about Xianxia. Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortal Xianxia lost to Crane Gate's Kanyang Laojun in a competition. Thus, when they were exploring, the floating live fire that they encountered ended up in Kanyang Laojun's hands. Crane Gate and Black Heaven Temple were Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In terms of sect strength, Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple, but in terms of individual Gu immortal battle strength, Kanyang Laojun was stronger than Xianxia. Black Heaven Temple's Xianxia had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was ordinary. Meanwhile, Kanyang Laojun's reputation had spread far and wide. His signature killer move, life-chasing fire, was a headache for countless Gu immortals. A few years ago, he had even entered Northern Plains with Feng Jioga to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower. Xiangji's defeat to Kanyang Laojun quickly spread. Fang Yuan did not need to guess, he could tell with his toes. This was clearly caused by Crane Gate. Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple. They had to cherish every opportunity. They were using this victory to raise their sect's reputation. Fang Yuan was not surprised at Kanyang Laojun's victory. What interested him was, why did Kanyang Laojun appear here? In the previous life, there was no sign of Kanyang Laojun. Xianxia obtained the floating live fire safely and smoothly. This is not good. Different from Xianxia, Kanyang Laojun is a fire path Gu immortal. The floating live fire is useful to him. Even if it is useless, Kanyang Laojun can hand it over to Crane Gate. He is different from Xianxia. He is stronger than Xianxia and his status in the sect cannot be compared to Xianxia. Thus, if he hands over the floating live fire, the sect will definitely give him some feedback. Kanyang Laojun's personal gains will not be low either. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He had to start devising other plans to see if there were any other ways to obtain the floating fire. But right at this time, the floating live fire was suddenly put up for sale by Kanyang Laojun in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned before understanding Canyon Laojuan's intention. Or more accurately, this was Crane Gate's intention. Crane Gate seemed to place great importance on this opportunity. They wanted to use it to spread the news and raise their sect's reputation. Canyon Laojun selling the floating life fire was the same as Fang Yuan selling Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones. After understanding this, Fang Yuan joined the crowd of buyers chasing after the floating life fire. The floating life fire was a rare immortal material. It was sold at a high price, but not ridiculously. In the previous life, Zhang Ji did not know what it was and allowed Fang Yuan to take advantage of it. But this time it was Canyon Laojun who cultivated Fire Path. He knew the floating life fire's value. The price was naturally different. It seems that I have to pay a price to get the floating life fire. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, but the following bidding was out of his expectations again. The buyers of the floating life fire seemed to be very enthusiastic. They competed with each other and raised the floating life fire's price to the sky on the spot. The floating life fire's price was too high, but the Gu Immortals bidding were not tired of it. They argued until their faces turned red. The small verbal conflict quickly escalated to a matter of face and dignity. Fang Yuan realized, this was likely Crane Gate's shill. They purposely raised the price to buy the floating life fire at a high price. They paid a small fee to Jewel Yellow Skies to get a better publicity opportunity. Think about it, this floating life fire's price was so high, it would naturally cause a commotion and a lot of discussions. Could the Gu Immortals who talked about the floating life fire not talk about old ancestor Qingyang? Thus, when it came to Crane Gate, many Gu Immortals would sigh. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great ancient sects after all. They had deep foundations. Even though they did not seem to be doing well recently, they might just be keeping a low profile. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but smile bitterly. The floating life fire was very important to him. Even if the price was so high, he could only grit his teeth and buy it. After all, his other plans were not very reliable. Secondly, time was crucial now. If he delayed it, it would affect Fang Yuan's entire rebirth plan. After getting the floating life fire, Fang Yuan gave the 8 main materials to Land Spirit of Langia. After Land Spirit of Langia inspected them and confirmed that there were no flaws in the immortal materials, he used refinement path killer moves with Fang Yuan and the other hairy man Gu Immortals to familiarize themselves with these immortal materials. After preparing for a few days, Land Spirit of Langia saw that the time was ripe. He brought Fang Yuan and a group of hairy man Gu Immortals to the long hair refinement path formation. What a great refinement path formation! Fang Yuan praised. Land Spirit of Langia smiled. He could not conceal his smug expression. His eyes shined with confidence. The formation is good, the immortal Gu recipe is also good. Elder Fang Yuan, this myriad self-immortal Gu recipe that you provided is truly amazing. I studied it for a long time before I understood most of the profundities within it. According to my estimation, using this myriad self-immortal Gu recipe to refine myriad self-immortal Gu, the success rate is as high as 40%. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Precisely so, I want to refine this Gu to increase my battle strength and deal with the Celestial Court. Alright, let's not waste time, let's enter the formation to refine the Gu. Saying this, Land Spirit of Langia frowned. Elder Fang Yuan, you lack experience in refinement path. Are you really going to refine the Gu personally? Fang Yuan nodded. This Gu refinement is no small matter, it has great significance to me. I want to participate personally. Even if the Gu refinement fails, I will be calm. First Supreme Elder, don't worry, I am only assisting, I will not interfere. I still have that much self-awareness. Alright, since you insist on it. Land Spirit of Langia sighed as he entered the formation, taking the main seat. Next, 3rd hair, 4th hair, 6th hair, 7th hair, and the other Gu Immortals also entered. Before it was Fang Yuan's turn. Fang Yuan was at the final formation core. The formation started to activate. Light shined, all sorts of refinement path methods were activated. The Gu refinement process was smooth. Floating life fire and edge Gu, these 2 main materials, were first refined, followed by battlefield blood sand and heart blood. During this period, Fang Yuan took action several times. Most of them were trivial matters, just like what he had promised Land Spirit of Langia earlier. A few days later, Land Spirit of Langia and the hairy man Gu Immortals showed expressions of joy. The immortal Gu was already in its embryonic form. There were only a few steps left before the goo refinement was completed. Suddenly, the light exploded, dust billowed and a foul stench filled the air. A change occurred in the goo refinement. How can this be? Land Spirit of Xianxia and the rest were pale with fright. They quickly tried to salvage the situation, but the more they tried, the more chaotic it became. Seeing that they were about to fail, Land Spirit of Xianxia and the rest were helpless. Fang Yuan suggested setting up a temporary goo formation to assist the refinement path formation, to expel the goo refinement residue. Without any other choice, Land Spirit of Xianxia could only make a desperate attempt. He accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion. Once the formation within the formation was completed, Fang Yuan said, "First Supreme Elder, please enter the formation." Land Spirit of Xianxia did not doubt him. He had to take action in this situation. But once he entered the formation within the formation, he was immediately suppressed. "Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Land Spirit of Xianxia was shocked and furious. "Fang Yuan, you actually dared. You are simply too ignorant and fearless. You actually dared to scheme against me in Xianxia Blessed Land. I will let you understand what kind of grave mistake you have made." The Land Spirit of Xianxia roared. His face was filled with anger. Like a volcano that was about to erupt, the magma was about to surge and melt Fang Yuan like dregs. However, the next moment, the Land Spirit of Xianxia's movement stopped. The anger on his face suddenly froze, then turned into deep shock. "How? I actually can't move, and my connection with Xianxia Blessed Land has also become faintly discernible." For a moment, the Land Spirit of Xianxia was dumbfounded. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Everything was under his control. Ever since Fang Yuan saw the Land Spirit of Xianxia for the first time, the seed of attacking Xianxia Blessed Land was planted in his heart. After a few years, this seed had taken root and germinated, secretly growing strong and healthy, until now, it had bloomed into a beautiful flower. Fang Yuan looked down at the Land Spirit of Xianxia. His tone was indifferent and brimming with confidence. "It's useless, you don't even know the difference between us." The Land Spirit of Xianxia struggled with all his might, but he was like an ant, firmly suppressed, unable to move at all, not to mention controlling the entire Xianxia Blessed Land. After he tried for a while, he shockingly realized that not only did the situation not improve, but the restriction on his body became even more severe. "This is impossible." He looked at Fang Yuan, his face filled with disbelief. Fang Yuan smiled. "Looks like you are starting to gradually notice the difference between us." Fang Yuan's refinement path realm far surpassed the Land Spirit of Xianxia. The former had absorbed the long hair true meaning. His refinement path realm was as high as Quasi-Supreme Master, while the latter was merely the obsession left behind by long-hair ancestor, forming a land spirit. Even though his refinement path attainment was extraordinary, it was still quite far from Quasi-Supreme Master. Fang Yuan's Array Dao realm had far surpassed the Land Spirit of Xianxia. Land Spirit of Xianxia's attainments in Array Dao were very ordinary, but Fang Yuan was a grandmaster of Array Dao. More importantly, Fang Yuan was very experienced in setting up formations. Self-cleansing formation, omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation, dragon scale seafood path immortal formation, immemorial year beast fishing formation, flood discharge formation, self-will heaven sealing formation, wisdom refinement goo formation. Many of these goo formations were designed by Fang Yuan himself, modified and constructed by himself. From start to finish, he took care of them. "Well done, Fang Yuan. You're really worthy of being the publicly acknowledged Devil Path Overlord." The Land Spirit of Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. His face was ferocious, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. He gritted his teeth and continued, "So this was all your scheme? Myriad Self-Immortal Goo's recipe had a problem to begin with, but I did not notice it. Accidents were inevitable during the goo refinement process. You used this chance to set up the formation and deceived me into entering the formation. This formation within your formation should be an imitation of the killer move Blood Light Spirit Suppression, right? It seems that among the 8 main materials in Myriad Self-Immortal Goo's recipe, the last 4 blood materials were used to trap me. The true main materials used to refine Myriad Self-Immortal Goo are only the first 4. The Land Spirit of Xianxia became calmer as he spoke, his emotions gradually calmed down. Fang Yuan looked at him. He did not speak, he had a calm expression. The Land Spirit of Xianxia frowned instead. He saw a smiling intent deep in Fang Yuan's eyes, as if he had seen through his plan. the land spirit of Xianxia had a flash of panic in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. He continued, I need to stay calm. I cannot panic. The long hair refinement path formation is my main body's masterpiece. How can Fang Yuan decipher it in such a short time? He set up a formation within a formation to trap me, but this blood path formation is inside my refinement path formation. Not long later, with just the refinement path formation, I will be able to break this blood path formation. At that time I will have a chance to escape. As long as I can escape, the whole of Xianxia blessed land will belong to me. If I announce the fact that Fang Yuan is trying to harm me, the Variant Human Alliance will stand on my side. At that time I will definitely teach Fang Yuan a lesson. Oh no. The land spirit of Xianxia suddenly slapped his head, his expression was ashen, he was extremely annoyed, he wanted to kill himself, damn it. Why did I say everything in my heart? Fang Yuan smiled, don't worry, land spirit, how can I not expect this flaw that you thought of? What, you already expected it? The land spirit of Xianxia was first shocked before he calmed down. He laughed out loud. So what if you predicted it? Can you see through this refinement path superformation? Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, my understanding of this formation is at least much deeper than you think. Of course, I am still far from seeing through it. The land spirit of Xianxia laughed loudly again, that's it. Just you wait, Fang Yuan, when I get out, I will let you know the terrifying consequences of betraying my Xianxia sect. But the land spirit of Xianxia's wait was fruitless. A moment later, the blood path formation was still as stable as before. The land spirit of Xianxia waited bitterly, but there was no movement from the long hair refinement path formation. Moreover, his entire body was already soaked in blood light. This is impossible. What did you do? Suddenly, the land spirit of Xianxia roared angrily at Fang Yuan. He had completely fallen into panic. Fang Yuan smiled and did not say anything. The time he spent in contact with the long hair refinement path formation was much longer than the land spirit of Xianxia expected. Because he had come into contact with it in his previous life. Fang Yuan's deep attainments in formation path, refinement path, and wisdom path allowed him to fully understand the essence and profundities of the long hair refinement path formation. The long hair refinement path formation was created by the long hair ancestor in his lifetime. According to Fang Yuan's current foundation, it was very difficult for him to construct a refinement path formation that could match up to the long hair ancestor. He needed a huge amount of time, energy, and resources. But with this long hair refinement path formation in front of him, Fang Yuan was not drawing on a blank piece of paper, but admiring a famous artist's painting. With the painting in front of him, it was very easy for him to describe the painting's technique and profundities. Of course, he was a bystander after all, he could not completely understand the profundities of this formation. But it did not matter, as a spy, Sixth Hair was currently controlling an important aspect of this formation. With Sixth Hair's support, Fang Yuan prevented the long hair refinement path formation from interfering with the blood path formation. The land spirit of Xianxia struggled for a while before finally realizing, under Fang Yuan's meticulous scheme, he no longer had the strength to turn the tables. Without a choice, this black-haired land spirit, who was already completely corroded by the blood light, gave way to the white-haired land spirit on the other side in an attempt to turn the tables. Regretfully, how could Fang Yuan, who knew the land spirit of Xianxia, miss this point? After the white-haired land spirit appeared, he was immediately suppressed by the blood path formation. At the same time, large amounts of blood light seeped into him. Despicable and shameless. The white-haired land spirit was completely suppressed, he could not move, he could only open his mouth to speak. He scolded Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you are a sinister and crafty scoundrel. My Xianxia blessed land helped you the most in being able to reach this stage. Before you became an immortal, I helped you. Eventually, you were able to successfully destroy 88 True Yang building. When you just became a Gu immortal, you had no assets, you were completely poor. I made a transaction with you, letting you deduce immortal Gu recipes. I paid immortal Yuan stone to help you get started. When you wanted to refine Gu worms, I helped you so many times. When did the hairy man Gu immortals in the blessed land not help you? The risk of your tribulation was too high. We also lent you immortal Yuan stone and immortal Gu to help you get through it. I gave you the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, killer moves like sword wave triple layered and so on. You moved star form blessed land because we borrowed goo worms and provided the method. When your Hu immortal blessed land was attacked, we risked our lives and helped you recover from countless losses. Your wisdom goo was even fed by me. How many lifespan goo of my blessed land were used up? Your Dang Hun mountain was taken away. I compensated you according to the agreement, even if I had to pay the price of refinement path true meaning. The more the white-haired land spirit spoke, the angrier he got, the more wronged he felt. By the time he got to this point, his eyes were already red. Different from the black-haired land spirit's violent and unyielding nature, the white-haired land spirit was patient and peaceful. He was only interested in matters related to goo refinement. The black-haired land spirit was an aggressive attacker, while the white-haired land spirit was a weak conservative. Oh Fang Yuan, did your conscience get eaten by a dog? Our Xianxia blessed land treated you so well, you actually repaid our kindness with enmity and attacked us. You could not survive outside. Almost all the goo immortals in the 5 regions wanted to make things difficult for you. It was Xianxia blessed land that protected you. You are a human, but be it me or the black-haired land spirit, we tried our best to accept you. We appointed you as an external supreme elder, we gave you an important position and treated you as one of us. But how are you treating us now? Touch your own heart, look carefully. Do you feel even a trace of guilt in your heart? Do you feel that you have let us down? The white-haired land spirit screamed and complained in a hoarse voice. Fang Yuan was expressionless. I don't. Land spirit of Xianxia, after pausing for a while, he shouted again, you treated your benefactors, your friends, your family, didn't your conscience suffer? Didn't your heart feel heavy? Fang Yuan dug his ears. On the contrary, I am very excited. Land spirit of Xianxia was furious. He wanted to tear Fang Yuan into pieces. Fang Yuan, you demon. You are shameless. You are a bastard, a bastard. You are a despicable scoundrel, you are shameless and treacherous, you are truly a human. Go ahead and laugh, you won't be able to laugh for long. People like you will definitely die a horrible death. I was truly blind to actually believe you. Heaven will not let you off. If heaven gives me another chance, the first time I see you, I will kill you and turn you into ashes, I will tear you into pieces. Oh. Fang Yuan had a light smile as he shook his head. It is a pity that you will not have such a chance. Land spirit of Xianxia was speechless. He wanted to tear apart Fang Yuan's smile. But he could not move. He could only curse and vent his anger. Xianxia blessed land, long hair refinement path formation. The blood light faded as the blood path formation opened. Fang Yuan and land spirit of Xianxia walked out one after the other. Fang Yuan's scheme succeeded. In the previous life, the land spirit of Xianxia had caught Fairy Myrtle off guard. The latter killed the black-haired land spirit, but it was the white-haired land spirit's turn. The black-haired land spirit was ambitious. Even though he knew about the agreement between Xianxia blessed land and longevity heaven, he did not want to use it. After the white-haired land spirit appeared, he directly asked longevity heaven for help. In the end, the white-haired land spirit's action caused Fang Yuan to escape, the celestial court to lose, and longevity heaven to take in Xianxia's sect, gaining the greatest benefits. Now, I have successfully suppressed the land spirit, longevity heaven has nothing to do with it anymore. Fang Yuan looked at the land spirit of Xianxia beside him. Right now, the land spirit of Xianxia had already been replaced by the black-haired land spirit under Fang Yuan's command. To prevent the other hairy Mangu immortals from suspecting him, the black-haired land spirit pretended to have the same relationship with Fang Yuan as before. Fang Yuan purposely let out a breath of air. This time, it was all thanks to First Supreme Elder, we were able to salvage the situation. The black-haired land spirit smiled. The main reason is because of the refinement path formation. Let's quickly enter the formation and continue refining goo. The black-haired land spirit's smile was somewhat submissive, but other than sixth hair, the other hairy Mangu immortals did not suspect him at all. Who could have thought that a shocking change had already happened right under their noses? Fang Yuan entered the long hair refinement path formation, continuing to refine myriad self-immortal goo. Several hours later, a dazzling profound light flashed in the refinement path formation. The profound light faded, revealing an immortal goo. This goo was tall and slender, several meters long. It was shaped like a centipede and looked like it was made of copper, its entire body emitting a metallic luster. The mouth parts on its head were ferocious, and a pair of long whiskers swayed in front of its forehead like smoke. The left side had 5,000 feet, and the right side also had 5,000 feet, making a total of 10,000 feet. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Myriad Self. Even though Feng Yuan's main purpose was to frame the land spirit of Xianxia, he did not give up on refining Myriad Self Immortal Gu. In the previous life, Myriad Self Immortal Gu's recipe had a success rate of 50%. In this life, in order to harm the land spirit of Xianxia, Feng Yuan tried his best to modify Myriad Self Immortal Gu's recipe, reducing the 50% success rate to 40%. He had never thought of giving up on refining Myriad Self this time. Myriad Self Immortal Gu could not be given up. It didn't seem to improve Feng Yuan much, but it was actually quite important. Myriad Self was a combination of enslavement and strength path. It was a fusion of both paths. But it was very complex, it needed a long time to activate and expended a lot of the Gu Immortal's thoughts. Now that it was a Gu worm, Feng Yuan only needed a few simple steps to rapidly activate the original Myriad Self Killer Move's power. Other than the Killer Move Myriad Self, Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Myriad Dragon, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and other killer moves had also benefited from it to some extent. Especially Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This move was created by Feng Yuan in the previous life when he was close to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. If not for Myriad Self Immortal Gu, he would need too many Gu worms. The time needed to activate the killer move would be too long. There was no value in using it in battle. Even though Myriad Self Immortal Gu could not increase the upper limit of Feng Yuan's strength, it could strengthen Feng Yuan's foundation and raise his potential in many aspects. After the Immortal Gu refinement came to an end, Feng Yuan inspected the whole of Xianxia Blessed Land, taking inventory of his gains. Xianxia Blessed Land had a huge origin. Its original owner was one of the 3 refinement path extremes in history, Long Hair Ancestor. Long Hair Ancestor was a legend. He had refined countless Immortal Gu in history. Even thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal sought him out to refine Gu. Long Hair Ancestor had a special identity. He was not a human, but a hairy man. Even though hairy men had long lifespans, they would still die one day. Long Hair Ancestor left behind rank 8 Xianxia Grotto Heaven, but after countless years of development, under the guidance of the white-haired land spirit, Xianxia Grotto Heaven's rank was lowered, returning to a blessed land. The calamities and tribulations of blessed lands were much smaller than Grotto Heavens, and because of the white-haired land spirit's efforts, Xianxia Blessed Land was developing very well. It was huge, far larger than normal blessed lands, and in terms of space, it surpassed many Grotto Heavens. In terms of time path, its flow of time was 1 to 36 times that of the outside world. What was worth mentioning was that Xianxia Blessed Land's tributary of the River of Time had an immortal killer move that could adjust the immortal aperture's time flow. This was the work of a time path great expert that Long Hair Ancestor had personally invited when he was alive. In terms of Dao marks, Xianxia Blessed Land's most important Dao marks were refinement path Dao marks. There were more than 300,000 of them. The Dao marks of the other paths were mainly water path, followed by earth path. Xianxia Blessed Land had 4 continents. They were the black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents in the sea, as well as the cloud cover continent in the sky. The Blessed Land was rich in resources and had a large population. There were also many Gu immortals. It was a true super force. The vast population ensured that this was the source of lifespan Gu. Undeniably, this was the #1 blessed land in the world. The land spirit of Xianxia had already been suppressed by Feng Yuan. Everything here belonged to Feng Yuan. Other than the blessed land's resources and population, there were also a vast number of Gu recipes, killer moves, and Gu worms. Xianxia Blessed Land had many immortal Gu in stock. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, which had fallen to rank 7, was one of the cores that Feng Yuan had borrowed to use the killer move Light Fungus Illumination, would sprout immortal Gu. There were also Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu, Formation Plate Immortal Gu, and others. Many immortal Gu were given to the hairy man Gu immortals to use. Xianxia Blessed Land had 3 Gu formations. The first was the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, the second was the 9 Submother Teleportation Gu Formation, and the third was the Ancient Battle Formation Heavenly Giant Solar. Among them, the 9 Submother Teleportation Gu Formation's main formation was on Cloud Cover Continent, while the 9 Submother formations were scattered in the outside world of Northern Plains, like Taichio, Dragon Elephant Plain, and Fengbo Cliff. Other than that, Langya Blessed Land had an incomplete Immortal Gu House, Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. There was also a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth that had not been constructed successfully, Refinement C. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals attacked Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya used the Refinement Water in Refinement C to unleash the killer move Omnipresent C, temporarily dominating the battle. Langya Blessed Land had a huge inventory of immortal materials, but it did not have many immortal Yuan stones. Finally, Langya Blessed Land had 3 true inheritances. They were Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Giant Sun's Self-Luck true inheritance, and Long Hair Refinement Path true inheritance. Rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Gu was in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Back then, Ma Hongyan obtained a clue to this Thieving Heaven true inheritance outside Northern Plains. He came to Langya Blessed Land and asked the land spirit of Langya to refine Gu 3 times. This was also a portion of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Feng Yuan had some understanding of these 3 true inheritances. Many years ago, he had come into contact with them when he transacted with the land spirit of Langya. Back then, to deal with strong enemies, he had no choice but to sell his secluded domain of heaven and earth. Right now, the whole of Langya Blessed Land was his. I still have half a month left. Feng Yuan estimated the time. In his previous life, he had tried to deduce Luo Pasil during this period of time, trying to make up for his weakness in offense. As for defense, he already had reverse flow protection seal, he did not need to worry. In the end, Luo Pasil was only deduced several years later. In this life, he already had Luo Pasil. The main killer move he deduced was to fuse time path profundities into Yama battlefield, to create a compound battlefield killer move. Even though he suppressed the land spirit of Langya, and his refinement path attainment level was definitely high enough, Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to annex Langya Blessed Land. He had already decided to use the tactic of the 5 regional mountain range, to set up a trap in Langya Blessed Land, waiting for Celestial Court and the rest to take the bait. Firstly, Feng Yuan needed to lure Feng Jioga and snatch fixed immortal travel from him. After all, when his cultivation level reaches rank 8, future self would not be useful anymore. Secondly, he needed to lure Celestial Court to expose Star Caste. This method was too powerful. It could directly change the situation of the 5 regions war. It was a huge threat to any other super force. If Star Caste was exposed, it would definitely incite the other super forces to attack Celestial Court. Thirdly, he needed to get rid of some Celestial Court Gu Immortals in advance. Feng Yuan would not let go of any chance to weaken Celestial Court. Fourthly, Feng Yuan could also use Celestial Court to kill the Snowman, Rockman, and Inkman Gu Immortals of the 4 Races Alliance. Then, he would imitate the previous life and annex these 3 remaining forces. Devouring both enemies and allies, just thinking about it was wonderful, wasn't it? More than 10 days later. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Star Constellation Chessboard. This rank 8 Immortal Gu House was like a shooting firework, countless starlight rays shot out, illuminating the whole of Celestial Court. Starlight shone on the faces of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. They had close to 10 people, they were ready to move out. The leader was Fairy Myrtle. She looked up at the sky, the light in her eyes was even brighter than the starlight in the sky. To think that Wisdom Gu is actually in Langya Blessed Land. As long as I obtain it, Star Constellation Chessboard will become a rank 9 Immortal Gu House. At that time, I will be the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the world. In the future, Celestial Court will be able to repair Fate Gu, it is almost certain. Feng Yuan, I can't wait anymore. I will personally kill you. Thunder Ghost True Monarch gritted her teeth. Feng Jioga was silent, he had a calm expression. Chenny was filled with anticipation. His performance in Green Ghost Desert was not good, he could not bring Divine Beam Palace back. This time, I can't be the same as before. I have just joined Celestial Court, I need to perform well. This battle is a good opportunity. No matter how strong Feng Yuan is, he is only rank 7. Langya Blessed Land has a huge reputation, but it is empty inside, even Feng Jioga can come and go freely, this shows how weak it is. We have mobilized so many rank 8s this time, we can definitely win this battle. Sigh, Lady Ziwei is too vigilant. Chenny blamed Fairy Myrtle a little. Fairy Myrtle made such a big fuss, she acted like a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. It made it hard for Chen to gain merit. In his opinion, could 2 or 3 rank 8 Gu immortals not take care of Xianxia blessed land? These were not ordinary rank 8s, they were members of Celestial Court. Boom. Under the expectant gazes of many rank 8 Gu immortals, the starlight specks in the sky gathered into a huge blue starlight pillar. Immortal killer move, star cast. Go. Take down Xianxia blessed land and capture the demon Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the first to lose patience. She charged into the starlight pillar. Thunder Ghost True Monarch felt the world turn upside down, her surroundings became chaotic, her vision suddenly changed. At the next moment, she disappeared from the celestial court and appeared in a formation space. She focused her gaze and saw that Feng Yuan was standing in front of her. The killer move in his hand was ready to be unleashed. Feng Yuan, you came at the right time. Thunder Ghost True Monarch shouted, her eyes were burning with hatred when she saw her enemy. Feng Yuan smiled, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as he said that, he waved his hand and shot Luo Pasil at Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch instinctively wanted to dodge, but the super formation's power was already on her. Thunder Ghost True Monarch dodged very quickly, but it took a long time for her to do so. Her movements seemed to have become much slower. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had an expression of anger and shock on her face. She could not dodge in time and was hit by Feng Yuan's Luo Pasil. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was covered in a pitch-black armor. The style of the armor was sinister and flamboyant, the edges were pointed and sharp, there were flashes of lightning on it. On the chest of the armor, there was a dark blue ghost head with its mouth wide open. Her helmet also looked like a ghost, it formed a sharp contrast with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's young and cute appearance. Luo Pasil hit Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. In the next second, cracks appeared on the surface of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. Then, with a soft sound, the armor broke into countless pieces, revealing Thunder Ghost True Monarch's body. With the help of Luo Pasil and the super formation, Feng Yuan destroyed Thunder Ghost True Monarch's strongest defense in one attack. Thunder Ghost True Monarch roared, she did not dodge and charged at Feng Yuan. This was a wise choice. Normally, when a person encountered such a predicament, they would choose to retreat and stabilize their position. But in front of Feng Yuan, they would lose the initiative, one wrong move after another, the rhythm of the battle would be completely controlled by Feng Yuan. Thunder Ghost True Monarch didn't flinch. Instead, she charged forward and fought Feng Yuan with her life on the line. At this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's abundant battle experience and courage were on full display. She attacked Xianxia blessed land, but was ambushed instead and fell into a predicament. The contrast between before and after did not make her lose her composure. Instead, it aroused her boundless pride and fighting spirit. As expected of the person who had once troubled spectral soul demon Venerable, such a person did not know the meaning of discouragement, her morale was not affected at all. Her final move, Lightning Heart Sacrificial Explosion, was a true mutual destruction method. Even if she died, she would drag the enemy down with her. This showed her character. However, Feng Yuan had anticipated Thunder Ghost True Monarch's counterattack. Fairy Myrtle was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, so was Feng Yuan. As a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he could naturally make all sorts of plans. How could he not know about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's personality? Just as Feng Yuan had said, he had been waiting for a long time. Immortal Killer Move, Steal Life. After suppressing the land spirit of Xianxia, Xianxia Sect's thieving heaven true inheritance naturally fell into Feng Yuan's hands. Using Theft Path Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan used rank 8 Immortal Gu Steal Life as the core to create an Immortal Killer Move. Even though Feng Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence, he could lend it to the land spirit of Xianxia. It had long hair Immortal Essence. Steal Life was not used by Feng Yuan, but by the formation's land spirit of Xianxia. A beam of red light as thick as a finger flashed and hit Thunder Ghost True Monarch's forehead. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's movement stopped abruptly. She aged rapidly, in the blink of an eye, she turned from a cute young girl to an old woman with deep wrinkles. She stretched out her thin fingers, grabbing at Feng Yuan. She opened her mouth, many of her teeth fell off. How could this be? These were her final words. She was dead. It was filled with intense unwillingness and hatred. She died of old age, her lifespan was exhausted. Even in death, her eyes were still open, staring at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Inside the super formation, the 4 races Gu immortals went into an uproar. What's going on? She died just like that? We killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Isn't this too easy? The variant human Gu immortals were dumbfounded. After calming down, they started to analyze. It was Lord Feng Yuan's plan. That's right, Thunder Ghost True Monarch fell for our trap, she could not retaliate at all. Even though she is a rank 8 Gu immortal, against Lord Feng Yuan, she could not do anything at all. I finally understand why the human Gu immortals want to kill Lord Feng Yuan. The variant human Gu immortals sighed, their gazes towards Feng Yuan were filled with wariness, fear, worship, and respect. Looking at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, Feng Yuan was not surprised. Even though she was a rank 8 expert, her death was not in vain. The strength of wisdom path Gu immortals was in planning before taking action. As long as they had the relevant information, they could restrain themselves. After rebirth, Feng Yuan knew about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's trump cards. Secondly, Feng Yuan had put in a lot of effort to modify Xianxia Blessed Land's defenses. He added a large number of immortal Gu. Among them was Steel Life Immortal Gu. It was all thanks to Feng Yuan's formation path attainment, as well as the light of wisdom. This was not something ordinary Gu immortals could do. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 2 strongest methods were Lightning Heart Explosion and Soul Armor Battle. Thus, once Feng Yuan met her, he used Luo Pasil. This move countered Thunder Ghost True Monarch's soul armor. It had a huge effect. Without the soul armor, after Thunder Ghost True Monarch died of old age, she would be suppressed by the formation, she could not activate Lightning Heart Explosion. Finally, there was Steel Life. It was not like the previous time when he used Steel Life Immortal Gu without distinguishing between friend and foe. This time, Feng Yuan deduced the killer move Steel Life, it only targeted strong enemies. Steel Life Immortal Gu had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method, it could only be used 3 times, even Feng Yuan could not remove it. Even though there were only 3 chances, Feng Yuan used them without hesitation, dealing a fatal blow to Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had outstanding battle strength. If she continued fighting, she would pose a huge threat to Feng Yuan and the whole of Xianxia Blessed Land. If Lightning Heart Explosion was used, it would be a huge loss. Feng Yuan decided to use a series of moves to stun her. Kill. Celestial Court. Looking at the Starlight Pillar, Xianxia could not help but say, I am going too. Fairy Myrtle glanced at him and nodded. As a wisdom path Gu immortal with Star Constellation chessboard, she could more or less understand Xianxia's feelings and thoughts. After getting Fairy Myrtle's permission, Xianxia flew towards the Starlight Pillar impatiently. I need to act now. With Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch's battle strength, a little later means fewer gains. She might have already killed the variant human Gu immortals by now. Xianxia Blessed Land, here I come. Xianxia was excited, his body entered the Starlight Pillar. At the next moment, he arrived at Xianxia Blessed Land, entering the formation space. This is Xianxia Blessed Land? Suddenly, Xianxia's body froze, his pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse. On Feng Yuan's side, he was using a super formation that had the power of time path to slow the flow of time. But over at Celestial Court, time flowed normally. After Thunder Ghost True Monarch entered, Xianxia entered the Starlight Pillar and teleported over. Feng Yuan had just killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and stored her remnant soul when Xianxia appeared. You came quite quickly. Feng Yuan smiled. Xianxia stared at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, shouting, Senior? Thunder Ghost True Monarch did not reply. She was dead. How can this be? This is impossible. Xianxia's battle intent and blood surged like a bucket of ice water had been poured on him. He thought that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was going on a killing spree, Xianxia Blessed Land was in chaos, Feng Yuan was defending desperately. But the reality was that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was dead, Feng Yuan was unharmed, he was standing in front of him with a smile on his face. Who could have expected such a scene? Xianxia blinked his eyes repeatedly and suddenly roared, what a good demon. You made the illusion so realistic that this old man was almost fooled by you. Saying so, Qinyi's body shined with green light as he activated a defensive killer move. He was not in a hurry to attack, he stayed here to guard the dark whirlpool behind him. Thus, at the next moment, Qinyi sensed something amiss. The power of time path is affecting me. The defensive killer move took a long time to form. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was calm, she said to Feng Jiuge, "You go too." Feng Jiuge nodded and dived into the pillar of starlight. With Feng Jiuge's strength, he should be able to protect himself. However, we are mainly relying on his Tao Protector's karmic luck. Celestial Court has many luck path methods, we can only use this method to restrain Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle sighed to herself. Feng Jiuge also teleported over, she was next. But when Fairy Myrtle was about to move, boom, the pillar of starlight self-destructed, once again shattering into countless specks of starlight. Fairy Myrtle was stunned, the other Celestial Court immortals were stunned. Even though Star Cast was extremely powerful, it was a killer move that affected the balance of the 5 regions. But as long as it was a move, it would have flaws and weaknesses. Feng Yuan did not know much about the killer move Star Cast, but he knew the crucial point. Star Cast needed a catalyst. This catalyst was a portion of the disadvantageous Tao marks left behind by Feng Jiuge after he invaded Xianxia Blessed Land. In the previous life, this portion of disadvantageous Tao marks formed a dark spiral that sent Qinyi, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Feng Jiuge, and Fairy Myrtle inside. Thankfully, Feng Yuan and the land spirit of Xianxia reacted in time and destroyed the dark spiral, preventing more Celestial Court Gu immortals from invading. In this life, Feng Yuan was reborn, he knew the exact location of the dark spiral. Thus, after modifying Xianxia Blessed Land's defensive formation, he used the formation path space to enclose it. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the vanguard, but the moment she entered, she was killed by Feng Yuan and the rest who had been plotting for a long time. Qinyi was the second to charge out of the dark spiral. Feng Yuan did not have much time to activate Luo Pasil, they were in a stalemate. Next was Feng Jiuge. He was Feng Yuan's main target, because rank 7 fixed immortal travel was in his hands. As for the fourth, it was likely to be Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path Gu immortal, she controlled star constellation chessboard. If Duke Long was the spiritual leader of Celestial Court, he was the guarantor of morale, then Fairy Myrtle was the brain of Celestial Court, she was the decision-maker. She was very important, but even if Feng Yuan killed her, there would not be much of an effect. Why? Because there were too many wisdom path Gu immortals sleeping in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. If Fairy Myrtle died, another one would wake up to replace her. Why did Fairy Myrtle wake up? Wasn't it because the wisdom path Gu immortal of Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, had died that Fairy Myrtle had awakened and taken over Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position? If Fairy Myrtle had the constellation chessboard, then Feng Yuan would have been interested in killing her. But unfortunately, Star Constellation chessboard needed to maintain Star Cast, he had to leave it at the Celestial Court, he could not bring it over. Feng Yuan had the battle experience of his previous life, so he had already deduced this secret. Putting himself in Feng Yuan's shoes, he would rather have spared Fairy Myrtle's life. Because knowing yourself and your enemy was the key to victory, Feng Yuan was familiar with Fairy Ziwei, this was beneficial to him. If Feng Yuan killed her in exchange for an unfamiliar wisdom path Gu immortal of Celestial Court, it would weaken Feng Yuan's rebirth advantage. Of course, there was also the most important reason, Fairy Myrtle had strong battle strength. Even though in the previous life, Feng Yuan's battle strength surpassed her in the refinement path convention. But now, Feng Yuan had yet to reach rank 8 cultivation level, his battle strength was far from his previous life's final stage. If Fairy Myrtle entered, Celestial Court would have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. Feng Yuan's side had Heavenly Giant Solar, the Super Formation, the Immemorial Rock Dragon, and himself. The battle would be intense, the situation could go out of control. Don't forget, Qinyi had Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's trump card. Immortal killer move Karma Relocation had played a crucial role in the previous life. Feng Yuan had a deep impression of it, he would not neglect it. Furthermore, Feng Yuan had already suppressed the land spirit of Xianxia, the whole of Xianxia Blessed Land was his private property. He would try to minimize his losses. Thus, he destroyed the dark spiral earlier than in the previous life. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were stunned, while inside Xianxia Blessed Land, Feng Zhouge and Qinyi looked at each other. They were completely dumbfounded. This is different from the plan. Starcast failed, only the few of us are left. Xianxia Blessed Land was prepared for this, their reaction was too timely. Right now, we can only defend and stall for time until Starcast is activated again. Qinyi and Feng Zhouge conversed rapidly. They floated in the formation space with their backs against each other, relying on each other. Feng Zhouge asked again, "That's right, where is Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch?" Qinyi's Adam's apple bobbed. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to tell Feng Zhouge what he had seen. "I'm not sure. I didn't see Thunder Ghost True Monarch when I came." Feng Zhouge nodded. "I am afraid that Senior Thunder Ghost was too eager to gain merit, she charged too quickly and was separated. If we meet up with her, that would be for the best." Qinyi had a bad premonition, but he could not say it now to affect morale. He could only say, "I think it is unlikely. Fang Yuan is such a crafty person, how can he let us meet up so easily? Maybe Thunder Ghost True Monarch is already being held back by other forces." Feng Zhouge, on the other hand, was more optimistic than Qinyi. He smiled and said, "Sir Qinyi, in truth, our combat power is already outstanding enough. I can resist rank 8 Gu immortals, I barely have rank 8 battle strength. Together with you and Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch, we have 3 rank 8 battle strength. It will be hard for Xianxia Blessed Land to resist our attacks, right? We might even be able to take down Xianxia Blessed Land with our strength." Qinyi laughed heartily. He forced himself to focus. "Brother Feng is right. But if the situation is urgent and out of our expectations, you should find a chance to use fixed immortal travel to retreat." Feng Zhouge looked at Qinyi deeply. He thought to himself, Qinyi's emotions seemed to have changed. Feng Zhouge had seen it with his own eyes. Qinyi had rushed in excitedly, as if he couldn't wait to prove himself. Why was it that his spirit and qi were so dispirited after he had just suffered some setbacks? Even though Qinyi was once the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, it seems that he is no longer as bold and courageous as he used to be. No wonder he failed his mission in Western Desert, causing Celestial Court to lose Divine Being Palace. Feng Zhouge looked down on Qinyi internally. But he did not know that in the previous life, Fang Yuan had a good relationship with Qinyi. Especially when he used half of Destiny's song to save Qinyi's life. The two communicated rapidly, everything happened in an instant. Fang Yuan had already made his move. But this time, he was not in a hurry to act, he concealed himself. Replacing him was the immemorial rock dragon, the land spirit of Xianxia, and the hairy man Gu Immortal's ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. Feng Zhouge and Qinyi fought together. After a few rounds, neither side could do anything to the other. But Qinyi and Feng Zhouge were frowning deeply. The immemorial rock dragon has the toughest defense, but it is the least dangerous. The Gu immortals inside Heavenly Giant Solar do not have strong battle awareness. That's right, the most important thing is Fang Yuan. He has not appeared. Is he fighting Thunder Ghost True Monarch or is he hiding to deal with us? Other than that, there is this formation. We need to break this formation first, otherwise, we will be trapped in this formation space. That is not good. Qinyi and Feng Zhouge discussed and changed their formation. Feng Zhouge started to prepare a killer move while Qinyi guarded in front. Qinyi blocked the attacks of the immemorial rock dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar alone. Feng Zhouge succeeded in preparing his killer move and activated Separation Song. But in the previous life, Separation Song was useless, it was even worse now. How could Fang Yuan miss the killer move Separation Song? Qinyi and Feng Zhouge's attacks failed. Fang Yuan took the chance and attacked, separating Qinyi and Feng Zhouge. Next, the super formation activated and created 2 spaces, separating Qinyi and Feng Zhouge. Celestial Court. The starlight in the sky was gathering again. Fairy Myrtle was sweating profusely now. She was using all her strength to prepare Star Cast. However, Star Cast could not be used so easily. This move was very powerful, it could teleport rank 8 Gu immortals, it was a tactical method. Precisely so, the price to use it was huge. Not only did it expend a vast amount of rank 8 immortal essence, it also took a lot of time to prepare, there were many complicated steps. Without deep wisdom path attainment, it could not be used at all. If we succeed in this mission and take back Wisdom Goo. With Wisdom Goo, using Star Cast will be easy, it will not be as troublesome as now. Fairy Myrtle sighed. The Goo Immortal beside her smiled, Lady Ziwei, even if we do not go, just the three of them have the strength to take down Xianxia Blessed Land. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals had relaxed expressions, the atmosphere was relaxed. Fairy Myrtle, however, was a little worried, she frowned, feeling something amiss. That's right, Feng Jioge has outstanding talent, even though he is rank 7, he can fight rank 8s. He has experience in invading Xianxia Blessed Land, he will be even more familiar with it this time. Even if Xianxia Blessed Land attacks him, he has Fate Armor Immortal Goo, he will be able to protect himself. The Celestial Court Goo Immortal beside Fairy Myrtle analyzed. Xianxia Blessed Land. Guh. Feng Jioge's body shook, he coughed out blood, he escaped in a sorry state in the formation space. Fang Yuan chased after him with a sinister smile. Feng Jioge still had a look of shock on his face, my goo worm really did mysteriously disappear. How can this be? This method should be a theft path method. But I wonder if it was Fang Yuan who did it, or the power of this super formation. He had already used Great Thief Ghost Hand several times, but it was different from the previous life. Fang Yuan only stole a large number of mortal goo and a sound path immortal goo. Compared to the previous life, my luck is very bad. Fang Yuan felt helpless. The higher his cultivation level, the stronger spring autumn cicada's rebirth would have to be, the more severe the repercussions would be. Before this battle, Fang Yuan had already used methods like burning soul bursting luck, but he had not reached his previous life's luck path standard. Even though I obtained Giant Sun Immortal's self-luck true inheritance, this true inheritance contains killer moves and immortal goo recipes, but there are very few luck path immortal goo. Thus, I did not manage to steal fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was feeling regret, while Feng Jioge had a grim expression. The other party actually has the ability to steal immortal goo. The situation is very serious. Even if I have Fate Armor immortal goo, it might be stolen. Do I have to use fixed immortal travel to return? Leave behind Qianxia. Feng Jioge was hesitant. At the other side. The Celestial Court Goo Immortal said, compared to Feng Jioge, Lord Qianxia is a true rank 8 Goo Immortal. He is the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, he has a lot of battle experience. Furthermore, he is the current generation Genesis Lotus Inheritor, he has powerful wood path methods. Lord Qianxia is becoming more resolute with age, he is the most reliable person, he will definitely be able to control the situation. Xianxia Blessed Land, Super Formation. Qianxia was covered in sweat, he could not conceal the anxiety on his face. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. After the super formation separated him from Feng Jioge, the enemies he fought with vanished. The formation activated, layers of mazes and illusion realms trapped Qianxia. Qianxia continued to investigate and break through, but the mazes and illusion realms seemed to be endless. Quick, faster. I need to get out of here quickly and meet up with Feng Jioge. How did it become like this? How did it become like this? Qianxia cultivated wood path, he did not have deep formation path attainment. Qianxia's fighting style was not about attacking, but about endurance. Be it Giant Tree Prison Cage or Karma Divine Tree, they were both like this. In the previous life, Qianxia guarded the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, he made things difficult for Wu Yong, Fang Yuan, and the rest, but now, he was being tortured by Fang Yuan using the super immortal formation. This was the tactic that Fang Yuan used to deal with Qianxia after getting familiar with him. Celestial Court. I know you are right, but for some reason, the uneasiness in my heart is getting stronger. Fairy Myrtle sighed. The Celestial Court Goo Immortal beside her pondered, that can't be. Even if Feng Jioge and Qianxia are at a disadvantage, Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch is a true expert. She was a legend who had caused trouble for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before. Last time, she let Fang Yuan escape because of the regional wall. This time, in Xianxia Blessed Land, she will be able to display her true strength. The number of Goo Immortals who have died at her hands can be counted with one hand. Even if Fang Yuan makes a move, what can he do? He will only be chased around by Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The celestial court Gu immortal said this with great confidence and certainty. Xianxia blessed land, formation space. Feng Yuan chased after Feng Jioge while soul-searching Thunder Ghost True Monarch's remnant soul. He was actually doing two things at once, there was no helping it, his advantage was too huge. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand many times, even though he could not steal fixed immortal travel. 3 of Feng Jioge's sound path immortal Gu were already taken by Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge's strength fell greatly, but he did not have many injuries. Feng Yuan mainly used Great Thief Ghost Hand, his other attacks were just small skirmishes to maintain his advantage. He did not use Luo Pasil or anything else. Because he was afraid of injuring Feng Jioge and activating Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Once Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, it had the ability to locate Fairy Myrtle's location. In the previous life, Feng Yuan suffered from this. After Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, Fairy Myrtle quickly unraveled Yama battlefield. In this life, how could Feng Yuan make the same mistake again? Oh? As expected, many Gu immortals are planning to invade Xianxia Blessed Land. Feng Yuan obtained a lot of information from soul searching. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch's cultivation information was valuable, Feng Yuan placed it aside. Celestial Court's situation was more important to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had many wisdom path methods, he quickly deduced, this means that Star Cast can still be used. I need to hurry and finish this battle. There is no other way. If this drags on, fixed immortal travel, Fate Armor, and the other immortal Gu will be stolen by Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge had a grim expression, he finally made his decision and activated fixed immortal travel. Wishful thinking. Feng Yuan snickered, activating Immortal Gu Suppress Space. Suppress Space Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was the one he had obtained from the drillhead turtle in Southern Border's Earth Trench. There were many methods to counter fixed immortal travel, but after rebirth, Feng Yuan could only obtain 2. The first was Fixed Space Immortal Gu, the second was Suppress Space Immortal Gu. Fixed Space Immortal Gu was held by Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Lu Hao. In the previous life, Feng Yuan ambushed Southern Border's Gu Immortals and captured Lu Hao. Unfortunately, Lu Hao's Fixed Space Immortal Gu self-destructed, Feng Yuan could not get it. As for Suppress Space Immortal Gu, it belonged to Luo clan's Gu Immortal, Luo Ran. In the previous life, when Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance's Gu Immortals to attack the 9 consecutive unceasing formation, Luo Ran had used Suppress Space Immortal Gu to help. It was very difficult for Feng Yuan to obtain Fixed Space Immortal Gu. Because it was too early, he was still in Northern Plains Xianxia Blessed Land, he had not roamed Southern Border and attracted the Gu Immortals, such as Xianxia and the other Gu Immortals. Without Wu Yong asking for help from Fairy Myrtle, Lu Hao would not be involved. But Suppress Space Immortal Gu was something that Feng Yuan could obtain based on his previous life's information. Fixed Space Immortal Gu marked a location, even if fixed immortal travel was activated, the Gu Immortal would only be transported to the location marked by Fixed Space Immortal Gu. Suppress Space Immortal Gu could suppress the surrounding space within a certain range, making it hard for space path methods to work. Suppress Space Immortal Gu was also rank 7, it countered rank 7 Immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. Feng Jioge was shocked, he did not expect Feng Yuan to have made such thorough preparations. At the next moment, Feng Jioge's expression turned pale. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fixed immortal travel was finally in his hands, this way, when Feng Yuan advances to rank 8, future self would be useless, he would not have to worry about losing methods like fixed immortal travel. Fixed immortal travel was a movement immortal Gu, it had a strong effect, it would be very convenient for Feng Yuan. In the previous life, Feng Yuan deduced a killer move that used fixed immortal travel as the core, even with rank 8 cultivation level, he could barely move around the world. With this immortal Gu, he would have an extremely powerful mobility, but in the previous life, Feng Yuan stole fixed immortal travel on his first try, but this time, he had to put in a lot of effort, he used Great Thief Ghost Hand more than 10 times, he expended a lot of immortal essence. Great Thief Ghost Hand's weakness was clearly exposed. Even though it could steal immortal Gu, most of the time, it would steal mortal Gu. Feng Yuan had stolen tens of thousands of mortal Gu from Feng Jioge, but only 3 or 4 immortal Gu. Next is Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan's cold gaze locked onto Feng Jioge's figure. As long as he stole Fate Armor Immortal Gu, Feng Jioge would be finished. Feng Zhouge continued to flee. He had never thought that he would be in such a pathetic state. Fang Yuan understands me very well. He keeps stealing my immortal goo, he rarely attacks me, he has no intention of heavily injuring me. It seems that he understands the power of fate armor immortal goo. Feng Zhouge's heart sank to rock bottom, a bone-chilling cold spread all over his body. As he had fewer immortal goo, his battle strength fell. Fang Yuan. Feng Zhouge muttered this name in his mind. Even though he had expected Feng Yuan's growth, he did not think that he would be fleeing in such a pathetic state, unable to retaliate at all. Earlier, when Feng Zhouge chased Feng Yuan all the way from southern border to western desert, it felt like it happened yesterday. Feng Zhouge remembered it clearly. Who would have thought that at this moment, their situations would be completely reversed? How fast? Feng Zhouge sighed in his heart. It wasn't that Feng Zhouge wasn't strong, but that Feng Yuan was well prepared. He did not reveal the secret of his rebirth, so he maintained his advantage. Xianxia Blessed Land Super Array had been improved by Feng Yuan, and was now several times stronger than it was in his previous life. One of the reasons was that Feng Yuan had annexed Xianxia Blessed Land and could use all the resources to build the immortal array. At the same time, he had dealings with the 3 foreign races. The second reason was that Feng Yuan himself was much stronger than in the previous life, be it formation path, time path or other aspects, he was much more outstanding. That was why this super formation was constructed to trap Feng Zhouge and Chen Yi. The other side. Light flashed before Chen Yi's eyes as he shuttled back and forth in the illusory maze. Damn it! I still haven't gotten out. Chen Yi was trapped in the illusory maze. He moved around rapidly, trying to break through everywhere. He was on the verge of vomiting. This formation refreshed Chen Yi's evaluation of it time and time again. Feng Yuan arranged for all the variant human goo immortals to control the formation and target Chen Yi. Chen Yi's battle strength was very high. His immortal killer moves were Ancient Tree Prison, Giant Tree Divine Statue, Karma Divine Tree, and others. They were all outstanding methods. Feng Yuan found it hard to deal with them. In the previous life, Chen Yi fought against 2 enemies in the Battle of Xianxia Sect. He fought against the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar. His performance was dazzling and eye-catching. But in this life, Feng Yuan annexed Xianxia Sect and obtained the authority to command it. He arranged for the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar to deal with Chen Yi, but they were only supporting him. The true way to deal with Chen Yi was through the super formation. Chen Yi struggled in the illusory maze. Whenever he had a chance to break through, the immemorial Rock Dragon or Heavenly Giant Solar would appear to stop him and stall for time. Next, the variant human goo immortals would use the chance to make up for it, trapping Chen Yi in the formation. Chen Yi had a lot of methods, but he had nowhere to use them. Feng Yuan's arrangements immediately countered him. Chen Yi was very anxious. The longer this dragged on, the more uneasy he felt. Was Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse really just an illusion? Chen Yi was not sure. He wanted to believe that it was just an illusion. The reason was simple. With Thunder Ghost True Monarch's battle strength, how could Feng Yuan kill her in one go? But was there such a possibility? If Thunder Ghost True Monarch was still alive, why hadn't they heard anything from her after so much time had passed? He had been separated from Feng Zhouge for a long time now. What was the situation over at Feng Zhouge's side? Is it a dream realm? A thought flashed in Chen Yi's mind. He did not know that Feng Yuan had rank 8 immortal goo steel life, but he knew that Feng Yuan was skilled in the self-detonation of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, using the power of dream realms to deal with strong enemies. During the Battle of Etion Mountain's dream realm, Spectral Soul was captured by the Celestial Court. After that, when Feng Yuan was chased by Wu Yong and Feng Zhouge, he used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate multiple times. Without the help of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Feng Yuan was likely to be killed. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path grade expert. She had already made deductions before she acted. She had already considered the dream realms and reverse flow river that Feng Yuan had. The dark spiral was the primer of Star Cast. It had a method to sense it. If there were dream realms or reverse flow river nearby, Fairy Myrtle would be able to sense it. In fact, Feng Yuan lacked precise control over dream realms and reverse flow river. Once the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonate, the dream realms would move on their own. Reverse flow river could only be used slightly. Be it dream realms or reverse flow river, as long as they were touched by the dark spiral, they would be destroyed. Star cast would become unstable and fail. As long as Fairy Myrtle made the dark spiral bigger, she would be able to test if there were dream realms or reverse flow river around it. Using dream realms or reverse flow river as a trap is foolish. But what if Feng Yuan creates a new dream path killer move? He is Spring Autumn Cicada, he is revived from his previous life. Chen Yi thought. But the truth was, Feng Yuan did not have any dream realms now. He had already used up all the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Refer to chapter 567 of this volume for details. Most of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were used when Feng Yuan was escaping. That was why after the previous life's battle in Xianxia Blessed Land, Feng Yuan returned to southern border to fight for dream realms. Later on, Feng Yuan and Xianxia secretly transacted and obtained many dream realms. He started to accumulate pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. After that, when Feng Yuan ambushed Xianxia and the rest, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contributed greatly. It could be said that Xianxia contributed greatly. It was because he secretly transacted with Feng Yuan that Feng Yuan had so many dream realms to use. If he relied on force, he would not have such efficiency. Chen Yi's guess was wrong, his mood became heavier. No, I need to break this immortal formation as soon as possible. The grim situation made Chen Yi make up his mind. He activated his trump card killer move, Karma Divine Tree. The divine tree was lush and green, its canopy was like a pavilion, green smoke rose and swayed with the wind. Karma Divine Tree was above him, all sorts of illusions and mazes were forced back by a large distance. Chen Yi's vision turned clear. The variant human goo immortals gasped in shock. This is the Karma Divine Tree killer move that Elder Feng Yuan spoke of? The entire Super Goo formation's power is being repelled by this move, the mazes and illusions cannot stop Chen Yi. As expected of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. At the crucial moment, the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar attacked Chen Yi from the left and right. The other variant human goo immortals controlled the formation, trying to find a way to confuse Chen Yi again. Chen Yi snorted coldly. He did not fight the rock dragon or the giant, he flew around and assessed the formation, trying to attack it. The immemorial rock dragon and heavenly giant Solar attacked Chen Yi, while Chen Yi defended passively. Karma Divine Tree displayed extremely strong defense, it blocked all of the attacks perfectly. The originally sparse Divine Tree was soon filled with fruits. These fruits flew out and hit the immemorial rock dragon and heavenly giant Solar, causing them to suffer the damage. Quickly stop Chen Yi, don't let him run around. Feng Yuan sensed the situation and quickly ordered. But the variant human goo immortals were extremely busy, they could not use the formation's power to confuse Chen Yi. As for asking them to fight and risk their lives, that was impossible. Even though the variant human goo immortals were allies, they cherished their lives. They hid inside the formation and did not come out if they could. In the previous life, when the formation broke, they had no choice but to enter the battlefield. Boom, with a loud sound, Chen Yi hit the crucial point, the formation space that was split in half was reconnected. Even though Chen Yi cultivated Wood Path, he was a rank 8 grade expert after all, he could learn by analogy, and because he had been in contact with this super formation for a long time, he could see some of its profundities. Chen Yi saw Feng Jioga and shouted in shock, "Hold on, I'm here." It turned out that Feng Jioga was forced into a corner by Feng Yuan, the situation was extremely dangerous. Be careful. The enemy has a method to steal goo worms. Feng Jioga also gave Chen Yi crucial information. Chen Yi's body shook, he thought of the battle in Divine Being Palace. Western Desert Goo Immortal Swan Bu Jing directly stole the immortal goo of legendary immemorial beast Qing Chou. They also have theft path methods? Chen Yi's heart jumped, he frowned deeply. But it was different from the previous life. Feng Yuan did not use the killer move Yama. Emperor, Chen Yi connected the two, it was a natural reaction. There was no evidence to prove that Feng Yuan was Swan Bu Jing. There were many theft path methods in the 5 regions. Western Desert Swan Bu Jing had theft path methods, it was more likely that Xianxia Blessed Land had theft path killer moves. After all, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once worked with Long Hair Ancestor to refine goo. Chen Yi charged over, Feng Yuan smiled coldly as he faced him. He activated the reverse flow protection seal and started to prepare the Luopa seal. Fang Yuan's aura surged. 2 rank 8 killer moves? Chen Yi was shocked, his pupils shrunk, one for offense and one for defense, they complement each other perfectly. Damn it. Fang Yuan and Chen Yi fought, while the immemorial rock dragon and heavenly giant Solar went after Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge only had rank 7 cultivation level now, his immortal goo had been stolen by Fang Yuan, his battle strength had fallen sharply. Facing the attacks of 2 rank 8 battle strengths, he was soon covered in injuries. Fate Armor Immortal Goo was forced to activate. Over at Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed. Oh no. Fate Armor Immortal Goo is activated, Feng Jiuge is in danger, what do we do? In the previous life, Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jiuge were only separated by Yama battlefield. Fairy Myrtle quickly unraveled the battlefield killer move and saved Feng Jiuge. But in this life, Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jiuge were very far apart. Meanwhile, Star Cast was only half done with preparation. Feng Jiuge could not die, he was a Dao guardian. Chen Yi knew Feng Jiuge's importance, but he could not help, Fang Yuan was pestering him. Karma Divine Tree was very strong, it had both offense and defense, but Fang Yuan had 2 rank 8 killer moves, he was also very powerful. Time passed quickly, Fate Armor Immortal Goo's faint light dimmed gradually. Once the halo dissipated, Feng Jiuge would lose his life. What do I do? Chen Yi was very anxious. At this moment, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears. Watch closely, this is a combo move based on Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move was activated, like a gust of wind, green smoke swayed with the wind, Karma Divine Tree seemed to be dancing in the wind. Fang Yuan quickly stopped the killer move, at the same time, he let out a sigh of relief, he was finally able to force this move out. With Karma Relocation, Chen Yi rampaged through the battlefield, Fang Yuan could only retreat. Chen Yi quickly gathered with Feng Jiuge, let's go back, this is my immortal goo, remember to tell Lady Fairy Myrtle about the situation here, she will take revenge for me in the future. Chen Yi gave all the immortal goo that he could not use to Feng Jiuge. At the next moment, Karma Relocation activated, sending Feng Jiuge away. Even with the formation and Xianxia Blessed Land's aperture walls, they could not stop Feng Jiuge from escaping. Karma Relocation was a rank 9 killer move after all. Feng Jiuge, I let you escape this time, but that might not be the case next time. Fang Yuan's expression was normal. He knew Karma Relocation, he could not block this move. Earlier, when he separated Chen Yi and Feng Jiuge, it was to guard against this killer move, but it did not work. Chen Yi and Feng Jiuge were very shrewd, they had rich battle experience. Let's go, Feng Jiuge, hand over your life, you can accompany Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly. Chen Yi smiled lightly, Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch was killed by you guys after all. Come, even if I die, I will not let you off easily. Chen Yi knew that he was going to die, but he let go. Even though he was infatuated with power, he was also a member of the Celestial Court. As long as one was a member of the Celestial Court, they were not afraid of sacrifice, they faced death with equanimity. The process of killing Chen Yi was not easy, it was very difficult, the battle was in a stalemate for a long time. But eventually, Chen Yi died, his life was taken by Fang Yuan. He did not leave behind any immortal goo, but his remnant soul could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. The variant human goo immortals cheered for their victory, before crying out loud. They suffered heavy losses. Chen Yi killed many of their companions. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Yi's corpse as he sighed deeply, as expected of Chen Yi, as expected of a goo immortal of the Celestial Court. Next, he consoled the variant human goo immortals with deep sorrow, your sacrifice was worth it, it was a glorious victory. Even a rank 8 goo immortal died at your hands, this battle achievement will shake heaven and earth. There were only 2 or 3 variant human goo immortals left, they were all heavily injured. Oh heavens, our losses this time are too severe. Xianxia Blessed Land suffered the least damage. They are all in formation, they are safe inside Heavenly Giant Solar. Strange, why did so many layers of the formation suddenly break apart? If not for this, we would not have lost so many people. Fang Yuan nodded, this should be Chen Yi's method, he is truly amazing, even I did not notice anything wrong. The variant human goo immortals heard this, and their eyes turned red, they gritted their teeth, that's right, it was this old scoundrel. Killing him was too easy on him. His death is not to be regretted. Fang Yuan, come over and take a look, those Dao marks have changed again. The battle had just ended when Land Spirit of Langia transmitted. What? Fang Yuan was surprised. He quickly left the damaged super formation and went to the place where the change was. Feng Jiuge left behind unfavorable Dao marks in many places, but they were the densest at the place where the dark whirlpool had just formed. Right now, even though there were not many unfavorable Dao marks in other places, there were changes. These Dao marks emitted a trace of blue light from time to time, they were like stars in the sky, shining brightly. Fang Yuan looked for a while before his expression turned grim. There is actually such a change. He had Wisdom Path Foundation and Star Path Attainment, he could see the effect of this change. It seems that Feng Jiuge was sent back to Central Continent by karma relocation, or even to Fairy Myrtle's side. Thus, Fairy Myrtle obtained the information. Such a fast reaction. Fang Yuan felt some regret. In the earlier battle, he should not have dragged it out and created a situation where both sides were heavily injured. He should have attacked directly, not caring about the immortal essence expenditure to finish off Qinyi quickly. Actually, even if he did that, it would not be fast. Karma Divine Tree had both offense and defense, it was truly outstanding. Without the variant human goo immortals using their lives to expend it, it would be very difficult for Qinyi to die. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression, these Dao marks are changing, it should be cooperating with the Wisdom Path Great Expert of Celestial Court to locate Langia Blessed Land. We need to deal with it quickly, otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Land Spirit of Langia was very anxious, the dark whirlpool is easy to destroy, but these shining Dao marks are hard to get rid of. I tried it already. What is going on? At this time, the remaining variant human goo immortals flew over with different expressions. Fang Yuan ignored them, thoughts were rumbling in his mind, his thoughts were like lightning, flickering continuously. Fairy Myrtle wants to confirm the location of Langia's blessed land. She's going to risk it one last time. This time, the Celestial Court's attack was a huge loss. It has completely angered her. The Langia Blessed Land has already been moved to the Pine Tail Ridge by the Land Spirit, but the prince's impatience is probably patrolling nearby, searching in the dark. I can't let Fairy Myrtle find out the true location of Langia Blessed Land. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Once their location was exposed, not only would Prince's impatience attack, Celestial Court's goo immortals would also reinforce them endlessly. Even if the Celestial Court failed, Fang Yuan would not be able to get away with it. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. In the end, the Celestial Court was able to give up and expose the location of Langia Paradise to everyone. This hairy man's sacred ground would definitely attract countless greedy gazes. Longevity Heaven was the first to bear the brunt. What do we do? Fang Yuan racked his brains, steam was rising from his head. The variant human goo immortals around him were also feeling anxious. They got the explanation from the Land Spirit of Langia and understood the severity of this matter. The Celestial Court is too terrifying, we used all our strength to kill 2 rank 8 goo immortals. We are still in danger. If we do not get rid of these Dao marks, Langia Blessed Land's location will be exposed, we will not be able to defend this place. That's right, now, we can only rely on Lord Fang Yuan to think of a way. Even if the Land Spirit of Langia had a method to move the Blessed Land, with so many enemies around, they could not make such a huge move. The immortals could only hope for Fang Yuan. I got it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he spoke. You have a way? Land Spirit of Langia immediately called out. Quickly activate the refinement path formation, use my method to refine these Dao marks. Fang Yuan quickly replied. In the previous life, after Fang Yuan obtained the refinement path true meaning, he thought of a way to deal with these Dao marks, that was to make a move when the immortal aperture was being moved, it could be easily resolved. But now that he thought about it, this was a trap. Prince's impatience was already hiding in the surroundings. Once Langia Blessed Land moved, the commotion would be huge, it would definitely be exposed, Prince's impatience and the other Celestial Court goo immortals would attack. Fang Yuan's method was to use the refinement path formation, a large number of rank 8 immortal materials, and refinement water to forcefully refine these harmful Dao marks. He did not think of this method in the previous life because when he deduced, he did not know about the existence of the refinement path formation and refinement water. By the time he knew, the battle was already over, he had stolen fixed immortal travel, and longevity heaven had arrived. Feng Yuan had no choice but to escape. Land spirit of Xianxia was suppressed by Feng Yuan to begin with. After obtaining Feng Yuan's method, he did not hesitate, immediately activating the refinement path formation to deal with these harmful Dao marks. Rank 8 immortal materials were thrown into the formation. The variant human goo immortals had strange expressions, while the hairy man goo immortals' faces twitched. So many rank 8 immortal materials. This is immense wealth. Xianxia Blessed Land's foundation is actually so deep. This is simply the cheapest cabbage in the market, it is unimaginable. Land spirit of Xianxia also felt a heartache. Elder Feng Yuan, Xianxia Blessed Land had accumulated these with great difficulty. Your refinement method is too crude, there is room for improvement. Maybe we can delay it for a while and refine this method, we can save a lot of immortal materials. No, trust me, we are in a dangerous situation. Even though the enemies are gone, we are not safe yet. We need to use every second we have. Feng Yuan did not say anything about the prince's impatience, because this was his guess, there was no proof. But land spirit of Xianxia was already suppressed by Feng Yuan, he only followed Feng Yuan's lead. Feng Yuan's words sounded like suggestions and advice, but they were orders to him, he had to carry them out. Alright, I will listen to you. Land spirit of Xianxia's reply was very direct. Feng Yuan's expression was grim, you guys can refine these harmful Dao marks, no matter how much refinement water you use, you don't need to feel sorry for it. I will enter the secret room and use wisdom path methods to block the celestial court, no one can disturb me. Whoever dares to disturb me is a spy in the celestial court, they will be killed without mercy. Feng Yuan's gaze was filled with killing intent as he looked around, the other goo immortals felt a chill in their hearts. After giving a stern warning, he quickly flew into his cloud city and entered the secret room. Celestial Court, Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her body was emitting intense purple light. This purple light filled the entire hall, it was vast like smoke, but also like surging tides, it had a grand aura. Feng Yuan's attack was soon detected by Fairy Myrtle. She frowned slightly before smiling coldly, you want to stop me? Star Constellation Chessboard. She immediately summoned Star Constellation Chessboard. Not long ago, Feng Zhouge suddenly returned to the Celestial Court with heavy injuries, as well as the most precious information. After Fairy Myrtle learned about it, she knew that the Dark Spiral method was exposed, there was little hope of using it again. She settled for the next best thing, using the harmful Dao marks inside to deduce Xianxia Blessed Land's location in Loosetail Ridge. I have not lost this battle yet. Fairy Myrtle held back her anger. Chenyi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were most likely dead, Feng Zhouge was on the verge of death, he was unconscious. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of this battle, she had a huge responsibility, she wanted to make up for her mistake. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven took action, it had great strength and came from Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court lost, Fairy Myrtle did not have such a huge reaction. But now, she lost to Feng Yuan and the variant human goo immortals. Be it Feng Yuan or the variant human goo immortals, the proud Celestial Court goo immortals could not accept such a humiliating defeat, like Feng Yuan had guessed, Fairy Myrtle was completely enraged. She tried to deduce with all her strength, ignoring the huge repercussions, she wanted to turn this situation around. Star Constellation Chessboard was a rank 8 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo House, it was a huge help. Fairy Myrtle quickly suppressed Feng Yuan, her deduction speed continued to rise. In the previous life, even though Fairy Myrtle had such a method, Longevity Heaven had taken over Xianxia Blessed Land, even if she used it, it was useless. But in this life, Feng Yuan won, Longevity Heaven did not appear, Fairy Myrtle still had a lot of hope. And Feng Zhouge had used Fate Armor Immortal Goo, even though it was only for a short period of time, it was an important clue. Fairy Myrtle was very confident in deducing Xianxia Blessed Land's location and defeating Feng Yuan from afar. Oh no. Feng Yuan felt like there was a huge mountain pressing on his heart. Fate Armor Immortal Goo's activation gave Fairy Myrtle the fatal weakness of Xianxia Blessed Land. Fairy Myrtle used this to prevent Feng Yuan from seeing any hope of stopping it. Even though I have many wisdom path methods, I do not have many high-level ones. Even though he had rank 9 wisdom goo, Fang Yuan could only rely on the light of wisdom. He had rank 8 wisdom sword immortal goo, but Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 immortal essence. He had attitude goo, but in this short period of time, how could Fang Yuan create a wisdom path method that used attitude goo as the core to resist Fairy Myrtle? Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. Purple light spread, surging and surging. Suddenly, the light turned sluggish, it was like a flowing river being blocked by a dam. Fairy Myrtle gasped in surprise, opening her eyes. Her deductions were progressing, success was in sight, but suddenly, there was a huge resistance. This was not normal, it was like she was pushing a wooden door earlier. The wooden door was already shaking, there was hope of pushing it open. Once it was pushed open, Fairy Myrtle would know the precise location of Xianxia Blessed Land. But now, this wooden door had suddenly turned into a heavy iron door. What is going on? Earlier, Fang Yuan clearly tried to stop me, but his wisdom path methods were not high enough, I could not resist him. But it suddenly worked, this method, wait, I understand, he annexed Xianxia Blessed Land. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light, she thought of the answer. Fairy Myrtle had difficulty deducing Fang Yuan's location earlier. When Fang Yuan obtained the killer move Yama Emperor, there was even less hope of success. As long as Fang Yuan annexed Xianxia Blessed Land, it would become a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. Fairy Myrtle deduced Xianxia Blessed Land's location, wasn't that the same as deducing Fang Yuan's location? Thus, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were all blocked by Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor. Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move borrowed the power of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance, rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. Thus, Fairy Myrtle felt a huge obstruction. Fairy Myrtle's thoughts flashed, her hands continued to move as she used several wisdom path methods. After some probing, Fairy Myrtle confirmed, this reaction is the same as when I deduced Fang Yuan, it seems he really annexed Xianxia Blessed Land. To annex a rank 7 Blessed Land, he needs Grandmaster attainment level. Fang Yuan's refinement path has also reached the Grandmaster realm? Fairy Myrtle realized that she had once again underestimated Fang Yuan. Her expression was gloomy. A small immortal aperture can only swallow a big one, what is Fang Yuan's immortal aperture? How could it swallow such a huge Xianxia Blessed Land? Fairy Myrtle still did not know the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture, she was inwardly shocked, Fang Yuan's foundation was already unfathomable. Damn it, Fang Yuan obtained the Xianxia Blessed Land and his foundation has skyrocketed. What were these variant human goo immortals doing? He actually let Fang Yuan swallow up his family's assets? These idiots. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in anger, the variant human goo immortals like the hairy men were too disappointing. Wait, I'm afraid this is also Fang Yuan's plan. He is using these variant human goo immortals to deal with my celestial court. At the same time, he is using celestial court to weaken these variant human goo immortals. After the battle, these variant human goo immortals must have suffered heavy casualties, thus, Fang Yuan forcefully annexed them. Who knows, he might even be using the crisis of my forceful deduction to deceive these variant human goo immortals into agreeing. Fairy Myrtle thought of many things at this moment. Fang Yuan had left a deep impression on her as a despicable and sinister person, it was not an exaggeration to think of Fang Yuan as a bad person. Fairy Myrtle felt very depressed, she felt that this attack on Xianxia Blessed Land was very likely to help Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I will not let you succeed. Prince's impatience. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were filled with anger, she immediately contacted Prince's Impatience who was far away in Northern Plains. Prince's Impatience had already received orders to hide in Loosetail Ridge, his original plan was to cooperate with Celestial Court's goo immortals to attack Xianxia Blessed Land if there was a chance. Or when Northern Plains goo immortal sensed it, he would appear and stall for time. Prince's Impatience, Fang Yuan might appear. Quickly investigate and stall the target if you find him. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Understood. Prince's Impatience suddenly changed the topic, wait, I found him. You need to be very careful alone. Fairy Myrtle quickly reminded him, Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister, the theft path immortal goo method might be from Xianxia sect, it might also be his. I have already sent goo immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains and reinforce you. But for the time being, you will not have any helpers. Prince's Impatience had a solemn expression, understood. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal, he had to be careful against a rank 7 Gu immortal, but he did not feel that it was inappropriate or absurd, he felt that it was natural. Not just Prince's impatience, Fairy Myrtle and the Celestial Quartz Gu immortals were the same. His earlier underestimation only showed his foolishness. Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chini died in battle. It proved that this demon Fang Yuan was not ordinary, he could not be judged with common sense. Others could be underestimated, but underestimating Fang Yuan was like going against oneself. He came after all. Fang Yuan flew in the air, he turned around and saw that Prince's impatience was already closing the distance between them. Annexing Xianxia blessed land caused quite a commotion, Fang Yuan's main body was exposed. Prince's impatience had been hiding nearby, he immediately sensed it and chased after him. Fang Yuan flew forward. He did not want to fight with Prince's impatience. After the battle earlier, his condition was not at his peak, he had expended a lot of immortal essence. At the same time, he had to be wary of Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Yama Emperor's killer move was stuck to his soul, concealing his traces and expending his soul foundation. Fang Yuan, where are you going? If you are a man, come back and fight me for 300 rounds. You coward, do you only know how to run? Behind him, Prince's impatience had an arrogant attitude, he scolded endlessly. But the truth was, Prince's impatience was very vigilant, he looked arrogant but he had a good attitude. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, no matter how Prince's impatience provoked him, he was indifferent. Even if Fang Yuan was not at his peak, even if he only had rank 7 cultivation level, with reverse flow protection seal, Luo Pa seal, as well as Heavenly Giant Solar and the immemorial Rock Dragon, he could fight against Prince's impatience without being at a disadvantage. But what was the benefit, fighting against Prince's impatience, if he was not careful, an accident could happen. After all, this was one of the 10 great fierce lands of Northern Plains, Loosetail Ridge. Fang Yuan would expose all sorts of methods and precious information, his immortal essence expenditure would be even greater. Celestial Quartz reinforcements might appear during the battle, by then, the situation would have to be re-evaluated. The king would not mobilize because of anger, be it righteous path or demonic path, if they could not control their emotions, no matter how great their temporary achievements were, they would still be clowns. I'm here, this is the place. Fang Yuan flew rapidly, when he saw a huge frost pool in the valley ahead, he was overjoyed. Prince's impatience had already attacked, he was behind Fang Yuan, attacking him indiscriminately. The two chased and fled, they quickly approached the frost pool. An astonishing wave was set off in the cold pond, and an immemorial frost serpent appeared. It had a single horn on its head, its body was over 100 feet long, it was covered in layers of white scales. Once it appeared, the temperature in the surrounding 100 li plummeted. Taigu Hanjiao roared, warning Fang Yuan and Prince's impatience not to approach its territory. Fang Yuan was looking for this Taigu Hanjiao. Back when the land spirit of Xianxia moved its blessed land from Crescent Lake to Loosetail Ridge, it did not tell Fang Yuan the exact location, it was a precaution against him. Now that the land spirit of Xianxia was suppressed by Fang Yuan, Xianxia blessed land's exact location and the surrounding forces were all under Fang Yuan's control. Taigu Hanjiao's warning was ineffective, Fang Yuan and Prince's impatience were still coming for it. It was furious, its throat moved as it opened its mouth and breathed out endless frost breath. The frost breath was like a tide made of ice, it was pure white and flawless, everywhere it went, it flickered with icy light. Fang Yuan activated reverse flow protection seal, his body submerging into the frost aura that filled the sky. Prince's impatience realized the situation was bad, it quickly chased after it. The frost breath covered the sky, it greatly interfered with Prince's impatience's investigative killer move. Fang Yuan had reverse flow protection seal, it could ensure his safety. As the frost breath passed, countless horse carriage-sized ice chunks fell from the sky. Prince's impatience was covered in flames, there was a layer of frost on its face as it floated in the sky. After blocking the frost breath, Prince's impatience did not feel smug, it was angry and anxious instead. Because it had lost track of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has familiar face, he has likely turned into an ice chunk and fell. Prince's impatience knew some important information, it was also very experienced, it immediately thought of the greatest possibility of Fang Yuan's disappearance. But it would not be easy for it to investigate Fang Yuan's true body now. Especially when Taigu Hanjiao charged at him just as he was about to move. Stupid beast. Prince's impatience cursed in anger. Taigu Hanjiao had limited intelligence. When Fang Yuan disappeared, it subconsciously thought that Fang Yuan had been killed by it. The only thing left was the burning prince's impatience. Compared to Fang Yuan's rank 7 aura, Prince's impatience's rank 8 aura was overflowing. It was on the same level as Taigu Hanjiao. In Taigu Hanjiao's eyes, Fang Yuan was insignificant. The true threat was Prince's impatience. Boom boom boom. Prince's impatience had no choice but to fight Taigu Hanjiao. At the same time, he used this chance to investigate the ice chunks on the ground. He soon made a discovery. A piece of white ice fell into the cold pool, but it did not float up. Instead, it turned into an ancient Hanjiao and drilled towards the bottom of the cold pool. Fang Yuan, you can't escape. Prince's impatience immediately abandoned Taigu Hanjiao and charged towards the cold pool. Fang Yuan entered the cold pool and drilled downwards. Soon, he saw large numbers of Hanjiao. There were ancient Hanjiao and desolate beast Hanjiao. These were Hanjiao's big clans. These Hanjiao only looked at Fang Yuan curiously. They felt that he was one of them and did not have any desire to attack him. When Prince's impatience charged into the cold pool, his treatment was completely different. Many ancient Hanjiao charged towards him, but were burned into jerky by Prince's impatience. Ancient Hanjiao was in chaos. A small number of them became ferocious and attacked Prince's impatience, while most escaped in all directions. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He directly mixed in. Fang Yuan, come out if you have the guts. Prince's impatience lost track of Fang Yuan again. It roared in anger in the cold pool. The terrifying sound waves created turbulence in the cold pool. Taigu Hanjiao also roared in sorrow. Its descendants were slaughtered by human Gu immortals in front of it. Their blood dyed the cold pool red. This made it extremely furious. Prince's impatience was not willing to tangle with Taigu Hanjiao, so he focused on chasing and harassing Fang Yuan. Prince's impatience swam towards the depths of the cold pool. But soon, a second Taigu Hanjiao rose from the depths of the cold pool, blocking Prince's impatience. There are actually 2 Taigu Hanjiao hiding in this cold pool. Prince's impatience and Fang Yuan were extremely shocked. Prince's impatience was furious but helpless. He was temporarily trapped. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, thus he entered the bottom of the cold pool and escaped from Prince's impatience's pursuit. He soon discovered to his surprise that there was a secret passage at the bottom of the cold pool that could connect to other places. Fang Yuan entered the secret passage and after swimming for a while, he arrived at an underground cold pool. This cold pool was calm and vast. There were a large number of Hanjiao living in it. So there is a tribe of such a scale. No wonder there are 2 Taigu Hanjiao. Oh no, there are 3 of them. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He discovered there was another Taigu Hanjiao here. This Taigu Hanjiao was entrenched at the shore of the cold pool, and when it heard the sounds of battle from above, it became more and more restless. It shook its head and growled. Finally unable to endure it, it dove into the cold pool and quickly went to reinforce its Taigu Hanjiao. 3 Taigu Hanjiao, TSK. Fang Yuan sympathized with Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience was in trouble. Of course, Taigu Hanjiao's intelligence could not compare to humans. It could not kill Prince's impatience, it might even die. Prince's impatience had great battle strength, because he had grown up in northern plains, becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal step by step. His battle achievements were outstanding. However, by the time the Prince's impatience got rid of the 3 Taigu Hanjiao, I would have already escaped. Fang Yuan went ashore and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. He found a lot of Hanjiao eggs on the shore. Each of the Hanjiao eggs was the size of a millstone, and they were densely packed together, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. So Taigu Hanjiao was protecting the egg, so he didn't leave easily. Wait, what's this? Fang Yuan discovered a short stone pillar at the center of the egg. It was grayish-white in color and emitted a cold aura. This is a rank 8 immortal material, Moonfrost Stone? It's such a big piece, it's definitely worth a fortune. Even with Fang Yuan's high standards, he felt a faint sense of joy in his heart. At this point, he finally understood why there were 3 Taigu Hanjiao in this Hanjiao tribe. He immediately took action, taking away the Moonfrost Stone and the thousands of Hanjiao eggs. My luck suppressed Prince's impatience and this Hanjiao tribe. thus I was chased by them, it was a blessing in disguise. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Prince's impatience was not Feng Zhouge. Without Feng Zhouge's luck restraining him, Feng Yuan's luck immediately gained a miraculous effect. Prince's impatience failed to pester Feng Yuan, but instead helped Feng Yuan. Without him pestering the three Tai Guhan Jiao, Feng Yuan would not have the chance to steal such a huge fortune. This was the power of luck path. I really need to thank Prince's impatience for his cooperation. Feng Yuan was secretly happy. He drilled into the ground and used fixed immortal travel to escape. Prince's impatience was still fighting with the three Tai Guhan Jiao. Suddenly, the three primeval Frost WYRMS received a message from the other Frost WYRMS, and they knew that their eggs had been stolen. Instantly, they went berserk, and their eyes turned crimson red as they madly breathed frosty air from their mouths. Even the powerful prince's impatience was almost stunned, they kept resisting and were in a sorry state. What's wrong with these stupid snakes? Why did they suddenly become so ferocious? Prince's impatience felt that it was strange. Sigh. I was delayed by these three beasts for so long, Feng Yuan must have escaped. My mission failed. Prince's impatience sighed inwardly. There was no helping it, Feng Yuan simply did not want to fight him, he was too slippery. Moreover, Feng Yuan had transformation path attainment. In a place like Loosetail Ridge, Prince's impatience was at a huge disadvantage. Feng Yuan made use of this huge geographical advantage. When Gu immortals fought, they would only look at each other's killer moves, Immortal Gu, and so on, they were all fools. Elites among Gu immortals were skilled at adapting to the environment, they could deduce each other's thoughts and emotions. Then come back. Feng Yuan is crafty, your appearance is too coincidental, he might have already deduced your true identity. Fairy Myrtle transmitted. Prince's impatience was silent, he was very unwilling, but Fairy Myrtle was right, he could not underestimate Feng Yuan. When Prince's impatience attacked Feng Yuan, it meant that his identity was exposed. Retreat. Prince's impatience gritted his teeth, flying out of the icy pool. But the three Tai Guhan Jiao chased after him relentlessly. What's going on, are these three stupid snakes crazy? They are chasing me relentlessly. Prince's impatience felt very unlucky, he met with these three beasts, they were unreasonable and kept chasing him. You really think I can't deal with you? Prince's impatience was infuriated. Just as he was about to make a move, the surrounding mountain ridges emitted violent beast roars. Primordial desolate beasts revealed themselves and looked maliciously at Prince Fengxian. They acknowledged the three Tai Guhan Jiao, they had been neighbors for many years. But where did this human Gu immortal come from? He actually dared to invade Loosetail Ridge. Prince's impatience's expression turned pale. Loosetail Ridge was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains, even rank 8 Gu immortals had to be very careful when exploring it. I might cause a beast tide. I should retreat first. Prince's impatience's heart sank, he quickly retreated. Ah! He was caught off guard, Tai Guhan Jiao's frost breath hit him, his body was covered in frost as he shivered. Bam! With a muffled sound, he was hit on the back by an ice ball created by Tai Guhan Jiao. He staggered forward, he was in a sorry state. The three Tai Guhan Jiao chased after Prince's impatience, but Prince's impatience had a dark expression, he did not dare to retaliate, he took all the attacks head-on as he spat out blood and escaped Loosetail Ridge. 3 days later. The refinement path formation rumbled, the final trace of harmful Dao marks was eliminated. I finally succeeded. Land Spirit of Xianxia sighed. Feng Yuan let out a breath of air, he was finally safe. These 3 days, Fairy Myrtle had been making deductions, Feng Yuan felt a lot of pressure. Yama Emperor's killer move was very loyal, but it expended Feng Yuan's soul foundation. Compared to the previous life, my soul foundation has fallen greatly. To refine these harmful Dao marks, I lost a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. But compared to my gains, these losses are nothing. Feng Yuan evaluated this battle. Only when the harmful Dao marks were completely gone and Fairy Myrtle had nothing else to rely on, did this siege of Xianxia blessed land come to an end. Undeniably, Feng Yuan obtained a huge victory in this battle, his gains were huge. He was very satisfied. Basically, the entire battle was under his control, he did not deviate from his plans. This was the advantage of rebirth. Spring-autumn cicada's power was undeniable. Of course, without the support of Feng Yuan's own strength, no matter how many times a mortal was reborn, they could not change the overall situation. In essence, Spring-autumn cicada was a support-type Gu. How much it could change after rebirth depended on the Gu immortal's scheming and practical ability. But during this process, there were some accidents. For example, Feng Jiuge used the killer move Karma Relocation to easily leave the battlefield. There was also another ability of harmful Dao marks. Fairy Myrtle gave up on the dark spiral and directly deduced Xianxia Blessed Land's location. I was caught off guard. This was information that Feng Yuan did not reveal in his previous life. Rebirth once could not let Feng Yuan see all of the enemy's trump cards. Especially when facing the Celestial Court, their foundation was too deep. Rebirth had an advantage, but it was not absolute. The enemy was not a fool. If you changed and became different from your previous life, the enemy would also quickly adjust and react differently. Fairy Myrtle forcefully deduced Xianxia Blessed Land, as well as the prince's impatience. Cooperation in the pursuit were clear proof. These were things that Feng Yuan had not experienced in his previous life. Before the battle, Feng Yuan had also considered this point. Thus, he chose to resist the Celestial Court, and did not plot against Longevity Heaven. In his previous life, the land spirit of Xianxia could not win against them. It asked for help from Longevity Heaven, causing the Celestial Court to fail and Feng Yuan to escape. After Feng Yuan suppressed the land spirit of Xianxia, there was a very tempting choice in front of him. That was to make use of the previous agreement and purposely make the land spirit of Xianxia send help to Longevity Heaven. Then, using Xianxia Blessed Land as the battlefield, he would let the Gu immortals of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court fight to the death, and finally, Feng Yuan would strike at the right time and reap the benefits. But Feng Yuan thought about it and rejected this plan. It was too risky, even though if the scheme succeeded, the benefits would be shocking. But the risk was too huge. Feng Yuan could not bear it. Don't forget, Spring-autumn cicada was still recovering, it could not be used now. Never underestimate your opponents, be it Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court. These rank 8 experts were all shrewd and had deep foundations. If they were not careful, they would make a different choice from the previous life. They had too many methods. Changes would cause changes, and the bigger the change, the more unrecognizable it would be. Feng Yuan's strength was not enough, he could not control the situation in this battle. Thus, Feng Yuan chose to rely on himself to resist Celestial Court. This way, there would be fewer variables and he could control the situation. Even though some accidents happened, they were harmless. Feng Yuan obtained complete victory in the end. Everything in Xianxia sect belonged to Feng Yuan. Right now, the 3 hairy man continents were placed in mini Eastern Sea by Feng Yuan. The refinement water used up a lot of energy. It was collected by Feng Yuan to form a small refinement sea that was moved to the westernmost part of mini Eastern Sea, near mini Central Continent. Xianxia Blessed Land's cloud cover continent was moved to mini White Heaven by Feng Yuan. Xianxia sect's damaged immortal Gu House refinement cauldron was taken away by Feng Yuan. He wanted to modify Great Thief Ghost Hand. The refinement path formation was left on cloud cover continent. Luck path self-luck true inheritance, thieving heaven and steel life true inheritance, long hair refinement path true inheritance. Feng Yuan would continue researching them in the future. 3 days have passed. I wonder what those variant human Gu immortals are thinking. Land spirit of Xianxia controlled the long hair refinement path formation to calm down as he said. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini White Heaven, cloud cover continent. What, you haven't decided yet? Feng Yuan's rank 6 time path clone represented his main body. He came to meet the variant human Gu immortals who had survived the battle. Among these variant human Gu immortals, there were Snowman Gu immortal Bing Yuan, Rockman Gu immortal Shizong and Shisheng, as well as Inkman Gu immortal Moche. Because of Feng Yuan's scheme, only these 4 variant human Gu immortals were left. 3 days ago, after Feng Yuan got rid of Prince's impatience is pestering, he asked these 4 Gu immortals to consider it carefully. He suggested that they join Xianxia sect and gave them 3 days to think about it. Now, 3 days had passed. Feng Yuan's time path clone and land spirit of Xianxia came together. Bing Yuan and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak, they had difficult expressions. Feng Yuan's time path clone snorted coldly in his heart. but he showed a warm smile on his face. He said warmly, "Everyone, if you have any thoughts, you can say them directly. We are all allies, we are family. Even though I am a rank 8 Gu immortal now, my attitude towards you will not change." Fang Yuan used both the carrot and the stick. He pointed out the fact that he was a rank 8, he smiled sincerely, but his words were deep and profound. The 4 variant human Gu immortals heard this and their expressions turned even uglier. Fang Yuan had put up the 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch for sale earlier. His reputation had already risen, the variant humans valued him highly. Right now, he was in charge of the situation. He had just repelled the invasion of Celestial Court. He even killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court in front of the variant human Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's reputation had risen by hundreds of times. In the hearts of the variant human Gu immortals, he was like a towering mountain. His words before and after the battle were 2 completely different concepts. Every word was like a heavy mountain pressing down on the 4 variant human Gu immortals' hearts. Seeing that the 4 immortals were silent, Fang Yuan smiled, "I am thinking for your sake. Now that you're participating in the defense, Feng Jioga has already escaped and the intelligence has been leaked. According to the Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment, they can definitely deduce your location. Staying here with me is the best choice for you." The 4 variant human Gu immortals looked at each other with bitter expressions. Fang Yuan was right. However, once they joined the Xianxia sect, they would lose their freedom. This was completely different from the alliance of equals from before. Who would want to lose their freedom? Fang Yuan kept saying that he wanted to join the Xianxia sect. The 4 variant human Gu immortals understood. Right now, the whole of Xianxia sect was annexed by Fang Yuan. Joining Xianxia sect was just a cover-up. The essence was to join Fang Yuan and become his subordinate. It was fine if Fang Yuan was a hairy man. Most importantly, he was a human Gu immortal. The 4 variant human Gu immortals were naturally not willing to submit to a human Gu immortal. However, the current situation was very delicate, and the situation was pressing. If they did not agree to Fang Yuan, the consequences would be dire. The smile on Fang Yuan's clone's face faded. He said plainly, "Everyone, you are thinking too much. If I really want to harm you, I can just kill you directly. What strength do you have left to resist?" Fang Yuan's words were very direct. The 4 variant human Gu immortals' expressions changed. They could not refute Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan's battle strength was definitely at rank 8 level, together with Heavenly Giant Solar. Even if the Rockman tribe had 1 immemorial rock dragon left, so what? Fang Yuan's gaze swept around as he continued, "Even though I am a human demonic path Gu immortal, I had no other choice. The Celestial Court wants to kill me, what else can I do other than resist? You are all my friends and family. I will not do anything to harm you. After joining the Xianxia sect, we will be able to unite even more closely. If we split up, the Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven will find trouble with you and weaken us." Fang Yuan's sincere words calmed the 4 variant human Gu immortals down. Land Spirit of Xianxia, however, felt a chill in his heart. Master Fang Yuan makes it sound like he is telling the truth. He tried to harm them earlier. If not for Master, how could so many Gu immortals from these 3 races die? If I tell them the truth, I wonder what expression these 4 variant human Gu immortals will have. Actually, the 4 variant human Gu immortals were not stupid, they were shrewd. They were able to lead their tribes to survive for so many years in the cracks of the human race. It showed their wisdom. They had suspicions and guesses towards Fang Yuan as well, but they kept these suspicions to themselves. They would not show it outside. The current Fang Yuan was simply too powerful. He had shocking battle strength and rank 8 cultivation level. He could roam the 5 regions unhindered. Even the Celestial Court was defeated. It would be even more difficult for anyone to punish him. Duke Long was an exception, there was no need to mention him. Facing such a Fang Yuan, the variant human Gu immortals felt fear but also a trace of reliance. If we join Fang Yuan, it should be more stable than before, right? The 4 variant human Gu immortals had such thoughts, it was just that the extent of their thoughts differed. As the saying went, a large tree was the best shade. Joining other human Gu immortals was too dangerous. But joining a person like Fang Yuan was also possible. If they knew that Fang Yuan was going to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court in the future, who knew how they would feel? Since Lord Fang Yuan is inviting us so warmly, my snowman tribe believes in your sincerity. we will move our entire tribe and join Xianxia's sect. After a moment of silence, the first to agree was the snowman Gu immortal Bing Yuan. This rank 7 Gu immortal was the great-grandmother of Fang Yuan's fiancé, Shui. With this relationship, she was closer to Fang Yuan in terms of status. She was the first to agree. With Bing Yuan breaking the deadlock, the other 3 Gu immortals quickly lowered their heads and agreed to join Fang Yuan as members of Xianxia's sect. This was similar to the previous life. These variant human Gu immortals joined Xianxia's sect. But in the previous life, longevity heaven forced them, they agreed without hesitation. But in this life, it was Fang Yuan who forced them, they thought about it for 3 days before agreeing. The leaders of the 3 variant humans agreed. Next, Fang Yuan's main body would go to the northern icy plain and Inkman City. He would exterminate the remaining variant humans there. Oh, no, he would rescue them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the next day. At the northern end of Kokitahara, a male and female Gu immortal were floating in the sky, looking down at the ground. The male immortal had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were dark and eerie. He had an extraordinary aura and majesty. It was Fang Yuan's split soul that had entered his previous body, forming a rank 6 time path clone. The female immortal was young and beautiful. She was tall and slender. She had blue eyes and hair, her skin was smooth and jade-like, she had an exotic aura. She was a Gu immortal of the Snowman tribe, Fang Yuan's fiancé in name, Shui. Shui, my main body is not here yet, I can only use my clone to accompany you, you won't blame me, right? Fang Yuan's time path clone said apologetically and warmly. Shui blinked her large eyes, quickly saying, Fang Yuan, don't worry, Shui is not a girl who does not know the severity of the situation. With your clone accompanying me, Shui is already content. Shui lowered her attitude. Even though Fang Yuan's time path clone had the same cultivation level as her, rank 6, Fang Yuan's main body was a rank 8 Gu immortal, and now, the entire Snowman tribe was living in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Even her great-grandmother, Bing Yuan, had joined Fang Yuan. The time path clone saw Shui's attitude and nodded in satisfaction. Shui asked, but I wonder, why? Did you bring Shui here? Ha ha ha, I brought a gift for you. Shui, take a look below. Fang Yuan's time path clone said as he waved his hand. The icy mist spreading below immediately surged, revealing the mountain and the formation. Shui's lips opened slightly, showing a shocked expression. This is the snow crystal formation. It uses an ice path crystal essence and a large number of ice and snow path goo worms to construct it. From now on, your snowman tribe will live here. Fang Yuan explained the benefits of this formation. The snow crystal formation had a huge range, covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. It used the frost energy that the ice path crystal essence breathed out to cover every inch of the surrounding area, changing the environment and creating an environment suitable for the snowmen to live in. At the same time, it would produce snow monsters that coexisted with the snowmen, training each other. Shui, you and I are engaged, the Snowman tribe is closer to me than the other 3 tribes. These last days, I have been thinking about how to make arrangements for our people. I thought about it and used all my strength to make deductions. I finally thought of this snow crystal formation. With this formation, our Snowman tribe will have an excellent environment to live in. Saying so, the time path clone looked at Shui with a gentle gaze. Shui was overjoyed, her eyes were shining. Fang Yuan, you really put in a lot of effort, this is out of Shui's expectations. To speak the truth, yesterday, great-grandmother was still worried about how to make arrangements for our snowman tribe. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, taking the chance to hug Shui's shoulder. Shui's body froze. This was the first time she had done such an intimate action. Fang Yuan spoke again, Shui, from now on, you will be the owner of this formation. You will take care of our tribe. My sovereign immortal aperture does not have many things, but it has a lot of space. Let's develop, the more snowman tribe there is, the better, we will strive to be on par with the hairy man tribe. Shui heard this and her eyes turned red, she said with a choked voice, Fang Yuan, thank you so much. I had never thought that the snowmen would one day be able to develop so openly on the surface of the earth. I won't let you down. Great-grandmother and Lord Bingshuo will definitely be very excited and happy when they hear your arrangements. Fang Yuan took the chance to hug Shui-er. This time, Shui-er's body did not stiffen, she obediently leaned on Fang Yuan's chest, her face was red. Fang Yuan said with deep emotions, "Actually, people have many misunderstandings about me, they say that I am despicable, shameless, cold and emotionless, but the truth is that they covet my immortal goo and my rebirth memories. They first put the blame on me before extorting and robbing me on the pretext of righteousness. My experience is very similar to the Snowman tribe, so I deeply sympathize with them. I also understand you. Sigh, actually, I have not done well enough. The snow crystal formation lacks some ice and snow path immortal goo, it is not strong. At the same time, there is only one ice path crystal essence inside. If I can get more in the future, I will definitely replenish them here." Fang Yuan's words made Shui-er feel a sweet happiness. She said without hesitation, "Fang Yuan, don't worry. Our snowman tribe has 2 ice path crystal essences in our storage. If great-grandmother hears about this, she will definitely use immortal goo to build our homeland." "Oh? That would be great." Fang Yuan pretended to be pleasantly surprised as he laughed. The blue sky was clear and the white clouds were like snow. On the grassland of autumn, the wind was howling. Under the sunlight, the grassland undulated, creating waves of golden waves. Under the protection of these waves, there was a huge pitch-black city. If one looked from a bird's-eye view, this city had a grand layout and strict structure. The outer city walls seemed to be made of huge rocks, they were pitch-black like ink, the surface of the rocks was weathered by the wind and rain, they were engraved with the vicissitudes of time. The entire city wall was in the shape of a hexagon, it stood majestically on the grassland. The perimeter of the city wall was over 100 li, it was over 100 feet tall and several feet thick, it was grand and tall. When ordinary people stood on the grassland, they could see a huge pitch-black beast crawling in the lush grassland from far away. When standing close, they would have to look up at the tall city wall and the huge city gate. At every corner of the city wall, there were towers, there were countless holes for shooting arrows. Every few li, there was a wide path for horses to climb the city. In the city wall, there were also hidden weapon storage caves. To mortals, just the city wall was impregnable. During the imperial court contest in northern plains, this majestic city wall had blocked the Goo Master armies over 10 times, it had never collapsed. After crossing the city wall, it was the bustling world inside the city. In this city, there were over 800,000 people, all kinds of Goo Masters. The streets in the city were crisscrossed, there were many shops, palaces, and houses. There was an endless flow of people and carriages. The city was bustling with noise and bustling. A special situation was, the ink men were the majority of the city's population. Walking on the streets and alleys, there were very few humans, ink men could be seen everywhere. This was a city that belonged to the ink men. In northern plains and even the 5 regions, it was unique. This was Inkman City, rumble, a loud sound could be heard, followed by an intense earthquake, the peace and order of the city was broken. What is going on? Is the earth cracking? In recent years, there have been rumors that the earth will crack open and form a huge trench that can reach the earth's core. Save me. Mother, for a time, the city was in chaos. Countless mortals ran about in panic, and they were like chickens flying and dogs jumping about. Smoke and dust rose, most of the buildings and city walls of Inkman City emitted a halo of light. Then, the Inkman City slowly rose into the sky and actually ascended into the sky. Oh my God! The Inkman City is flying? Could it be that the rumors are true? This Inkman City is actually a mortal goo house? Oh my God! Such a large mortal goo house is simply unheard of. The mortals were extremely shocked and aghast. Right at this time an immortal killer move flew out, scattering into green light that covered the whole of Inkman City. Sleep, sleep for a while. Fang Yuan smiled faintly as he floated in the clouds. Beside him stood a male Inkman immortal. He was the Inkman City Lord, the King of Northern Plains Inkmen, rank 6 Goo Immortal Mo Tan Sang. He was also one of the only 2 Goo Immortals in Inkman City. Under Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Immortal move, the mortals of Inkman City fell into a deep slumber, the entire city became quiet. Inkman City shrunk and after a while, it entered Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This Inkman city has over 800,000 people. It was created by the legendary Inkman Gu Immortal Yen back then and has been developing to this day. Central Continent has the number 1 human city, Emperor City. My Inkman city is equivalent to half of Emperor City. Fang Yuan recruited the Inkman Gu Immortals. He naturally would not let go of the greatest foundation of the Inkmen. From today onwards, you are still the Inkman City Lord. Do your best to develop and nurture more Inkman Gu Immortals. My sovereign immortal aperture has enough space for you to display your talents. Fang Yuan smiled as he said to Mo Tansang. Mo Tansang had an excited expression as he knelt down towards Fang Yuan. Mo Tansang is willing to assist Lord Fang Yuan with all my strength. I will do my best to govern Inkman City. You can go in too. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Mo Tansang obediently entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. He followed Inkman City and directly landed in mini Western Desert. Fang Yuan had already chosen the location. After Inkman City landed, the dust gradually dissipated as the sleeping crowd started to wake up. Mo Tansang methodically issued orders. He took charge of the situation and maintained the stability of Inkman City. Mo Tansang's emotions were actually very complex. But when facing Fang Yuan, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of arrogance. Mo Tansang had been in contact with Fang Yuan for a long time. At that time, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level. Mo Tansang even tried to curry favor with Tai Baiyunxing. He gave the latter the 9 Cloud Ring Mortal Killer move to befriend him. Right now, Tai Baiyunxing was no longer in this world, while Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level. With terrifying battle strength and impressive battle achievements, he could not even muster the slightest bit of resistance. When Fang Yuan came to take over Inkman City, Mo Tansang was informed in advance. He actively cooperated throughout the process. Fang Yuan smiled internally. Mo Tansang is a talent. I remember that in the 500 years of my previous life, this person led Inkman City. He nurtured many Inkman Gu Immortals and cooperated with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Using the 5 regions chaotic war, not only did he raise his cultivation level, he even expanded the Inkman cities to hundreds of locations in northern plains. With him in charge of Inkman City, and with no hostile forces in mini Western Desert, his future development is bright. Mo Tansang was a very talented leader. Not only did he have unique foresight, he was decisive and daring. He could also adapt to circumstances. He could not be underestimated. As long as he was given a slight chance, he could make a comeback and even create a miracle. In other words, he was a smaller version of Wu Yong. But because of his variant human identity, he did not have a good cultivation environment. He had always been in a difficult situation. As long as he was given a platform, his development would not be like this. Fang Yuan was not worried about his growth. He was happy to see it happen. This was the magnanimity of an expert. It was also Fang Yuan's confidence. No matter how much Mo Tansang grew, Fang Yuan was confident that he could control him and make him work for him. Actually, there were many risks involved in relocating Inkman City. Celestial Court might set up an ambush. Or rather, Fairy Myrtle deduced that the participating Inkman Gu Immortals came from Inkman City. She would definitely think that Fang Yuan would make a move against Inkman City. This way, even if Celestial Court did not make a move, as long as Fairy Myrtle informed Longevity Heaven of this news, Longevity Heaven would make a move against Fang Yuan. He would be in big trouble. But fortunately, Fang Yuan obtained Inkman City. Everything went smoothly without any problems. Fang Yuan's main body quickly retreated, while his Time Path clone remained beside Land Spirit of Xianxia. The long hair refinement path formation was operating. Land Spirit of Xianxia personally controlled the formation, reporting to Fang Yuan's clone. In another month, the seal on Xianxia's origin core will be completely removed. Fang Yuan's clone nodded slightly, inspecting the formation. Every immortal aperture, be it blessed land or winter, would have an immortal aperture origin core. The immortal aperture origin core was the foundation of an immortal aperture. Developing the immortal aperture and annexing other immortal apertures would strengthen the immortal aperture origin core. If the immortal aperture origin core was damaged or extracted, the immortal aperture that was developed with great difficulty would regress, the space would shrink, the primeval energy would thin, and all living beings would wither. The immortal aperture origin core was like a spirit spring. Gu Immortal's immortal essence was condensed from the immortal aperture origin core. Xianxia's immortal aperture was originally a rank 8 grotto heaven. The immortal aperture origin core was a milky white lump. After long-hair ancestor died, Xianxia heavenly spirit could not resist the rank 8 calamities and tribulations. It spent many years to think of a solution. The heavenly spirit used a refinement path killer move to seal Xianxia's origin core, causing it to fall by a level, becoming a vermilion rank 7 origin core. Xianxia heavenly spirit thus fell to land spirit of Xianxia. But precisely because of this, the calamities and tribulations that Xianxia's immortal aperture faced were all rank 7. Fang Yuan's current rank 8 was only a pseudo-rank 8. The number of Dao marks had increased, but the immortal aperture origin core was still a vermilion origin core. Only when Xianxia's origin core was completely unsealed and turned back into a milky white origin core would Fang Yuan absorb it and become a true rank 8 Gu immortal. The immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven and produce rank 8 white lychee immortal essence. This method of sealing the origin core and lowering the immortal aperture's level was very powerful. It had great significance. During peaceful times, most Gu immortals died from calamities and tribulations. For example, Hu immortal died under the blue charm shadow's tribulation, leaving behind Hu immortal blessed land. If this method was used to lower one level, the Gu immortal would be able to face calamities and tribulations calmly. They could even accumulate Dao marks and not be afraid of not being able to keep up with the pace of calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan was very happy after obtaining this method. He praised Land Spirit of Xianxia. But Land Spirit of Xianxia told him, "I am only imitating. My main body obtained this method from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, while Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable obtained it from Limitless Demon Venerable's inheritance." The original version of this killer move was a rule path killer move. It was called One Step Back. Later, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable modified it greatly and turned it into a space path killer move called Sea and Sky. I only twisted it into refinement path. It is not an improvement or optimization, it is only a crude imitation. Thus, I did not have the face to change its name. I simply combined the names of the two and called it, One Step Back. Sea and Sky are wide open. Fang Yuan heard this and sighed, to think that this method had such a huge origin and had such a long history. Immortal killer move, One Step Back, Sea and Sky are wide open. Evidently, this move was only a supplementary move. It was used to manage the immortal aperture and did not have any offensive power. But it was extremely useful. Its value was so high that it could break through the heavens. If it was leaked, it would benefit the entire Gu immortal world. The number of Gu immortals would increase by several times, or even dozens of times. From this aspect, Fang Yuan could see the talent and strength of Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. With this method, Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could easily pass their tribulations and accumulate Dao marks. This method had already broken the normal state of Gu immortal cultivation. It swept away the pressure of calamities and tribulations and the situation of Gu immortals running for their lives. They could do it with ease. Then Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable can accumulate rank 9 Dao marks before becoming venerable. Fang Yuan said this back then. Land Spirit of Xianxia sighed, continuing, "Every venerable is an invincible person. They have shocking talent. We cannot use common sense to judge them. This kind of underestimation is foolish to us, it is an insult to them." Fang Yuan nodded. He could not help but recall the battle in his previous life. Every venerable could easily change the situation. They could overturn all of the Gu immortals' hard work. Think about how strong Duke Long was, but against a venerable's method, he could not resist at all. In terms of Dao marks, the difference between rank 8 and rank 9 is not that huge. But the truth is, the gap between rank 8 and rank 9 Gu immortals is so huge that it makes one feel despair. This is because people are different. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all living beings. There are no invincible Gu worms or killer moves, only invincible people. Think about Limitless Demon Venerable. He had rank 8 Dao marks when he was rank 6, then when he became rank 9, how many Dao marks would he have? Fang Yuan felt that he could not estimate it. All cultivation conventions and common sense were not applicable to venerables. Red Lotus Demon Venerable could revive infinitely. Limitless Demon Venerable had a shocking number of Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could influence history with her schemes. These venerables were unfathomable. At least for now, that was the situation for Fang Yuan. In fact, in the battle to defend Xianxia, Fang Yuan killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chen Yi, he snatched Feng Zhouge's fixed immortal travel. But what was the greatest result of the battle? It was a method that used up Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Karma Relocation Killer move. In the previous life, Chen Yi relied on this move to defend infallible blessed land to gain some time. Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and Bing Sichuan were forced to stop. They lost the final chance to turn the situation around. Now that I used up Karma Relocation, who knows how many methods these venerables have left? Maybe because of my rebirth, more venerable methods will be activated. Just by relying on the advantage of being reborn and accumulating, I will become even stronger than I was in my previous life. Even so, it's still not safe. Who knows if a venerable one's trick will suddenly appear at the crucial moment. If I want to destroy Fate Gu, I cannot rely on myself, I need to gather some venerable methods to be safe. Fang Yuan continued to devise a plan. A few days later. Southern border, plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This used to be the Shadow Sect's camp, which was occupied by Fang Yuan. Afterwards, Southern Border's Gu Immortals joined forces and surrounded this place. Fang Yuan self-detonated a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to form a dream realm. He successfully stalled for time and escaped. Thus, a large number of dream realms were left behind here. Southern Border's Gu Immortals set up a formation here to monitor and research the dream realms. Fang Yuan quietly arrived nearby. He activated a refinement path killer move, causing a drizzle to fall on the Southern Border Gu Immortals formation. The formation was activated to resist the drizzle. Who attacked me? Humph, with this formation, we are impregnable. That's right, anyone who wants to attack this place is delusional. The Southern Border Gu Immortals guarding this place were mainly Yang Sanmu, Qiqiu, and Xia Fan. They immediately became vigilant against the mysterious attack. Soon, they easily discovered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have any intention to conceal himself. In fact, after using such an immortal killer move, his aura was constantly surging out, he could not conceal himself. Fang Yuan had only seen Wu Yong who could perfectly conceal the killer move's aura. However, Fang Yuan still used familiar face to change his appearance. If he showed his true appearance, wouldn't the Gu Immortals guarding this place be terrified? A rank 7 Gu Immortal. But I don't know who he is, his aura belongs to Southern Border, he should be a secluded Gu Immortal. Inside the formation, Xia Fan could not discern Fang Yuan's true appearance, he guessed. Right now, Langya's origin core had been completely unsealed and annexed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had become a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. But he purposely disguised himself as a rank 7 Gu Immortal. His familiar face killer move had been greatly modified towards the end of his previous life. Right now, the Southern Border Gu Immortals could not find out the truth. To prevent the ink effect from getting stronger and to preserve his rebirth advantage, Fang Yuan chose to attack the defensive immortal formation like in his previous life. At the same time, he concealed his rank 8 cultivation level. One was to guard against the Celestial Court, the other was to lure the Southern Border Gu Immortals. According to his previous life's memories, if this continued, the Southern Border Gu Immortals would form groups to pursue Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan exposed his rank 8 cultivation level, Xiaocha would not be the only rank 8 Gu Immortal chasing after him. Fang Yuan had to show weakness to the enemy. The drizzle soon turned into a medium rain that seeped into the formation. Inside the formation, Qiqiu's expression changed. What refinement path killer move is this? It seems to be able to refine our formation. This cannot go on. Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, he obtained the long hair refinement path True Inheritance and a large number of immortal Gu. Among them were 3 rank 8 immortal Gu, Water Refinement, Advance Refinement, and Strong Refinement. These 3 immortal Gu were refinement path Gu worms, they had no offensive power when used alone, they were only supplementary. Among them, Strong Refinement immortal Gu could directly refine other people's immortal Gu. It was the core of the immortal Gu House refinement cauldron, but it was taken away when Shadow Sect invaded. In this battle, the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also damaged, it fell to rank 7. Rank 8 Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu had always been the core of the long hair refinement path formation. And rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu was hidden inside Refinement Water. All along, the land spirit of Langya had used this Gu and other supplementary Gu worms to form an immortal killer move, turning the refinement path and water path Dao marks of Langya Blessed Land into refinement water. The land spirit of Langya's plan was to accumulate the refinement water to a certain extent and form Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea was a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. Once one became an immortal, they would be able to replenish themselves endlessly. This was a huge plan. It expended a huge amount of refinement path Dao marks, resources, time and resources. After Feng Yuan annexed Langya blessed land, he wisely set aside this plan and took out the water refinement immortal goo for his own use. The killer move that Feng Yuan was using used rank 8 water refinement immortal goo as the core. Feng Yuan used many supplementary goo worms to conceal his rank 8 aura, pretending to be rank 7. This was a tactic to show weakness to the enemy. It's fine, how can such a rank 7 killer move break our formation? Xianxia said proudly. This formation was created by Qi clan. As a Qi clan goo immortal, Xianxia had his own pride. He was very confident in his clan's immortal formation. Look, the formation is working on its own. We don't even need to do anything, it can perfectly counter the enemy. This refinement path killer move will fail. Xianxia smiled. But soon, Xianxia's smile vanished. The formation had already changed several times, but no matter how it changed, it could not do anything to the refinement path killer move. The moderate rain had already turned into heavy rain. As the rain poured, the formation was being corroded severely. Goo immortals reported from time to time, they had anxious expressions and tone. Because a large number of mortal goo were being refined by the enemy in the rain. And this formation could only work on its own, unless it was absolutely necessary. The goo immortals could not control it. This was a lesson that southern borders goo immortals learned from the Battle of Yitian Mountain. To prevent a spy like Feng Yuan from infiltrating and manipulating the immortal formation, they made this arrangement. Xianxia was helpless. He gritted his teeth as he said with a look of disbelief, "How can this be? What refinement path killer move is this? My clan's formation is actually useless against it." Xianxia was simply stunned. Normally speaking, refinement path did not have such an advantage over formation path. But Feng Yuan's formation path attainment was extremely high, and most importantly, Feng Yuan was very familiar with this defensive formation. In the previous life, this formation had caused a lot of trouble for Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan coerced and enticed Qiqiu to compromise. Qiqiu became the greatest spy in southern border. He told Feng Yuan about the details of this formation. Qiqiu, this pitiful child, would never have thought that his formation was already transparent, all its details were exposed. And the traitor was his clan's first supreme elder. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated, not to mention that Feng Yuan was using a rank 8 killer move. After a while, the southern border goo immortals in the formation were like ants in a hot pot. They were panicking. What do we do? What do we do? The enemy's refinement speed is getting faster. Who is he? With such a killer move, no wonder he has the confidence to attack. The enemy's goo refinement speed is getting faster, we cannot keep up with him. At the final moment, even if we can control the formation on our own, it will be too late. Qiqiu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Formation path is truly useless. Xiaofan snorted coldly. Qiqiu glared at him. Xiaofan did not care. He looked at Yang Sanmu and suggested, the urgent matter now is to send goo immortals out of the formation to disrupt the enemy's killer move. We will exchange goo worms and buy time to restore the formation. He was a wisdom path goo immortal. He had the responsibility of making plans. Yang Sanmu nodded. As the leader, he had to stand up at this moment. Then I will go, you guys will coordinate with me. Even though Feng Yuan was mysterious, Yang Sanmu was very confident. He was a soul path goo immortal, a famous rank 7 expert in southern border. And refinement path's advantage was in refining goo. It was weaker than other paths in other aspects. Xiaofan had a joyful expression. Maybe with Brother Yang's help, we can directly kill the enemy and win the battle. Yang Sanmu glanced at him before flying out of the formation. He approached Feng Yuan. Let's fight. Ugh. Yang Sanmu was defeated. How can he be so strong? Yang Sanmu was captured. A moment later, the formation was broken by Feng Yuan. Even though the formation had a teleportation ability, Feng Yuan used a refinement path method to refine it. He destroyed the formation's teleportation ability. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's defensive formation was destroyed. Southern border super forces soon realized this fact. The righteous path was shaken. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's Dream Realm was the largest gathering place of dream realms in southern border other than Etion Mountain. Every path had their own cultivation resources. Dream realms were evidently a unique resource for dream path cultivation. They contained all sorts of profundities of dream path. Immortal Yan's prophecy of three venerables prophecy was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Gu immortals knew that the future era was the era of dream path. Thus, every super force placed great importance on dream realms and guarded them strictly. Isn't the sweeping Shadow Grand formation falling too quickly? Who exactly did this? According to the information of the Gu immortals in the formation and our investigations, there was only one enemy, and he is only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Just a rank 7 Gu immortal could destroy such a formation? And so quickly? This is strange indeed. Do you think that demon Feng Yuan is here again? That's impossible, right? If it was Feng Yuan, why would the Dream Realms and Plunder Shadow Earth Trench remain? He has a method to turn Dream Realms into human form. Different from the previous life, Feng Yuan did not take away the Dream Realms and Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he purposely left them behind. This action caused Southern Border's righteous path to think wildly. It concealed Feng Yuan's identity well. At once, Southern Border's Gu immortals were guessing who the Gu immortal who destroyed the formation was. Who had the guts to challenge Southern Border's righteous path, who had such methods to easily destroy a super immortal formation? What was this person's motive? To attack Southern Border's righteous path? To have enmity with the righteous path? Or, to have some research on Dream Path, and had already used the Dream Realms inside? Among all of Southern Border's righteous path members, the most depressed one was Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Qi Chuyu. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's immortal formation had a secret passage. Qi Chuyu had purposely left it behind. To prevent the Dream Realms from being fought over in the future, he had planned ahead and left it behind. On the day that Feng Yuan attacked the formation, he quickly sensed it and hesitated whether to use this secret passage or not. After all, this was his dark thoughts. If he needlessly exposed it, it would damage his reputation in the Southern Border righteous faction. However, when he sensed something amiss and wanted to use the dark path, Feng Yuan's refinement path killer move had already destroyed this ability. Qi Chuyu was gloomy. In his previous life, after Feng Yuan's identity was exposed, he attacked the formation for a long time to no avail. Qi Chuyu made up his mind and had the time to secretly teleport into the formation. But in this life, Feng Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land, his strength had increased tremendously. Qi Chuyu did not have enough time to react. In reality, Qi Chuyu had a chance but he hesitated and didn't grasp it. Of course, even if he were to teleport in front of Feng Yuan through the secret passage, Feng Yuan would not be afraid at all. Soon, Qi Chuyu became even more gloomy. That was because some rumors had started to spread from somewhere. They said that this time, the formation was breached so quickly that the righteous path had no time to send reinforcements. It was because there was a mole in the Qi family. Precisely because this mole leaked the formation's secret, the mysterious Gu immortal was able to successfully take down the formation. This is a rumor. This is slander. My Qi clan will investigate this thoroughly. We will punish the person who spread this rumor. Qi Chuyu reacted quickly. He immediately spoke up and expressed his stance. But the rumors spread even more intensely. There were many versions of the story. Some were clearly nonsense, but some were reasonable. The righteous path Gu immortals became even more suspicious. Qi Chuyu was furious. He had been feeling suffocated for the last few days. These rumors attacked him. His image that he had painstakingly built up was damaged. His reputation fell greatly. How can my Qi clan leak information? The mastermind behind this is truly sinister. Qi Chuyu appeared again and again, making statements. He felt regret in his heart. If he knew this, he would have taken the risk and directly teleported over. Even if that secret passage is exposed and I suffer criticism, I can still capture that mysterious enemy. But I can also capture that mysterious enemy and take him down. Qi Chuyu was very confident in himself, because in his opinion, the other party was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Regarding this guess of his, other than the evidence of the information, Qi Chuyu also had his own way of discerning it. If the enemy was a rank 8, he could have just shown himself. Why would he hide like this and pretend to be mysterious? Some righteous path Gu immortals consoled him, expressing their trust in Qi clan. But there were also some righteous path Gu immortals, like Yang clan, who had never been on good terms with Qi clan, who spoke in an unfriendly tone. It's only human nature to steal what's in charge. Our Yang clan suffered the greatest losses. Yang Sanmu is an expert among rank 7s. He lost too quickly, this is not normal. It's obvious that someone leaked the detailed information. Some Yang clan Gu immortals even asked Qi Chuyu, since Lord Qi Chuyu claims to be innocent, then the contents of the formation that were exposed in the rumors are all true, how do you explain this? Qi Chuyu was speechless, he was also very puzzled about this. He spoke righteously and firmly, there is no need to explain. Because the details of the formation are not only known by my Qi clan. In terms of suspects, any of the participating super clans might be involved. Saying that there was a traitor in Qi clan, this was too big of a scapegoat. Qi Chuyu swore to himself, even if he was beaten to death, he would not take this responsibility. If there is really a traitor, I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive, I will crush every single bone in his body. Qi Chuyu cursed. He hated the mysterious enemy, he hated the possibility of a traitor in Qi clan even more. The laughable thing was that there really was a traitor in Qi clan, and this traitor was himself. Of course, this was something that happened in Feng Yuan's previous life. Even Qi Chuyu himself did not know about it. In other words, he was in such a predicament because of himself. But no matter how Qi Chuyu tried to defend himself, no matter how he insisted on his stance, the rumors about Qi clan continued to spread and intensify. This situation, it seems that it is not just the enemy who broke the formation, there are likely other southern border forces adding fuel to the fire. Yang clan is definitely involved. Qi Chuyu was very angry, even with his rank 8 cultivation and formation path great grandmaster cultivation level, he was helpless in this situation. In the rules of the righteous path, cultivation level did not mean everything. There is only one way now, we need to capture the culprit. That's right. As long as I capture him and dig out the truth, I will make all of southern border's righteous path shut up. Qi Chuyu almost shouted, sigh. Return my innocence, return my reputation. Qi Chuyu was so old, he had to manage Qi clan's affairs, he was very worried. For the arrival of the Great Era, he even had to nurture a useless inheritor. Honestly speaking, Qi Chuyu did not have it easy, these rumors even caused trouble for him. Qi Chuyu held in his anger and sorrow, he gritted his teeth as he waited for Feng Yuan to jump out again. As the main culprit, Feng Yuan had been living peacefully these last few days, he was very content and peaceful. He was managing his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu immortal. If the immortal aperture was not managed well, no matter how strong the Gu immortal was, they would be rootless. Xianxia blessed land had already been fused into the sovereign immortal aperture. After the origin core was unsealed, Feng Yuan quickly annexed it. Feng Yuan asked the land spirit of Xianxia to take the lead, he also changed the alliance agreement with all the variant human Gu immortals. The new alliance agreement was very strict and binding, it confirmed Feng Yuan's supreme authority, the other variant human Gu immortals were his subordinates or subordinates. It also stated that all of the variant human immortal apertures would be fused into the sovereign immortal aperture after they were sacrificed. Thus, Feng Yuan's sovereign grotto heaven gained many blessed lands. These blessed lands came from the unlucky children who died at Qinyi's hands during the Battle of Xianxia. The hairy man Gu immortals were shocked, but the land spirit of Xianxia had high prestige, with Sixth Hair's cooperation, they were appeased. The other variant human Gu immortals were even more unwilling, but Feng Yuan's strength was too high, they could not resist, they could only endure it. Of course, Feng Yuan was a scheming person, when he played political tricks, he was not inferior to Wu Yong. He also stipulated in the alliance agreement that he would nurture the variant humans with all his strength, he would not be biased. When the alliance agreement took effect, he gave these variant human Gu immortals a lot of benefits. Furthermore, he secretly brought a portion of the variant human Gu immortals to the Stone Lotus Island, to let them experience future self and broaden their horizons. The variant human Gu immortals were extremely shocked, they knew now that behind Feng Yuan was the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in history. This time, they didn't even have the slightest intention of rebelling. Of course, Feng Yuan did not allow Shuai, Bingzhua, and the others to enjoy their future lives. According to the ink effect, Feng Yuan had already killed them in his previous life. They did not exist in the lower reaches of the river of time, so they had no future. It was easy to deceive them, Feng Yuan told them directly. The Stone Lotus Island had a limit, future self needed to continue accumulating and preparing. In any case, according to the covenant, they had to be sincere to Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan could keep his secrets. This was, of course, unfair. But under Feng Yuan's carrot and stick tactics, these variant human goo immortals could only submit. In fact, Feng Yuan really wanted to develop these mutants. There were three main reasons. Firstly, the more variant humans there were, the more lifespan goo would be produced. On this point, it was not too early for Feng Yuan to plan ahead. Secondly, Feng Yuan began to attempt to comprehend the human path. Raising more humans and mutants would be of great help to his understanding of human Tao. Thirdly, it had to do with the racial inheritances of the variant humans. Back then, human immortal venerables and demon venerables appeared one after another. They suppressed and slaughtered the 10 great variant human races. The variant humans had a bleak future, they were filled with despair. The variant humans realized that the situation was bad, they worked together to set up their racial inheritances, they buried the essence of their race's treasures, they left it to their descendants, they also left a trace of hope. According to the understanding of the variant humans, fate goo belonged to the heavenly Tao. It took away surpluses and replenished deficits. They accepted human path will prevail, but it could not always be human path will prevail. The variant humans' understanding was not wrong, but they did not expect star constellation immortal venerable to be so shameless. She directly merged with the Tao. As a result, the human race always prevailed, while the variant humans were dumbfounded and suppressed. However, this was very beneficial to Feng Yuan. According to the information that Land Spirit of Xianxia revealed, when the number of variant human races and goo immortals reaches a certain number, these racial inheritances will appear and be given to the variant humans, helping them to rise up and grow stronger. In history, the variant humans had never risen up, so most of these racial inheritances were preserved. According to the Land Spirit of Xianxia's guess, one of the hairy men's racial inheritances was Infallible Blessed Land. Infallible Blessed Land was on Hairy Foot Mountain. But even though the Celestial Court found it, it was extremely difficult to take it down. Even the Celestial Court, which had deep foundations and countless talents, could not do anything to Infallible Blessed Land. Eventually, they relied on human path methods and found another way to take some of Infallible Blessed Land's wealth. But none of the Celestial Court goo immortals could truly step into the sealed Blessed Land. No one knew what it was like inside Infallible Paradise. In the previous life, even though Feng Yuan destroyed Hairy Foot Mountain, Infallible Blessed Land was still intact. All of this showed how mystical and profound Infallible Blessed Land was. It could also be seen how mysterious and extraordinary the racial inheritances of the variant humans were. This was also the reason why, even though Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel and modified the killer moves, he had not gone to Hairy Foot Mountain yet. According to his previous life's memories, at this time, the Celestial Court had not set up the 99 consecutive unceasing formation on Hairy Foot Mountain. But even so, Feng Yuan could not do anything to Infallible Blessed Land even if he used fixed immortal travel to attack. The Celestial Court seems to have found a way to destroy Infallible Blessed Land, but I do not have it yet. Even if I do, would Fairy Myrtle not guard against this place? The risk of attacking it is too high. After careful consideration, Feng Yuan gave up on the idea of attacking Hairy Foot Mountain. This idea was too risky, he underestimated the enemy's intelligence, it also went against Feng Yuan's cautious nature. After annexing Xianxia Blessed Land, Feng Yuan's gains were huge. Not mentioning anything else, he had gained a lot of information. The variant human racial inheritances were an example. Xianxia Blessed Land had too long of a history. It had over 300,000 years of history. How long had it been since Feng Yuan became an immortal? Even if he added the 500 years of his previous life, it was not even 600 years. Xianxia Land Spirit knew a lot of historical secrets. Before he was annexed, he would not tell Feng Yuan everything, but now, he told him everything he knew, he did not hide anything. Several days later. Southern border, above Contact Heart River bank. An emerald green glimmer quietly appeared, followed by green bubbles appearing one after another. The aura of a rank 7 killer move rippled and spread to the surroundings. This aura? The one guarding Contact Heart River Bank was a rank 6 Gu immortal from Qi clan. He was controlling the formation and quickly sensed the killer move's aura. But before he could do anything, the emerald green bubbles collapsed on their own. Every bubble that burst would emit a dense green light that spread like flowing water. A large number of bubbles dissipated, replaced by a large lump of dense jade green light. The flowing light emitted a dazzling light that could not be looked at directly. The strong light disappeared as quickly as it came. When the green light disappeared without a trace, a figure appeared in midair. He wore a green robe, his face was like jade, his nose bridge was tall, he was almost beautiful. His skin was white as snow, his eyes were deep like an abyss, his hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist, it was black and shiny. The Qi clan rank 6 Gu immortal guarding this place opened his mouth wide like a toad as he felt a chill in his heart. His body was covered in cold sweat. Feng Yuan? Ever since Feng Yuan escaped from Thunder Ghost True Monarch's pursuit and lost 3 of her rib bones in jewel yellow skies, his reputation surpassed Feng Jioge. He became the publicly recognized number 1 rank 7. He had battle strength that could match rank 8. After the Battle of Xianxia Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. Even though Fairy Myrtle concealed the news of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths, she took responsibility. She announced the failure of Celestial Court in invading Xianxia Blessed Land to the public. The video of Feng Jioge being chased by Feng Yuan and having half of his immortal Gu stolen was placed in jewel yellow skies by her. Thus, everyone knew, Feng Yuan not only had rank 7 fixed immortal travel Gu again, he even annexed Xianxia Blessed Land. He might even have a method to steal immortal Gu. After defeating Feng Jioge, Feng Yuan's reputation was consolidated, he even surpassed him, he became the topic of conversation among Gu immortals. Qi clan's rank 6 Gu immortal saw the great demon Feng Yuan. How could he dare to stay? Faster, 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 faster. He immediately activated the formation and teleported away, escaping without a trace. Feng Yuan was still savoring the immortal killer move from earlier, Jade Flow Pearl. This killer move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core. It used almost all of Feng Yuan's space path immortal Gu, many refinement path immortal Gu, and a large number of supplementary mortal Gu to create it. Feng Yuan annexed Xianxia Blessed Land and became rank 8, his Dao marks increased greatly, rank 7 fixed immortal travel immortal Gu alone could not move him. Only by creating a killer move and increasing its power could he barely teleport out. In the previous life, he had also created a space path killer move, using fixed immortal travel as the core to move his rank 8 cultivation level. But Jade Flow Pearl was very different from the previous life's killer move. In the previous life, fixed immortal travel was a space path killer move, but in this life, it was a compound killer move of space path and refinement path. One reason was that in the previous life, fixed immortal travel was created by Feng Yuan after extorting Southern Border's righteous path and extorting many specific rank 7 space path immortal Gu. But in this life, Feng Yuan had not even ambushed Xianxia, not to mention extorting Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals. Feng Yuan's space path immortal Gu were mostly from Xianxia Blessed Land's inventory, they were mostly rank 6 and were not systematic. Feng Yuan simply combined it with refinement path immortal Gu and modified it greatly. With the power of refinement path, Feng Yuan's refinement path Dao marks were no longer a burden for teleportation. This was the benefit of compound killer moves. But compound killer moves were much harder to deduce. Feng Yuan could succeed quickly because he had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level and the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan suppressed the thoughts in his mind as he looked down. In an area of several hundred li, there were tall mountains and valleys. Below him was a flat land, it was about 100 square kilometers in size and was shrouded in fog. Feng Yuan pointed with his finger, dragons flew out with a fierce and grand aura. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Feng Yuan had also refined Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, it was very convenient to use Myriad Dragon. The 10,000 dragons charged into the smoke and easily tore apart the protective array below. Like in the previous life, the Qi clan Gu immortals guarding the formation had already escaped. Feng Yuan smiled, this was within his expectations, it was also one of the reasons why he exposed his identity. His previous life's memories made him understand the cowardice of Qi clan's Gu immortals. This time, he was just imitating them, the effect was still good. Of course, Feng Yuan had to expose his identity. A shallow deep blue lake was surrounded by lush green mountains, it was as quiet as a gem. The lake was surrounded by pure white and round stones that formed the riverbank. This was Southern Border's Qi clan's mid-sized resource, Contact Heart River Bank. Fang Yuan took all the goo worms inside into his immortal aperture. There were over 3,000 Contact Heart goo, 50,000 rank 4 goo, and 1,000,000 Contact Heart goo below rank 3. He used Strength Path Immortal Goo pulling water. Like in the previous life, pulling water immortal goo was still rank 6. In just a moment, the river water was like silk, picked up by a formless giant hand. It was sent into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Contact Heart River Bank had a special environment. It was filled with wisdom path Dao marks. Of course, there were also earth path, water path, wood path, and other Dao marks as the foundation, but the quantity was far from the wisdom path Dao marks. The river water that Fang Yuan took had a dense amount of wisdom path Dao marks. But most of the wisdom path Dao marks were still in the surrounding soil. Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. He lacked methods to pluck the soil. The soil here was not ordinary soil. He needed at least a rank 7 peak earth path method. Because he needed to overcome the wisdom path Dao marks in the soil. And this method needed to be ingenious. It could not destroy the wisdom path Dao marks in the soil. If the wisdom path Dao marks were destroyed, the value of the soil would be very low. It would be like a painting that was messed up. It would be no different from scrawling. Methods were needed to plunder and move natural cultivation resources, but destroying them was relatively easy. This was like how Celestial Court attacked infallible blessed land. Celestial Court had methods to destroy infallible blessed land, but to extract the success Dao marks, they would need to spend a lot of effort and use human path immortal moves to report the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It was a waste of time and effort. News of Fang Yuan's appearance and plundering Contact Heart River Bank soon spread to Xianxia. Xianxia had some hope at first. Is the information true? Very soon, the little bit of luck in his heart was smashed away. Because the immortal killer move that was suspected to be made from fixed immortal travel, as well as Fang Yuan's famous myriad dragon killer move, were the best evidence. Why would Fang Yuan suddenly appear at Contact Heart River Bank? Xianxia's eyes twitched. Does he need large amounts of Contact Heart goo? Although Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation, he was not an ordinary rank 7, he could fight rank 8, he was a special case. Xianxia thought of the scene in Jewel Yellow Skies. Right now, Fang Yuan has regained rank 7 fixed immortal travel immortal goo, and seems to have a method to steal immortal goo. If he wholeheartedly wants to make things difficult for our Qi clan, then it would be troublesome. Xianxia sighed internally. He had to admit that Fang Yuan was a big problem. Fixed immortal travel could allow Fang Yuan to move freely, but special methods were needed to restrain it. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, thus, most of Qi clan's goo immortals could not fight casually. Xianxia had to fight alone, or use a rank 7 immortal goo house. This way, even if Qi clan was a super force, they could only bring out a limited amount of strength. As for the theft path method, it should not be Fang Yuan's ability. Previously, Fang Yuan did not display this method, and back then, Long Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable worked together to refine goo. Langya Blessed Land has a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan used Langya Blessed Land's foundation to resist the invasion of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. He will need some time to grasp the Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Xianxia estimated. He felt that his luck was not good recently. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and went to find trouble with Qi clan. If this was not bad luck, what was? Even though Fang Yuan was a huge headache for Xianxia, he had to fight. Qi clan's benefits, his righteous path identity, and the dignity of a rank 8 goo immortal, he had to go and defeat Fang Yuan as soon as possible. Xianxia went out personally, manipulating Great Space Temple as he moved to Contact Heart River Bank as quickly as possible. The formation was destroyed, it was in a mess and was in ruins. A vast number of goo worms were gone. Contact Heart River Bank no longer had the vitality it had before. The river water was gone, the river bank was dried up, it was a terrible sight. Even the rocks on the river bank mountain were gone, they were all taken away by Fang Yuan and looted clean. Xianxia's expression was dark. The other Qi clan goo immortals were cursing loudly, cursing Fang Yuan and his 18 generations of kin. This demon is too daring. This is our clan's mid-sized resource point. After being plundered, it suffered huge losses. It will take years to recover. Sigh, cursing Fang Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors is useless, he is an otherworldly demon, his kin in this world were all killed by him. Qi Clan's Gu immortals' cursing gradually subsided, the grim situation made them frown deeply. Contact Heart River Bank was destroyed, but the foundation was still there, because Fang Yuan could not take this land away. But the problem was Fang Yuan was still alive, would he appear again? Attack Qi Clan again. Qi Clan's Gu immortals could not understand why Fang Yuan suddenly attacked Contact Heart River Bank. Wait, was the mysterious Gu immortal who attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and destroyed the formation Fang Yuan? Someone asked. It is possible. After all, they are both rank 7 Gu immortals with extraordinary strength. Fang Yuan has high formation path attainment, he has the ability to destroy 2 formations. Furthermore, he annexed Xianxia Blessed Land, he has refinement path immortal Gu. Didn't that mysterious Gu immortal use a refinement path killer move? But if that mysterious Gu immortal is Fang Yuan, why did he conceal his appearance when attacking Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? Why did you take the initiative to reveal your true face when you attacked our heart-immersing river beach? Many Qi Clan Gu immortals scratched their heads. They could not understand. Firstly, there was no evidence to prove that the mysterious Gu immortal and Fang Yuan were the same person. Secondly, Fang Yuan's motive for attacking Contact Heart River Bank was unknown, nobody knew what he was up to. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? Qi Clan's Gu immortals could not come up with anything, they could only ask Qi Qiyu. Qi Qiyu's expression eased a little, he was already cursing internally, he wanted to know what Fang Yuan was up to. They rushed here, but Fang Yuan was already gone. Qi Qiyu was in an awkward situation, he was in a passive position. But on the surface, he had to maintain his dignity as the leader of Qi Clan. Don't panic, investigate the scene first and gather clues. Even if Fang Yuan escapes now, our Qi Clan will remember this debt, we will make him pay 1,000 times over one day. Yes, Lord. Qi Clan's Gu immortals received the order and left. The huge Great Space Temple floated in the air, it did not conceal its grand aura, it displayed Qi Clan's prestige. After a while, the Gu immortals who left came back with expressions of regret. Fang Yuan's actions were too clean, he did not leave behind any valuable clues. Even if there were some clues, could they deduce anything from him? Qi Qiyu did not have much hope, because even the Celestial Court could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Qi Clan was proficient in Formation Path, they were weak in Information Path and Wisdom Path. If Qi Clan wants to get back at us, we will have to spend a lot of money to hire an Information Path grade expert to gather information and clues, and then hire a Wisdom Path grade expert to deduce. Next, we will have to set up an ambush to attack Fang Yuan and fight with Fang Yuan. Sigh. Qi Qiyu sighed internally. He felt dejected just thinking about this process. Because the price was too high, the risk was too high, and the gains were not obvious. The Information Path and Wisdom Path grade experts that could deal with Fang Yuan could only be rank 8 Gu immortals. Qi Clan would have to pay a huge price to hire such a person for help. After finding Fang Yuan, Qi Clan would have to fight with Fang Yuan. Whether or not they could take care of Fang Yuan was another matter entirely. Thunder Ghost True Monarch wanted to take care of Fang Yuan, her 3-rib bones were hanging in jewel yellow skies. The Celestial Court wanted to invade Xianxia Blessed Land, Fang Yuan annexed Xianxia Blessed Land, Feng Jioga's immortal Gu were stolen by Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to admit her defeat and take responsibility. What did Qi Clan have? Yes, Qi Clan was a super force, but how could it compare to the Celestial Court? Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to Fang Yuan, even if Fairy Myrtle hated Fang Yuan to the bone, what could she do? Even though Fang Yuan is alone, he cultivates many paths, he has no shortcomings. He was cunning and sinister, cruel and ruthless. Even the Wu family's Wu Yong was fooled by him. Earlier, when Southern Border's Righteous Path joined forces to hunt him down, he escaped. I want to bring Qi Clan to find trouble with him? Hee hee. Qi Qiyu was furious internally, but he was also helpless and sorrowful. Fang Yuan had grown too quickly, Qi Qiyu felt deep wariness towards him. Even though Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he is more troublesome than ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals only cultivate one path, they do not have deep wisdom path attainment or fixed immortal travel. If Fang Yuan stops now and does not touch my Qi clan's resources, we can forget about this matter. Qiqiu sighed internally. He had already decided to stop. Contact Heart River Bank was lost, but the foundation was still there, it could still be managed. To put it bluntly, it was just a mid-sized resource area, Qi clan could afford it. Of course, on the surface, I need to be furious and emotional, I need to speak righteously and make a huge commotion, I cannot tarnish Qi clan's reputation. But secretly, I need to restrain my clan's Gu immortals and be on guard, I need to focus on management and cultivation. If during this period, Fang Yuan goes after other forces' resources, that would be the best. A moment later, Qiqiu made up his mind, he convinced himself. It was not easy to make a great rank 8 Gu immortal lead a super force to lower their heads to Fang Yuan, but Qiqiu was a wise leader, he knew how to look at the big picture. There was no benefit in fighting a person like Fang Yuan. If Qi clan mobilized their entire clan and went all out, they could cause huge trouble to Fang Yuan, they could even threaten his life. But Qi clan would also pay a huge price, it could even be a terrible price. If this happened in Northern Plains, the entire clan might be enraged, they would just attack without thinking, but in Southern Border, if they remained calm, wouldn't they be able to live? Even if we lost a mid-sized resource point, our Qi clan still has other mid-sized resource points, and even more small, large, and giant resource points, we can still live well. They might lose some face, but they still had some substance. The most important thing would be to rot first. If Qi clan went all out against Fang Yuan and harmed themselves, both sides would suffer losses, the other super forces would reap the benefits. What would they do? Qiqiu let out a breath of air, it was as if he wanted to exhale all the anger and frustration in his heart. His mood gradually calmed down. Report. Fang Yuan has appeared in our clan's Cloud Bamboo Mountain range again, he destroyed the formation, 2 of our Gu immortals were forced to retreat, now, Fang Yuan is plundering all sorts of resources, among them is a newly formed Wildwood Path Immortal Gu. Qiqiu heard this and his expression froze. His heart that had just calmed down was instantly filled with surging anger. End of chapter 1732. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.